In the relentless passage of 1 trillion years, the most formidable lineage is forged. The world will. Father Yi, I wish to reinforce the world's barrier. Could you spare a bit of pocket money? I shall massage your feet in return. The heavenly Tao will. Yi de Heo. Recently, there are those who surreptitiously extract the primordial essence. Might I procure a loan from you? While many struggle desperately to transcend their limitations, the ancestral grounds of the Yi family resonate with thunderous roars. The prodigious scion of the Yi family, awakened with a chaotic bloodline, effortlessly cleaves through 3,000 dimensions. The elder, who commands the laws of time and space, can reverse the rise and fall of civilizations with but a thought. The army of extraterrestrial demons, bearing the power of obliteration, presses upon the realm, causing the entire universe to tremble. The young master of the Yi family scoffs coldly, summoning the family's treasured artifact, the Eternal Codex. The ethereal manifestation of the Codex hovers in the heavens, myriad patterns swirling, instantly reducing the demon horde to dust. It is at this moment that the myriad beings of the realms awaken to the realization that the Yi family, once inconspicuous, has ascended to the pinnacle of order. Yi Wujia, the head of the Yi family, stands poised, gazing down upon all existence. From this day forth, in all the heavens and worlds, only my Yi family shall reign supreme. In this world where the strong dominate, what myth will the Yi family craft to shatter preconceived notions? Chapter 1. 1 trillion years of inactivity. Heavens, the Yi family has chosen a waste as their patriarch. The new patriarch of the Yi family collapsed from blood pressure during the ceremony and remains unconscious. The greatest joke in the history of Yunshao City. The sky is as dark as Kate. Why Yi Suifeng awakens from chaos, his mind clouded. Have I finally succeeded? With a faint breath, he perceives the vital energy of the real world. In this moment, Yi Suifeng feels the urge to weep. He was once a vibrant youth, striving on Blue Star. Then one day, he was bound by a being known as the most powerful AFK system, and thus commenced his journey through realms. Little did he know, during this traversal, unforeseen forces intervened, leaving him adrift in chaos. Even his consciousness began to blur. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before he inhaled the long-awaited fresh air. Another memory, a different life, rampaged within his soul. After a considerable time, he finally calmed down. Yi Suifeng realized his current predicament. His former self was the newly appointed patriarch of the Yi family in Yunshao City. Alas, this patriarch was rather unfortunate. Due to his lack of strength, he faced ridicule from all quarters. On the day of the ceremony, his rival gifted him a large box of blood vitality pills as a present. Blood vitality pills are the most basic cultivation elixirs, suitable only for those at the initial stage of qi refining. This was a blatant mockery of Yi Suifeng. Moreover, his predecessor was not one to withstand significant trials upon receiving such provocation. He suffered a critical condition and perished. Why must a waste be made patriarch? Yi Suifeng pondered, somewhat perplexed. He subsequently delved into the memories of his predecessor. He discovered that the Yi family was, in fact, quite different from traditional families. This family was unprecedentedly united. They would not treat him differently due to his low cultivation, nor would they permit any servant to challenge him. Rather, because he was the heir of the main lineage, they supported his ascendance to the patriarchal position. Unfortunately, this individual had an exceptionally weak psychological endurance. Interesting. After sorting through the tangled memories, Yi Suifeng opened his eyes. Before him lay an ancient and fragrant dwelling. The soft bedding exuded a soothing aroma, reminiscent of medicinal herbs for nurturing health. Nearby, a young girl sat engrossed in her studies. Feeling movement beside her, she turned her head, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Suifeng. "Father, you're awake." She is none other than Yi Suifeng's only daughter, named Yi Huang, aged 14. Yi Suifeng internally chuckled. He had yet to marry, and already had such a grown daughter. Moreover, his wife had perished during childbirth. Am I destined for a solitary life? Yi Suifeng smiled. Indifferent, he aimed to live life to the fullest. However, his smile nearly left Yi Huang in shock.
"Father,
you actually smiled." Huh. The former patriarch had worn a grim expression since the loss of his wife, as if a smile had vanished from his lexicon. Yi Suifeng was speechless. Life is fraught with challenges, and some bear burdens far greater than one's own. To continue smiling through adversity is the essence of survival. Ding, today's AFK task has been completed. Please collect your AFK rewards promptly. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed within Yi Suifeng's mind. The AFK system is still operational. Yi Suifeng was taken aback. This system was what he had acquired prior to his traversal. Its functions are quite simple, comprising merely 2 items. AFK mining, extracting resources from a super vein daily, yielding substantial cultivation materials. AFK cultivation, gaining a day's worth of cultivation each day. During his traversal, he had activated both features. To his astonishment, unforeseen events during the process had plunged him into chaos. In the void of chaos, there was no concept of time, and he had no idea how long he had been AFK. Yi Suifeng opened the system panel to review his accumulated rewards. In an instant, he felt as if he had exploded with astonishment. Little Huang, please step outside for a moment. Yi Huang paused. Father, what's wrong? Just go. Yi Suifeng's tone turned stern. Why, Yi Huang, puzzled, complied obediently, and exited the room. Once his daughter was gone, Yi Suifeng took a deep breath, assuming a dignified posture. Then he re-entered the system interface. 1, 2, 3.13 digits. My math isn't great, how much is this? After what felt like an eternity, he finally compiled the figures. Low-grade spirit stones, daily extraction of 100,000, currently possessing 356 trillion. Mid-grade spirit stones, daily extraction of 10,000, currently possessing 36. 5 trillion. High-grade spirit stones, daily extraction of 1,000, currently possessing trillions. Spirit crystals, daily extraction of 100, currently possessing trillions. Celestial stones, daily extraction of 10, currently possessing 36. 5 trillion celestial crystals, daily extraction of 1, currently possessing 365 trillion. These are the total gains from AFK mining. In truth, they are not whole numbers, and Yi Suifeng rounded off the decimals to avoid being criticized for wordiness. Heavens! Such wealth, it cannot be contained. Yi Suifeng felt elation beyond measure. He would no longer have to worry about finances. Next, he turned to the gains from AFK cultivation. This was straightforward. He had accumulated a monumental 10 trillion years of cultivation, currently in a state awaiting extraction. Yi Suifeng contemplated for a moment, then silently intoned, "Extract 1 year of cultivation." Instantly, a vast surge of power flooded into his body. The energy was supremely pure, devoid of any impurities, rampaging through Yi Suifeng's form. Initially at the 3rd level of qi refining, he surged past 5 levels, directly ascending to the 8th level. This was merely the result of 1 year's cultivation. Yi Suifeng, emboldened, continued to extract cultivation. His power soared as if aboard a celestial vessel, soaring through the heavens. Qi refining, transformation, foundation building, golden body, golden core, primordial infant emergence, divine transformation, fusion, tribulation. In the span of a mere incense stick, Yi Suifeng broke through to the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. As he prepared to extract cultivation again, a surge of spiritual energy instantly sensed a shift in the skies. Ominous clouds were gathering, and a terrifying thunderous energy was coalescing. He was about to undergo tribulation. To face tribulation within his home was far from an ideal scenario. Yi Suifeng hastily halted the extraction process, and the impending thunderstorm dissipated. Interesting, he attempted to extract cultivation once more, and the ominous clouds were formed overhead, faint rumbles of thunder echoing. When he interrupted the process, the thunderstorm dispersed again. When it comes to calamities, one is never alone, it's merely a game. After engaging with the thunder tribulation for a while, Yi Suifeng ceased to provoke it further. Upon inspecting his cultivation reserves, he realized he had only expended around 5,000 years worth, barely a fraction of his total. After some contemplation, Yi Suifeng resolved to remain at the pinnacle of the tribulation transcending phase, which sufficed for the time being. After all, if memory served him correctly, the most formidable individuals in Yunshao City were merely at the golden core stage. This was indeed a case of dimensional suppression. Having completed these reflections, Yi Suifeng chuckled. The Yi family extends a warm welcome to your new patriarch. It was now well into the night. Autumn had deepened, rendering the nights in Yunshao City exceedingly cold. Yi Huang sat outside the door, her countenance marked by profound melancholy. Her mother had perished in childbirth, leaving her with only her father as family, who had raised her. She had been truly delighted when her father was nominated as the next family head. Yet, who would have anticipated that this would become the final straw that overwhelmed him? If time could rewind, she would have urged her father to relinquish the position of patriarch, as the burdens it entailed were far too great. Her father simply could not bear it. It's all my fault. If I were just a bit more exceptional, I could surely alleviate my father's worries. Yi Huang silently lamented. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed behind her as the door swung open, revealing the tall figure of Yi Suifeng. Father. Yi Huang hastily rose to her feet. Yi Suifeng inquired, puzzled. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be resting? I was just a little concerned about your health, Yi Huang murmured. Yet, upon observing Yi Suifeng, who radiated vitality and exuded an impressive aura, she found no signs of ill health. In fact, he appeared far better than ever before. What on earth had transpired? Haha. Yi Suifeng laughed heartily. Do not worry, I am in excellent health and enjoying my meals immensely. Yi Huang stared at her father in shock. Noticing her bewilderment, Yi Suifeng explained, this recent encounter has led me to some realizations. Rest assured, such occurrences shall not repeat themselves. With a smile, Yi Suifeng affectionately tousled his daughter's hair. Yi Huang, momentarily dazed, eventually nodded. Go to bed now if I recall correctly. You have alchemy classes tomorrow. Don't delay, it was already late into the night. However, Yi Huang's expression darkened. Father, you may not know, but today, the family's alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters have all departed. Yi Suifeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an event. The Yi family was substantial, with the direct and collateral branches combined, boasting over 100 young members. Many masters from various fields had been invited to serve as instructors. Yet, the fact that they had collectively chosen to leave was shocking. It was evident they had abandoned ship upon learning of Yi Suifeng's ascension to patriarch, believing the Yi family had no promising future ahead. Haha, some individuals simply missed the train of historical development, Yi Suifeng remarked. Father, what do you mean? Yi Suifeng smiled. I mean, their departure is a loss for them. Chapter 2. Family Crisis. The following day, in the family's council chamber, Yi Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the scroll of laws inscribed on the wall. The 3 iron laws of the Yi family. 1. Betrayers of the family shall be executed. 2. Destroyers of family unity shall be executed. 3. Those who oppress kin shall be executed. These 3 ironclad principles served as the cornerstone of the Yi family's unity and collective strength against external threats. Such a family stirred admiration within Yi Suifeng. Suddenly, the door to the chamber swung open. 4 imposing middle-aged men entered in succession. Once Yi Suifeng had taken a seat, they followed suit, taking their places accordingly. They were the family's key decision-makers and direct descendants of the Yi lineage. Yi Suifeng's cousins. To his left sat Yi Suiyun and Yi Suiyu, the 2 from his second uncle's branch, overseeing the family's internal and external affairs, managing finances and resource allocation. To his right were Yi Suihu and Yi Suibao, the 2 from his third uncle's branch, primarily responsible for the family's martial might and the acquisition and protection of external resources. Yi Suifeng had a 4th uncle, but his son was still too young to hold a position of authority within the family. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th uncles had retreated to the background, revered as family elders, only emerging for critical decisions. Indeed, it was a large family. Yi Suifeng cleared his throat. Now that we are all present, let us commence today's meeting. Concerned, Yi Suiyun asked, Elder brother, is your health in good condition? Absolutely, and I have gained some fortuitous insights. Yi Suifeng surveyed the others. Our family shall not fear anyone or any challenge. Should you have any concerns, please voice them so we can address them together. At this pronouncement, the cousins exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Yi Suifeng turned to Yi Suihu. I have heard that several of our esteemed instructors departed yesterday. Yi Suihu nodded, grumbling. Indeed, those ingrates. We have never treated them poorly, yet they all ran off. If I see any of them again, I'll ensure they regret it. Beside him, Yi Suiyun sighed. This matter is instigated by the Li family. They lured away our masters with more attractive offers. The Li family was the Yi family's sworn enemy. In Yunxiao City, the three prominent families were the Yi, Li, and Tang families. The Tang family was the most powerful, often remaining aloof from the fray. The Yi and Li families, however, were embroiled in continuous conflict, which had escalated to the point of deadly enmity. This act of poaching instructors was merely adding insult to injury. "What are your plans?" Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Suibao responded, "For now, it would be best to find other masters to replace them quickly, otherwise, it will hinder the growth of the younger generation. A strong youth equates to a strong family. The growth of the younger generation must not be delayed." "It will be difficult," Yi Suiyu interjected. "In light of elder brother's recent ascension, there have been many rumors circulating in the city. I've attempted to reach out to some masters of equal standing, but they all remain noncommittal. Even if we were to raise our hiring fees, it would yield the same result." Once again, silence fell over the council chamber. The cousins furrowed their brows deeply. This situation was indeed troublesome. "If it comes to that, we might have to lower our standards for hiring instructors," Yi Suiyun suggested. Someone would surely come. This was a reluctant measure. However, Yi Suifeng would not allow such a situation to occur. "If I recall correctly, the three masters who left were all of the 5th rank, correct? Alchemists are categorized into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest. 5th rank masters are considered among the elite in Yunxiao City. What were their hiring fees?" Yi Suifeng asked. Without clarification, it was understood he referred to low-grade spirit stones. Even 10,000 low-grade spirit stones would be a substantial remuneration, sufficient to cover his daily cultivation and provide for a comfortable lifestyle in Yunxiao City. Yi Suifeng glanced at his purse. He had 20 digits worth of low-grade spirit stones. That should suffice. Have you made contact with anyone above the 5th rank?" Yi Suifeng inquired further. The others were taken aback. "Elder brother, there are only a handful of 6th rank masters in Yunxiao City. They are reclusive and do not accept any employment. Moreover, even if they were to agree, their exorbitant fees would be beyond our means," Yi Suiyun added. Yi Suifeng chuckled. "As long as there is a price, it can be negotiated. Rest assured, I will present them with an offer they cannot refuse." The cousins exchanged glances, but ultimately decided to place their trust in their family patriarch. "Besides this matter, is there anything else?" Yi Suifeng asked. "There is. The speaker is Yi Suiyu, who primarily oversees the allocation of family resources. At this moment, he appears somewhat troubled. Elder brother, regarding the cultivation resources for the younger generation in our clan, are we going to cut back again?" Yi Suiwen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is the reason this time?" Yi Suiyu sighed. "In recent years, the family's enterprises have not been thriving, and the Li family has been continuously obstructing us. Our current financial situation is insufficient to support internal expenditures. The Yi family's assets consist of 2 parts, a resource site outside the city and a series of shops. In recent years, the harvest from the resource site has been poor, and it has repeatedly suffered from disturbances and destruction caused by the Li family, resulting in significantly diminished profits. Relying solely on the income from the shops is far from adequate. What is the current allocation of resources for the younger generation, and what are the monthly expenses?" Yi Suiwen asked. Yi Suiyu pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's start with those in the qi refinement phase. Direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones, 10 qi refinement pills, and 10 bone strengthening pills each month. Collateral descendants receive 30 spirit stones, 5 qi refinement pills, and 5 bone strengthening pills per month. Considering additional rewards, their total monthly expenditure exceeds 100,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, the resources required for alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and talisman crafting are even more substantial. Not to mention the cultivation methods, spiritual artifacts, and training locations. All in all, the monthly expenditure for nurturing the younger generation alone amounts to around 1 million spirit stones. A staggering figure. This is the reality of a prominent family. Behind their strength lies an accumulation of countless resources. However, for Yi Suiwen, the issue of money is the least of his concerns. Very well, let us proceed as such. The family head spoke, and the others immediately focused their attention. The younger generation represents the future of our clan. Only by allowing them to flourish can we further elevate our family. Thus, starting today, the monthly allocation of fixed resources for everyone will be doubled. Moreover, We must invest in additional training conditions, such as the medicinal herbs for alchemy and materials for artifact forging, ensuring an unlimited supply. What do you think? Upon finishing his statement, Yi Suiwen left the others in a state of bewilderment. What had they just heard? They had prepared to reduce family expenditures, yet he had dramatically increased the benefits. Was this an act of self-sabotage, or something even more absurd? Elder brother. Yi Suiyu's expression nearly turned to despair. He felt as though Yi Suiwen was merely jesting. If his standards were to be followed, the monthly expenses would at least quintuple. That would amount to 5 million spirit stones. Even in the family's wealthiest times, such expenditures had never been incurred. He wanted to convey to his elder brother just how ludicrous this notion was. However, Yi Suiwen raised a hand and retrieved a storage bag from his robe, tossing it to Yi Suiyun beside him. Do not worry, I have 1 million spirit stones here. Use them for now, and if you require more, simply ask. Yi Suiwen said with a smile, yet Yi Suiyu still wore a pained expression. Elder brother, did you not hear clearly? Even with 1 million spirit stones, it is insufficient. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful hand grasped his arm, shaking uncontrollably. It was Yi Suiyun beside him, his face flushed, trembling. He presented the storage bag to Yi Suiyu and slowly opened it. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated both their faces. What lay inside was not 1 million inferior spirit stones. Instead, it was 1 million superior spirit stones. Converted, that amounts to 100 billion inferior spirit stones. The two stood in astonishment. Even as stewards of the family finances, they had never encountered such a vast amount of spirit stones at once. I mentioned that I came into possession of some fortuitous opportunities, Yi Suiwen said casually, tapping the table. Remember, from this day forth, the Yi family shall fear no one. Volume 1, Chapter 3. The slap within the chamber. Zhu Man and Gu Qianying faced punishment, each receiving 20 strikes on their palms, administered personally by the supervising matron. Neither was willing to yield, their eyes wide with defiance. As Li Momo entered the courtyard, she called for the matron. The palace rules were strict. Even as a eunuch favored by the emperor, she could not simply take the newly appointed palace maids without proper handover from the matron. Upon hearing Shi's voice, Li Chunyan joyfully stepped out to greet him. Oh my, what brings you here, Shi Gonggong? Despite her serious demeanor, she forced a smile. For Shi was a favored figure close to the emperor, and even a few words of advice from him could ensure her survival in the palace. I need 4 maids, specifically the 4 chosen today, to serve in Qianyuan Palace, Shi declared. Li Chunyan was taken aback. But I haven't had the chance to instruct them yet. If they offend the emperor. Her concern was not for the maids' lives, but for the repercussions on herself, as they were under her charge. Realizing this, she reluctantly retrieved her purse from her sleeve, pretending to be generous as she handed it to Shi. Shi Gonggong, such a situation has never occurred before. Why now? Shi weighed the purse, nodding in satisfaction, and leaned closer to whisper in Li Chuanyun's ear. Officially, they are to attend to the emperor's quarters. In reality, can you guess? This is a direct order from the emperor for 4 palace maids to be sent. What? All 4? Li Chunyan gasped, astonished. Shi clicked his tongue derisively, unimpressed by the matron's apparent ignorance. Can't you think for yourself? Among the 4, only one is both beautiful and well-born. The others will serve as mere shields. Given your respect towards me, let me clarify. You must cater to Gu Qianying well, for she is likely to become our future mistress. Li Chunyan wished to protest, but Shi interrupted, instructing her to summon the 4 maids from their quarters. Reluctantly, she complied, understanding that in the hierarchical structure, even a eunuch could wield significant power. The 4 maids emerged slowly, standing in a line before Shi. Lift your heads for me to see, he commanded. Shi, astute as he was, needed to take a second glance to confirm which maid matched the emperor's preferences, especially after having received Li Chuanyun's money. The first maid, Zhang Qiao, had an unremarkable face, her aloof demeanor failing to attract the emperor's favor. The second, Lin Yueying, possessed a gentle beauty, a tear mole at the corner of her eye adding a touch of allure. She might catch the emperor's eye. The third was Gu Qianying, whose bright and generous appearance, with a well-proportioned figure, aligned with the emperor's taste. Establishing a good rapport with her was essential. When Dashi laid eyes on Zhu Man, he froze. With brows like distant mountains and an enchanting spirit, her elongated phoenix eyes carried a hint of seduction. A vixen, he thought. The emperor would surely not favor such a siren. There was no one in the harem resembling her. Checking her waist tag, he was taken aback. Where is your waist tag? And what are you wearing? Your skirt is so short it reveals your ankles, resembling the attire of disreputable women. You are here to serve the emperor, not to seduce him. Zhu Man bore the harsh reprimand in silence, her heart simmering with resentment. Dashi, however, was oblivious to her inner turmoil. It would be best not to let me rise to power, or I shall repay your insults, she thought bitterly. But, sir, I arrived without a change of clothes. What shall I do? Dashi shot her a glare, replying curtly, just wait. The Internal Affairs Bureau will send someone with clothes shortly. If I see you in this vixenish guise again, you shall be sent to scrub the latrines. With no retort available, Zhu Man could do nothing but stare at her toes in submission. This ignorant eunuch. The improved Hanfu is both convenient and beautiful. How can it be deemed seductive? Dashi scrutinized the alluring yet timid figure before him, a frown creasing his forehead. While beauty was fate, character was a choice. Despite her striking looks, her demeanor was disappointing. What is your name? He inquired. Zhu Man, she replied. Zhu Man, I shall remember you. Dashi quipped sarcastically before turning to Gu Qianying with a beaming smile. Miss Gu, should you gain the emperor's favor, do not forget about me. At this, Gu Qianying felt a surge of excitement. Such words from a eunuch close to the emperor carried significant implications. She first cast an eye of disdain at Zhu Man, then arrogantly surveyed the other maids. With a delicate gesture, she swept aside a stray lock of hair, smiling sweetly. Of course, I will remember Dashi Gong Gong. After exchanging pleasantries, Dashi reverted to his aloof demeanor, leading the four maids towards Qianyuan Palace. The residence of that tyrant is quite impressive, while my own quarters are in disrepair, with missing tiles. I wonder if it will leak when it rains. Could it be that I read too quickly and failed to grasp who Gu Qianying is? Ugh, that wretched Dashi. One day, I shall slap him. I dress so conservatively, yet he dares to call me seductive. Another bout of incessant thoughts plagued Yu Qingsong, who irritably set down his brush and tossed aside the memorial. As he prepared to unleash his frustration, he noticed Dashi approaching with the four maids. Not far from the Jingxi Hall. Typically, Dashi busied himself there with other eunuchs and maids without feeling disturbed. Yet, the voice of that woman rang particularly loud, as if whispered directly into his ear, annoying him to the point where he could not concentrate on his documents. Oh, look who it is. The tyrant emerging from Jingxi Hall. What a pretentious name for a place. Can you truly think clearly? That wretched eunuch dares to insult me. Slap him. Slap him. Dashi, come here. At your service, Dashi replied, scampering over, casting a flirtatious glance at Gu Qianying, as if she were already a certain favorite. Yu Qingsong stood waiting, his face creased in displeasure. A heavy silence fell. Dashi, bending his knee, cried out for mercy. Ah, that felt good. The tyrant did well. I find you much more agreeable now, Yu Qingsong thought, finally enjoying a moment of tranquility as the noise faded. Yet in the next instant, he glanced at his own hand, filled with regret. How could he yield to her wishes simply to avoid her incessant voice? Dashi was, after all, a capable eunuch under his command. Volume 1, Chapter 4. The tyrant is mad. You step back. You four come forward. Gu Qianying had long prepared her most graceful demeanor for the emperor, Yu Qingsong's summons. Upon hearing his command, she elegantly swept her hair aside and glided forward, followed by Zhang Qiao and Lin Yuang, with Zhu Man trailing behind at a measured pace. Serving a tyrant as a maid, she wondered if the heavens deemed her life too long. What are your names? Gu Qianying gazed at Yu Qingsong, her eyes brimming with affection, and coyly said, Now that I have become a palace, made to his majesty, I humbly beseech the emperor to bestow upon me a name. Suppress your distasteful gaze. Although Yu Qingsong was displeased by her look, he acquiesced to her request. From beginning to end, there were Qingying, Biqiao, and Yueying. He renamed each one according to the names inscribed on their waist tokens. However, upon noticing that Zhu Man lacked the standard issue waist token, He was about to chastise her for her negligence in misplacing it when he heard her inner thoughts exclaiming, Qingying. I remember now. There is a character named Qingying in the book. The eunuch, Dashi, cunningly deceives the tyrant into believing he has favored the enchanting Qingying, thereby securing her place in the harem. The subsequent narrative unfolds with thrilling intensity, featuring repeated melodramatic scenes where Dashi provocatively inquires if the maid's heart races with anticipation. Ah, how I relish these moments. In just a few days, we shall witness the live performance. How exhilarating! At this moment, Yu Chungsong completely forgot about punishing Zhu Man, his mind utterly consumed by her inner thoughts. How dare does she conspire with palace maids to deceive him? The crux of the matter lies in the audacity of Dashi, a eunuch, to engage in clandestine affairs with the imperial consorts. His countenance darkened momentarily, exuding an ominous aura as if a tempest were imminent. Ha, is this the discernment possessed by Dashi? What wretched miscreants have you brought before me? Gu Qianying, before she could even utter a plea for mercy, was abruptly seized by the hidden guard, who clamped a hand over her mouth and whisked her away. In her final glimpse, she beheld the emperor, the one she had longed for, leaning intimately towards Zhu Man, in a tone filled with tender inquiry. What is your name?
Suman.
You wretched scoundrel. If I survive this time, it shall be you who perishes next. In truth, Zhu Man could only perceive it as the whisper of a demon. A task has been assigned, worth 1 point. When introducing oneself to the emperor, one must conceal their identity if inquired. If not questioned, there is no need to mention it. Yu Chungsong moved his ears slightly, as if he had caught a glimpse of an unfamiliar voice distinct from that of a woman. What task? What is the significance of the points? He observed Zhu Man with an inscrutable gaze. Zhu Man spoke and then knelt down. Before such absolute malevolence, she knew when to bend and when to stand firm. After all, the tyrant was truly unwell, and she was genuinely terrified that he might suddenly succumb to his vicious temperament and strangle her to death. Do not rename me. I shall remain known as Zhu Man. This is the name my mother bestowed upon me. Should the canine tyrant dare to alter my name, I shall curse you daily in my heart, wishing you a most unfortunate fate. Her demeanor was one of trepidation, even going so far as to perform a kowtow that left no room for criticism. Yet, internally, she seethed with resentment towards Yu Chungsong. He harbored no doubts that should he acquiesce to Zhu Man's request for a name change, he would subsequently be subjected to her venomous curses on a daily basis. For the sake of his own auditory peace in the future, he chose to comply with her wishes, but once he uncovered the identity of the nation's destroyer, he would ensure that Zhu Man faced the most severe of punishments. Since your given name consists of 2 characters, there is no need for alteration. You shall henceforth be addressed as Zhu Man. Zhu Man exhaled deeply, once more kneeling in reverence to express gratitude to the emperor. Why do you not possess a waist badge? At last, we have arrived at this matter. How to escape the emperor's suspicion is indeed a crucial issue. I humbly report to your majesty that, in a moment of folly, I inadvertently misplaced my waist token. I would rather be accused of carelessness than to have my status as a candidate for the palace made called into question. Surely, one cannot assert that I am not a product of this era, can they? Did I simply materialize like a specter? Stealing a furtive glance at Yu Chungsong to gauge his reaction, she inadvertently met his profoundly inscrutable gaze. Zhu Man hastily averted her eyes, her heart pounding so violently it threatened to leap from her throat. Good heavens! This is disastrous. This individual is quite deranged, for he mercilessly executed Dashi simply because Gu Qianying did not meet his aesthetic standards. After accompanying him for so long, he speaks of killing without hesitation. What about me? Is my life destined to end here? Yu Chungsong let out a cold snort, feeling that Dashi truly deserved to die. Others may be oblivious to the future of Dashi, and while they might label him a tyrant without the ability to refute, the last person who should utter such a term is undoubtedly Zhu Man. Zhu Man clearly understands that Dashi will inevitably become entangled with the concubines in the future, leaving him utterly exposed and humiliated. Shouldn't he be subjected to a thorough reckoning for this? She inherently understands the trials he endured in his youth and the path that led him to become a tyrant. Reflecting on his childhood, Yu Chungsong felt a sharp pang in his heart. He feared that he might lose control of his temper and mistakenly execute Zhu Man. With a swift motion, he threw his sleeve and departed. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, startling the three outside, causing their hair to flutter. Mission accomplished. Points are being distributed. Zhu Man, why do I find that the Emperor does not resemble the tyrant described in the rumors? Look, you have provoked him, yet he has not executed you. Lin Yueying truly embodies the archetype of the benevolent and innocent heroine from ancient literature, expressing such sentiments while still holding a favorable view of the tyrant. Remarkable indeed. She gazed at Lin Yueying as if she were a fool. Is losing a waste token truly such a grave offense? Lin Yueying finally came to her senses, touching the tip of her nose. Indeed, throughout history, no palace maid had ever faced execution for the loss of their badge. This courtyard is quite expansive.
Suman.
Bai Qiao, let us stroll around. After all, this will be our workplace, and familiarizing ourselves with it will help us avoid mistakes. Bai Qiao wore a look of disapproval but remained silent, merely stepping back to distance herself from Lin Yueying. Zhu Man, on the other hand, was eager to crack open the protagonist's head, wondering if it contained anything other than confusion. The tyrant had yet to issue a command for everyone to depart, yet she already began to contemplate a leisurely stroll. Lin Yueying possesses the aura of a protagonist, yet she does not. Zhu Man, fearing the potential repercussions for herself, remarked, "The Emperor has yet to issue a decree. We are not permitted to leave." Wow, are we not familiar with the rules? You are quite impressive for knowing this. Hush! Zhu Man held the protagonist's mouth shut, insisting on silence before releasing her. Lin Yueying blinked frantically. True to his word, Zhu Man let her go, and indeed, the atmosphere became significantly quieter. System. What can I purchase with my 3 points now? The urge to shop is overwhelming. Assorted flavored lollipops, 2 credits each. Any more available? Host. You can only afford a lollipop, but this is no ordinary lollipop. It possesses the power to elevate one's spirits. All right then, please bring me one. My mood is quite dismal at the moment. Delivered. In the next instant, Zhu's palm was graced with a new object. Simultaneously, the door swung open. Without any forewarning, she was yanked inside by the person within, her tightly clenched fingers forcibly pried apart. What could this be? Yu Qing-song extended 2 fingers to grasp the lollipop, gazing at the translucent wrapping that concealed the glistening green treat within. Volume 1, Chapter 5. The servant wishes to present the lollipop to His Majesty. This is the lollipop my mother gave me before my departure. A lie. He heard clearly in the political thought hall that this lollipop was given by a fellow known as the System. Although he had never seen the System's appearance, the voice was unmistakably male. If it was not female, then it must be male. How could a man be regarded as her mother? Upon encountering Yu Qing-song, his countenance remained sullen. Zhu Man, undeterred, eagerly unwrapped the candy, releasing a rich aroma of apples that tantalized her senses, prompting her to swallow involuntarily. With a twinge of pain, she tenderly presented the lollipop to the tyrant, proclaiming her willingness to offer this confection to His Majesty. How peculiar it was. Just as he was about to decline this trifling treat, he heard Zhu Man's inner voice throwing a fit.
Do not eat it.
I purchased this with my points. Please.
Do not eat it.
Yu Qing-song's expression darkened further. As the sovereign of the realm, there was nothing he could not consume. Even if it meant devouring this woman's head, there were those who would eagerly comply at his command. You dare prevent me from eating? I shall eat it nonetheless. He raised his arm, firmly grasping Zhu Man's wrist to restrain her, using her hand to bring the lollipop to his mouth. Initially intending merely to taste it and spit it out to humiliate her by declaring it filthy, he found himself unable to discard it the moment it touched his tongue. The exquisite flavor was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a delightful fusion of crisp apple sweetness and creamy undertones, merging in such a harmonious manner. Yu Qing-song's eyes widened in astonishment as he withdrew the lollipop to examine it closely, as if he wished to commit its form to memory. Ah, how pitiable. Just a mere lollipop, and yet you exhibit the expression of one who has tasted celestial delicacies. Very well, this treat shall be your reward. The euphoric feeling abruptly ceased as Yu Qing-song shot her a glance, opened the door, and forcefully pushed her outside.
Bang.
The door was slammed shut once more. Crazy lunatic. Not my type, but you're certainly overbearing. I offer you a treat, and you shove me away. Yu Song heard Zhu Man cursing him inwardly, but so what? She dared not voice her complaints aloud. In a good mood, he had no desire to engage with a shrew. Zhu Man, are you alright? What transpired inside? Lin Yueying helped Zhu Man to her feet, gently brushing the grass off her skirt. Though Bai Qiao was not as intimate with her as Lin Yueying, concern was evident in her eyes. I'm fine. The emperor summoned me and berated me for losing my insignia. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiao and Lin Yueying lowered their heads to check their own insignias, cautiously readying them before feeling reassured. Noticing Zhu Man's pallor, Lin Yueying offered comfort. It's all right. I just inquired with a young eunuch, and he mentioned that after the master bestows new names, new insignias will be issued in a few days. You must not lose yours again. Understood. Though they said a few days, it was less than a night when the palace's personnel delivered the news. The insignias and 2 sets of summer palace-made attire had been placed in their respective quarters, with a requirement to wear them for duty the following day. A selection in the morning, and clothing distributed in the afternoon. They must have prepared these in advance. How filthy they must be. I must wash them. Zhu Man's voice echoed repeatedly, causing Yu Song in the Zhengxi Hall to inadvertently snap his pen. This woman had been restless since learning that the clothing had arrived in her room. She continued her lamentations, disturbing his work with the memorials. Get out. All of you get out. Return tomorrow, and whoever fails to show shall lose their head. Hooray. Tomorrow, we can wear clean clothes. Zhu Man felt a rush of joy, yet maintained a composed farewell. Upon returning to her room, Zhu Man first brought in the bedding that had been sun-dried, then fetched water from the courtyard well to rinse her new garments. After completing her tasks, her stomach growled with hunger, yet there was still no sign of dinner. Zhu Man, are you hungry? I am so hungry. I'm not made of iron. Of course, I'm hungry, Zhu Man replied weakly. Prior to her arrival, she had been hospitalized due to a drowning incident while filming, subsisting on plain porridge, which had long since been depleted. Having crossed over during breakfast hours, she had missed the meal. Punished by the tyrant to stand without food at noon, she had waited all day for dinner, only to find that the little eunuchs from the kitchen had yet to arrive as it approached the hour of the rooster. It was known that the tyrant had many rules, strictly regulating meal times. Breakfast at the hour of the rabbit, lunch at noon, and dinner at the hour of the rooster. Should one miss these times, the kitchen would be closed. Not only could they not receive meals from the little eunuchs, but they could not even retrieve food themselves, leaving them to starve. Zhu Man, Bai Qiao, shall we go to the kitchen and take a look? I saw the kitchen eunuchs bringing dishes and rice buckets while you were washing.
What?
They have already come? Zhu Man exclaimed. Why didn't you call me? Even if we lack bowls, we could use our hands to scoop the food. Let us eat first. Lin Yueying hesitated, slightly intimidated by Zhu Man's fervor. However, those delivering meals had already departed, and no one was coming to bring them food. Zhu Man understood the situation all too well. When Lin Yueying resided in room 1, she had been the one without food, as the other maids had not saved any for her. Now living in room 12, perhaps because they got along well, there would be no incidents of food theft, yet the narrative had shifted to no eunuchs being sent to deliver meals. Sharing a room with the protagonist has truly brought misfortune. What are we waiting for? Let us go to the kitchen and inquire if we wait until they close. We want to even get a morsel. Zhu Man and Lin Yueying stood up, while Bai Qiao remained sprawled on the bed. Let it be. We are newcomers. It's best not to cause trouble. We are palace maids serving the emperor. They wouldn't dare let us starve. In this palace, she feared no eunuch or maid, only the emperor. He was genuinely frightening. Zhu Man, focused solely on the absence of food, neglected the fact that in the original story, the maids sharing a room with the protagonist had food to eat. Reflecting now, it was most likely the tyrant's mischief at play. After all, they were newcomers, and there had been no altercations with outsiders, who would punish them for no reason. Ladies, you must be hungry. A familiar, arrogant voice echoed from the doorway. Zhu Man turned to see Gu Qianying entering with a food box. Whoever slaps Zhu Man will receive a portion of the meal. Don't think about going to the kitchen, it is already closed. Lin Yueying, fuming, bounced up to confront Gu Qianying. Are you the one behind this? Volume 1. Chapter 6. Aggrieved, what do you mean by behind this? How unpleasant to say. Gu Qianying tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear.
You're Lin Yueying, right? Go slap Zhu Man.
Have you lost your mind? We are all palace maids who entered together. We should support one another, not sabotage. Lin Yueying looked at Gu Qianying in disbelief, but the growl of her stomach diminished her assertiveness. I hope you won't regret this in the future. Seeing Lin Yueying defy her orders, Gu Qianying aimed the food box at Bai Qiao. Bai Qiao, I recall you mentioned you have a stomach issue. Doesn't it hurt to go a day without eating? It does hurt, but I want to eat food from someone like you. Zhu Man noticed Bai Qiao's face had turned pale, a fine sheen of sweat beading on her forehead, her lips bitten until they bled, yet she remained silent, bearing the pain. Zhu Man felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Qiao but was reluctant to suggest that Bai Qiao strike her to gain food. If she disregarded her own dignity, who would care? Gu Qianying, Bai Qiao is unwell. Do not make it difficult for her. I can forego eating. But Bai Qiao is innocent. Gu Qianying suddenly erupted, her eyes turning red as she shouted, So you acknowledge that you are not innocent, do you?
I am sorry.
I should not have slapped you this morning. Please forgive me. Just because Bai Qiao endured the pain without moral coercion. Zhu Man was willing to apologize to Gu Qianying to quell her anger and thus secure food for Bai Qiao. A slap. Gu Qianying sneered, Even now, you remain oblivious to your transgressions. What transgression have I committed? You seduced the emperor. Among the four of us, I was the one destined to become a consort. Yet because of your provocative attire, the emperor forsook me. Zhu Man was so stunned that she no longer wished to argue. If given the chance, she truly wanted to send Gu Qianying to a laboratory for study. Was this the realm of romantic obsession? Lin Yueying exhaled in relief. In her view, since the morning slap had not caused discord, the situation was easily resolvable. Wasn't Gu Qianying worried about losing the emperor? However, as far as she knew, Zhu Man held no affection for the emperor, thus there was no need for further quarrel. So, it was about this matter. Qianying, let me assure you, Zhu Man harbors no feelings for the emperor and certainly has no intention of seducing him. You can rest easy. If you trust us, we are willing to assist you in winning the emperor's favor. After all, we all share the same quarters. Let us not make things too awkward, shall we?
Slap.
A resounding blow to Lin Yueying's face left her head askew, her expression wounded. Get out of here. When did it become your place to speak? As Gu Qianying raised her hand again to strike, Zhu Man could no longer contain herself. She darted forward like a rocket, knocking Gu Qianying to the ground, seizing the food container from her grasp and forcefully pushing it to Lin Yueying's feet. You and Bai Qiao eat first, just save me some food. Initially, Lin Yueying disagreed, wanting to resolve the conflict with Gu Qianying before sitting down together to eat. However, after being scolded by Zhu Man, she reluctantly began to eat with Bai Qiao, tears brimming in her eyes. As Zhu Man sat atop Gu Qianying, restraining her hands, the latter could only resort to threats. You dare to treat me this way. Do you know who I am? Just the daughter of the county magistrate of Qingshui, Gu Qianying? I've grown weary of hearing that. Regardless of whether you're the magistrate's daughter or the village chief's, once you enter the palace, you become a servant. What makes you so noble? Let me go. Release me. Promise you won't cause trouble again, and I'll let you go. Despite Gu Qianying's vigorous struggles, she was merely a pampered damsel of ancient times, lacking significant strength. Zhu Man, though not extraordinarily strong, easily managed Gu Qianying. Release me. I have no interest in the emperor. If you swear not to pick fights anymore, I will let you go. In your dreams. Fine, let us pretend it's a dream. After all, I'm sitting on you. And, at night, I can use you as a cushion to keep warm. For the time that followed, no matter how Gu Qianying threatened, Zhu Man feigned deafness. The bottom line was simple. She must swear not to cause trouble in order to be released. Gu Qianying, being stubborn, refused to utter a plea for mercy. The two remained in a stalemate until Lin Yueying and Bai Qiao finished their meal. Zhu Man, it's chilly at night. Let Qianying go. She surely won't behave this way again. It's just that her pride prevents her from apologizing to you. After all, Qianying is the daughter of the county magistrate of Qingshui, and it's natural for her to have a haughty temperament. She's not a bad person. She even brought food for us. Lin Yueying approached Zhu Man, holding a steamed bun and half a bowl of stir-fried cabbage. Let us stop the quarrel and eat. We have duty tomorrow, and we need to conserve our energy. Humph, Gu Qianying, remember this. If you dare to seek trouble with me again, I'll really hit you. With that, Zhu Man stood up to take the bowl and chopsticks. Just as she was about to take a bite of the bun, her knee was suddenly attacked, causing her to fall unexpectedly. The porcelain bowl shattered completely, spilling its contents onto the ground. The bun rolled away, and Zhu Man stared at it until it came to rest by the door. Fury coursed through Zhu Man, causing her body to tremble with rage, her chest heaving. She turned to glare at Gu Qianying with a look that could pierce, her words dripping with venom. How dare you? She lunged at Gu Qianying once more, and the two became embroiled in a tumultuous scuffle, only to be separated by the matron Li Chunyu, who had heard the commotion. What are you doing? You've only just arrived and haven't even started to ease your master's troubles, and you're already brawling? Zhu Man, I'm not saying you're not beautiful, but don't act so arrogantly, as if you fear no one notices you. Among the four of you, the one with the most potential is Qianying, being coveted by two masters, and what about you? You were thrown out of the political study, a disgrace. Li Chunyu's ire was palpable, and though both girls were at fault for brawling, only Zhu Man faced punishment. She was condemned to a night of reflection without sleep in the courtyard. Listening to Gu Qianying's veiled insults from inside, she did not cry. Gazing into the pitch-black night, contemplating the seemingly unending life of a servant, Zhu Man felt a sudden sting in her nose. Mandatory task initiated. Value 1 point. Failure to complete will result in a deduction of 1 point. Fill your stomach. On the ground lay scattered shards of porcelain and dirt-covered cabbage.
Suman.
Unwilling to eat that, search the area for the hard bun. Wiping off the dust, she took small bites of the bun, tinged with tears. Having finished it, she still heard no indication from the system that her task was complete. Of course, after an entire day without food, how could one bun suffice to satiate her hunger? She recalled the small pond she had discovered during the day, where fish occasionally leapt from the water. The location was quite remote, the pond small, with dead branches and leaves floating on the surface, clearly not maintained by any noble. This made it convenient for her to catch fish to eat. Volume 1, Chapter 7. The Strange Young Eunuch. By the light of the moon, Zhu Man stealthily approached the abandoned courtyard. The walls and buildings had mostly collapsed, but thankfully, the small pond remained unburied. The water was shallow. As Zhu Man had seen during the day, it only reached thigh-deep, allowing her to wade in without tools. With no one around, and engulfed in darkness, she removed her shoes and used her belt to tie her skirt at her waist before stepping into the water to catch fish. Although it was summer, the night water was cold, and upon entering, Zhu Man shivered from the chill. Fortunately, she acclimated quickly. The fish here seemed foolish. Before she even had a chance to catch them, they approached her and nibbled at her calves. No way. These fish are acting like those in fish spas. They flock to me as soon as I get in. Whatever fish spa fish are still fish. At least I'm eating fish, not spa feed. Under the moonlight, Zhu Man quickly caught a fish, flinging it onto the shore to dispatch it, and then she clumsily climbed back onto land. However, with the food issue resolved, a new problem arose. She had no fire to cook the fish. System. How many points for a lighter? 5 points. The host currently has only 1 point, insufficient to purchase. Zhu Man looked at the slippery dead fish, feeling the disgusting slime on its surface. With slow but determined movements, she brought the fish to her mouth. While others eat sashimi, I'm gnawing on a raw fish. That surely shows my elevated status. Zhu Man tried to find humor in her predicament, just as she was about to suppress her disgust and take a bite of the fish. She heard a ghostly male voice from behind her. What are you doing?
Ah.
Zhu Man hadn't noticed anyone behind her and was startled, letting out a scream as the fish slipped from her grasp, landing in the dirt. Flustered, she hurriedly adjusted her skirt and slipped on her cloth shoes before turning to see who was there. The first thing that caught my eye was the black eunuch hat, with a matching pom-pom swaying delicately at its peak. The black eunuch hat made Zhu Man breathe a sigh of relief. She resolved to take the initiative and drive the young eunuch away to prevent any further complications. To her surprise, the young eunuch not only refused to leave but wore a playful expression, inquiring about her mistress. Which lady do you refer to? What business is it of yours? You lowly eunuch? Don't hinder my good fortune. My adoptive father is Chief Eunuch Tianfu, the Emperor's chief steward. Do you think I cannot control you? Zhu Man was taken aback. She had read this book and knew well the significance of Chief Eunuch Tianfu in the emperor's court, as well as the extent of his power and trust. However, she did not recall any mention of Tianfu having an adopted son. It made sense. The narrative focused primarily on the protagonists, and even the tyrant Yu Qingsong took up only a small portion of the text. Naturally, Tianfu's adoption of a son would not warrant the author's ink. Quickly tell me, who is your lady? Could she be a spy from a rival nation, masquerading in disguise? Finally, a name came to mind, Imperial Concubine Xia, originally named Zhen Yuling, one of the former emperor's consorts. During the former emperor's reign, she was revered and held in high esteem, but after offending Yu Qingsong, she was bestowed a humiliating title upon his ascension and relegated to the cold palace. Due to Yu Qingsong's disdain, the Internal Affairs Bureau ceased to allocate resources to the cold palace, including maids and eunuchs. The cold palace had become a forgotten corner of the palace, long closed off to visitors. If one were to speak of Imperial Concubine Xia, she was indeed a remarkable figure, surviving until 3 years later when Yu Qingsong was slain by the male protagonist, only to learn of the kingdom's downfall and take her own life in despair. I am a maid of the cold palace, sent by Imperial Concubine Xia to catch fish. Upon hearing the name of Imperial Concubine Xia, a flicker of surprise crossed the young eunuch's face before it quickly vanished. Is that how a maid of Imperial Concubine Xia dresses? He raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the emperor does not allow the Internal Affairs Bureau to provide garments for our lady, so we must fashion our own. It is quite remarkable we are not left entirely exposed. Zhu Man retorted with conviction, knowing that no one could enter the cold palace. Thus the young eunuch could not ascertain the truth of her words. Beneath the mask, Yu Qingsong seethed with rage. How dare this woman tarnish his reputation before others? Although the others were merely himself in disguise, and the rumors had not spread, this stubborn woman was oblivious. How could she brazenly claim to be a maid of Imperial Concubine Xia when she had never even seen a strand of her hair? Do you have a fire? My lady's fire starter has run out. Perhaps I could prepare it for you to deliver to Imperial Concubine Xia? That sounds wonderful. Zhu Man nodded eagerly. Yu Qingsong felt a pang of frustration. He had intended to mock Zhu Man for her unreasonable demands. Yet she failed to perceive the sarcasm and took his words as an invitation. How annoying! Yu Qingsong had no desire to linger with Zhu Man. Each second spent in her company fanned the flames of his anger. Yet he could not inquire about the answers he sought, and then eliminate her, leaving him to endure her incessant chatter like a grasshopper before him. Most in the palace were sycophants, preying on the weak while fearing the strong. To avoid being bullied herself, Zhu Man opted to be the villain first. Though her words were sharp, she felt a deep sense of grievance within. Host, the temporal passage has opened once, a rare occurrence indeed. The next opening lies far in the future. Am I to perish in this palace? Perhaps I will not even live long enough to grow old. The number of talented maidens is limited. How could a new addition go unnoticed by the tyrant? Maidens who serve for 10 years will be sent out of the palace. Host, as long as you remain alive, there will come a day when you will exit. But in 3 years, the Dalian kingdom will be annihilated. No maid or eunuch will survive.
No.
I must assist the tyrant in preserving this kingdom. Yu Qingsong could hear every exchange between the system, and Zhu Man, hearing her express a desire to aid him, brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Although her motivation stemmed from a wish to save her own life, it mattered not. Their goals aligned. As long as he kept Zhu Man in sight, denying her the chance to leave the palace, he need not worry about her not coming forth with her counsel. I am called Xiao Jiangzi. What is your name? Sensing the young eunuch's intention to befriend her, Zhu Man reciprocated with friendliness. I am called Xiao Man. Man meaning completeness. Volume 1. Chapter 8. We are but friends of meat and wine. How would you like to eat this fish? As they were allies, Yu Qingsong was more than willing to part with a fire starter. Conversely, to earn Zhu Man's approval more swiftly and to bind her to the palace, he would be kind to her in his guise as Xiao Jiangzi. After pondering, Yu Qingsong skillfully unearthed a small wooden box from the ruins. The box was quite worn, appearing to be at least a decade old, yet the iron skewers within were clean, as if cherished by their user. Want to eat grilled fish? I have the tools. Zhu Man's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Jiangzi, did you raise the fish in this pond? Then I can eat fish without sneaking around. Well, sort of. In any case, you may eat. With that, Yu Chung-song expertly kindled a fire, cleaned the fish, and grilled it, all without requiring Zhu Man's assistance. The flames illuminated his profile, accentuating the sharpness of his nose and the upward curve of his thin lips, which bore a calm smile. What a gentle little eunuch.
System.
I like Xiao Jiangzi. Hearing Zhu Man's thoughts, Yu Chung-song paused in his movements. Host, you do not truly like Xiao Jiangzi. Rather, you enjoy being cared for. Humph. Would it kill you to not expose me? Who doesn't like being cared for? Yu Chung-song could not articulate his feelings, yet a burden lifted from his heart, replaced by a vague sense of discomfort. Time passed as the fire crackled. All right, you may eat now. Aren't you eating? I have already dined. Then the whole fish is mine. Taking the iron skewer, Zhu Man, without regard for the heat, devoured the fish eagerly, wishing she could swallow the bones whole. Although the fish lacked seasoning and bore a fishy taste, Zhu Man relished her meal. It was her first hearty meal since arriving in Dallin. Task completed, points have been awarded. With her belly full and points successfully credited, Zhu Man's fondness for the young eunuch grew. She raised her gaze, meeting Xiao Jiangzi's eyes. He squatted on the ground, resting his chin on his hands, gazing at her with a gentle expression, and Zhu Man's heart was suddenly struck. What a sweet little eunuch. Xiao Jiangzi, do you like sweets? Indeed. Occasionally, my master bestows the leftovers upon me. They are quite delicious. System, if I buy a lollipop, can it be divided in half? Yes. The combined weight of 2 small lollipops equals that of a regular-sized one. The host may choose 2 different flavors. Since there are small ones, I won't buy a big one. I'll just get a lychee-flavored one for Xiao Jiangzi. That one do. The small ones are a service provided with the purchase of a large lollipop and cannot be purchased separately. Then I'll have 2 lychee-flavored ones. Xiao Jiangzi, close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. Yu Chung-song found the situation rather amusing. She was already aware of her conversation with the system, leaving little room for surprise. Oh, dear, just trust me and close your eyes, will you? Was she actually being coy with him? His heart fluttered momentarily. Yu Chung-song's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Despite being fully aware of what was about to transpire, his breath still faltered. He heard the sound of Zhu Man tearing open the packaging, a gentle motion that resonated in his ears, as if amplified countless times. He felt Zhu Man steadying his hand, her fingers gently pinching the candy stick. Lost in thought, he heard Zhu Man's vibrant voice. Come on, open your eyes and see what this is. The lollipop was diminutive, smaller than the one he had previously snatched from Zhu Man. This delightful confection, known as a lollipop, is a specialty from my hometown and is truly delectable. Do give it a try. Under Zhu Man's eager gaze, Yu Chung-song placed the tiny lollipop into his mouth. Oddly enough, it seemed significantly sweeter than the one he had tasted before. Was it truly delicious? As the young eunuch savored his treat, Xiaoman also indulged in her own lollipop, relishing the sweetness. Neither spoke a word. One was deeply engaged in tasting, while the other gazed up at the starry sky. Suddenly, she asked, Xiaoman, is it not a bit extravagant to share such a delightful thing with me? How could it be?
Came the reply.
You have assisted me, and naturally, I must express my gratitude. Is that truly how you feel as well? Indeed. Zhu Man nodded vigorously. She was not a stingy person. If it weren't for Xiao Jiangzi, she wouldn't be able to satiate her hunger even if she were to consume raw fish and meat, as she would inevitably regurgitate. In that case, not only would she fail to earn any points, but she would also forfeit the 1 point she had managed to save. Thus, bestowing a lollipop upon Xiao Jiangzi caused her no distress whatsoever. Meanwhile, Yu Chung-song, unaware of Zhu Man's inner thoughts, inquired once more, Are you truly willing to offer this to me? Zhu Man shifted her gaze from the starry sky to the face of the young eunuch, speaking earnestly. Indeed. I willingly offer this to you. You need not repay me, so eat without worry. Her eyes reflected genuine sincerity. In the next moment, Sister is most renowned in her social circle for her loyalty. A mere lollipop, accompanied by a sprinkle of water. Her heartfelt sentiments are sincere, harmonious in expression. Yet, inexplicably, Yu Chung-song is suddenly beset by an unfathomable irritation. After much contemplation, he finds himself unable to grasp the root of his feelings, concluding that perhaps it is the inconvenient nature of Xiao Jiangzi's identity that hinders him from seizing another lollipop from Zhu Man. So, does this mean we are now friends? Zhu Man contemplated and concluded that this type of friend is of the lowest rank. The term fair-weather friends came to mind. Yu Chengsong found himself bewildered by Zhu Man's candidness. He had never encountered such a contradictory woman. Although their bond seemed to warrant the sharing of precious lollipops, she insisted it was merely a relationship of fleeting camaraderie. He recalled his intention behind approaching Zhu Man and cautiously inquired, "Would you remain in the palace for the sake of such transient friendships?" Wishing for a gaze filled with complexity, Xiao Jiangzi, "I do not wish to deceive you. I shall not remain in the palace for your sake, for my heart yearns for the freedom beyond its walls." Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, Yu Chengsong realized he had acted too hastily. Ever since he learned that the Great Lawn would meet its demise in 3 years, he has been plagued by anxiety. Having attempted numerous strategies, all of which ended in failure, direct inquiries would be silenced by a mysterious force. Writing his thoughts would be thwarted by an unseen control that rendered him unable to pen a word. He attempted to employ a unique sign language to command his shadow guards to interrogate Zhu Man, only to be informed that they could not comprehend his gestures. Every occurrence seemed to conspire to prevent him from uncovering the truth. The key to breaking this impasse lay in Zhu Man's innermost thoughts. Therefore, he could not allow Zhu Man to depart, no matter the cost. For this, he is willing to pay any price, even if it means selling his soul to befriend a contemptible maid. What is the tier below a fair-weather friend? Are we true friends? Will I become your sincere friend? Zhu Man gazed at the heavens and sighed. The once brilliant stars had been obscured by dark clouds, leaving only a solitary moon to illuminate the earth. Perhaps tomorrow we might become adversaries, for our masters are not the same. Her voice, both faint and filled with confusion, dissipated into the wind, yet Yu Chengsong heard it. Volume 1, Chapter 9, Troublesome. Xiao Man, I vow to become your true friend. His solemn demeanor resembled a promise. The night was dark, shrouded in clouds that obscured the stars, yet his bright gaze sparkled like celestial bodies descended to the earthly realm. Zhu Man felt a sense of discomfort as she turned her head once more to gaze at the heavens, realizing that we must all strive to survive within this deep palace. With a splash, she turned towards the sound, discovering a young eunuch standing in the pond, comically attempting to catch fish. "Are you hungry?" She was perplexed. Zhu Man parted her lips, only to finally utter a simple thank you. The fish was caught, wriggling energetically, and Zhu Man struggled to hold on to it. "You go ahead. Take the fish to Madame Shi before it dies." "All right." The two bid each other farewell. As Yu Chengsong watched Zhu Man carrying the fish towards the direction of the Qingling Palace, completely opposite to where the palace maids resided. "Fool. If you head directly to the lower quarters, I won't expose you, for I need you," he murmured, his words dissolving into the wind. Suddenly, a figure clad in black and wearing a demon mask appeared, kneeling before Yu Chengsong. "My lord, there are 124 maidens. 121 enemy spies have been eliminated, leaving 3 civilians. We could not retrieve Zhu Man's household registration information. Forge an identity if necessary, and eliminate those who might pose a threat to Zhu Man's true identity." "Understood." The figure clad in black vanished once more, as silently as it had arrived. Yu Chengsong's ears perked up, detecting the increasingly close sound of footsteps. He swiftly moved, concealing himself behind a crumbling wall. There, he observed a furtive silhouette gradually approaching the edge of the pond, who abruptly tossed a fish into the water with a splash. Fortunately, Xiao Jiangzi is left. Had he lingered, the fish would have perished from thirst. "Host, you are taking quite a risk. If that fish dies, so be it. We can bury it unnoticed." To it, a dead fish was merely that. If it could not be consumed, it could be buried in the ground, anything to prevent Li Mama from discovering it. However, Zhu Man harbored a different perspective. If Xiao Jiangzi has departed, all is well. If he is not, I shall simply claim we need a larger fish, as this one is unsatisfactory to the esteemed Tai Fei. There are always solutions. Yet, Yu Chengsong remained frozen, as if struck by lightning, rendered motionless for an extended period. Was it truly fair to label Zhu Man as kind? Yet she savored the fish with great delight. He was already aware that Zhu Man was speaking falsehoods, but he did not wish for her to realize the inconsistency in her words and subsequently distance herself from him. Thus, he took the initiative to suggest catching fish to present to Lady Shi, thereby preserving her deception. In order to drive Zhu Man away upon receiving intelligence from the shadow guards, he feigned a desire to bring fresh fish to Lady Shi. Was his intention merely to release a fish? Was it rudeness? Or was it an act of kindness? Zhu Man, what kind of person are you, truly? Yu Qingsong gazed at the spot where Zhu Man had vanished, resembling a statue devoid of spirit. Upon returning to the lower room, Zhu Man was free from the previous sense of isolation that had cast her aside, now imbued with a newfound motivation to confront Gu Qianying after having satisfied her hunger. However, she ultimately decided it would be best to remain tranquil. As everyone else slumbered, there was no need to disturb them due to her conflict with Gu Qianying. She sought a corner, settled on the ground, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Throughout the night, she was repeatedly awakened by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. Yet her fatigue ultimately overwhelmed her, lulling her back into a deep slumber. Zhu Man, wake up. It's already the hour of the rabbit. The kitchen staff has brought the meal. I've brought it for you. So hurry and eat. In the morning, Zhu Man's voice was somewhat hoarse. After a night of sitting, her entire body ached, and even the slightest movement sent a crackling through her bones. Observing the single bowl of rice porridge in Lin Yueying's hands, she questioned, "Is this for me? What about yours? I woke up early and have already eaten. You should eat quickly," Lin Yueying remarked, punctuating her statement with a small burp. Zhu Man, feeling reassured, accepted the bowl and chopsticks, consuming the porridge with great enthusiasm. Lin Yueying, is this what you call sisterly affection? You leave food for someone who hasn't even saved a grain for you. Gu Qianying twisted her waist and approached Zhu Man, looking down at her as if she were something repugnant.
Qianying, please don't say that.
Zhu Man hasn't eaten all day yesterday and is famished. I can afford to skip a meal. Besides, I'm eating now. Is a bowl of plain water considered a meal? You truly are magnanimous. With a sarcastic tone, Gu Qianying, clad in a neat green palace-made outfit, departed. Before leaving, she spat in Zhu Man's direction. You even have to steal someone else's food. Zhu Man, your only talent seems to be in violence. Zhu Man, feeling disheartened, turned to Lin Yueying. Did you really give your meal to me? That's not true. Zhu Man, don't listen to Qianying's nonsense. I had my breakfast, and I'm quite full. Seeing Zhu Man's eyes redden, stubbornly seeking the truth, Lin Yueying suddenly found it hard to maintain her facade. Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice quivering. I don't understand why there were only 3 bowls of food delivered. Qianying needs one, and Bai Qiao has a weak stomach. You didn't eat yesterday, so I'm the only one who could leave food behind. Embracing Lin Yueying.
Man silently shed tears.
She had overestimated her ability to harbor resentment and underestimated Lin Yueying's friendship. Last night, Lin Yueying had urged her not to retaliate against Gu Qianying, and she had heeded her words. However, after being kicked and having her bowl overturned by Gu Qianying, she felt it was hypocritical to harbor no grievances against Lin Yueying. Yet today, Lin Yueying had given her food, dissolving the barriers in her heart. Task assigned, valued at 2 points. Within an hour, ensure Lin Yueying is no longer hungry. What are you 2 rascals up to? Crying so early in the morning is truly unlucky. After you finish eating, hurry up and get back to your duties. Do I need to teach you this? Li Chunlan, hands on her hips, pointed a finger at them, berating them loudly, and further drove them out with a stick. No matter how hard they knocked on the door, it remained closed. Lin Yueying was on the verge of tears. Mama, please, we haven't even changed into our palace-made outfits. We will be executed by the emperor.
Mama.
I beg you, I'll bow to you. I want to cry again, just please open the door. Li Mama's heart was as hard as stone. Even when Lin Yueying struck her head until it bled, she did not relent. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhu Man forcefully kicked the door, only to be met with a few palace maids wielding sticks, driving her away. Every part of her body bore the marks of their blows. Her bones ached. She had never felt so helpless before. Her desire to rise above had never been more intense. Creak, the door opened. Bai Qiao, dressed in a neat palace-made outfit, held a new set of maid garments. Mama says only one of you can wear the palace maid outfit. Chapter 10. Consort Lan's kindness. Lin Yueying was deeply disheartened, her tears flowing more freely. How could Mama be so cruel? Zhu Man refrained from unnecessary weeping. She took the garments from Bai Qiao's hands and inhaled deeply. The fabric bore the scent of dust, not the warmth of sunlight, nor the aroma of the outfit she had washed yesterday. Thus, it was Lin Yueying's palace maid outfit, not hers. Yueying, don't cry. Hurry and put it on. It's your clothing. Lin Yueying wasn't too foolish. She immediately understood Zhu Man's intentions upon seeing her sniff the clothes. She shook her head vigorously. Zhu Man, listen to me. This outfit is meant for you. You have had bad luck and are prone to attracting trouble. I, on the other hand, have always had good fortune. Even if the emperor were to strike me a few times, I would recover quickly. The garment became crumpled as the two of them continued to refuse it. Zhu Man had indeed considered donning the palace maid outfit, but what about Lin Yueying? In the original story, Lin Yueying had always been cautious and avoided conflict. Yet she still suffered immensely before encountering the male lead. Now, openly defying palace rules, even a protagonist status would not guarantee survival. Moreover, this was Lin Yueying's clothing. What right did she have to wear it while watching Lin Yueying face demise? Enough of your bickering. We're running out of time. I've inquired with Mama. If the emperor doesn't arrive by the hour of the dragon, he will leave court. We must be ready to await his orders. Bai Qiao, unable to bear their back and forth, insisted that at least one of them should be saved. Upon hearing this, Zhu Man ceased to resist. Relying on her strength, she grasped Lin Yueying's fingers and pried them apart. She took a few quick steps to create distance between them, feigning ease as she said, "You gave me your food, so I will give you the outfit. I'll go ahead. You find a secluded spot to change." Before Lin Yueying could respond, Zhu Man took her leave. In that fleeting moment, tears streamed down her face. If all went as expected, today would mark her demise. Yesterday, she had done nothing and had nearly suffocated at the hands of the tyrant. Today, having clearly erred, there was no chance of survival. She hung her head low, an aura of despair surrounding her. Qianying, is she the unruly palace maid you mentioned? A gentle voice came from ahead, and Zhu Man looked up to see Gu Qianying standing in a haughty manner before a lady. Your Highness, this wretched maid dares to meet your gaze. She deserves severe punishment. Zhu Man quickly lowered her head and knelt, pleading for mercy. That's quite all right, you may rise. Thank you, Your Highness. This time, Zhu Man dared not raise her head. From her vantage point, she could see the lady clad in a pale moon-white gown, intricately embroidered with hidden orchid patterns that shimmered subtly in the sunlight. Simple yet elegant, her fondness for orchids, her modest attire, gentle temperament, and dignified appearance all pointed to the fact that the lady before her was Consort Lan. Consort Lan, named Su Yulan, was the sole daughter of General Su Jinhai, a second-rank cavalry commander. Her father had repelled enemy forces at the cost of a leg, garnering great favor from the emperor for the Su family. She was known for her gentle nature and treated the palace staff with kindness, making her a rare and benevolent mistress. Hearing from Qianying that you enjoy fighting, those scars on Qianying's body were inflicted by you. You must not behave this way again. Qianying is one of my palace's own. Zhu Man replied in a soft voice. Noticing Zhu Man's agreeable demeanor, Consort Lan softened her expression. Since you recognize your mistake, I shan't say more. Are you a maid from Qianyuan Palace? I serve in Qianyuan Palace. The emperor's rules are notoriously strict. Why do you appear so disheveled? Not only are you not in the prescribed palace attire, but your clothing is also unclean and untidy. Gu Qianying feared Zhu Man would mention Li Mama. Consort Lan was exceptionally kind and would undoubtedly seek out Li Mama to confront her, which would expose Qianying. She hurriedly interjected, Your Highness, it is unknown to you that Zhu Man is quite flirtatious, relishing in exposing her flesh to entice the emperor. Yet, the emperor himself holds no regard for such women, having personally cast Zhu Man out, with the stains on her skirt acquired during that very incident. All the concubines who keenly observed the emperor's every move soon learned that he had pushed a maid down, a maid clad in peculiar attire named Zhu Man. As it turns out, Zhu Man possesses an undeniable allure. her presence not sullied by her soiled garments, but rather imbued with a poignant sense of misfortune. The smile faded from Lan Pin's face as she regarded Zhu Man with a newfound hostility. Zhu Man, without hesitation, knelt and implored, "Your Highness, please discern the truth. I have never sought to seduce the Emperor. That day, when summoned, I was reprimanded for losing my waist token. I am but dust beneath the heavens. While the Emperor is a star in the sky, how could beings so disparate ever intersect? I swear to the heavens that I harbor no inappropriate thoughts toward the Emperor. I beseech you to assign me to another palace, where I may prove my innocence through my actions." To her surprise, Lan Pin was unexpectedly amenable, contemplating for but a moment before believing Zhu Man's words. "Very well, I shall speak on your behalf before the Emperor." Glancing at the time, she noted that the Emperor should have concluded his court session. "Zhu Man, lead the way. I shall visit Qianyuan Palace." "Yes." Zhu Man rose, taking small steps ahead, humming a cheerful tune in her heart. Lan Pin was kind and favored, capable of advocating for her in front of the Emperor. She would neither face death for not wearing the maid's attire nor remain near the tyrant, but could instead serve in another palace. A fortuitous turn of events indeed. However, due to the delay, when Zhu Man finally escorted Lan Pin to Qianyuan Palace, it was no surprise that she arrived late. Facing the worried gazes of Lin Yueying and Bai Qiao, Zhu Man secretly winked at them. "Is the Emperor present in Qianyuan Palace?" Lan Pin inquired of Lin Yueying. With a scrutinizing glance, Lan Pin examined Lin Yueying, revealing a hint of a smile before beckoning Zhu Man and Gu Qianying to follow her inside. As they traversed the broad bluestone path, Zhu Man passed by numerous small chambers, their doors and windows adorned with vivid carvings of dragons and phoenixes, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. After meandering through a garden bursting with blossoms, the group finally reached the side hall, situated diagonally behind the main hall. At the entrance, the steward Tianfu and several nameless young eunuchs stood guard. "Master Tianfu, I kindly request you announce my presence. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Emperor." Even Lan Pin, favored as she was, addressed Tianfu with respect, indicating his esteemed position. "Your Highness, the Emperor is currently reading and has instructed that no one is to disturb him," Tianfu replied, remaining unmoved by any of Lan Pin's entreaties. Good heavens! Could the tyrant have an affinity for such a favored eunuch? How could one eunuch gain such favor? Zhu Man discreetly cast a glance at Tianfu, her face contorting with concern. At his age, he could be the Emperor's father. Surely the tyrant cannot. Yet, among the harem's beauties, not one carries a child. Could it be that the tyrant prefers this? "Zhu Man, get in here." A furious roar erupted from within, the voice of Yu Qingsong. Zhu Man's tardiness had already been overlooked, yet this wretched woman dared to dwell in her thoughts. Volume 1, Chapter 11. The Emperor commands us to rush. Did Tianfu not fail to announce me? How does the tyrant know I have arrived? A multitude of questions swirled in Zhu Man's mind as she glanced at Tianfu once more. Tianfu, noticing the little maid behind Lan Pin frequently glancing in his direction, scrutinized her in turn. As a veteran close to the Emperor, he could typically discern the Emperor's intentions effortlessly. Yet for the first time, he found himself baffled by the Emperor's thoughts. What power did this little maid possess to provoke the Emperor's repeated wrath yet still retain her life? "Master Tianfu, since the Emperor has summoned us personally, we should be permitted to enter." "Yes?" Lan Pin implored again. "Allow the servant to report," Tianfu replied. Shortly after, the door opened, and Tianfu personally led the three of them before the Emperor. Yu Qingsong's gaze fell upon Zhu Man, still clad in yesterday's disheveled garments, his brows furrowing deeply. Yet before he could speak, Lan Pin interjected, "Your Majesty, I have come today with urgent matters to discuss." Her declaration successfully captured Yu Qingsong's attention. Only then did he notice Gu Qianying walking closely behind Lan Pin, the very woman who would later plot against him and consort with the eunuchs. The sight of her coy demeanor was repulsive. Crash! The exquisitely crafted wooden desk, made of superior sandalwood, was shattered with a single blow, splinters flying. One struck Zhu Man, causing her to tremble and bow her head even lower. "Lan Pin, explain why Gu Qianying is with you." The Emperor's fury ignited, and Lan Pin promptly knelt. prompting a cascade of others to do the same within the room. Zhu Man inhaled sharply. Having been beaten earlier that morning, her body ached terribly as she knelt, pain piercing her heart. Yu Chengsong cast a glance at her, then averted his gaze, directing his wrath toward Lan Pin. Explain. Your Majesty, I witnessed Xianying being chastised by the teaching matron that day, and unable to bear it, I inquired and found she had committed no grave offense. Thus I took her in as a maid in my Ningxiang courtyard. Your Majesty, I genuinely care for Qianying. I beseech you to support this. The furious tiger had been soothed by Lan Pin's words, and he took several deep breaths before instructing her, teach her proper conduct, so she recognizes her station.
Yes.
Lan Pin continued, what matters do you wish to discuss with me today? I wish to request another maid from your Majesty. I find myself drawn to Zhu Man and seek your favor for her.
Oh?
Yu Chengsong regarded Zhu Man, who was nearly burying her head in the ground, a smirk playing on his lips. Is it you who desires her, or does she wish to flee? It is I who desires her. Of course I wish to flee. Who would want to remain near a tyrant? I cannot fathom why so many concubines adore a tyrant, who wishes to be caught in the crossfire. Desire to flee? That shall never be. Yu Chengsong's eyes blazed, his countenance darkening, his fury intensifying beyond what it had been previously. Tianfu, take everyone out, but leave Zhu Man.
Yes.
Lan Pin wished to say more, but the ferocity in Yu Chengsong's gaze intimidated her, and she departed with Gu Qianying.
Click.
The door shut, leaving only Zhu Man and Yu Chengsong in the room. Observing Zhu Man's lack of pleas for mercy, merely lowering her head to reduce her presence, Yu Chengsong's anger surged. With the desk shattered, he had no objects left to smash. The dragon throne, made of metal, was beyond his capacity to break. With his rage unspent, his heart turned even more violent.
Speak.
Zhu Man trembled, unsure of what to say. In moments of uncertainty, one should first plead for mercy. Please spare me, Your Majesty. I did not mean to. Not that phrase. I command you to speak.
Zuman hesitated.
Words? As if a balloon had been pierced, all her anger dissipated, and Yu Chengsong found himself chuckling in disbelief. Say you shall never leave me. You will always be my maid. Zhu Man, do not go mad.
Yet.
Upon meeting his piercing gaze, she faltered. I shall never leave the Emperor. I will always be the Emperor's maid. Yu Chengsong was satisfied. He reclined on the dragon throne, gesturing with his chin towards the soft stool below, commanding, sit. I dare not, Your Majesty, Zhu Man replied. I command you to sit. Thank you, Your Majesty. After kneeling for too long, Zhu Man stumbled to her feet, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, the Emperor kicked a stool towards her, which landed perfectly under her hands, stabilizing her stance. Thank you, Your Majesty. The countdown for the time-limited task has 1 cup of tea remaining. Please complete the task promptly. Forget it. Where am I supposed to find food? It's not a mandatory task, and failing it won't deduct points, so I'll abandon this task. Points. The thought of sweet lollipops made Yu Chengsong subtly lick his lips. Without my permission, you cannot abandon the task. The system seemed to imply that if Zhu Man procured food, she would complete the task. He glanced at the ground, where everything from the broken table had fallen. Some boxes were tightly sealed, and the pastries remained clean enough to eat. Zhu Man, have you had your breakfast? No, you must eat the pastries on the ground. What a tyrant! You want to suffocate me, don't you? Fine, I'll eat. Who's afraid? I've consumed food far dirtier than this. Truly a pampered individual. Even such food is used to humiliate. This is clearly a reward. If only Yuing could eat as well, then my task would be complete. Zhu Man half kneeled on the floor, selecting a few unsoiled pastries, just about to eat when the man from above commanded, do not eat.
Yes.
Damn tyrant, damn tyrant, damn tyrant. Yu Chengsong observed her. Had he not heard her inner thoughts, he would not have believed a person could be so dichotomous. Her demeanor was so obedient and respectful, yet her heart was filled with furious insults directed at him. I recall the 2 palace maids guarding the door are your cohabitants? Yes. Bring them over to consume the filth on the ground. If you 3 do not finish within half a cup of tea's time, all your heads will roll. Considering the palace's rules, Yu Chengsong added, you are permitted to run in Qianyuan Palace. Am I beautiful? Am I beautiful? Am I beautiful? Yes. I shall go now. Under the tyrant's gaze, Zhu Man dashed to open the door. In the astonished eyes of Tianfu, she sprinted towards the entrance of Qianyuan Palace. Panting heavily, she reminded the two, the emperor summons us. We must run as fast as we can. Lin Yuang exclaimed, ah. Meanwhile, Bai Qiao had already assumed a running stance. Did the emperor give any other orders? He commanded us to eat garbage, but it's fine. I observed that the study's floor is quite clean, and the pastries are still intact and smell delightful.
Lying gasped, ah?
Bai Qiao could not help but echo her surprise. Perhaps he finds us displeasing and is deliberately tormenting us. If anything seems amiss, we shall kneel and admit our faults. Understand? Prepare to run. The three exerted every ounce of strength, racing wildly through Qianyuan Palace, their faces nearly flying off, terrified of being caught in error. Chapter 12. Two extreme identities. The servants of Qianyuan Palace adhered strictly to the rules. Such a frenzied scene had never unfolded before. Whether it was the eunuchs tending to the flower beds or the maidens sweeping the floors, all were left astounded. Tianfu, with a complex expression, watched the trio panting on the steps, gasping for breath as they requested an audience with the emperor, feeling a twinge of compassion. What could the emperor possibly be thinking? Has the punishment of the servants transformed from physical to psychological torment? Regardless of the sympathy felt, he could only open the door, uttering, "The emperor awaits inside. Hurry in.
Do not miss the time.
Come, consume everything down here." Zhu Man had warned them prior to their arrival, so the two did not seem surprised. Instead, they executed their task with remarkable efficiency, devouring the pastries hungrily. I took 3. Yuang took 4. Bai Qiao took 2. We're still 1 short. There were 10 here before. Fearing she might be accused by the tyrant of oversight, Zhu Man continued to eat while searching. What are you flipping the table for? Do you wish to eat wood? Point it out. Zhu Man knelt again. This servant wishes to find another pastry. There is no other. Everything is here.
Oh.
Impossible. I remember clearly. That piece was the dirtiest, with my fingerprints on it. How could it be gone? The man above paused, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea. Having endured a difficult childhood, he had learned to cherish spoiled food, thus could not bear to waste it. Each time he lost his temper and overturned the table, he would sneakily close the door and retrieve the fallen food, as no one would know. This time, as Zhu Man departed, his hand acted faster than his mind, and he shoved one into his mouth, only to discover it was the dirtiest piece, bearing Zhu Man's fingerprints. He was now unclean. Yu Qingsong's face darkened. Task completed. Points have been issued. His grim expression softened slightly. Where is your maid's attire? Who is Li Momo? Li Chunyun, responsible for the education of the 4 of us. Zhu Man did not hold back in accusing the biased Li Chunyun. Your Majesty, since entering the palace yesterday, Gu Qianying has been troubling me, and I was forced to retaliate. Yet, Li Momo only punished me. Moreover, this morning, it was clearly Gu Qianying who provoked us, yet Li Momo turned a blind eye, knowing we weren't wearing maid outfits, and still chased us out. Look, Yueying's forehead is bleeding. She was made to bow to Li Momo. When I kicked the door to enter, she even had the maid beat me. In the end, Bai Qiao was made to fetch a set of palace garments. She is clearly trying to sow discord between Yueying and me. Seeing Zhu Man report her grievances, the emperor showed no sign of impatience, adding, Your Majesty, the eunuchs in the kitchen are likely also under Li Momo's influence, providing us only 3 bowls of rice to deliberately drive a wedge between us. The 3 were on the same side. Though Bai Qiao was usually aloof, she still spoke up in support. Gu Qianying, claiming to be your concubine, has repeatedly insulted us. We implore your Majesty to intervene. Whether they would be punished for slander or receive justice from the emperor rested entirely on his decision. Tianfu, send someone to the kitchen and the lower chambers.
Yes.
Zhu Man exhaled, relieved. Thankfully, she had won the gamble. Though the tyrant was tempestuous, he was not devoid of reason. In the future, Li Momo should not be so arrogant. Yu Qingsong waved his hand, indicating for Zhu Man to fetch it. Find an empty room and change into the garments. Yes. The maid's attire was relatively simple, unlike the elaborate garments of the concubines. Consisting of 4 pieces, a narrow-sleeved long dress worn over a top and tapered trousers, along with a pair of light apricot-colored flat shoes. The top and trousers were made of thin cotton, soft and moisture-absorbing, while the outer narrow-sleeved long dress was a silk linen blend, sturdy and well-structured. The dressing process was straightforward, allowing even someone like Zhu Man, who had never encountered ancient clothing, to wear it effortlessly. As she stepped outside, a palace made approach to take the dirty clothes from her hands, but she declined the offer. They were all colleagues, none superior to the other. Why should she have someone carry her garments? To her astonishment, the maid knelt before her, pleading, "Sister Zhu Man, the emperor has commanded that your clothes be washed and hung at the entrance of room 12. Please do not make it difficult for me." Faced with the maid, who was evidently older than herself, Zhu Man had no choice but to hand over the clothes, fearing the tyrant's wrath. The two maids were assigned to guard the entrance of Qianyuan Palace. Noticing Zhu Man's confusion, Yu Qingtsong explained, "Your task is to stay by my side and heed my commands. Do you understand?" "I do." "Good, then take a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Every maid passing by Zhu Man wore an expression of shock, yet out of respect for the emperor, none dared to inquire further. What is happening? Are they conspiring against me? Truly, he is a tyrant, cunning and calculating. Unable to refuse our requests earlier, he now covertly plots against us. Yu Qingtsong halted his reading, gazing at the poised Zhu Man with a sigh. He merely intended to treat her with kindness, hoping she would voluntarily offer her insights on governance. Even if she could not, identifying the good and the wicked would suffice, and he would handle the rest. Yet Zhu Man's thoughts were consumed with idle chatter with the system or berating herself. Even the most patient of temperaments would fray under such circumstances, especially since he was not a merciful ruler by nature. It seemed a change in strategy was necessary to secure Zhu Man's loyalty to the palace and her commitment to the nation. He would oppress her under the guise of a tyrant while simultaneously safeguarding her as Xiao Jiangzi. Two extremes, and he could not believe Zhu Man would not grow attached to Xiao Jiangzi. "I am weary.
You may leave now."
From now on, guard the gate with Bai Qiao and Yuing. Do not loiter before my eyes unless necessary. Understood. Madness. What a capricious mind. I have never encountered such an unpredictable individual. Zhu Man grumbled as she departed, unaware of Yu Qingtsong making a gesture behind her. At the entrance, Lin Yuang was taken aback by Zhu Man's appearance. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, she quietly inquired, "Zhu Man, what brings you here? Has the emperor given you another command?" Zhu Man shook her head. "He has not commanded me. My task is to guard the gate alongside you." Suddenly, her keen eyes spotted an approaching figure. "Hush, do not speak. Someone is coming." The newcomer was a low-ranking eunuch clad in a black hat and short boots. Zhu Man's heart stirred, inexplicably recalling the gentle Xiao Jiangzi who had roasted fish for her the night before. Impossible, Xiao Jiangzi would never approach so aggressively. He is the gentlest eunuch I have ever met. Yet the way he walked and the shape of his face bore an uncanny resemblance. Remembering the lie she had told last night, she felt a wave of shame wash over her.
"Xiaoman?"
The short boots halted before her, and a familiar, gentle voice reached her ears, causing her to stiffen. It truly was Xiao Jiangzi. "Could you come with me for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Zhu Man shook her head. "I must guard the gate. Otherwise, the emperor will not spare me. Trust me, the emperor will not trouble you." The young eunuch nearly swore an oath. Zhu Man was aware that he was the adopted son of Tianfu. The emperor would likely not blame her in his presence. Seeing the urgency on his face, she followed him to a secluded area. "To be brief, I must return to my post immediately. I passed by the quarters and discovered your clothes had been cut with large holes. Have you offended someone?" He retrieved a crumpled dress from his bundle, unfolding it to reveal two sizable gashes at the chest and an uneven hem. Sunlight poured through the holes, and without warning, tears streamed down Zhu Man's cheeks. She snatched the dress from him, clutching it tightly as she trembled and wept. This garment was her sole connection to the modern world, symbolizing her freedom and her motivation to endure until she could leave the palace. She had envisioned wearing this very outfit both upon her arrival and departure from the Dalian Palace. But reality struck her hard. With the dress ruined, what hope remained for her escape? Zhu Man's heart shattered, a reaction that surprised Yu Qingtsong. He had not anticipated that a mere piece of clothing would elicit such intense emotion from her. He had only wished to evoke a sense of sorrow in her. prompting her to rely on him, but he had not intended for her to be so devastated. Her tears inexplicably stirred a deep ache within him.
Xiaoman.
Please do not cry. I know some needlework. I can mend it. It cannot be mended. It cannot be mended. Zhu Man's mind was in disarray. She could not fathom why the maid, who had called her sister, would ruin her dress. Clearly, there was no conflict between them. Was there? It must be the tyrant. That maid mentioned the tyrant when she took my clothes. Without hesitation, Zhu Man dashed into Qianyuan Palace, searching for a familiar face. At last, she found the maid in the changing room. Grabbing the maid's long, thick braid, she yanked it fiercely, causing the maid to cry out in pain. Did you cut my dress? Was it you? She shouted, trembling with rage. Unexpectedly, the maid appeared more frightened by the damaged dress than Zhu Man was. Though both were of equal rank, and the maid had entered the palace before Zhu Man, she suddenly fell to her knees.
Sister Zhu, it was not me. I swear.
I am innocent. Sister Zhu, please believe me. Many witnessed me washing clothes in the quarters. I have witnesses. The maid wailed, trembling on the ground, unable to comprehend who had framed her or why the clothes she handled had ended up like this. She continually implored Zhu Man not to inform the emperor, for it was his direct command, and if he discovered she had ruined the clothing, she would surely lose her head.
It was not you.
Zhu Man observed the maid, who kept bowing her head, mirroring Lin Yueying's earlier frantic desperation. She glanced at the dress and then at the young eunuch beside her, her muddled thoughts suddenly clearing. She lifted her reddened eyes, locking onto Xiao Jiangzi's expression. How did you manage to find me with a damaged dress? As the maid, now exonerated, bolted away, the space was left for the two of them. Hearing the accusation, Yu Qingsong's lips quivered beneath his mask. Before he could speak, Zhu Man unleashed a barrage of questions. Yesterday you asked if I would stay in the palace for your sake, yet today you used my dress to pinpoint my location. I claim to be from the Dowager's palace. How could you find your way here?
You even offered to mend my dress.
If you were innocent, why would you offer to repair it? Let me guess, your plan was to take advantage of my sorrow, mend my dress, and earn my gratitude so that I would remain in the palace forever? Despicable. What right do you, a rootless wretch, have to keep me here? Abandon that hope. Even if I die, I will never share a meal with you. Wasn't it a desire to mend the dress? I urged you to fix it. I insisted.
Suman,
in a frenzy, tore at the large hole in her skirt, exacerbating the damage until the fabric was shredded into several pieces. Exhausted, she resorted to biting the material, her face contorted with rage, and her hair a chaotic mess. Only when her teeth began to ache, and her mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood, did she collapse to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yu Qingsong had never witnessed such a frenzied side of Zhu Man, resembling a desperate soul unleashing their final lament. I wish to perish, seeking an opportunity to meet my end alongside the tyrant. No, she must not die. Xiao Man, I harbor a secret I have yet to share with you. I knew yesterday that you were not a maid of the beloved concubine Xia, for the emperor's secret guards have long stood watch at the entrance to the Qingling Hall, forbidding anyone from leaving. Zhu Man finally stirred, lifting her head to glare at the young eunuch with eyes ablaze, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Yu Qingsong averted his gaze. I know you are in Qianyuan Palace because I serve there as well. Nonsense. I have never encountered you in Qianyuan Palace. I am one of the emperor's secret guards, a role that must remain hidden from the public eye. Should I need to appear before others, my identity is that of a foster son of Tianfu. The emperor commanded me to ruin your dress so that you would focus and cease wearing such eccentric attire. However, I did not follow through. Behold, this is your dress. As he spoke, Yu Qingsong retrieved a damp skirt from his bundle, shaking it vigorously to make it hang more gracefully. I specifically searched the storeroom for a dress of similar fabric, but the design at the bust and hem differed, which necessitated cutting away those sections. I am truly sorry. I intended to wait until it dried before presenting it to you, but I could not contain myself. Zhu Man lowered her gaze, having been so emotionally charged that she had only glanced at the dress and immediately recognized it as her own, oblivious to the subtle differences in texture from the authentic one. Most notably, the dress she held bore no size tag, while the one in Xiao Jiangzi's possession did. indicating it was indeed her true dress. Oh, how it frightened me! Zhu Man cried anew, this time tears of joy. Volume 1, Chapter 14. The Cunning Little Fox. Do not weep. It is my fault. I wish to be your friend, and I shall never harm you. Trust me, will you? Yu Chengsong produced a pristine handkerchief to wipe her tears, holding his breath, hardly daring to exhale, gently dabbing at her reddened face. Although the harem was filled with numerous concubines, he had never touched any of them. The proximity to Zhu Man had already breached his boundaries of safety.
To him.
Those concubines were either spies sent from enemy states, tools to stabilize the court, or women taken in to repay the loyalty of old ministers, preventing their daughters from falling victim to harm. In short, none had ever captured his heart. Until he met Zhu Man. He had never felt the exhilarating thrum of his heart. To express affection felt premature, while indifference seemed too cold. He had never been so inflamed by a woman to the point of trembling, nor had he ever felt his heart constrict at the sound of a woman's tears. He could not comprehend his own feelings, yet he chose to indulge them. Regardless of how events unfolded, he accepted the entirety of it. Xiao Jiangzi would never harm you. Zhu Man gazed into his eyes, clear and transparent like a pristine spring, reflecting her disheveled state. Despite having uttered numerous harsh words moments ago, even accusing Xiao Jiangzi of lacking roots, he bore no resentment, patiently comforting her instead. I apologize for my earlier impatience, Zhu Man choked out. It is all right. If my most cherished possession were to be destroyed, I too would be angered. But could you try to trust me moving forward? Zhu Man nodded, but soon recalled his identity. Are you one of the Shadow Guards? The Shadow Guards are the Emperor's most formidable secret protectors. Each member is a paragon of excellence, whether in martial arts, commerce, or medicine. This is the unit Yu Chengsong trusts most, and the Shadow Guards have consistently lived up to his expectations, remaining loyal to the Emperor. When the male protagonist besieges a city, 300 Shadow Guards can withstand 30,000 cavalry. Had the protagonist not delivered the tyrant's head to the battlefield, the members of the Shadow Guards might have perished, and the throne would not have necessarily changed hands. Yes, my code name is Dark One. Dark One, the master of disguise, appears and vanishes without a trace, possessing an extraordinary skill in altering his appearance. Later, when the tyrant ventures out to investigate the rebel Wei Cheng, it is Dark One who impersonates the tyrant in court, causing Wei Cheng to let his guard down, ultimately leading to the discovery of the dragon robe in his residence. Yu Chengsong's heart trembled. Wei Cheng was actually a rebel? Concealed too deeply. Had he not been able to hear Zhu Man's thoughts, he would have never harbored even a hint of suspicion towards Wei Cheng. As the head of the officials, the Chancellor had always appeared utterly loyal, yet he privately harbored the dragon robe. His later incognito visits must have indicated that Wei Cheng had achieved something significant. Otherwise, with his nature, he would certainly have concealed his tracks. Fortunately, he could now make plans without waiting to pay the price. With his hands clasped behind his back, he signaled discreetly to the shadows. A figure flitted past in the corner. Dark One, your allegiance lies with the Emperor, not me. Zhu Man forcibly stifled her burgeoning fondness for him. Their allegiances were too disparate, and it was better not to harbor expectations from the start. But the Emperor bears no personal grudge against you. We can coexist harmoniously. No, you do not comprehend the Emperor's mindset. We cannot coexist peacefully in the slightest.
We can.
Yu Chengsong insisted urgently. He was the Emperor, who better to understand his own thoughts. Zhu Man pressed her lips into a straight line, contemplating before rising and turning her back to him. It is I who cannot coexist peacefully with the Emperor, as long as he does not kill me. I will find a way to eliminate him without harming the common people. With that, she turned to face him, her eyes sharp as arrows, piercing directly into Yu Chengsong's heart. You must either choose to kill me now or report me to Yu Chengsong. Is there truly no possibility at all? Zhu Man scoffed. How could there be? I nearly suffocated upon entering the palace, and even as I humbly served, my dress was to be destroyed. Today it is a dress, tomorrow it will be me. To him, I am like a dog on the roadside, toying with me when pleased and discarding me when displeased. But I am a mad dog. I will not passively accept all the suffering he inflicts upon me. I shall retaliate. Dark One, since you claim to wish to be my friend, I beseech you to keep your distance. I do not wish to die at your hands. Unable to articulate the tumult of feelings within him, regret, despair, helplessness, he felt, for the first time, that he had erred so profoundly. Why must Yu Qingsong's identity place him at odds with her? Why could not both identities treat her kindly, allowing her to feel a connection to her place within the palace? In his efforts, Zhu Man and Yu Qingsong became irrevocable enemies. She implored that Xiao Jiangzi and Dark One maintain their distance.
No.
He could not simply surrender. From this day forth, he would alter his strategy. He would keep Zhu Man close at hand. Let them scorn him. They would not be heard by outsiders, and it would not undermine the emperor's dignity. As long as she can glean a message from her heart, it would be an immeasurable merit for the kingdom of Dalian. Xiao Man, I share a close bond with the emperor. I shall persuade him, so rest assured, he will not treat you as he did before. Zhu Man cast a deep glance at him, her eyes reflecting a complexity that Yu Qingsong could not decipher. She turned away, wiping her still damp tears with her sleeve, concealing the upturned corners of her mouth. What accursed loss of hope for life! What confusion between genuine and counterfeit garments! A dress is merely a dress, devoid of any representation. Can the modern fabric compare to that of ancient times? She recognized it immediately. She was a woman, not a fool. Her madness and tears were but a performance tailored for Xiao Jiangzi. From the moment he called out to her at the gate of Qianyuan Palace, Zhu Man knew her fabricated identity had been exposed. Her outburst was the only means to divert his thoughts. She was an actress, effortlessly immersed in her role, and discerning the subtle expressions of others was no challenge. Last night, in the darkness, she could not perceive that Xiao Jiangzi was not revealing his true self. But in broad daylight, she could easily discern his disguise, having encountered various forms of makeup before. To be able to disguise oneself, to heed the emperor's orders while testing her with counterfeit fabric, if she claimed it had nothing to do with the emperor, she would have immediately buried her head in her hands. But what was Yu Qingsong's ultimate aim in orchestrating such a performance with an Yi? And Yi was utterly devoted to the emperor, and his demeanor towards her mirrored that of the emperor. Thus, it seemed the emperor's attitude towards her was amicable. Yet why stage a scene wherein Yi altered his own clothing? Enough of this. Let it be. A path will surely unfold when the moment arrives. Given the tyrant's propensity for violence, his failure to eliminate her from the first day indicated he had ulterior motives. As for what those motives were, she would need time to uncover. Zhu Man, please wait. Her voice trembled, her eyes red-rimmed, as if she were still grieving. Zhu Man, the emperor summons you. Please follow this maid. Volume 1, Chapter 15, Promoted to Head Palace Maid. Yu Qingsong found himself at a loss for words, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. Zhu Man, I appoint you as the head palace maid, your rank only second to Tianfu. Should Gu Qianying provoke you again, you may strike her. And if Li Mama dares to reprimand you, invoke my name, I shall support you. Although Zhu Man was puzzled by the emperor's demeanor, this was evidently advantageous for her. And thus she would not refuse. Thank you, your majesty. The silence returned. Yu Qingsong, who had never heard Zhu Man's thoughts, felt increasingly uneasy. Did she believe in me? Or did she doubt that I would stand by her side? This is the badge I have crafted for you. Simply displaying it will affirm your identity. Unlike the wooden badges of ordinary palace maids, this badge was made of metal, heavy and substantial in her hand. It bore the inscription Head Zhu Man in bold characters, with Qianyuan Palace delicately etched at the bottom. She had observed Tianfu's badge. Aside from the differing inscriptions, all else was identical. Could it be that she was truly granted authority over the palace, maids of Qianyuan Palace? What could she possess that the tyrant desired? Zhu Man, is there anything else you wish for? Noticing her astonished expression, Yu Qingsong felt slightly embarrassed. Ahem. And Yi has informed me. I regret causing you distress, for I never intended to harm you. And Yi rarely made appearances, and those in the storerooms were unaware of his existence. How could he have found the same dress so swiftly? It was permitted by me. I simply wished for you to wear your palace-made attire in peace. Thus I took this less favorable approach. Can you forgive me, Zhu Man? The ruler of a nation dared to utter the words forgive to a mere servant. It seemed his intentions were far from trivial. What could I possibly possess that is of such significance? Or could it be that the emperor has developed feelings for me? Pfft! Yu Song spurted water, the spray hitting Zhu Man's cheek before he retreated behind her.
Ah!
How disgusting! She felt utterly defeated, yet dared not wipe her face in front of the tyrant.
I apologise, it choked momentarily.
Here, I have a handkerchief. Please use it. Upon seeing the familiar white cloth and catching the scent reminiscent of the one an E had used to dry her tears, she felt as if it were the same. This handkerchief, however, bore no traces of tears. It was dry. She picked it up to clean her face, uncertain of her next move. Should she keep the emperor's handkerchief or return it to its rightful owner? Her confusion was palpable, prompting Yu Song to step forward and take the handkerchief from her hands. What? Do you wish to pilfer my belongings? I would not dare.
It was merely a jest.
Ah, such a cold joke. Before long, noon arrived. Just as Zhu Man was about to request leave to eat, Yu Song spoke first. Zhu Man, join me for a meal. The imperial kitchen will soon deliver our food. Your Majesty, that is against protocol. My rules are the rules. Then, thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing the door open and catching a whiff of the rich aroma, she felt invigorated, her spirit lifted. The feast laid before her left Zhu Man astounded. Vinegar shrimp, 5-flavored steamed chicken, roast goose, fragrant rice.
Goodness.
This was entirely different from her expectations of imperial cuisine. There was no balance of meat and vegetables, nor a lavish banquet. Instead, there were 3 meat dishes and 2 bowls of rice, one of which was her own. It appeared rather meager, even slightly inferior to her meals in modern times. Yet it was abundant in quantity. Zhu Man, eat quickly. You are a friend of an E, and thus a friend of mine. There's no need for formality. Oh, tyrant. Please act normally. Your current behavior frightens me. The emperor doesn't eat first and expects me to begin. Is this a ploy to ensnare me? Why have I not witnessed the poison-testing silver needle as seen in dramas? Am I to taste the food first? As Zhu Man's thoughts spiraled into paranoia, Yu Song interrupted. This dish is prepared by the Imperial Kitchen, and the chef is a member of the Shadow Guard. You need not worry about poison. Indeed, unlike the chaotic cooks in the storeroom, the Imperial Kitchen was the Emperor's exclusive domain, dedicated solely to his culinary needs, ensuring no harm would come to him. I am not worried, but if the Emperor does not eat first, I shall not either. Has my acting skills deteriorated? Is my suspicion of poison written plainly on my face? Impossible. I dare claim that no one surpasses me in acting prowess. My presence in the industry is merely due to my character not appealing to capitalistic tastes, unrelated to my talent. How could the Emperor possibly know what I am thinking? Surely he cannot hear my thoughts? With this in mind, Zhu Man glanced at Yu Song, who was savoring his meal with small bites of rice. Yu Song, your kingdom will perish in 3 years. Yu Song, the concubines in your harem are deceiving you. Yu Song, you are a tyrant who regards life as inconsequential. After testing him with these 3 statements, Yu Song remained unfazed, even displaying enjoyment as he bit into a goose leg. Noticing her gaze upon him, he deftly used the communal chopsticks to place another goose leg into her bowl. Indulge as you wish. Do not gaze upon me. This is the only time I shall serve you. Do not expect me to cater to your whims again. Thank you, Your Majesty. It seems merely coincidental that he cannot hear my innermost thoughts. The smile on Yu Song's lips widened. You are quite the performer. And I am not lacking in talent either. Task issuance in progress, worth 2 points. Consume at least half of the dishes on the table. Is this task truly not just a means of distributing points? Zhu Man hastened her pace in serving herself. For every chopstick Yu Song took, she devoured 3. By the end, 2/3 of the food on the table had vanished into her mouth, leaving her with a round belly. Task completed, points have been awarded. How delightful. Previously, I refrained from eating too much for fear of how it would appear on camera, but now, with no one to oversee me, I relish this freedom. As long as the host enjoys her meal, all is well. Noticing a small maid clearing the dishes, Zhu Man suddenly thought of Lin Yueying and Bai Qiao, who were on door duty. I wonder if the kitchen has provided them with ample food. Bai Qiao has a weak stomach and is prone to illness if she does not eat properly. Your Majesty, may I step out to check on Yueying and the others? Certainly, you are the head maid. All the maids of Qianyuan Palace are under your command. You need not seek my permission to see anyone. Thank you, your majesty. I must say, the freedom granted by Yu Qingsong truly warmed her heart. No longer did she wear a furrowed brow in the presence of the emperor. Joy danced in her eyes. Replacing her wooden badge with a metal one, Zhu Man resolved to surprise her two close friends. However, the reality was that she was met with an unexpected fright. In broad daylight, just outside the gates of Qianyuan Palace, Lin Yueying was being forced to lean her head into a food bucket, while Bai Qiao curled up on the ground, clutching her stomach. Her pristine maid's attire stained with dirt. Task issued, worth 5 points. Ensure the maid who harmed the protagonist apologizes. Volume 1, Chapter 16, The Timid Former Protagonist.
Stop.
Zhu Man sprinted forward, shoving aside the maid who held Lin Yueying down. Feeling unsatisfied, she forcefully pushed the maid to the ground. Apologized to Yueying. The hem of her dress was imperceptibly tugged, and upon looking down, Zhu Man saw Lin Yueying, who inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Zhu Man let it go. "They are from the kitchen. We cannot afford to provoke them."
Ha.
The maid who had been pushed down stood up, declaring, "What are you? Just because you say to let it go, it should?" The maids behind her echoed in agreement, saying, "How dare a newly appointed maid push Sister Ningji? You must be tired of living." Four maids surrounded Zhu Man from all directions, gradually closing in, each eager to teach her a lesson. Seeing Zhu Man unafraid, her lips curling into a taunting smile, Ningji's expression hardened. She produced a steel needle with a wooden handle from her sleeve and swung it toward Zhu Man's face.
Clang.
The steel needle was blocked by Zhu Man's badge, the jarring sound eliciting an exasperated click of her tongue. She aimed her badge at Ningji, asking, "Can you read? Here, have your lackey read what this says." Ningji looked up, her pupils constricting upon seeing the 4 characters that redhead made Zhu Man. In the next moment, she straightened her posture, clawing at Zhu Man's face.
Slap.
Zhu Man, unable to endure any longer, seized Ningji's arm and struck her face with a swift blow. "You wretched creature! How dare you pretend to be a head maid in Qianyuan Palace? Prepare to face execution. What are you 3 still doing? Don't you want to teach her a lesson?" The other 2 maids, fully convinced by Ningji's words, approached Zhu Man, one attempting to speak, but receiving a slap from Ningji in her fury.
Don't speak.
"Have you forgotten our mission?" "Yes." The maid meekly complied, forming a circle around Zhu Man. "This is a death wish you've conjured." Zhu Man had once played a martial arts coach, and after that role, she took a liking to martial arts and trained for many years. Against these maids who only knew how to tug at hairpins, a high kick sent 3 of them flying several meters away. The 4 finally felt fear, although they did not know whether Zhu Man's badge was real. Her combat prowess was undeniably genuine. The fiery pain in their chests made them recognize the truth. Zhu Man was not to be trifled with. The tactics they had used against lesser maids did not work on Zhu Man. As Zhu Man approached with a wicked grin, Ningji screamed loudly, hoping to attract help from the palace. But she had chosen the wrong target. The entire Qianyuan Palace had just been informed of the addition of a head maid, and it was Zhu Man's moment to establish her authority. They would certainly not intervene. Zhu Man yanked Ningji's hair, pressing her head into the food bucket, just as she had done to Lin Yueying.
Someone.
"Don't do this, please." Lin Yueying desperately clung to Zhu Man's arm, trying to pull her away. "Let go." Zhu Man, now irritated, retorted. Lin Yueying, being timid, should not hinder her, but she could not be a hindrance either. Ningji, being cunning, noticed Lin Yueying's pliability and cried out for help, sobbing, "Save me." "Still have the energy to scream, do you?" Zhu Man pressed down harder, bending Ningji's spine as she forcibly broke her grip on the bucket's edge.
Ah!
A piercing scream escaped her lips, only to be drowned by the soup from the bucket, splattering over her face and trickling down her neck. "I was wrong. Please spare me, spare me." The proud visage shattered as Ningji could no longer endure. Zhu Man released the bucket, breathing heavily, her tone half-threatening. "Who do you owe an apology to?" "Yueying." "I'm sorry." "Bai Qiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have bullied you." Task completed. Points are being awarded. Suddenly, Ningji remembered something and broke down in tears. "Someone made me bully you. If I don't do it, she will come after me."
Who sent you?
"Sister Qianying from Ningxiang Courtyard. Please spare me." I was merely following orders. I promise I won't dare again. Lin Yueying, having regained her composure, stood protectively in front of Ningji, her pale face pleading, "Zhu Man, she realizes her mistake. Please let her go." Zhu Man then cast her gaze towards the other three maids sprawled on the ground, pretending to be dead. Upon meeting her eyes, the three scrambled to their feet, hiding behind Lin Yueying. "Sister Yueying, spare us. We were momentarily blinded by our hearts. We were forced into this. You may leave." Lin Yueying waved them away. They thanked Sister Yueying as they fled, forgetting even to take the food bucket with them. Zhu Man considered pursuing them but was firmly held back by Lin Yueying. Afraid of hurting Lin Yueying, she refrained from using force to pry her fingers away. As she watched the group vanish without a trace, longing to give chase but unable to, the arm that had confined her waist finally released. Lin Yueying. Zhu Man was genuinely furious. "Do you have any idea whose favor I was trying to gain? Are you truly intent on being a doormat? Do you have no self-respect?" In her first half of life, she was bullied by maids in the kingdom of Dallin. In the latter half, she was oppressed by concubines in the male lead's harem. Those individuals were acutely aware of her character. Upon seeing someone stand up for her, they would seek out Lin Yueying to plead for leniency. Even when others intended to help, she would wipe her eyes and insist it was nothing, that she had merely been accidentally injured, allowing the aggressors to go unpunished. It had always been this way. Lin Yueying resembled a doll with no will of her own, forever enduring grievances. Regardless of one's background, one must always portray a sense of grievance. It is only now that the protagonist realizes that the person defending her has become herself. And she understands why the male lead later turns a blind eye to the female lead's injustices, who can tolerate being belittled while assisting others, especially when those they help speak in favor of their oppressors. The first time she encounters such an attitude from Zhu Man, Lin Yueying's eyes brim with tears as she raises her head, stubbornly refusing to let them fall. "Zhu Man, they have already apologized, and I have forgiven them. Why can't we move on from this? They are the kitchen staff, responsible for our meals. What good will come from offending them?" Zhu Man, unwilling to concede, declares, "I will make them submit. Why should they, mere palace maids, assume superiority over us? Most palace attendants are bullies who prey on the weak. If they are allowed to provoke us, why can't we retaliate? Even if we encounter formidable opponents, it's just a life. After death, one will simply be reborn." As she speaks, a wave of grievance washes over Zhu Man, her voice tinged with tears. "I am standing up for you. If you want to help, can't you at least refrain from watching? You fear retaliation, so I do not blame you for your inaction, but do you think that by speaking on their behalf, they will forget their grudges against you? I assure you, that is impossible. Such individuals cannot be swayed by compassion. They must be subdued by force and authority. Unless you turn against me, they will not let you off easily." In the first volume, Chapter 17, "You are just a pile of mud," Lin Yueying, with tears streaming down her face, crouches on the ground, hugging her knees and sobbing. Bai Qiao, enduring her own pain, approaches Zhu Man, saying, "Ignore her. Good words cannot sway that wretched soul." Although Bai Qiao usually maintains a cold demeanor, she has never spoken so harshly. Zhu Man, curious about what transpired before her arrival, observes Bai Qiao's complex expression as she glances at the still-crying Lin Yueying and lets out a sigh. Ningji and her group brought only vegetable soup and remnants of leftover bread. I couldn't bear it and argued with them, deceiving them into thinking I would report to Steward Tianfu. She publicly questioned when I became acquainted with Steward Tianfu and demanded an apology from me. How could Ningji not understand? She saw through my ruse and directly led the others to assault me. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Yueying did not intervene but merely shouted for them to stop, yet Ningji and her companions paid her no heed. Recalling the events, Bai Qiao trembles with anger. Initially, she thought herself timid. On the first day, when the kitchen staff failed to deliver dinner, she was too afraid to ask for it, being the most cowardly among the three. However, she has now changed, willing to fight for her rights, while the once assertive Lin Yueying has become a hindrance. "This beating I received today is entirely your fault." She points accusingly at Lin Yueying. It was only because someone in the kitchen was obstructing them that they finally delivered this food. They're also fearful, which is why I easily intimidated them. Whoever can no longer endure loses. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I don't know why I said that. I have no recollection. I'm truly sorry. Lin Yueying cries, her eyes filled with guilt and regret. She cannot comprehend why she is changed. When she was humiliated, she wished to turn those offenders into mincemeat. Yet, upon hearing their apologies, her tongue betrayed her, uttering words against her true wishes. However, Bai Qiao is not her. She will not easily forgive those who inflict harm. She looks at Lin Yueying with derision, uttering what she believes to be the most venomous words. Lin Yueying, you are nothing but a pile of mud. A clump of foul excrement. No one will benefit from helping you. No, I am not mud. I am not foul excrement. Voila! A flicker of struggle passes through Bai Qiao's eyes, but she feigns ignorance of Lin Yueying's suffering and casually asks Zhu Man, I wish to seek a different position in the Internal Affairs Office. Would you come with me? Zhu Man hands her waist token, saying, Look at this. No one will dare to bully us again. Isn't this a forgery? Bai Qiao questions. Zhu Man grins mischievously. This is personally bestowed upon me by the Emperor. Even if it were forged, it would be the Emperor's forgery, not my doing. If you find yourself bullied, come to me. I will support you. As for which palace you wish to serve in, I will back you up. After all, we still rest in the same quarters. Bai Qiao gazes at the waist token in Zhu Man's hand, her expression gradually firming. I will stay with you in Qianyuan Palace. Very well. Zhu Man beams with joy. She prefers the spirited, defiant Bai Qiao over Lin Yueying. Despite Bai Qiao's less than stellar first impression, her current demeanor far surpasses Lin Yueying's and aligns more with Zhu Man's taste. I will change. Truly, I will never act like this again. Lin Yueying quivers as she stands, forcefully inserting herself into Zhu Man and Bai Qiao's conversation. Bai Qiao is visibly displeased, shooting Lin Yueying an irritated glare as she guards the entrance to Qianyuan Palace, her stomach growling audibly. Without uttering a word, Lin Yueying feels her face flush with shame, knowing it is her fault that Bai Qiao has missed lunch. I will go to the kitchen and request, order Ningji to bring the food here. Bai Qiao, wait for me. She spins around and jogs off, but Zhu Man, wishing to follow, is halted by Bai Qiao tugging at her sleeve. Don't go, I want to see how far she can go. If she continues to be this pathetic, distancing ourselves from her will allow us to live better. Alright, I want to go. Now let go of me. An incense stick's worth of time passes. Another stick's worth passes. Lin Yueying has yet to return. Bai Qiao, shifting from anger to worry, paces restlessly. I will check. Hush, here she comes. The two adopt indifferent expressions as they watch the once small, now growing green figure approach. Zhu Man, Bai Qiao, hurry and eat. I've brought the food. The food box contains 2 pieces of bread and a plate of cold cucumber salad. What about yours? Zhu Man inquires, noticing no signs of Lin Yueying's distress. Isn't she capable of resistance? Isn't she fighting for her rights? I finished eating. The moment she utters this, her stomach growls audibly, regardless of how hard she tries to suppress it. Lin Yueying's face turns crimson, yet she stubbornly insists, I truly finished eating. I just have a large appetite. Not that I am still hungry. Well, since you are full, you needn't to eat. Bai Qiao, filled with irritation, snatches the food box with an unkind grip, causing Lin Yueying to cry out in pain. What are you being dramatic about? I just had 4 people surround me and beat me. Did I shout out in pain? Bai Qiao deliberately eats the bread in front of Lin Yueying, crunching the cucumbers loudly. Gulp. Lin Yueying swallows hard, turning her head away to avoid looking. Her body trembles slightly, uncontrollably squatting to the ground, only to spring back up as if pricked by something. Due to her sudden movement, a few drops of blood stain her palace-made attire. Zhu Man, oblivious to the change, remains a fool. What's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm fine. They bullied me. Lin Yueying's first reaction is she exerted all her strength to resist the mysterious force, yet ultimately lost control of her body. I'm fine. Just a minor injury. A bit of rest will suffice. Zhu Man, perceptive as ever, noticed Lin Yueying's unusual demeanor and exchanged a glance with Bai Qiao, who still bore the remnants of fear in her eyes. Clearly, she too had witnessed Lin Yueying's earlier convulsions and her body trembling uncontrollably. Yueying, what is wrong with you? I'm fine, don't worry. Zhu Mian forcefully rolled up Lin Yueying's sleeve, revealing her pristine arm covered in a multitude of needle marks, still oozing blood. Is it Ningji's steel needle? No, I accidentally pricked myself.
Don't concern yourself with me.
She offered a weak smile, akin to a delicate white flower blooming in the abyss, before closing her eyes and fainting.
Weighing.
As the chief maid, Zhu Mian had the authority to instruct the maids of Qianyuan Palace. She hastily pulled 2 unoccupied maids to substitute for Lin Yueying and Bi Qiao. Once everything was arranged, she turned and dashed toward the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhu Mian could no longer contain her fury. Grasping Ningji by her hair, she dragged her outside and, in front of all the maids and eunuchs, slapped Ningji across the face. She displayed her waist token, and the astute servants watched from a distance, while those less discerning who approached to intervene were swiftly kicked away by Zhu Mian. Her ferocious demeanor was terrifying, resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. For a long while, no one dared to step forward, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The courtyard echoed with the incessant sound of slaps and Ningji's increasingly feeble pleas for mercy. Why don't you learn your lesson? Why did you use the steel needle on Yueying? Do you think we are easy to bully?
Huh.
Speak up.
I
didn't tea. Ningji's face was grotesquely swollen, and as she opened her mouth, blood poured forth. Zhu Mian flung her to the ground, retrieved a steel needle from her sleeve, and prepared to jab it into her, intending for her to experience the pain of the needle penetrating her flesh. However, a maid, undeterred by fear, stood protectively in front of the swollen Ningji. Zhu Mian, you may strike me. This is all my fault. Ningji acted on my behalf. Wait, Qianying, Zhu Mian commanded, scanning the surrounding maids who were observing the scene. You all disperse. Tend to your duties. Once the crowd had thinned out, Zhu Mian dragged Ningji into a corner.
Speak.
She gestured to the maid. Qianying threatened Ningji to mistreat you. Both Ningji and I entered the palace last year as orphans, so we are like sisters. She couldn't bear to see me suffer and, in a moment of confusion, heeded Qianying's words, which led to her bringing you leftovers. But she has already faced the consequences. Her chest is bruised from your kick, and her fingers are broken. Why do you continue to hold this against her? Since she entered the kitchen, her behavior has been erratic. Ningji brandished the steel needle to intimidate, resulting in Yueying colliding with it and stabbing herself. All the maids in the kitchen tried to prevent her, yet she accidentally injured herself with the needle. If you don't believe me, ask them. Seeing the frail Ningji, the maid trembled with anger. We acknowledge our wrongdoing and didn't report it to the Internal Affairs Bureau, but you are truly going too far. Zhu Mian remained silent, contemplating. The maid before her was so emotionally charged, her expression more furious than her own, and she appeared sincere, not deceitful. Had she heard the maid claim that Lin Yueying had inflicted the injury upon herself, she would have merely silenced the maid with a slap. Yet, having just witnessed Lin Yueying's derangement, it seemed plausible that 2 completely opposing personalities were vying for control within her.
Ha!
She feigned madness, employing a strategy of self-harm to provoke you. Do you know how she has treated you? In the kitchen, half a bucket of fragrant rice remained, alongside untouched pork. Yet she only brought you 2 hard, stale buns and the lowest-grade cucumbers meant for the maids. Being used as a pawn while naively defending her was foolishness of the highest order. Zhu Mian, drenched in humiliation, felt a strange sense of calm within. You claim there are better options in the kitchen, yet Yueying did not take them? Not only that, she took only 2 buns from a basketful. What was her true intent? I swear every word I speak is true. If false, Mei Ningjing and my sister Ningji meet a fate without burial. If you do not apologize to my sister today, I will report you to the Internal Affairs Bureau. They despise maids engaging in private battles. You'll be breaking the rules. Cough, cough. Ningji coughed up blood, and in a moment of panic to avoid soiling Zhu Mian, she caught it with her hand. Blood flowed through her fingers. Yet she wiped it on herself, saying, "No need to apologize, Xiaojing. Do not go to the Internal Affairs Bureau. Let us call it even." Ningjing was both distressed and anxious. How is this even? You are the one who has suffered more. Ignoring Ningjing's protest, Ningji leaned against the wall, suppressing her pain, and said to Jumian, "Sister Jumian, I am sorry. It was my impure intentions that led to this outcome. If you do not retaliate today, I will only grow bolder, walking down an irreversible path. Since I am injured, I can now refuse Qianying's demands. She is the most favored maid beside Lan Pin, aside from the chief maid. Be cautious." Ningji spoke from the heart. It was true that under Qianying's threats, she had bullied Jumian and her companions. It was also true that Jumian had publicly humiliated her, wishing to mar her face. Now, reflecting upon her own shortcomings, she was genuinely remorseful. Her words of caution to Jumian were sincere. She recognized Jumian's loyalty and her unwillingness to be subservient, and she saw her potential for greatness. She wished to cultivate a friendship with Jumian, hoping to never again be subjected to threats. To have such a friend was a stroke of fortune. You arrived late and do not know who Lan Pin truly is. She is a hypocrite with a heart as venomous as a serpent. Several of the maids who came with me have gone missing in her palace. The Internal Affairs Bureau has failed to uncover their whereabouts. Her father is a second-rank general, and she herself is highly favored. The emperor has decreed that no one may execute maids without his approval, yet with Lan Pin, she is treated with a light hand. Lan Pin's obsession with the emperor is fanatical, leading him to dismiss all the maids who served him closely, relegating them to menial tasks. You are the only exception. The emperor made an exception for you, restoring your position as chief maid. Do you know that previously, all the maids of Qianyuan Palace were managed by eunuch Tianfu? Is Lan Pin not gracious and benevolent to her subordinates? How can she be a duplicitous, foul character? She scrutinized Ningji, seeing no signs of evasion, only sincerity and the aftermath of her slaps. Hiss. I might have been a bit too harsh earlier. Since Ningji claimed that all the maids in the kitchen witnessed Lin Yueying stabbing herself, they likely would not dare to lie. The truth would be evident upon inquiry. This indicated that she had misdirected her anger. With Ningji so severely injured and yet not reporting her to the Internal Affairs Bureau, Jumian felt a twinge of embarrassment. System. I currently have 9 points. Can I purchase some medicine for the swelling? Host, I am a convenience store. Do you think there would be medicine here?
Fini.
Jumian felt a sense of melancholy as she pondered the likelihood of asking the emperor for medicine when he had designs on her. However, she had dandelion cookies, which possessed anti-inflammatory properties and only required 4 points. With her hand clasped behind her back, she felt something fall into her palm and quickly pressed a cookie into Ningji's mouth. Ningji offered no resistance, chewing and swallowing it down. She soon noticed the pain in her body diminishing, her eyes bright with gratitude as she gazed at Zhu Man. Thank you, Sister Zhu Man, for the remedy. Volume 1, Chapter 19. Breaking free from narrative control upon returning to the inner chamber, Lin Yueying had already awakened. You haven't harmed Ningji, have you? The needle was my own clumsiness. It had nothing to do with Ningji. Zhu Man took a deep breath and sat at the edge of the bed. Yueying, tell me honestly, are you mentally unwell? Bai Qiao interjected with a mocking tone. Of course she is. Being bullied like this and claiming to have hurt herself. What a coward. Under the scrutiny of the two, Yueying bit her lip, unable to conceal the truth any longer, and nodded in acknowledgement.
See?
I told you she was unwell. Truly, a karmic consequence from a past life has turned her into a coward in this one. It was undeniable that Bai Qiao was genuinely infuriated by Lin Yueying's behavior. The once composed palace maid had transformed into a sharp-tongued critic, all thanks to Lin Yueying. Yet, Zhu Man understood that Bai Qiao's notion of madness differed from her own. Bai Qiao, you should head to Qianyuan Palace. I worry the emperor might discover our absence, without permission. The fewer who know about this, the better. Zhu Man did not intend for Bai Qiao to remain present. Zhu Man, let her stay. I share a room with you, and you never know when my condition might flare up. If she knows, she can help keep it in check. Since Lin Yueying was unconcerned, Zhu Man saw no reason to dismiss Bai Qiao. Closing the door, she arranged 2 small tables at the head of Yueying's bed, gracefully leaping onto one. Bai Qiao followed suit, mimicking her actions. Ever since that day, when Ergo confessed his feelings at the village's edge, I knew something was amiss with my body. Ergo was tall and strong, and though I feared running away, my body remained rooted in place, waiting for his embrace. In that instant, I cried out for my mother, but no sound escaped my lips as I watched her pass by with the firewood ahead of us. It felt as if my body were no longer my own, with my actions and words entirely misaligned with my will. When I finally regained control, I retained memories of what had transpired, yet it felt like observing another's life, devoid of any sense of involvement. I had been embraced by Ergo, losing my innocence, and awaited the day I would marry him at 16. But inexplicably, my body acted of its own volition, and I found myself signing up for the palace maid selection that year. There's one thing I cannot comprehend. I always seem to make the worst choices for myself. In the kitchen, there was meat and rice, yet I was compelled to take a cornmeal bun and cucumber, neglecting my own portion.
I truly do not understand why.
Back in the village, I was a bold individual. Yet here in the palace, I endure bullying and submit at every turn. It feels as though I am possessed by a spirit. A spirit? Bai Qiao's face turned pale with fear. She had already felt apprehensive upon witnessing Lin Yueying's contorted spasms. Now, the strange happenings surrounding Lin Yueying only intensified the chill creeping up her spine. Suddenly, Zhu Man had an epiphany. Lin Yueying was not possessed. She was merely influenced by the author's will, the plot unfolding around her. After all, Lin Yueying, as depicted by the author, was a character who endured hardship. To emphasize the protagonist's struggles after entering the palace, the author frequently interspersed flashbacks of her once fiery personality for contrast, yet failed to clarify the catalyst for her transformation. This left Lin Yueying with the impression that, despite her fiery nature, she was inexplicably weak in the face of challenges, resulting in her fragmented personality and belief that she was possessed. The rogue Ergo she mentioned was none other than the male counterpart, Lin Jiazi, a scholarly figure with the countenance of a warrior. He harbored resentment towards Lin Yueying for breaking their engagement and later clashed with the tyrant due to the male lead's instigation, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the shadow guards due to his clumsy assassination attempt. Lin Yueying was a flesh and blood individual, gradually developing her own thoughts in the narrative's unexplored spaces. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of uncovering the truth behind Lin Yueying's strange behavior. 500 reward points have been issued. The female lead, Lin Yueying, is gradually breaking free from narrative control. A series of system notifications brought a smile to Zhu Man's face. Who wouldn't be pleased with an unexpected reward of 500 points? Zhu Man, what are you laughing about? Stop it. I'm scared, Bai Qiao trembled, feeling a chill down her back. It's nothing. I just find it amusing. Yueying is trying to frighten us.
Zuman quippt.
If there were truly ghosts in this world, how could the tyrant, having slain so many, not be haunted by them? Bai Qiao scratched her head, pondering the absurdity of this. Then she turned to Lin Yueying. You're the one with the problem, bringing this up to scare me. I'm ignoring you. She leaped off the table, flung open the door, and dashed away. Zhu Man watched her flee, chuckling softly. Yueying, discussing this matter has made me feel much better. I feel refreshed. Are you a fairy sent by heaven to rescue me? Indeed, I am. Zhu Man nodded earnestly. Of course it's me. Had it not been for me, you would still be under narrative control. Hearing that voice, Lin Yueying paused in surprise. How could she hear Zhu Man's thoughts? Zhu Man, say something so I can hear it. Words. You're insane. Just like that time with the tyrant. At that moment, Lin Yueying realized she could truly hear Zhu Man's inner voice. Moreover, it seemed that the emperor had once compelled her to utter nonsensical words as well. Does this mean the emperor could also hear her thoughts? A wave of panic washed over Lin Yueying. Zhu Man referred to him as a tyrant. Could the emperor truly hear?
No.
I cannot stand idly by and watch Zhu Man meet her demise at the hands of the emperor.
Zuman.
I think we should show the emperor a bit more respect from now on. What do you think? Don't think I didn't hear you. You want to call him a tyrant, don't you? Lin Yueying retorted. If it weren't for your influence, I wouldn't even dare to think those two words. Seeing that Zhu Man did not comprehend her meaning, Lin Yueying decided to be straightforward. I can hear you.
Why?
That force is coming back. I can't say it out loud. Yet this time, she felt a distinct sense of control over her body, unlike the previous haze of confusion. Zhu Man, I understand what you're thinking. Zhu Man nodded. Yes, I too think of him as a tyrant. Oh no, that's not it. Look, I'm writing in the air. Can you recognize it? In Zhu Man's eyes, Lin Yueying was flailing her arms in the air, resembling a madwoman far more than when she had hallucinated from consuming poisonous mushrooms. Lin Yueying felt despair wash over her the moment she saw Zhu Man's confused gaze. She realized her writing was incomprehensible to her. In truth, she had no idea what she was scribbling, only feeling a mystical force guiding her arm to dance in the air. Forget it, I won't worry about it anymore. The Emperor should have heard Zhu Man's thoughts before, and he hasn't executed her yet. Either the Emperor is indifferent to being called a tyrant, or he is under some extraordinary influence that prevents him from eliminating Zhu Man. Regardless of which scenario is true, it indicates that Zhu Man will remain unharmed. Nonetheless, she cannot help but advise. It would be wise to show the Emperor a bit more respect in the future, lest you inadvertently speak out of turn and incur his wrath. With that said, now that you have awoken, do partake in something to eat. System. Purchase a dandelion biscuit. Understood. Points have been automatically deducted. Zhu Man produced the dandelion biscuit she had just acquired and placed it into Lin Yueying's mouth. Given that Lin Yueying had amassed 500 points, spending 4 points on a biscuit was of little consequence. Lin Yueying mechanically consumed the biscuit, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Zhu Man. Who is the system? Why can she not hear its voice? Is the system a being or a ghost? How does it manage to deliver items into Zhu Man's hands? Volume 1, Chapter 20. A rift appears. Zhu Man remained oblivious to the turmoil within Lin Yueying's heart. Noticing that Lin Yueying had eaten the biscuit and her pain had lessened, she felt reassured. You should rest here. I will head to Qianyuan Palace.
Oh.
Lin Yueying stared blankly at the beams, attempting to calm her thoughts. At the entrance of Qianyuan Palace, Tianfu stood straight, accompanied by 2 young eunuchs, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon seeing Zhu Man, the 3 displayed unmistakable excitement. My little lady, you must hurry to the side hall and find the Emperor. The situation inside is on the verge of chaos. Zhu Man pointed to herself with her index finger. Me? Very well, I shall go at once. Initially, Zhu Man jogged, but recalling the tyrant's previous allowance for her to run freely, she lifted her skirt and sprinted. Inside the side hall of Qianyuan Palace, the scene was one of utter disarray. The newly replaced desk had once again been smashed by the tyrant, and the fruits and pastries scattered across the floor. Lan Pin knelt in the front with Gu Qianying, while Ning Ji and Ning Jing knelt behind them. Upon Zhu Man's arrival, Ning Jing seethed with rage, while Ning Ji's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Zhu Man, Lan Pin claims you assaulted Ning Ji without provocation. Do you plead guilty? Yu Song stated bluntly. Zhu Man glanced at Ning Ji, who subtly shook her head. Impudence. The Emperor is addressing you. Why do you gaze upon Ning Ji? Your Majesty, I suspect Zhu Man has threatened Ning Ji. Yu Song rubbed his temples. Ning Ji, speak for yourself, and I shall advocate for you. Upon being called out, Ning Ji immediately declared Zhu Man innocent, stating it was merely an accident. Sister. It was clearly Zhu Man. With a resounding slap, Ning Ji struck Ning Jing, causing her face to turn askew. Sister, I understand your grievances with Zhu Man, yet you must not forsake your integrity by slandering the innocent before the Emperor. Realizing she had upset Ning Ji, Ning Jing quickly retracted her accusation, admitting her wrongful intent to malign Zhu Man. Ning Ji continued to insist that it was merely an accident unrelated to Zhu Man, while Gu Qianying and Lan Pin maintained that Zhu Man had coerced Ning Ji, beseeching the Emperor for her condemnation. They denied Zhu Man any opportunity for defense, starkly contrasting her previous demeanor. As for Zhu Man, she merely observed the spectacle. No servant has spoken ill of Lan Pin. It is not that she is virtuous, but perhaps she has silenced those who would speak against her. And what of the tyrant? Is he truly a tyrant? Yu Song's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that Zhu Man had finally discerned that his tyranny was more a display of temper than cruelty? The tyrant is undoubtedly genuine. The author has explicitly stated that each year, the Ministry of Internal Affairs selects maidens, retaining only a handful while the rest are executed. The tyrant is a ruthless fiend. Those who enter the palace as maidens seek financial gain, only to find themselves meeting their demise. Yu Song struggled to catch his breath, his complexion dark as soot. Just then, Su Yulan stepped forward, brazenly confronting him, her voice shrill and grating, uncharacteristic of her usual composure. "Your Majesty, please take a stand for Ningji. It is absurd that the head maid would assault her. And your inaction has left both Ningji and me disheartened. Let it be so. A mere servant's heart is worth but a few coins. I, too, can be disheartened by your actions. Your heart is mine to chill or warm as I see fit." Yu Qingsong, in a fit of rage, kicked a splintered piece of furniture across the room, its remnants scattering against the wall. Su Yulan let out a startled scream, yet stubbornly continued to recount her father's past glories and current inadequacies. "I commanded you to cease." As she faced the impending threat of his palm, Su Yulan froze. Though the blow did not land, a profound bitterness flooded her heart, and her eyes reddened as tears began to fall like pearls strung loose. She had relied on her father's legacy to bask in the emperor's favor within the palace, and it was due to him that she felt emboldened to interfere with the emperor's decisions time and again. Yet today, a mere lowly maid had caused such a spectacle over an insignificant matter. As a subject, it is my duty to alleviate the emperor's burdens. My understanding and rewards are acts of kindness. Should I deem him unworthy and sideline him, what could the Su family do? I admire your father's love for you. Yet are you aware that he traded the opportunity to bequeath you as a consort for your entry into the palace? With such a daughter, your father's life is marked by misfortune. I have tolerated you for many years, yielding to your whims. Do you truly believe that I am hopelessly enamored with you? If not for your father, you would have never even set foot in this palace as a maid." Su Yulan's eyes widened in disbelief, her ears deaf to his words. Consumed by thoughts of Zhu Man shattering her dreams of being the emperor's cherished consort. If it were not for Zhu Man, she and the emperor would have harmonized beautifully, growing old together in love. Her hatred for Zhu Man was so intense that she gritted her teeth, and had it not been for Yu Qingsong's presence, she might have torn Zhu Man apart. The sharp pain in her hands jolted her consciousness, forcing her to suppress her twisted thoughts and muster a gracious smile. "Since the emperor wishes to protect this lowly maid, I shall not voice my objections. After all, she is merely a beguiling woman, and it is only natural for the emperor to be captivated." Ningji bears the marks of a beating upon her face. It is indeed a trial for the emperor to speak untruths. Having voiced her grievances, Su Yulan swayed her hips as she departed with Gu Qianying, leaving Zhu Man and Ningji to endure the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the tyrant, scarcely daring to breathe. At least outwardly, they maintained their composure, but privately, they reveled in their thoughts. I recall the author hinting at a plot twist. Later on, a prince from the south bearing the surname Su, perhaps named Su Jingshui? Su Jingshui's name bears a striking resemblance to Su Jinhai's. Could they be the same individual? Were it not for the male lead's superior abilities, Su Jingshui would undoubtedly be the next sovereign of Dalian. However, that cannot be right. Su Jinhai is said to have lost a leg. Yet Su Jingshui appears to be whole. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Yu Qingsong was struck with horror, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Zhu Man was unaware of who Su Jingshui was, yet how could he possibly not know? Su Jingshui was the name bestowed upon Su Jinhai, intended as a pseudonym for traversing the martial world, attracting extraordinary talents, and engaging in warfare. Ultimately, which was the deception, the Su Jingshui with legs hailing from the south, or the legless Su Jinhai within the General S estate. In Volume 1, Chapter 21, the Emperor personally instructs her in etiquette. Ningji, are you certain you do not wish to report Zhu Man for her unwarranted injury upon you? Should you remain silent now, I shall not advocate for you in the future. Ningji steadfastly maintained her initial stance, while Ningjing, anxious to interject, was subtly restrained by Ningji. Her arm twisted painfully, contorting her expression. The injury was an accident on my part. It has nothing to do with Sister Zhu Man. Yu Qingsong displayed satisfaction, even allowing a smile to grace his features. In that case, you shall serve under the chief eunuch of the kitchen, Shishun. Both sisters stood in stunned silence, only managing to express their gratitude upon Shishun's prompting. Responsible for overseeing the entire kitchen, Shishun was a figure of authority that, given their status, they were not even qualified to look upon. Yet now, due to a single incident, they found themselves assigned to work beside him. Not only did Ningji observe Zhu Man with a gleeful heart, but even Ning Jing, who had once opposed her, now regarded her with fierce admiration. Under the sisters' adoring gazes, Zhu Man straightened her posture. Noticing their reactions, Yu Song could not suppress a chuckle, but the presence of the two sisters was indeed bothersome. He instructed the waiting Tian Fu to escort them away. Tian Fu, take Ning Ji to meet Shishun. Tian Fu led Ning Ji and her sister away, ensuring to close the side hall door behind them. The sunlight was barred from entering, casting the room into shadow, but fortunately, Yu Song drew the curtains open. With the light improved, Zhu Man's spirit soared. Zhu Man, do not repeat such a blatant mistake. The injuries are far too conspicuous. Hearing Yu Song's tone, devoid of inflection, Zhu Man feared he intended to close the door and administer punishment. She hastily knelt in supplication. Your Majesty, I was in error. I should not have struck anyone, but there were circumstances regarding Gu Qianying. Zhu Man was interrupted by Yu Song's sigh. Do you believe I desire your apology? His tone was laced with a sigh, tinged with regret, and a subtle melancholy. It contrasted sharply with his demeanor before Su Yulan, shedding its sharpness to reveal a gentler, more benevolent nature. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. The tyrant is surprisingly kind, even defending me before Su Yulan. But what is it about me that piques the tyrant's interest? The familiar voice echoed in Yu Song's mind, causing him to question his own sanity for failing to react to Zhu Man's insults. He preferred her outwardly respectful demeanor, coupled with her rebellious spirit behind closed doors, instilling a sense of accomplishment. Zhu Man, do you understand the duties of the chief palace maid? Yet another life-threatening question. What if I am quizzed on my knowledge of duties? What if I claim ignorance and am deemed a fool?
Ah.
Very well. The chief palace maid ranks just below the head maid of the palace. As there is no head maid in Qianyuan Palace, you hold the highest position among the maids, but you are to be managed by Tian Fu. Do you comprehend? Yu Song regarded her with an enigmatic smile. I have not finished speaking. Do not rush to understand. Zhu Man retorted inwardly. Was it not you who questioned me? The chief palace maid is permitted to have 2 handmaidens assist her. Will you select them yourself, or shall I have Tian Fu assist you in selection? I wish to consult by Qiao and Yuing first. Yu Song nodded, granting her permission. You are the chief palace maid of Qianyuan Palace, not of the entire imperial palace. Your conduct must not be ostentatious. Incidents like today must not recur, lest you bring shame upon me. Yes, I understand my mistake. Depart now, and properly instruct your handmaidens. Their behavior reflects upon your own reputation.
Yes.
Zhu Man again expressed her gratitude. In the future, there is no need for prostration. A simple bow will suffice.
Ah.
Should I not kneel instead? The senior eunuchs and junior eunuchs bow differently. Do not the senior and junior palace maids do so as well? I have never witnessed how senior palace maids perform their greetings. I am at a loss. Heaven above, can you not provide me with clear guidance? Yu Song found himself exasperated by Zhu Man's incessant inner monologue. He contemplated summoning Tian Fu to instruct her in etiquette, but realized Tian Fu had already been dismissed. Very well, I shall teach you myself. Zhu Man, look at me. Zhu Man raised her head to behold the emperor, who practiced before the wall, his hands folded at his waist, his back slightly bent, bowing his head and bending his knees to offer his respects to someone. Alas, the tyrant is personally instructing her in etiquette. It feels uncomfortable to gaze askance. Why not face me directly? What am I thinking? Do I truly wish for the emperor to bow before me? It appeared she possessed a modicum of intelligence, and Yu Song allowed himself a brief smile before concealing it. And your hair? I shan't comment further. For now there are no palace banquets, so it shall suffice as it is. Yu Song cast a conflicted glance at Zhu Man's low bun, which starkly contrasted with the appearance of all other palace maids. The notoriously fastidious tyrant now granted Zhu Man considerable freedom. When encountering nobility, one must adhere to proper etiquette. When meeting the head maid of another palace, a simple nod will suffice. With equals, one may act freely. To avoid reprimand, one ought to maintain a modicum of politeness. Such straightforward and clear instructions. The gestures of greeting are not difficult. Merely elevate my knees a tad higher than those of the junior palace maids. Have you learned? Aside from the greetings of welcome and farewell, There is no need to bow during conversation. Simply stand with your head lowered. Understood. Then demonstrate your respects to me. Zhu Man attempted her greeting for the first time. It was not fluid. Do it again. Second attempt. Your expression is unpleasing. You risk punishment. Third attempt. Zhu Man. Do you dare defy me? Zhu Man struggled through countless attempts, barely managing to meet the emperor's expectations. Exhausted, she leaned against the wall as she approached the entrance of Qian Yuan Palace. What ails you, Zhu Man? Did the emperor strike you? Bai Qiao inquired, offering her body as support to the trembling Zhu Man. It is nothing. The emperor was merely teaching me how to greet properly. Do not mind that. Bai Qiao. Would you be willing to serve as my assistant? It may involve running errands or delivering messages. I would gladly do so. I would rather run errands than stand guard here. It is both tiresome and mundane. Very well, then guard for one last day. We shall convene tomorrow to redistribute the tasks of Qian Yuan Palace. Lin Yuing maintained her previous posture, her eyes darting upon hearing footsteps. What troubles you? Are you walking as if you have something in your pockets? Zhu Man. Surely, as the protagonist, you cannot allow yourself to become so disheveled, even outside the constraints of the plot. In Volume 1, Chapter 22, you emerge from the side hall, drenched in sweat. Naturally, profanities are to be disregarded, but matters must be addressed. Yuing, would you like to serve as my assistant, helping me with various tasks? It sounds appealing, but why have you chosen me? Is it for my wit, intelligence, and bravery? More likely for the fortune that accompanies being the protagonist. Despite frequent punishments, fortune often follows misfortune. If those noble ladies strike you, they cannot inflict harm upon me. Lin Yuing, are you speaking coherently? After finalizing her selection of the young maidens, Zhu Man intended to rest for a while before heading to Qianyuan Palace. However, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she slept soundly until after dinner. Upon awakening, she was greeted by a circle of contorted faces surrounding her bedside. Startled, she let out a scream. Had it not been for Lin Yuing's voice, she might have thought she had unwittingly traversed into a bizarre realm. Zhu Man, what is the matter? Sitting up, Zhu Man rolled her eyes dramatically. What is wrong with you all? Why are you loitering by my bedside with an oil lamp at this hour? Zhu Man, I have come to apologize sincerely. I was wrong to misconstrue your intentions. You were not striking at me, but rather uplifting me. It was Ning Jing, her eyes sparkling brighter than the oil lamp she held. Zhu Man, why not strike me as well? I too wish to serve by the side of the steward of Shishun. Get lost, you lunatic.
So man retorted.
Though she could not comprehend the malady she referred to, Ning Jing understood from the context and Zhu Man's expression that her plan had failed. With Ning Jing stepping aside, her sister Ning Ji took the stage. Though she bore no oil lamp, she carried a large platter filled with slices of succulent pork knuckle. Zhu Man, I cannot express my gratitude adequately, but I shall remember your kindness. This is a reward from the steward of Shishun, and seeing you had not dined, I brought it for you. Do not mention it. Have you all eaten? Let us share a meal. Ultimately, it was Zhu Man who dined alone, for the others had already feasted on the bounty brought by Ningji. Even if they had desired the pork knuckle, their stomachs could not accommodate more. Zhu Man, my sister Ningjing, and I reside in room 13 next door. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek us out. Zhu Man nodded, recognizing the value of forging friendships. Though she was uncertain of what paths such connections would lead to, she would not hesitate to approach these sisters if needed. But haven't you two been in the palace a year longer than us? Why is your room number behind ours? This query came from Bai Qiao, marking her first voluntary conversation with Ning Ji since the incident. Previously, she had merely consumed the food brought by Ning Ji without acknowledging her or accepting her apologies. Upon hearing Bai Qiao's voice, Ning Ji chuckled, indicating a step forward in their relationship. The rooms assigned to palace maids are not determined by tenure, but rather by the availability of accommodations on the day of entry. Would you care to know why your room is empty?
Biqiao nodded, intrigued.
Then smile for me, and promise not to hold a grudge against me. You must also accept my apology. Bai Qiao, prideful, responded, no way. You brought people to strike me. The straightforward Ning Ji misunderstood, thinking Bai Qiao was inquiring about her attackers, and blurted out, Gu Qianying. Zhu Man could no longer contain herself. They were still conversing at her bedside, making it impossible for her to sleep. Bai Qiao ceased her haughtiness. Aware that the two sisters were unable to resist the machinations of Gu Qianying, a favored maid. Thus, Ningji and her sister had merely strayed into a wrong path, albeit without malice. Having forgiven Ningji after tasting the food she brought, Bai Qiao still felt a lingering resentment, but it was time to let it go. Clearing her throat and raising her chin, she pointedly exposed the scar on her jaw to Ningji. "I forgive you. Now speak." Ningji leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper, because the maids on the ground have been buried beneath this very room. Bai Qiao gasped, nearly losing her balance. She harbored a profound fear of ghosts and was now petrified at the thought of sleeping atop a graveyard of bones. "Do not frighten Bai Qiao." Zhu Man glared at Ningji, explaining, "Candidate maids come from far and wide. Those who arrive early may rest in the lower quarters. Since Bai Qiao and Yuang are not far from here, they could easily arrive at night and be settled by day, which is why they did not reside here earlier." "Oh," Bai Qiao exhaled, but then recalled that only 4 maids from their batch were retained by the emperor, while the rest had been executed.
Well,
As long as there were no corpses buried beneath her room, her capacity for fear was on the rise. "Now, you both should leave. I need to sleep, or I shall report you to the emperor." This statement from Zhu Man was a decisive blow, prompting Ningji and her sister to flee in haste. Just then, the door burst open, nearly striking them as they rushed out.
Ha!
2 wretched maidens, daring to turn against the emperor. "Have you forgotten your promise to Consort Lan?" Initially curious to see who it was, Zhu Man quickly buried her head in her blankets. Upon glimpsing Gu Qianying, her fury threatened to erupt. Yet, instead of seeking trouble found her. The covers that had been neatly tucked were abruptly yanked away by Gu Qianying, who then trampled them underfoot. "Gu Qianying, are you out of your mind?" Zhu Man thought. If she continued to endure this, she would be rendered a fool. People like Gu Qianying needed to be dealt with decisively. Seeing the situation, Ningji and her sister each secured a door, shutting them tightly. Surrounded, Gu Qianying showed no fear, sporting an enigmatic smile while taunting. "If you dare to strike me today, I can ensure you find yourself in the penal court tomorrow. A seductress like you, without needing Our Lady's intervention. You will be played out by the emperor. Word has it you emerged from the side chamber trembling and drenched in sweat this afternoon. Truly exemplary upbringing. Luring the emperor into your daytime debauchery." Zhu Man's fist ultimately did not land on Gu Qianying, for she had been reminded of the existence of the penal court, which punished errant palace maids. Not everyone was as oblivious as the Ning sisters, who could endure a beating and become allies. Individuals like Gu Qianying, even if beaten to death, would never be allies. Thus such brutish methods were ill-advised. She could not afford to be sent to the penal court. Risking her own safety and punishment at the emperor's hands, such a fate was not worth it. Observing Gu Qianying's audacious demeanor, Zhu Man responded with a smile. "Do you not favor the emperor? Are you not the most likely among the 4 to become a consort? Do you not disdain others for possessing beauty? System. Is there anything that can induce rashes on her face? There are expired facial masks, originally priced at 10 points each, now available for only 1 point each. How many would you like? Bring me one, but how do I explain the packaging? The product will automatically transform into something befitting the dynasty and status. If the host desires, it can also replace inferior products made by the host." Volume 1, Chapter 23, The Quest for Expired Facial Masks. Lin Yueying once again heard Zhu Man muttering to herself. This time, she felt no fear but rather an eagerness. She had long been displeased with Gu Qianying, but previously, she had wished to coexist peacefully, unaware of the ghost's intentions. Now, through Zhu Man's inner thoughts, Lin Yueying realized Zhu Man intended to ensnare Gu Qianying, and she resolved to cooperate fully. She watched as Zhu Man pushed a verdant bamboo box forward, feigning astonishment. "Zhu Man, what treasures have you hidden? I have never seen such things before. Surely, you haven't pilfered from the emperor?" Bai Qiao nearly slapped her in response. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Lin Yueying. "Yueying, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly." She remarked that Lin Yueying was a source of trouble, previously exposing her own shortcomings in front of Ningji, and now revealing Zhu Man's flaws before Zhu Man's enemies. Was she not intentionally placing incriminating evidence in Gu Qianying's hands? Bai Qiao trembled in fear, attempting to suppress her quaking body, yet her shivers intensified. Relying on the fact that she was turned away from Gu Qianying, she continually cast glances at Lin Yueying, but that foolish Lin Yueying. She boldly brought forth the green bamboo tray and placed it openly on the table. The tray was smooth and round, roughly the size of a human face and about a finger's height, containing a piece of gauze riddled with holes, soaked in a pinkish liquid.
Suman.
Why don't you honestly explain what this is? Gu Qianying sauntered forward, tossing her bangs aside with an air of pride, the dangling silver hairpin swaying to proclaim her ostentation. This is a rose face mask I made myself. What? Is it forbidden for a palace made to seek beauty? Zhu Man turned to Lin Yueying. You fool. I had intended to use it with you, yet you accused me of theft.
I am sorry, Shuman.
Is your beauty due to this rose mask? May I have a try? You shall not. Lin Yueying feigned a grab, but Zhu Man would not allow it. The tray had no lid, and the two dared only to gently wrestle for it, conveniently allowing Gu Qianying to seize both the tray and the mask. Gu Qianying, what are you doing? That is my possession. Zhu Man, startled, leapt from her bed without even putting on her shoes, eager to reclaim the treasure from Gu Qianying's grasp. To Zhu Man, it was a precious item. To Gu Qianying, merely a means to diminish Zhu Man's arrogance. Thus, Zhu Man hesitated, while Gu Qianying, in a rough manner, spilled the essence all over the floor. The one who cared the least emerged victorious. Reluctantly, Zhu Man ceased her attempts to reclaim it, leaving Gu Qianying with a warning. This concoction was tailored specifically for my face. If you insist on applying it, you may ruin your complexion, and I shall not be responsible. On the surface, it was a threat to dissuade Gu Qianying from using it, but covertly, it revealed the application method of the mask. As Zhu Man anticipated, Gu Qianying took out the thin gauze with holes and began to fidget with it. She soon realized that the 4 holes corresponded to the eyes, nose, and mouth, and with a disdainful snort, she seemed to discover some monumental secret. With an air of arrogance, she pressed the mask against her face, finding it insufficiently moist, prompting her to lift the bamboo tray and pour the essence onto the gauze. The liquid flowed freely, cascading from her forehead to her chin. Without hesitation, Gu Qianying used her hands to spread it evenly across her face.
Suman grint.
While Gu Qianying's expression twisted in distress, with a mocking turn of her lips, Gu Qianying's mask slipped onto her clothing, prompting Zhu Man to let out a sigh of regret. My point's wasted, her sleeves are filthy. She will certainly not apply it to her face again. Lin Yueying also sighed quietly. This was her first performance since regaining her composure, and it had already ended in failure. To their surprise, Gu Qianying lifted the mask to her nose and inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance before applying it to her face. To prevent the mask from slipping, she lay flat on her back. Those accustomed to using face masks know that one must keep their hands and face clean to avoid introducing dirt and essence simultaneously. Not only was Gu Qianying drenched in sweat, but her hands had also touched everything, and she ultimately smeared the essence with those same dirty hands. Most importantly, the mask was expired. If her face did not suffer the consequences, it could only mean her skin was as tough as iron. The smiles on both of their faces mirrored each other, and Bai Qiao finally sensed that something was amiss. She forcibly pulled Lin Yueying and Zhu Man out, also bringing along Ningji and her sister. Zhu Man glanced at Lin Yueying, noticing her still unconcealed smile. "What are you laughing at?" she asked, puzzled. "Wasn't it your intention to let Gu Qianying discover this?" "I was merely cooperating with you," Lin Yueying replied earnestly. Even Zhu Man was unaware of why her cooperation with Lin Yueying flowed so seamlessly, but as long as the outcome was favorable, that sufficed. She turned her attention to the 3 bewildered individuals, clarifying that the item was indeed her own creation, not stolen, but it was not suitable for everyone. "I added rose juice to it. Some may experience rashes due to skin sensitivity. I have already warned her, yet she insisted on seizing it. What could I do?" Zhu Man shrugged her shoulders, exasperated. Bai Qiao displayed a knowing smile. The Ningji sisters felt a chill creeping up from their souls. Fortunately, they had aligned themselves early, or they would have been oblivious to their impending doom. "You two may leave first. I shall require your assistance again tomorrow." Ningji assumed Zhu Man was referring to needing her to deliver food, repeatedly assuring her it was no trouble. The night had indeed grown late, and everyone waved their goodbyes. Upon returning to her room, Zhu Man vigorously shook off her bedding, clearing the dust before laying it on her bed. She extinguished the oil lamp and nestled herself to sleep.
Ah!
A piercing scream sliced through the air, as if it would rend the house in two. To attain a favorable complexion, Gu Qianying had worn the mask throughout the night, only to awaken in the morning to find the gauze had dried into a brittle shell. She eagerly anticipated a dramatic transformation in her appearance, yet upon touching her face, she found it riddled with bumps resembling a toad's skin. The slightest touch elicited both itchiness and pain, and she could not resist scratching, which caused them to ooze.
Suman!
You have ruined my face. Zhu Man had long been awakened by the scream, relishing every moment of Gu Qianying's breakdown. Fearing the impact of Gu Qianying's despair, she deliberately made a vomiting motion at her battered face when their eyes met. Zhu Man, I will kill you. The matron, Li Chunyun, had already been drawn by Gu Qianying's screams, believing she was merely disciplining her cohabitant. However, upon hearing the situation escalate to threats of life and the sounds of furniture being overturned, she hurriedly pushed the door open to intervene. One must understand that if a palace maid were to die in a brawl, the matron would not escape culpability. Especially since this batch of palace maids had not undergone training and had been chosen by their masters, it indicated that each maid had won the favor of her mistress. Whoever died in the chambers would bring her along to the grave. Volume 1, Chapter 24. Proving one's innocence. As Li Chunyun stepped into the room, she was taken aback, confronted by the woman before her, who bore a resemblance to a toad. No, not a toad. At least toads do not actively ooze. Yet the pimples on Gu Qianying's forehead burst right beneath her very eyes.
Maid!
I shall report to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to have her assigned to clean the toilets.
No.
I will report to the Criminal Justice Department. I want her imprisoned. Gu Qianying snatched a piece of cloth from the bed and veered toward Li Chunyun, barreling past her in a desperate escape. System. Purchase 2 expired masks and 2 normal masks. 22 points deducted. Can I only deploy the bamboo tray now? I may need to concoct the mask essence on site, using the original items to replace what I create. No problem. I can manage this little sleight of hand. Upon hearing Zhu Man's thoughts, Lin Yueying surmised that the system could assist, and she felt considerably more relaxed, leisurely observing the hurried steps of the young palace maids outside. Only Bai Qiao maintained an unruffled demeanor throughout, showing no signs of panic. All consequences were of her own making. The Criminal Justice Department was the epitome of fairness and would not be swayed by Gu Qianying. The Criminal Law Department is headquartered within the palace, enabling it to promptly serve the royal family. Thus, they arrived swiftly. Gu Qianying summoned 5 individuals, an investigator, a scribe, a physician temporarily dispatched from the Imperial Medical Institute, and 2 pursuers. Su Jiao, the investigator from the Criminal Law Department, inquired, "Who is Zhu Man?" Su Jiao possessed a full forehead and a square jaw, his eyes sharp and piercing, as if capable of discerning all deceit and injustice in the world. His mere presence in the room exuded an air of authority, which Zhu Man found quite satisfactory. The more impartial and objective a person, the more likely they are to declare her innocent. She stepped forward, performing the curtsy taught to her by the emperor. Introducing herself as Zhu Man, Su Jiao scrutinized her, forming a favorable first impression. Unlike the palace maids of yore who trembled in his presence, this maid exhibited courage and possessed clear, honest eyes, indicating she was not malicious. Of course, he would not rely solely on intuition to adjudicate. Due processes must be followed. He first examined the physical evidence collected by Gu Qianying, but regrettably, the membrane had dried, and the essence in the bamboo tray had also evaporated. The physician first softened the membrane with water, then squeezed it forcefully, probing with a silver needle, yet found nothing amiss. Sir Su, the contents here differ from what I used last night. It must be the fragrance that caused harm. However, the fragrance dissipated upon the addition of water, making it impossible to validate Gu Qianying's claim that Zhu Man had harmed her with it. Zhu Man proactively suggested, "Sir Su, I am willing to recreate the exact mask before everyone." Gu Qianying was the first to object. "What if you omit the poison today, but had used it yesterday? What then? You claim I poisoned you, while you insisted on applying it yourself. The atmosphere grew tense, both women glaring at each other when the creaking door interrupted their standoff. Zhu Man, I've brought you food. In exchange for the delicacies. Could you prepare a mask for me? Ningji, surprised by the unfamiliar faces in the room, exclaimed, Who are you? Why have you barged into a palace, maid's chamber? As Su Jiao pondered how to proceed, he noticed this maid was also aware of the mask incident and had her taken aside for questioning. Before long, the pursuers returned with answers, and Su Jiao's brow furrowed deeply. The responses matched Zhu Man's account precisely. It appeared that Gu Qianying had forcefully taken Zhu Man's mask, and now, having damaged her own skin, sought to slander Zhu Man with accusations of poisoning. Clearly, she was reaping the consequences of her own actions while attempting to drag another down with her. Just as he was about to conclude the case, the door creaked open again. Su Yulan entered, supporting a young maid, looking disdainfully at the shabby room and pinching her nose as she spoke. Investigator. You have dined with my father. Out of respect for him, please continue your investigation. Gu Qianying is my favorite maid, and I implore you to ensure justice is served. Su Jiao held General Su Jinhai in high regard, and thus, he couldn't help but feel a degree of fondness for Su Yulan, despite her implicit threat. Since he had no pressing matters at hand, he decided to continue the investigation. It would serve as a lesson for Su Yulan that as the daughter of a general, she should not be so naive as to be manipulated by a mere maid. Zhu Man, you just stated you could recreate the mask before everyone, correct? Indeed. Very well. Specify what you require, and I shall have my subordinates procure it. Lady Lan, do you find this agreeable? Su Yulan shot him a sharp glance and replied curtly, Acceptable. I require clean water, a pestle, rose petals, and gauze. Half an hour later, the pursuers not only brought the items Zhu Man needed, but also a visibly displeased tyrant. What is the tyrant doing here? Surely he isn't here to support Su Yulan? No, please don't ruin my plans, or I will truly be forced to retaliate. Yu Cheng-song suppressed the urge to knock her on the head, gritting his teeth. He had been admiring the roses in the imperial flower garden when the pursuers knelt and pleaded for the rose petals, claiming they were needed for the investigation. Upon inquiry, it turned out Zhu Man had gotten herself into trouble again, and Su Yulan was in her chamber. Upon arrival, he heard Zhu Man slandering him in her heart and plotting to drag him down with her. She was truly a little ingrate. He turned to Su Jiao and said in a low voice, Ensure you handle this impartially. I wish to observe. Understood. Su Jiao felt invigorated and motivated. Since Yu Cheng-song entered, Zhu Man had been observing him closely. Seeing that he hadn't glanced at Su Yulan and was avoiding her pitiful gaze with evident annoyance, she exhaled in relief. Regardless of the tyrant's reason for being there, as long as it wasn't to support Su Yulan, she felt at ease. She retrieved 4 bamboo trays of identical size, placed the soaked rose petals into them, and diligently pounded them with the pestle. Once the petals were reduced to a paste, she added more water and continued to pound. When the mixture reached the desired consistency, Zhu Man took out gauze and covered the trays with it. System. Commenced the gradual replacement of the contents in the bamboo trays. Affirmative. After completing all 4, the first mask was successfully replaced. Zhu Man cleansed her face with a damp cloth and directly applied the mask. She was so swift that Yu Cheng-song could not intervene in time. What is the tyrant doing? I'm here to prove my innocence. He wouldn't dare interrupt me. Would he? Zhu Man cast a few covert glares in his direction. Su Jiao looked to the youthful emperor for guidance, and Yu Cheng-song cleared his throat, saying, Pay no mind to me, continue. Host, the other 3 masks have also been successfully replaced. Upon receiving the news, Zhu Man gestured to the remaining 3 masks. I made these masks right before everyone's eyes. There was no opportunity for poisoning. Does anyone wish to try one? However, even with Zhu Man demonstrating the mask, no one dared to try it, especially in light of Gu Qianying's ghastly appearance. The accompanying physician stepped forward first, and amid the audience's admiration and anticipation, he retrieved a long silver needle and plunged it into the bamboo tray. The physician was not as self-sacrificing as everyone had assumed. Someone sighed, and the tense atmosphere thickened. Everyone, the mask is non-toxic. The possibility of Zhu Man poisoning Gu Qianying is non-existent. Su Jiao glanced at the emperor and noted his slight nod. It was apparent that the case need not be prolonged any further. Gu Qianying, Having noticed Yu Chung-sung's reaction, seized upon the moment with an audacious suggestion. Sir, I propose that Zhu Man tries another mask. This was clearly an unreasonable demand. Had it not been for Su Yulan and Yu Chung-sung's presence, Su Jiao would have had Gu Qianying punished for obstructing the investigation. Yet, with Gu Qianying being Su Yulan's maid, and Su Yulan being a consort of the emperor, the implications were far more complex. Su Jiao frequently glanced at Yu Chung-sung, seeking guidance. Why do you look at me? Can you not proceed without my presence? Yu Chung-sung thought, hurry, and conclude the case. I cannot bear to be subjected to Su Yulan and Gu Qianying's nauseating gazes any longer. Su Jiao understood. The emperor wanted him to have others try the masks, effectively silencing Gu Qianying and rendering her incapable of resistance. With that, he resolved to make his pronouncement. Gu Qianying, the items were provided by my pursuer, and their creation was completed right under everyone's noses. It has already been proven that Zhu Man's skin is resilient. What more do you want her to endure? Since you wish to ascertain whether you have been poisoned, why not simply select anyone? As long as they exhibit similar symptoms, it indicates that the rash is not due to poison but rather a skin issue on your part. Su Yulan, with her delicate demeanor, supported her forehead with a hand, her willow-like brows slightly furrowed, and acquiesced. Her voice was so faint that even Yu Chung-sung felt a change behind him, turning to glimpse her sickly appearance. He instinctively stepped back. Step away from me. How absurd. Su Yulan was not like this upon her arrival. The moment she saw the tyrant, she began to feign weakness. Yet he hardly pays her any mind. Hearing Zhu Man's inner thoughts, Yu Chung-sung found it distasteful and took another step aside, resolutely distancing himself from Su Yulan. Lin Yueying, relying on her secluded position, also wished to observe how Su Yulan pretended to be fragile. However, as soon as she lifted her gaze, she met Su Yulan's eyes.
Gasp.
She inhaled sharply, lowering her head, silently chanting, "Do not see me, do not see me." Qianying, in my view, let Yueying try. There is no reason for Zhu Man's creations to harm others. This statement was grave. Even the imperial physician claimed the mask was non-toxic. Yet Su Yulan deemed it a calamity. The evidence was laid bare, but Su Yulan still chose to trust her maidservant, believing Zhu Man had malicious intent. Alas! Su Jiao let out a deep sigh, regarding Su Yulan with a look of exasperation. Fortunately, Su Yulan was not a man. Or else the Su family would meet its demise, not by enemy hands, but by sheer foolishness. Then let Yueying come forth. Zhu Man, if you truly consider Yueying a friend, confess your guilt now. Otherwise, if she ends up like me, you shall not escape unscathed. Zhu Man regarded Gu Qianying as though she were a fool, wanting to argue that a rash would further prove her innocence. Yet she refrained, having no desire to engage with Gu Qianying. She simply could not comprehend why Su Yulan insisted on protecting such a dimwit, especially when she herself was infuriated by Gu Qianying's words. Seeing Zhu Man unmoved, Gu Qianying directed her ire at Yueying. Are you not coming forward? Yueying, having been specifically named by Su Yulan to test the mask, could not refuse and thus stepped forward. Zhu Man kept a watchful eye on Yueying's actions. As she approached, Zhu Man comfortingly patted her shoulder. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Qianying had already dragged Yueying to the bamboo tray. Choose one. Yueying recalled Zhu Man's earlier gesture of patting her shoulder and intended to take the mask from the center of the tray, only to be rebuffed by Gu Qianying. I saw Zhu Man pat your shoulder, so the second one cannot be chosen. Select from the sides.
Huh?
Did I really pat her shoulder twice? I can't even remember. I had no ulterior motive in patting her shoulder. I merely wished to comfort Yueying, assuring her that even if a rash occurs, I can treat it. Yueying, feel free to choose. If you can select the leftmost one, that would be splendid. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueying raised her hand and took the leftmost mask. This time, Gu Qianying did not intervene. Her gaze was filled with malice as she watched Yueying apply the mask, wearing a victorious smile. What a pity! The remaining 2 trays of masks will go to waste, wasting 2 points. 2 points? The lollipop we had earlier seemed to cost 2 points, right? Yu Chung-sung observed Su Yulan leaning against her maidservant, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude, her smile barely restrained. He watched as Su Jiao repeatedly disbelieved both the physician and Zhu Man, and an idea began to form in his mind. Since he had resolved to treat Zhu Man well, fostering her sense of dependence on both the nation and himself. He would ensure that she felt vindicated.
Lan Pin.
Su Aiching, you two should also give it a try. Wonderful. The tyrant truly wishes to join me. Yu Chung-song smiled faintly, concealing his intentions. Su Yulan's expression faltered. She did not wish to experiment with her own face. However, the emperor had recently been angered by Zhu Man, and if she continued to resist and refuse to cooperate, he might genuinely grow weary of her. After all, it was merely a mask made of flowers, and Zhu Man had created it before everyone. It should not cause any issues, especially since Zhu Man had already taken the lead, revealing a face that was dewy and fair. Su Yulan harbored a flicker of secret anticipation. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, Gu Qianying snatched the bamboo tray from Yueying's hands and approached. Your Highness, use this. The mask Zhu Man designated for Yueying is surely safe for your complexion. Then let it be applied to me. On the other hand, Su Jiao did not hesitate. After declaring his willingness to serve as a test subject, he affixed the mask to his face. A quarter of an hour later, Yueying, Su Yulan, and Su Jiao simultaneously removed their masks. Su Yulan observed Yueying's complexion, which was rosy and fair, as if she had imbibed ample water, and she smugly envisioned her own reflection. Surely, she would be as stunning as a lotus emerging from the water, and a touch of powder would leave the emperor utterly captivated.
Ah,
Your Highness, your face.
Lord Su.
What has happened to your face? Gu Qianying and the physician exclaimed in unison as the two turned their gazes towards Su Yulan. As a man, Su Jiao's skin was not as delicate as a woman's, and due to frequently being outdoors, his complexion had become as tough as a city wall. Even after applying an expired mask, he merely developed a few pimples that would vanish in a few days. However, Su Yulan's fate was dire. Her porcelain-like skin, tender and sensitive, had not been cleansed prior to applying the expired mask, resulting in a visage even more terrifying than Gu Qianying's. Volume 1, Chapter 26. Performance needs improvement.
Ah.
Su Yulan screamed, covering her face with both hands, peering at the world through her fingers. Physician, my face has been poisoned. Hurry and treat me. Lord Su, Zhu Man has poisoned me before everyone. You must take her away and have her executed. She resembled a madwoman, teetering on the brink of collapse. When she saw that Su Jiao and the physician remained inactive, she fell to her knees before the emperor, grasping Yu Qingsong's pant leg in desperation. Yet the next moment, she realized her face was exposed. Before Yu Qingsong could kick her away, she released her grip and shielded her face once more. Your Majesty, kill Zhu Man. Kill Zhu Man. Do you dare to command me? Yu Qingsong coldly kicked her down, his sleeve sweeping through the air, bringing a gust of wind. Lan Pin, due to your disfigurement, you shall remain in the Ningxiang garden for a month, during which time you are forbidden from leaving. The malicious servant Gu Qianying, who instigated discord and obstructed the legal department's proceedings, shall be imprisoned for 3 years.
No.
Please, Your Majesty. Su Yulan, disregarding her own face, clung tightly to Yu Qingsong's pant leg, pleading for mercy. However, what Zhu Man did not expect was that she was not pleading for herself, but rather for Gu Qianying. In the end, Gu Qianying was not taken by the legal department. Instead, she was confined alongside Su Yulan in the Ningxiang garden, with the duration of confinement extended from 1 month to 2. Without Gu Qianying's meddling, Zhu Man experienced great joy. She first convened a meeting to assign the most suitable positions to each palace servant based on their capabilities and resourcefulness. Following that, she implemented a rotation system, training a group in multiple skills, ensuring that should a vacancy arise, a suitable candidate would be ready to step in, rather than haphazardly selecting from the populace as had been done previously. Most importantly, she instituted a clock-in system at Qianyuan Palace. Employees are required to clock in and out, and anyone leaving their post during work hours must provide a reason, recorded by Zhu Man or her 2 aides. Zhu Man declared, "Because I have been caught in the rain, I shall tear your umbrellas to shreds." Although the implementation faced initial challenges, including palace attendants deliberately dragging their feet in cooperation, the system gained traction after a young eunuch evaded a plot against him due to the clock-in policy. The palace staff began to eagerly clock in, willingly documenting minor occurrences, as this served as alibis for certain incidents. Satisfaction among the attendants rose, and Zhu Man, as their leader, garnered widespread acclaim. The workplace atmosphere became harmonious. Much to her delight, the Jingxi Hall, situated within Qianyuan Palace, serves as the official study where Yu Chengsong invited prominent ministers to discuss state affairs. Your Majesty, I have dispatched an underling to infiltrate the General's residence disguised as a stable hand for over half a month. Yet I have not seen Su Jinhai emerge from his quarters. The speaker was Qian Mingwei, the assistant censor, who outwardly exhibited disdain for tyrants, consistently rebuking them in front of the court officials for their cruel edicts. The tyrant, infuriated, contemplated executing him, but was thwarted by the edict of the first emperor of the Dalan kingdom, which forbade the arbitrary execution of censors, thus sparing his life. In truth, Qian Mingwei was a loyal subordinate and friend of the emperor. Their public discord was merely a facade to discern the true nature of other ministers. Since the stable hand cannot approach Su Jinhai, I recall you have a renowned healer in your household, correct? Spread the word that he can treat leg ailments and infiltrate Su Jinhai's vicinity. Qian Mingwei rolled his eyes, his thick brows knitted in distress. For that healer was his sister's husband. Should his wife discover this, he would find no peace at home. Enough, the palace guards are watching you. Let us not linger too long. Will you be the one to act today, or shall I? I shall handle it myself. Last time, you struck me with an inkstone, and my brother-in-law had to nurse me back to health for several days. The very thought of it irritated Qian Mingwei, recalling how he collapsed after Yu Chengsong's blow, and the imperial physician had to attend to him multiple times, claiming he had fainted from hunger. Upon returning home, his brother-in-law, Wan Wu, insisted on feeding him various tonics, stating that he must not jeopardize his sister's happiness.
Bang.
In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Qian Mingwei slammed his head against the table, and Tianfu skillfully applied red pigment to his forehead, wrapping it in gauze. Let us go. Remember to act a little more convincingly this time. Do I need to be told? Qian Mingwei stumbled through the door, pointing at Yu Chengsong amidst the startled gazes of the palace attendants, shouting, "You tyrant! You disregard the proposals of the assistant censor. Having a descendant like you is the greatest blemish on the first emperor's legacy. Get out." With that, Qian Mingwei fled, leaving the courtyard filled with attendants who dared not breathe. All right, everyone, back to your duties. Have you finished your work? At Zhu Man's command, all attendants shifted into high gear, sweeping with such vigor that their brooms left trails in the air, while those tending to the gardens swung their arms with remarkable speed. Look at how frightened these people are, but I must admit, this minister is overacting. Doesn't he appear injured at all? Witnessing others perform their expertise in such a haphazard manner evokes this feeling.
Zuman, come in.
Even through the doors and windows, Yu Chengsong's furious voice was audible, causing Bai Qiao to grip Zhu Man's hand tightly. After reassuring her with a gentle pat, Zhu Man adjusted her attire and stepped into the Jingxi Hall. Your Majesty, you summoned this servant for what purpose? Yu Chengsong remained silent, gesturing with his chin toward the soft stool below. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Man expressed her gratitude without much thought, then smoothly seated herself, awaiting Yu Chengsong's words. After every minister's departure, Yu Chengsong would call her in to pose the same ear-worn question. What do you think of Qian Mingwei, the assistant censor? Why does the emperor feel compelled to add so many titles when mentioning his ministers? Does he refer to them this way in private? Her mind wandered, yet it did not impede her response. He is quite competent, albeit somewhat audacious. However, such boldness is characteristic of his position. For how else could he advise the emperor on his decisions? Qian Mingwei, a close friend of the tyrant, spirited in nature, and a seasoned henpecked husband. He caught the eye of the main character due to his exceptional abilities, refusing to pledge loyalty, leading to his entire family being slain by the protagonist, justified by the notion of eradicating potential threats to governance. Creak, crack. Yu Chengsong suppressed the urge to pound the table, his knuckles cracking under pressure. Another minister doomed to a tragic end. This time, the protagonist of the novel had gone too far, annihilating Qian Mingwei's entire family. If he were ever to lay eyes on him, he would ensure he met a gruesome fate. What is it this time? Each summons leads to these inquiries, followed by that murderous expression. The key is that those summoned are loyal ministers. Whether they perish in battle or by the protagonist's hand, their fates are grim. The tyrant does not seem to take care. He must have committed sins in his past life to be a minister in this one. Volume 1. Chapter 27. She seems to have discovered a palace scandal.
You may leave now.
Yu Chung-song waved dismissively, his mind elsewhere. Zhu Man was eager to depart, bowing respectfully before exiting. Tianfu stood guard at the door, and they exchanged nods, one returning to a stance of attention while the other patrolled the courtyard. Approaching Bai Qiao once more, she noticed a young maid named Xing, standing beside her. Xing had large, round, sparkling eyes, appearing quite clever. Hence her role included standing guard at the entrance of Qianyuan Palace. Sister Zhu Man, you have arrived. Noble Lady Xian is waiting outside. Hiss. Ever since Su Yulan was confined to the Ningxiang court, numerous concubines sought her audience. Today marked the first day Xing was on duty at the palace entrance, and she had to go out to meet Noble Lady Xian, which was troublesome. As if sensing Zhu Man's reluctance to decline, Xing opened her palm to reveal a piece of silver. This is a token from Noble Lady Xian to me, which I now present to you. If you prefer not to go out, consider this my apology for the impertinence of delivering the message. If you choose to go, consider it your travel expense. Noble Lady Xian's family background was modest, and she did not appear to be a vicious or spiteful person. She likely sought Zhu Man for some reason. 1 tael of silver. In the novel, it takes a farmer a year of hard work to save such an amount. I will need silver to buy a shop once I leave the palace. This is a fortune. Zhu Man accepted the silver from Xing and accompanied her to meet Noble Lady Xian. System, do you sell space or similar items? I do not wish to store silver in a maid's quarters. What if that flimsy door is kicked in and the silver is stolen? Yes. But it's expensive, 500 points. How many points do I currently possess?
478. Ah.
This frustrating feeling of being so close yet unattainable. As they walked, Xing suddenly stopped, and Zhu Man, not paying attention, bumped into her. Had it not been for Noble Lady Xian's timely support, Xing would have nearly fallen. Thank you, Noble Lady Xian. Greetings, Noble Lady Xian. Both spoke simultaneously, yet their gestures of respect differed significantly. Zhu Man bowed and curtsied as taught by the emperor. While Xing's attitude was so deferential, she seemed poised to perform a deep bow. Noble Lady Xian observed Zhu Man's actions, a flicker of emotion crossing her face. So swift that it was hard to discern whether it was surprise or anger. Please rise, Zhu Man. Let us converse as we walk, shall we? As she spoke, the petite maidservant behind Lady Xian produced 3 pieces of broken silver, displaying a demeanor so unreserved that it hardly resembled bribery towards the palace maids of Qianyuan Palace, but rather the conduct of someone engaged in a legitimate business transaction. The trio ventured to a secluded path with few passers-by, and Lady Xian, no longer concealing her intentions, stated directly, Chief Zhu, I wish to purchase the rose masks you possess. Chief Zhu's eyes widened in surprise. She had anticipated that Lady Xian would caution her to keep her distance from the emperor or perhaps solicit her to speak favorably of her in front of him. However, she had never considered that Lady Xian genuinely sought to conduct business with her. To be frank, I heard about your altercation with concubine Lon half a month ago. I have observed you for quite some time and noted that you have not developed any rashes. You appear radiant during your daily duties. I am quite enamored with your rose masks, Lady Xian articulated plainly, devoid of intimidation or coercion to extract the formula, simply requesting a price for the rose masks. That's not right. When I crafted the rose masks, the imperial physician was present, and he confirmed they were non-toxic. Moreover, given that Gu Qianying almost implicated me in a scandal, does Lady Xian truly dare to employ such a tactic again? Chief Zhu mused anxiously. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Lady Xian flashed a sweet smile, revealing 2 charming dimples. Chief Zhu, I am not here to create difficulties for you, nor to ensnare you. I merely wish to enhance my appearance. If you doubt my sincerity, we can conduct our transaction in the presence of the imperial physician. Should any issues arise in the future, they will not implicate you. I am confident that I will face no problems, as I have previously used roses on my face without any adverse effects. Task initiated. Worth 2 points. Engage in a transaction with Lady Xian, expressing a friendly disposition. Lady Xian's words appeared heartfelt, yet Chief Zhu remained skeptical. The novel had not mentioned Lady Xian, leaving her unaware of the latter's true character. However, upon hearing the system's prompt, Chief Zhu felt a subtle sense of relief. Inexplicably, she harbored an intuition that those the system urged her to assist were not malevolent. In any case, she could not gather the points required to acquire the personal space immediately. So purchasing a few masks seemed a practical step towards accumulating the funds needed for her future shop. Chief Zhu, have you come to a decision? Lady Xian's expression was one of anticipation as she gazed at Chief Zhu's smooth and delicate face, a flicker of fervor igniting in her eyes. My lady, it is not that I distrust you. You are aware of my recent rise to fame. I truly fear that someone might use your influence to harm me. So, could we conduct the transaction before the Imperial Physician? Of course. Wintergreen, go summon Physician Hu. Let us proceed to my quarters. All my masks are stored there. Under the watchful eye of Physician Hu, Chief Zhu sold each mask for 5 taels of silver, amassing a total of 20 taels. Task accomplished. Points have been awarded. Lady Xian departed in high spirits, while Physician Hu regarded her retreating figure with affectionate adoration, sighing as he followed her. Chief Zhu seemed to grasp why Lady Xian was not embroiled in jealousy like other consorts. Her affections were evidently not fixated upon the tyrant. Yet, why were these two so brazen and unreserved in their dealings? Chief Zhu felt a wave of trepidation. The more one knew in the harem, the swifter one's demise. She genuinely feared that one day Physician Hu might administer poison to her, leading to her untimely end. No, I must gather information from Tianfu. Something feels amiss. Tianfu remained stationed before the Jingxi Hall, standing upright. How should I inquire? Should I ask Tianfu if he knows about the liaison between Lady Xian and Physician Hu? Such a scandal could be lethal for them, and would I be implicated as well? Perhaps it's best not to ask? After all, I have documented my dealings with Lady Xian and Physician Hu regarding the masks. If I were to meet my end, surely an investigation would follow. Chief Zhu hesitated, her expression one of despair. Just as Tianfu considered discreetly probing her, the emperor summoned Chief Zhu to enter. Reluctantly, he gestured for her to manage her expression carefully. After all, the last time he had appeared unwell due to constipation, the emperor had forced him to drink a pound of castor oil, leaving him in a state of distress. Within the Jingxi Hall, Yu Chung-song sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze piercing, his tone grave. Chief Zhu, I have heard that you met with Lady Xian and Physician Hu? Chief Zhu pondered what sort of person Lady Xian truly was. Here it came again, this familiar inquiry. In the first volume, Chapter 28, the Emperor's secret is revealed. Lady Xian is quite enamored with beauty, having specifically sent Xinger to find me to purchase masks. Women adorn themselves for those they wish to please, and it was evident that Lady Xian harbored deep affections for the Emperor. When in doubt, flatter him first. Yu Chung-song cast her a sidelong glance. Had he not known the truth, he might have been deceived by Chief Zhu's apparent ingratitude. She dined on his provisions, drank his offerings, and yet she spoke in favor of Hu Xian. He remarked with a hint of melancholy, "It is regrettable that her allure is not intended for me." Chief Zhu suddenly dropped to her knees, her head nearly touching her chest. Oh no! The tyrant is already aware of the relationship between Lady Xian and Physician Hu. Was his previous inquiry merely a test? Now that he has discerned my disloyalty, will I face dire consequences? I have only just earned 24 taels. I have seen no inappropriate physical contact between them. Surely my transgression does not warrant death. Rise, I was merely attempting to frighten you. Hu Yuruin is Hu Xian's elder brother. Their family once saved my life. Thus, they entered the palace, one as a physician, the other as a noble. As long as this is not a royal scandal, I shall breathe easier. Chief Zhu mentally berated the man named Yu Chung-song, wishing to pummel him into submission. Why deceive me? Does my prostration amuse you? Task initiated, worth 66 points. Discover Lady Xian's family background. 66 points. Chief Zhu's excitement flushed her cheeks. She had thought that spending on masks would distance her from acquiring the personal space, yet completing this task would bring her closer to her goal. She looked up at Yu Chung-song, noting a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he was in good spirits after teasing her. Perhaps a sign that he might engage in light conversation? Your Majesty, I have a question. To her surprise, Yu Qingtsong responded amiably, ask away. What kind of person is Lady Xian? Yu Qingtsong replied, Hu Xian is kind-hearted, and her family is noble as well. 3 years ago, they rescued me on Baigua Mountain, providing me with medicinal herbs even in their impoverished state. Her father was a hunter, and her mother passed away when Hu Xian was 5. Her brother, Hu Yuruan, became a local physician and was later brought to the Imperial Medical Institute to study. Due to her mother's profound love for beauty, Hu Xian also cherishes beauty, which is why she dares to purchase Uro's masks. Chief Zhu's mind fixated on the key term, Baigua Mountain. Previously vague information now crystallized into clarity. The tyrant's head was taken by the male lead to provoke the shadow guards, his body displayed upon the city walls for all to witness for 3 days and nights. In the sweltering summer heat, the corpse emitted a foul odor, and the emperor was discarded at a mass grave, where an elderly man extracted the head and body from the heap, utilizing rudimentary skills to sew them together. This old man, known as Hu Zhuanglang, carried the corpse all the way to Baigua Mountain to bury it. The text specifically notes that Hu Zhuanglang was a hunter, which explains his strength and courage. Task accomplished.
Points have been awarded.
Fantastic. Without any inquiry from herself, the tyrant divulged Hu Xian's familial background, enabling her to fulfill her task. Suddenly, she perceived a certain benevolence emanating from the tyrant, whether it was his previous act of ensuring Yu Ying was well-fed or this latest endeavor to acquire Hu Xian's background. It was evident that his assistance was pivotal to her success. Zhu Man's perception of the emperor began to shift as she discreetly glanced at him. This glance, however, was alarming. He appeared to be in immense torment. Yu Qingtsong's face was ashen, devoid of any color, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His lower lip bore deep teeth marks, already stained with blood. The veins in his neck throbbed violently, his entire body trembling as if he were a desperate beast, poised to unleash its last ounce of strength in a final attack. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Please do not frighten her. With only the 2 of us in this room, if anything were to happen to you, she would be trapped. Your Majesty, speak to me. Do you feel unwell? Are you able to converse? Zhu Man feared he might faint and, disregarding the disparity in their ranks, she grasped his sturdy shoulder, shaking him gently in an attempt to rouse him. I am fine, merely feeling a bit warm. Your Majesty, you have suffered from heat stroke. Please wait. I shall prepare something nourishing for you. System, are there any suitable foods for heat stroke recovery? Host, are you certain the Emperor is suffering from heat stroke? He does not appear to be. He is undoubtedly not suffering from heat stroke. Rather, it is anger, fear, and helplessness. System, what do you believe the Emperor fears? Is he afraid of his own words, or is he apprehensive about my thoughts regarding his fate? Previously, I suspected he could hear my thoughts. Now I can confirm it. He possesses such a remarkable ability. Thus, he did not execute me on the first day, as I was contemplating the downfall of the Daolan kingdom. When he later inquired about the ministers, he merely sought to ascertain their sincerity. The system realized it had contracted with a host, anticipating a mundane existence 10 years hence, perhaps running a small shop. It was utterly unprepared for the Emperor's extraordinary capabilities. What shall we do? Host, does this mean you cannot harbor thoughts any longer? Thinking is essential, however. Certain thoughts must be restrained, such as the knowledge of a secret. But host, can one truly control their internal thoughts? Zhu Man smiled knowingly. After all, she was an actress. Immersive performance was her forte, wholeheartedly embodying her roles. Yet, she needed to confirm one matter first to prepare for her forthcoming actions. System, I currently possess 506 points, correct? Firstly, procure a portable space for me, and then list the items I can afford. Affirmative. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a 1 cubic meter portable space, which requires tactile engagement to store items. Items suitable for consumption post-heatstroke include winter melon soup, cucumber juice, watermelon juice, and banana juice, each priced at 6 points per cup, while sour plum juice costs 3 points per cup. Zhu Man purchased a cup of room-temperature sour plum juice. The cup was crafted from bamboo, complete with a bamboo straw, appearing exquisite, yet not out of place for the era. She stored 24 pieces of silver in her portable space, wrapped the sour plum juice in a cloth, and made her way to the Jingxi Hall. The emperor maintained his earlier posture, and Zhu Man commenced her experiment. She first entertained a whimsical thought. What color underwear did the tyrant wear today? Such audacious musings elicited no reaction from the emperor. Next, she silently recited in her mind. In truth, the tyrant is somewhat handsome. Look at that jawline, those muscles. If he continues to treat me well, I might just remain in the palace indefinitely. Upon finishing this thought, Zhu Man distinctly observed the corners of Yu Qingsong's mouth curve into a smile as he deliberately turned his profile to her, showcasing his jawline. Thus, the experiment concluded. It became evident that the emperor could not hear every thought, and her privacy remained intact. As Yu Qingsong grappled with the knowledge of his impending demise, he felt a surge of anxiety, prompting him to elevate Zhu Man's significance in his thoughts. He desired her presence, recognizing that she was the key to altering his tragic fate. Initially, he contemplated retaining her through physical means, as folklore suggested. However, just as he resolved to pursue the path of a singularly beloved emperor, he heard Zhu Man's internal dialogue. It seemed extreme measures were unnecessary. Kindness toward her did not solely hinge on physicality. After all, he was the emperor and could not rely on such means to keep someone by his side. He turned his profile toward Zhu Man, not out of intent to seduce, but simply because his face felt warm and he required the cool air from the door. Your Majesty, I have prepared sour plum soup for you. Please drink, it will alleviate your discomfort. Simultaneously, Zhu Man thought, this drink is so precious. I have never tasted it, yet it is destined for the tyrant. Initially pleased that Zhu Man had finally begun to show him respect, refraining from calling him a tyrant and preparing him a drink, Yu Qingsong's satisfaction waned upon hearing her internal lament and observing her demure demeanor, sensing an undercurrent of grievance. What a pitiful little maid! His desire for the drink evaporated, and as he contemplated returning it to her, he noticed her anxious expression. Does your Majesty not enjoy it? Why did you not take a sip before handing it to me? What should I do? Have I angered the emperor? Will I still receive my rewards? Tianfu, bring in 2 clean cups. Since finishing the drink was not an option, nor was refusing it, they would share, thereby alleviating Zhu Man's concerns. It seems the emperor has changed. He exhibits compassion towards his subjects. Henceforth, I shall refrain from calling him a tyrant. A flicker of amusement appeared on Yu Qingsong's stern visage as he straightened his posture, proud of his astute decision-making. Zhu Man nearly burst into laughter. How had she only just discovered how entertaining this tyrant was? If only she could read Yu Qingsong's thoughts, her daily duties would be an endless source of joy. Tianfu entered with 2 new cups, adeptly pouring the sour plum soup for both, before bowing and retreating. Zhu Man, this is a reward from me to you. Drink. And ensure you serve me well thereafter. Do you understand? I understand, and I shall devote myself to your service, even unto death. How absurd. This was rightfully mine. Yet it has become a gift from the emperor. How unreasonable. Naturally, she maintained the facade of inconsistency in her thoughts, for if she continuously praised the emperor internally, he might grow suspicious. Indeed, as Zhu Man uttered this thought, Yu Qingsong's smile widened. Whether he was pleased by her playful demeanor or relieved that his secret doubt had dissipated, he could not tell. Suddenly, 3 sharp bird calls echoed from the roof. This was the signal that the shadow guards had urgent news to report. Yu Qingsong observed Zhu Man, who was leisurely sipping her sour plum juice, hesitating for a moment before addressing her. Zhu Man, I have matters to attend to. Please take your cup and step outside. Here is a reward of 1 or 2 silver coins for you. Yes. Hooray. I have money. One word, exhilarating. After Zhu Man exited, a shadow swiftly emerged, kneeling on one knee in the center. Your Majesty, Wei Cheng is indeed in the process of crafting the dragon robe, and the shadow operative is monitoring him closely. Should we apprehend him now, or do you have other instructions? Do not act rashly. Continue to observe discreetly, for the guards around him are not mere decorations. Understood. With a light step, the shadow swiftly leapt from the window into the night. In the Zhongxi Hall, only Yu Qingsong remained, and a wave of desolation suddenly washed over him, a stark contrast to his usual composure. The pile of memorials on the table was thin, hardly warranting any revisions. They either spoke of the tranquility of the people in the jurisdiction or reported the capture of a few petty thieves seeking rewards. Some advised him to maintain closer ties with Yu Feng'en, his elder brother, lest they become estranged. Yu Feng'en, the firstborn, was conferred the title of Prince of War by the late emperor before Yu Qingsong ascended the throne, governing the Lingchuan prefecture in the northwest of the Dalan kingdom. Despite his fief, he predominantly resided in the royal mansion outside the palace, only attending to matters on his land when necessary. A prince with no actual duties in the capital was not obliged to attend court, yet Yu Feng'en made a point of appearing at Yonghe Palace daily. Much to Yu Qingsong's annoyance, he had witnessed on more than one occasion Yu Feng'en courting the favor of officials, clearly aiming to usurp his throne. Those courtiers who urged him to mend ties were nothing but Yu Feng'en's lackeys. Yu Qingsong felt a mix of anger and grievance. He was the emperor of the Dalan kingdom, yet these people incessantly reminded him of Yu Feng'en's military exploits. The capital harbored a ticking time bomb, and he had already shown remarkable restraint by not dismantling his brother's mansion. What more did they want? In a fit of rage, Yu Qingsong slammed his palm onto the table.
Bang!
The mahogany desk, which had endured his frustrations for half a month, finally succumbed, splitting down the middle.
An E.
Come forth. Lady Zhu, a young eunuch is at the door seeking you, claiming to be Xiao Jiangzi. Bai Qiao promptly refused, questioning what business their leader could possibly have with a mere palace eunuch. Yuing echoed her sentiments, suggesting he might be sent to investigate their identities or to deliver flattering words on behalf of his master. Certainly no good could come of it.
Xenia understood.
Then I shall turn him away.
Wait.
I know Xiao Jiangzi. I will go out to meet him. You two stay here, as palace staff may come to check in. Why has Xiao Jiangzi come? Could it be that the emperor has made new moves? The more she contemplated, the more anxious Zhu Man became, quickening her pace until she overtook Xinger. Having already passed, she decided to abandon caution and ran forward, lifting her skirts. Yu Qingsong was at a loss. Having impulsively sent an E to sit in the Jingxi Hall while he disguised himself as an E to meet Zhu Man, he paced nervously outside. Suddenly, he turned around and saw Zhu Man running towards him, her skirts billowing like waves of green in the wind. Her hair danced freely, with a few rebellious strands sticking to her slightly flushed cheeks. Her gaze was fixed on him, resembling a nimble fawn, exuding an indescribable liveliness. Yu Qingsong was momentarily entranced. Forgetting his earlier frustrations, his mind filled with the image of Zhu Man's exquisite form in the sunlight. His cheeks flushed, he turned away, fanning himself with his hand.
Hey.
Xiao Jiangzi, what brings you here? Zhu Man feigned casualness in front of Xiao Jiangzi. After all, the shadow guards were also servants of the emperor, and conversations between servants flowed more naturally. She playfully patted his shoulder, appearing almost angelic. Oh no! Xiao Jiangzi, you have a nosebleed. In a fluster, Yu Qingsong quickly pulled out a handkerchief to cover his nose, avoiding Zhu Man's gaze. You may be overworked. Take care of yourself. What did you need me for? Zhu Man pressed. And nothing. Zhu Man was skeptical. If there is nothing, why seek me out? Is your work so leisurely? Actually, I do have something. Zhu Man adopted a knowing expression. Well then, please go on. How has the emperor treated you lately? Zhu Man replied with a smile. Perhaps your earlier words had an effect. I feel the emperor has become somewhat gentler. You prefer a gentle emperor? How audacious. How could she freely discuss her preferences regarding the emperor? As a palace maid, such remarks could lead to peril. If she expressed affection for the emperor and the concubines learned of it, her life would be forfeit. Conversely, if she claimed to dislike him and the emperor found out, her fate would be no better. Realizing she seemed displeased, Yu Qingsong instinctively shifted the topic. I recently undertook a task. Zhu Man, eager to divert the conversation, quickly inquired, what task? Yu Qingsong leaned closer, whispering, to investigate Prince of War Yufeng. If he harbors ill intentions towards the emperor, we must assassinate him. Yet this task.
Sigh.
Zhu Man regarded Xiao Jiangzi with skepticism. Could this truly be an E? The loyal shadow operative who endured hardships for Yu Qingsong could not possibly express discontent over the emperor's orders in front of a palace maid. Noticing her gaze, Yu Qingsong glanced at the guarding maid and began to leave, gesturing for Zhu Man to follow. Once they reached a secluded path, Yu Qingsong feigned helplessness. What was that look you gave me earlier? Though I am a shadow guard, I am still human. Though the Prince of War has been granted his title, he is surrounded by formidable experts. Attempting to assassinate him would be tantamount to courting death. Zhu Man nodded in agreement. Indeed, novels can be misleading. She had imagined shadow guards as cold-blooded assassins, yet this reputed cold-faced killer openly lamented the Emperor's orders? What a disillusionment! Suddenly, Zhu Man asked, "What is the Prince of War's name?"
Yu Fenggen, correct?
Yu Qing-song nodded. Realizing her reaction was overly animated, Zhu Man pretended to admire the name.
Quite nice.
Yu Qing-song's fists clenched. How dare she praise Yu Fenggen in his presence? Yet, in the next moment, he found his resolve waning. Yu Fenggen, an overprotective older brother. Rumors in the populace claim the Emperor is tyrannical, so he uses the Emperor's name to distribute charity in disaster-stricken areas, clearing the Emperor's name. Worried that someone in court might bully the Emperor, he rises early every day, undeterred by weather, to visit Yonghe Palace, dealing with any officials who dare to criticize the Emperor beforehand. Concerned the Emperor might feel guilty for reprimanding his ministers, he feigns sympathy for those who are punished, offering false comfort, and if they cannot be consoled, he punishes them again, warning them against tears. The ministers are truly unfortunate. Each word was clear to Yu Qing-song, yet the entirety remained perplexing. His brother, whom he perceived as coveting the throne, had been working silently for his benefit all along. His charitable acts were not mere attempts to curry favor, but genuine efforts to support the people. His presence in court was not to provoke him. Conversing with officials was not to rally support against him. It dawned on him that he had completely misjudged his brother, viewing him as an enemy all this time. Xiaoman suddenly remembered an unfinished task and decided to address it promptly. Zhu Man understood his urgency, for as fellow emperors, who could claim an easier burden? In the octagonal pavilion of the first prince's residence, a young man resembling Yu Qing-song cast a handful of fish food into the pond. Observing the goldfish eagerly competing for the morsels, he murmured softly, "In the past, when Xiao Tsong had no food, we would catch goldfish in the imperial garden to roast. But goldfish are ornamental and not particularly appetizing. Xiao Tsong, poor boy, thought they were devoid of meat, hence unpalatable. Now that I have fattened the goldfish, he no longer seeks my company." Behind him, his loyal attendant Zhao Tsin watched the pond filled with goldfish, his expression complex. The prince had returned, and each time he fed the fish, he would ramble on, yet when faced with the emperor, he became as tight-lipped as a clam, unable to utter a word. Poor Zhao Tsin, ever vigilant in guarding the prince, had to endure his daily monologues. "Your Highness, I suggest you take the initiative to speak with the emperor. If you continue to chastise those ministers, threatening them to compel the emperor to draw closer to you, it may only provoke his ire further." Zhao Tsin, you do not comprehend. Xiao Tsong has been misled by those wicked individuals. If I approach him to explain, he surely would dismiss my words as a provocation. However, should the ministers suggest it in their memorials, it would be different. They are well-meaning. Xiao Tsong would not harm them, and sometimes even heeds their counsel. Behold, these little creatures in the pond are Xiao Tsong's gift to me. Zhao Tsin, seizing the opportunity while Yu Fenggen's back was turned, rolled his eyes dramatically. If his memory served him correctly, these creatures were the emperor's way of mocking the prince. The toad symbolized the prince's perceived ugliness and ambition for power. The crab represented his tyrannical nature, and the catfish, with its thick body, signified his dark complexion and slippery demeanor. What dignified prince would raise toads in a lavishly constructed fish pond? Initially, there was but one toad, yet the prince insisted that it was too lonely. The previous summer, he commanded all the guards to scour the countryside for additional toads, even demanding they resemble the original, to keep it company.
Now,
2 toads had multiplied into a veritable horde, croaking incessantly come summer. This compelled him to partition the grand pond, one side for fish and crabs, the other for toads. It was a life he found utterly intolerable. He would rather engage in battle than tend to those large amphibians.
Zhao Tsin,
Where is the mouse that Xiao Tsong gifted me? Bring it forth to bask in the sun with me.
yes.
Zhao Tsin rolled his eyes, lamenting that the large black mouse had grown as big as a cat and hardly resembled a mere mouse anymore. Alas, I have nurtured Xiao Tsong's gifts well. but have yet to have the opportunity to present them to him. Then why does my elder brother not come to Qianyuan Palace to find me? The voice filled with longing echoed from behind. Yu Feng'an did not turn but crouched down, covering his ears. The episode is beginning again. Zhao Tsin, fetch the medicine. When Zhao Tsin arrived, cradling a large black mouse, he found his prince huddled on the ground, hands clasped over his head, resembling a child who had been wronged. Understanding that the prince mistakenly believed he was unwell, Zhao Tsin bowed deeply, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor."
Rise.
At this, Yu Feng'an recognized the reality of his brother's presence behind him. His body trembled, and he raised his head stiffly, eyes wide with disbelief. But soon he remembered that his brother disliked being looked at in such a manner, and he knelt on one knee, declaring, "I pay my respects to your majesty. Elder brother, please rise. There is no need for such formalities." Yu Qingsong addressed him as elder brother, not as your highness. A certain place within Yu Feng'an stirred, for it had been a decade since the emperor last referred to him so, back when he was merely 15. The 10-year-old emperor had ascended the throne, only to have the court dominated by ministers who constantly sought to divide the brothers. Since the age of 13, Yu Feng'an had led troops into battle, becoming an undefeated general. The ministers, fearful of his loyalty to the emperor, fabricated numerous pieces of evidence suggesting his treachery. Yet they did not anticipate that Xiao Tsong, cherishing their childhood bond, would allow him to remain unchallenged for a decade. What emperor could permit disloyal ministers to flourish for so long, merely offering dark creatures as mockery? Xiao Tsong held him dear. "Elder brother, please rise." As Yu Feng'an was lost in his thoughts, Yu Qingsong stepped forward, assisting him to his feet. Observing the thawing of their relationship, Zhao Tsin, in a moment of excitement, lost his grip on the large black mouse, which promptly scurried up the emperor's pant leg. "Your Majesty, forgive my transgression." Zhao Tsin trembled in fear. Yu Feng'an stifled a laugh. "Why is this mouse unafraid of people?" "Brother, I am unaware." Internally, he mused. "It is perhaps because I weep for you daily while gazing at your portrait. Even the mouse has come to recognize you." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Zhu Man was weeding in the garden when she was approached by Xinger.
"Suman."
"Wintergreen requests an audience with you." Seeing Zhu Man appear somewhat confused, Xinger added, "Wintergreen is the personal maid of noble consort Xian." "Very well." Several days had elapsed since she had purchased 4 rose masks, which should now be used up. Wintergreen's visit likely pertained to acquiring more masks. Regrettably, she only had 3 credits remaining, insufficient for a regular mask, leaving her with no choice but to decline the offer. "Zhu Man, the consort Li summons you." "Isn't your mistress, noble consort Xian?" Wintergreen glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and whispered, "It was noble consort Xian who sent me." Consort Li discovered the noble consort's masks in Ningxin courtyard, and, finding them quite effective, wishes to have Xiaoyao summon you. "Noble consort Xian feared that Xiaoyao might make things difficult for you, hence she sent me to guide you and share some of Consort Li's taboos along the way. Then lead the way." Consort Li held a higher position than noble consort Xian. The fact that noble consort Xian could send her own maid to invite Zhu Man before Consort Li demonstrated her effort. Should Zhu Man refuse to go, it would not only tarnish noble consort Xian's reputation but also earn her the ire of Consort Li, who might seek to make an example of her. In light of this, it was better to go now, for at least she had noble consort Xian to protect her. After all, noble consort Xian's father was the emperor's savior. Consort Li's decision to send Wintergreen likely stemmed from this very reason. In theory, noble consort Xian should reside in a larger courtyard with other lower-ranking consorts, but owing to the life-saving grace, the emperor had permitted her to occupy a separate small courtyard. Although Ningxin courtyard was modest, it was cozy, with a patch of land cultivated with lush greens, brimming with life. "How audacious of you! Upon encountering Consort Li, you do not extend your greetings?" A palace maid sprang forth like a firecracker, her palm poised to strike Zhu Man's face. She stepped back just in time to evade the blow. Covering her nose with a handkerchief, she pointed accusingly at Zhu Man. "You impudent one!" Zhu Man raised the waist, aligning it directly with Xiaoyao, and spoke with profound significance. "I am the head maid of Qianyuan Palace. How dare you strike me without discernment? Who is truly audacious here? If Xiao Yao cannot strike you, does this palace not possess the right? A voice, filled with ire, approached from a distance as the beaded curtain was violently swept aside, revealing a face ablaze with fury. Behind her, Xian Guiran hurriedly followed, casting furtive glances at Zhu Man. It appeared that this was Li Pin. Zhu Man, wishing to avoid any missteps, bowed in respect. Li Pin scrutinized Zhu Man's posture with narrowed brows, her eyes wide with rage, and her lips pursed tightly. Who taught you, you wretched maid, to greet this palace in such a manner? Bold servant! How dare you slander the emperor? Xiao Yao, strike her! It was entirely justified for a master to discipline her servants. Zhu Man had no grounds to resist.
Nor could she.
Xiao Yao, already harboring animosity towards her, was further emboldened by Li Pin's command and struck with full force. Sister, do not do this. Zhu Man is the emperor's personal maid. This strikes at the emperor's dignity. She desperately attempted to pull Xiao Yao away, but was restrained by two young maids brought by Li Pin. Xian Guiran, I am not the emperor. I will not be swayed by your hypocrisy. Speak another word, and I shall strike you too. Xiao Yao, what are you waiting for, death? Upon hearing her master's fury, Xiao Yao exerted even more force, exclaiming, This servant shall strike. I implore the empress to spare me. There was no wind, yet the leaves rustled as if birds took flight. Zhu Man, however, was oblivious to the birds. She felt as if death were imminent. With the first slap, the taste of blood filled her mouth. With the second, her head throbbed. By the third, she could no longer bear it and spat out blood. By the time the 10th slap landed, Zhu Man collapsed to the ground, her breath shallow. She writhed, gazing down upon the disheveled Zhu Man, prodding her waist with her toe and grinding it beneath her foot.
Ha!
She scoffed. The head maid beside the emperor is nothing more than this, just 10 slaps, and she is undone. Zhu Man tightly shut her eyes, fearing that if she opened them, her hatred would be laid bare, giving Li Pin another chance to punish her. Zhu Man, why do you think the emperor has taught you the proper etiquette for greeting the concubines? Is it because you have seduced him? Her hair was suddenly yanked, causing a sharp pain in her scalp, and she couldn't help but cry out.
Ha!
Is it with such a wretched voice that you entice the emperor?
Today.
I shall ruin your voice. Xiao Yao, bring salt. I shall see who dares. Volume 1, Chapter 32. Do you wish to become my concubine? Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years. The crowd chanted in unison, yet Yu Qingsong paid them no mind. His gaze fixated on the barely conscious Zhu Man on the ground. He approached, crouching down to wipe the blood from Zhu Man's face with a pristine, fragrant handkerchief, unperturbed by her condition. Witnessing this, Li Pin's anger flared, and disregarding the emperor's command for everyone to remain standing, she marched over with a pink handkerchief. Your Majesty. This wretch, a sudden slap stunned Li Pin. Her pampered upbringing had never prepared her for such humiliation. In an instant, she forgot her place, publicly questioning the emperor's decision. Your Majesty, why have you struck me? Yu Qingsong, without a word, retaliated with another slap. Each glance at Zhu Man's swollen face pierced his heart.
Tianfu,
the head eunuch of Qianyuan Palace, was accustomed to grandeur wherever he went. He assumed Zhu Man, as the head maid, would enjoy the same status. Yet, he realized that being the head maid of Qianyuan Palace was not the beginning of a rise, but rather the onset of suffering. Zhu Man had endured such grievances that even her heart seemed to silence. Would she wish to remain in the palace? No. He needed to hear her voice. Many of his doubts remained unresolved, and Zhu Man must stay. Tianfu, bring the salt. Yu Qingsong's tone was filled with authority and resolve, intimidating the palace maids into silence. Li Pin was not foolish enough to think the emperor intended to administer the salt to Zhu Man. She was genuinely afraid. Your Majesty, spare me. I shall never dare again. I merely wished to frighten Zhu Man. I did not truly intend to ruin her voice. Yes, yes. I only wanted to scare her. Who told this wretch she could greet me like a concubine? It would have been better if she had not mentioned this. For the mere mention incited Yu Qingsong's fury further. He kicked Li Pin aside and chastised her loudly. What you refer to as concubine etiquette is a relic from the previous dynasty. This dynasty has never recognized such a thing. Tian Fu also greets me this way. Why do you not punish him? Is it merely to find an excuse to punish the maid by my side? Li Pin, do you have the right? Song Shun. Issue a decree that from now on, Zhu Man need not bow to anyone. I grant her this privilege. Yes. Song Shun bowed and departed, hurriedly instructing those beneath him to convey the order throughout the palaces. Li Pin, wearing a face of malice, feigned tears as she looked at the emperor, begging for mercy. Shinjili, cease your pretense. I have long seen through your foul and stinking heart. Upon hearing the name Shinjili, Zhu Man stirred slightly, confirming what she had previously hesitated to acknowledge. Is this not the concubine who had illicit relations with the eunuch? The eunuch's most frequently uttered phrase in bed was Jili. In the end, Shinjili met her demise, and her family faced execution, yet her brother escaped capture, later aligning himself with the protagonist. Zhu Man deliberately allowed Yu Qingsong to overhear, aiming to amplify the situation. A concubine punishing a maid might lead the emperor to be lenient. Yet, if a concubine had brought disgrace to the emperor and her brother had allied himself with the emperor's enemy, this matter would certainly not be dismissed lightly. Unless Yu Qingsong were a coward. As she transmitted her intended message in her heart, Zhu Man squinted to observe. From her position on the ground, she could see the emperor's trembling fingers hidden within his voluminous sleeves. Your Majesty, the salt has arrived. Tian Fu hurriedly approached, presenting the salt jar with both hands. Administer it to Li Pin. Yes. Xiao Shun, Xiao Yang, restrain Li Pin. Li Pin possessed a beautiful voice, cherished for her singing. Ruining her voice would be akin to taking her life. Realizing Zhu Man's significance in the emperor's heart, she endured the pain in her chest and staggered towards Zhu Man, grasping her shoulders. Zhu Man, wake up. I was wrong. Please, wake up. I should not have struck your face. I should not have deliberately made things difficult for you. I merely wanted your facial mask formula. Zhu Man, please wake up. Zhu Man feigned unconsciousness, remaining unresponsive to Li Pin's desperate calls.
Li Pin.
Knowing she could not escape this calamity, shouted at Xiao Yao, You wretched maid. You were supposed to feign a strike against Zhu Man, and yet you have knocked her unconscious. Yu Qingsong's attention was indeed drawn. Glancing at the terrified Xiao Yao, he commanded, That jar of salt shall be divided equally between the two of you. Tian Fu, why are you hesitating? Your Majesty, no. Your Majesty, please. Li Pin's mouth was stuffed with salt, and she was retching incessantly. Just as she expelled some, another handful of salt was forced down her throat by Tian Fu. Her resistance resulted in salt being everywhere, her eyes, her nostrils, her body. Tears mingled with the grains of salt, forming clumps on her face. The irritation caused her to weep even more, which only led to further salt sticking to her skin in a vicious cycle. Held down and unable to move, Li Pin wished to cry, yet her throat burned with a fierce pain, and every breath felt like a knife slicing through her veins. Her cries turned hoarse and fragmented, resembling the sounds of a wild beast. With her throat wrecked, despair washed over Li Pin. At that moment, the salt jar was nearly emptied, and the two young eunuchs no longer restrained her, but instead seized the fragrant peony. A new round of torment began, her screams gradually weakening. In the future, let anyone who dares to bully those in my palace first ponder whether they can withstand such treatment. Leaving behind a harsh remark, Yu Qingsong turned to look at the still feigning unconsciousness Zhu Man. Just as he was about to mock her cleverness, his gaze fell upon her swollen, bleeding face, and his mood soured. Shinjili deserved to die 1,000 deaths. She nearly ruined the eternal hope of the great Lan nation. Had it not been for the intent to catch her in the act of illicit relations with the eunuchs, he would have executed Shinjili on the spot. Gently lifting Zhu Man, although Yu Qingsong was anxious, he proceeded with deliberate care. Tian Fu, observing their intertwined figures, felt a surge of delight. The emperor was about to fall in love, and the birth of a little prince was just around the corner. However, it seemed the emperor was still unwilling to acknowledge his feelings, despite the unmistakable longing in his eyes. In the side hall of Qianyuan Palace, Yu Qingsong placed Zhu Man on a soft couch meant for his brief rests, playfully pinching her pert nose. Stop pretending, there's no one else here. As Zhu Man opened her eyes, ready to apologize, she was struck silent by Yu Qingsong's next words. Zhu Man, do you wish to become my consort? Your Majesty? Zhuaman could hardly believe her ears. I did not mean it that way. I harbor no worldly desires towards you. I merely thought it would be safer for you as a maid, so I wanted to grant you a title. As he spoke, a flush of crimson spread from his ears to his neck. Seeing Zhuaman still in shock, he waved his sleeve dismissively. Forget it, remain a palace maid. I will not allow a pig-headed consort in my harem. Zhuaman's heart seethed with indignation. Yu Qingsong, you big oaf. Who is the pig-headed one? Volume 1, Chapter 33. Taking the emperor to witness the drama, Yu Qingsong departed, only for physician Hu and noble consort Xian to arrive in quick succession. Upon entering, noble consort Xian grasped Zhuaman's hand and burst into tears. She remained silent, her tears flowing freely, as if she intended to drown Zhuaman in her sorrow. Eventually, she even began to hiccup amidst her sobs. Poor Zhuaman, with her swollen face, had to comfort the frightened noble consort. Fortunately, physician, who was a gentleman, leading the sobbing woman aside, prescribing oral and topical medications for Zhuaman's injuries. After advising her on the care of her wounds, physician who departed with his medicine box. Noble consort Xian's cries abruptly ceased once her brother left. She wiped her tears and leaned close to Zhuaman's ear. This time, I am at fault. I wish you hadn't come. Zhuaman patted her hand. If I hadn't come, Li Pin would likely hold an even greater grudge against me. Noble consort Xian inhaled deeply, hesitated to speak, but upon seeing Zhuaman's face, she resolved firmly. Zhuaman, I must tell you a secret. What secret? Li Pin is having an affair with a eunuch. Seeing Zhuaman's skepticism, noble consort Xian spoke urgently. It's true. Every 25th of the month, they meet in a dilapidated courtyard, where there's a small pond with terrible fish. Zhuaman was taken aback. How do you know they meet in a rundown courtyard? How do you know the fish are bad? Oh, it doesn't matter. Only 2 days remain until the 25th. I will come find you then, and we shall catch them in the act. Afterwards, they will have to obey us. With that, noble consort Xian stealthily scampered away, her demeanor more akin to a thief than a noblewoman. Noble consort Xian was overestimating the complexity of Li Pin's situation. If they truly caught the pair, it was likely that they would not be easily manipulated but would instead eliminate anyone who knew the truth. Moreover, the novel did not mention Li Pin's father's official position, yet Zhuaman could surmise a distinguished lineage, perhaps even high-ranking. Otherwise, Yu Qingsong would not have spared Li Pin so easily, fearing the repercussions from her family. It seemed that day she could not accompany noble consort Xian. It would be wiser to bring someone from the emperor's side, like Tianfu or an Yi. Presenting the evidence openly would facilitate dealing with Li Pin. Having come to this conclusion, Zhuaman felt a sense of clarity and carefully applied medicine to her face. Due to her injuries, Yu Qingsong had ordered her to rest in the lower quarters and not report for duty in the palace. After 2 days of inactivity, Zhuaman finally awaited the night of the 25th, when noble consort Xian came to inform her that the time was ripe. After preparing her face in front of the mirror, Zhuaman set off with noble consort Xian toward Qianyuan Palace, coincidentally encountering Yu Qingsong. Initially, she merely wished to find someone close to the emperor, but upon seeing him, new ideas took root. Your Majesty, do you have any urgent matters at hand? Since he had spoken to her 2 days prior, Yu Qingsong had intentionally avoided Zhuaman, feeling a bit uncomfortable upon seeing her again. His ears inexplicably flushed, and his heart raced. I was just going for a casual stroll. Your Majesty, may I accompany you? Yu Qingsong fell silent, casting a glance at Zhuaman before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Zhuaman felt awkward at his lack of response. She could not openly suggest capturing someone in the presence of the emperor and noble consort Xian. While she refrained from saying it aloud, her mind raced. If you hesitate any longer, it will be too late. The novel states that Li Pin meets with the eunuch on the 25th each month. I am helping you. Yu Qingsong clearly heard Zhuaman's inner thoughts and, no longer hesitating, instructed her to lead the way. However, Zhuaman was unsure of the meeting place, as there were many dilapidated courtyards within the palace, and several contained small ponds. She exchanged glances with noble consort Xian, who eagerly pointed the way with her fingers concealed in her sleeve. Yet, with each step, Zhuaman grew increasingly familiar with the route. This was the very path leading to the dilapidated courtyard where she once fished and met Xiao Zhengzi. As night fell, the moonlight, dim and filtered through thick clouds, spilled over the gnarled branches. Suppressed low moans pierced the darkness, reaching the ears of the three. Zhuman felt noble consort Xian's hand brush against her forearm. She lowered her head to see Xian's questioning expression. She quietly stepped back, leaning in to listen. A warm breath brushed her ear, carrying Xian's perplexed inquiry. Isn't the eunuch out of favor? How could he still please Li Pin? It's not only that which can bring a woman pleasure. Sure, you'll understand in time.
Click.
Yuqing Song inadvertently snapped a branch, the sound resonating deafeningly in the stillness of the night. In the darkness, no one could perceive the flush that spread across his face. What were these two women discussing? As a grown man, he felt utterly humiliated. The more he wished to avoid listening, the more their words seemed to scuttle into his ears. The crux of the matter was his acute hearing. No faint sound could elude his attention. He had initially intended to remain concealed, but with the prospect of their conversation continuing, he could no longer bear to linger. The two within that room were doomed. Go in and seize them.
Yes.
Yuqing Song strode forward, and Zhu Man and the favored concubine exchanged a glance before following suit. Upon entering, Zhu Man beheld two pale bodies entwined together, but before she could scrutinize further, darkness enveloped her. A warm palm covered her eyes, muffling her sense of smell, yet heightening her other senses. She caught a faint whiff of the subtle, calming fragrance of agarwood emanating from Yuqing Song.
Li Pin, et lai jose.
Your Majesty, please allow me to clarify. This man has forced me, have him dragged out and executed. Li Pin's voice, once melodious, had turned rough and hoarse, resembling the cacophony of 100 quacking ducks. Yuqing Song rubbed his temples, his handsome visage darkening. This person has disguised himself as a eunuch and infiltrated the palace. Let him become a true eunuch. A scream pierced the air, followed by a dull thud as something crashed to the ground. It was a man undergoing a transformation. Such foul acts within the palace. Li Pin consorting with an unclean eunuch deserves the most severe punishment. Execute both on the spot, and eradicate their entire lineage to uphold discipline. In a flash, two heads tumbled to the ground. Hidden task completed, storyline corrected, earning 66 points. Before Zhu Man could process the unfolding events, a commotion erupted outside. A woman's shrill scream echoed, and an E swiftly captured the woman outside. Volume 1, Chapter 34. A faulty memory. The woman was slender, clad entirely in black, her face concealed by a veil, leaving only a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars visible. Zhu Man felt an inexplicable familiarity, and before she could fully grasp the situation, Yuqing Song swiftly yanked the veil from the woman's face. Yu Qingyun? Upon seeing the male protagonist, Yu Qingyun appeared visibly intimidated, timidly calling out second brother. Zhu Man, initially inclined to approach, instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing the address. Yu Qingyun. The fifth princess conferred by the late emperor has an insincere third brother, Yu Jingshan, and an arrogant fourth sister, Yu Minglu, being the youngest. She developed a timid disposition due to being bullied. Alas, in the narrative, the emperor neglects the good elder brother and younger sister in favor of the treacherous third and fourth siblings, leading to the demise of the good ones and the survival of the wicked. The fate of Princess Jiao is also grim. Both brothers meet their end at the hands of the male protagonist, and the perpetually timid Jiao transforms into a dancer to assassinate him, only to be thwarted and fatally struck before she can act. Yuqing Song's emotions were tumultuous, even more shocking than the revelation that his elder brother had been harboring a pond full of toads. The younger sister, he had always dismissed, Yu Qingyun, would dare to become a dancer to exact vengeance for herself and their elder brother? His most trusted third and fourth siblings were, in fact, treacherous? What is real in this world, and what is merely illusion? Had he truly been so foolish? Why was he so easily deceived by others while neglecting the genuine good? Character Yuqing Song's storyline corrected by 10, reward points, 66. When had he lost these memories? It seemed to have begun when he ascended to the throne at the age of 10. The third and fourth siblings had always been wicked. Why had he consistently believed them to be virtuous? It felt as though someone had manipulated his mind, obscuring the warm moments shared with his elder brother and younger sister. while inciting an inexplicable urge to be kinder to the third and fourth siblings. Logically, he should not have been so naive, yet something seemed to cloud his wisdom. Though it may be somewhat irreverent, Zhu couldn't shake the impression that she resembled a small turtle. Witnessing Yu Qingyun on the verge of tears tugged at her heart. After all, Yu Qingyun was merely a 13-year-old child. Tyrant, your sister is in tears. Why remain indifferent? All of you, leave. I wish to speak with my younger sister. At the acknowledgement of her being referred to as younger sister, Yu Qingyun abruptly looked up. Her eyes sparkling with overwhelming joy, her hands trembling in excitement. You two, please. Zhu, wishing to observe the interaction between Yu Qingsong and Yu Qingyun further, was interrupted by an E, who made it clear that they should not linger. In the dilapidated courtyard, only Zhu and an E remained. Time seemed to revert to her first night in the Great Lawn Kingdom when she and an E had roasted fish together. Back then, she could barely satisfy her hunger. Who would have imagined that one day she would become the head maid of Qianyuan Palace? An E, let us roast another fish, she suggested eagerly. The coldness in an Yi's voice cracked slightly. Another? Zhu detected his hesitation, sensing his concern over Yu Qingsong discovering them. It's fine. The Emperor won't care about the fish here. He won't be dining with us. The Emperor is indeed in excellent spirits. An E was aware of Zhu sentiments and recognized the Emperor's inexplicable concern for her. He had initially intended to mention that the Emperor often roasted fish here. However, upon reflection, he realized that if the Emperor had not disclosed this familiarity to her, it suggested either a pretense of intimacy or a reluctance to share. Regardless of the outcome, it was not his place as a dark guard to disclose such matters. Zhu observed in Yi's peculiar demeanor and the tension in his posture. Sensing something amiss, turning to glance at Yu Qingsong, she understood. Before departing, she couldn't resist teasing him. While the moon slumbers, you remain awake. You're such a little baldy. And he touched his head, feeling the thick black hair, and a smile crept across his lips. In the dilapidated room, Yu Qingyun had just wept heavily in Yu Qingsong's embrace, her eyes now red and resembling those of a little white rabbit, akin to precious rubies. Do not cry. It was my fault in the past. Can you forgive me? Yu Qingyun sniffled. I have never held any resentment towards you. It's always been the Emperor brother and the elder sister who led you astray. Addressing him as brother and the Emperor as brother, Yu Qingyun subconsciously distinguished between close and distant kin. After exchanging further words, Yu Qingsong gazed into the pitch-black night, realizing it was getting late, and finally broached the subject. What brings you here? The elder sister sent me. Yu Qingsong frowned. What did she ask you to do? He understood that had he not arrived early to eliminate that pair of scoundrels, Yu Qingyun would have been forced to confront that unspeakable scene. However, the elder sister feared these slippery fish, so she always tasked me with catching and preparing them before presenting them to her. Yu Qingsong's voice turned hoarse. Are you saying that Yu Minglu has never caught fish on her own? I distinctly remember catching fish with her by the pond during our childhood. After the earlier exchange with Yu Qingsong, Yu Qingyun felt less intimidated and dared to challenge his words now. Was it a mistake in my brother's memory? The princess has always loathed fish, and her most detested creature is indeed the fish. How could she possibly accompany my brother to catch them? In our childhood, it was I and my older brother who assisted him in fishing, and we even roasted what we caught, though the goldfish turned out to be tasteless. Is that so? Perhaps my brother is simply exhausted lately, leading to a few inaccuracies in his recollections. He must take care to rest, Yu Qingyun expressed with concern. Without uttering a word, leaped into the pond and caught a small black fish weighing at least 2 pounds. Princess Jero, shall we depart? Then, let us go. Brother must remember to rest. Yu Qingsong nodded at her, and as their figures disappeared, he felt a grimace forming on his lips, suddenly kicking down the crumbling wall with fury.
Why?
I had thought it was merely a lapse in memory regarding certain events before the age of 10, yet it appears that some memories are fundamentally flawed. Who has tampered with his recollections? Volume 1, Chapter 35. The Tyrant's Unjust Distress in the Chamber. Zhu pulled up a corner of the quilt to cover her navel, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. System, are you not a convenience store system? Why do you also possess character corrections and plot modifications? Previously, You had me investigate the family background of Consort Xian and rewarded me with 66 points. Please clarify. Indeed, I am a convenience store system, with privileges limited to chatting and recommending products. Tasks are triggered at random, and hidden tasks only come to light through your actions. The convenience store system felt aggrieved. Sensing its own ineffectiveness, it was indeed a system, yet remained oblivious to many matters. It speculated that perhaps its internal components were malfunctioning. The tone of its voice tinged with sorrow. Host. Should I report an error to the main system and see if it can repair me or grant me access to view all tasks? All right, ensure you clarify matters. It is quite peculiar for a mere convenience store to sell such unreasonable items as portable spaces, and the tasks issued are unrelated to the store itself. The system continued to ramble on, finally departing with some relief. Zhu Man, in anticipation of the truth to be uncovered, felt a thrill of excitement that kept her awake until the late hours of the night. When she awoke the next day, Zhu Man felt utterly dazed. Upon entering the side chamber, she immediately heard Yukinkang's furious shouts. The tyrant was once again in a rage, day after day. One could scarcely fathom the source of his ire. Inside, shadow guards knelt in a row on the ground, pleading for forgiveness, while Yukinkang raised his foot and forcefully kicked towards the table behind them. With a resounding crash, the table splintered, and the heads of the shadow guards bowed even lower. Did I not instruct you to pay particular attention to Shun Jelly's brother? How could you allow him to escape? Yukinkang trembled with rage, yet could not bring himself to kick them again. My lord, and San is willing to die to atone. And Wu is also willing to die to atone. Observing these individuals so readily offering their lives as penance, Yukinkang's anger surged. Loyalty is commendable, but their narrow-mindedness was infuriating.
Get lost. Who told you to die?
No one is permitted to die without my consent. All of you, go investigate. Once the shadow guards departed, Yukinkang slumped helplessly onto the dragon throne.
Why?
He had discovered the liaison between Li Pin and another earlier than in the book, and Shun Jelly's brother, Shin Shiming, was at home. How could he still have escaped? He could eliminate Li Pin, could deal with that false eunuch. Why could he not eliminate Shin Shiming? Was it because Shun Shiming was a character allied with the male lead that he could not be killed? Was he merely destined to die young? No. If a premature death was his fate, then he must defy destiny. Yes, Zhu Man. Zhu Man is the only variable in his life. Were it not for her, he would still be deceived by the third and fourth elders, still ensnared by Wei Cheng and Su Zhenhai. Compared to the story, he had already made considerable improvements. 1,000-mile dike is breached by an ant-hole. Yukinkang firmly believed he could eliminate the male lead and his supporters.
Zuman, come in.
The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and Yukinkang's expression relaxed further. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Zhu Man, outside with Yuing, was reviewing the check-in records when she heard the Emperor calling for her from within. For some reason, Zhu Man felt as though she had become a mother, with Yukinkang as her child, requiring her summons for everything. She stood before him, and Yukinkang instructed her to step away. As she distanced herself, he called out to her again, particularly when engaged in conversation with others. Was there any difference between this and the antics of a troublesome child? Very well. Given their ages, Yukinkang did indeed appear as a child in her eyes. Being only 20 years old, in her era, he would still be in university, while she had already graduated at 22. Once she adopted the perspective of an elder sister rather than that of a servant, Zhu Man began to perceive Yukinkang's peculiarities. His eyes were tinged with redness. His body trembled slightly, and his gaze towards her held an unintentional hint of grievance. Is this how a tyrant should appear? He seems rather easy to intimidate. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Zhu Man, do you think I can live to be 100?
Zuman understood.
Yukinkang was likely troubled about his future, perhaps frightened by her frequent musings on his fate. You will undoubtedly. To her surprise, upon hearing this, Yukinkang appeared even more aggrieved, his voice quivering involuntarily. Then, why can I not capture Shin Shiming? Shin Shiming? Shun Jelly? Oh, Shin Shiming must be Shin Jelly's brother, who will later ally with the male lead and turn against Yukinkang. However, by that time, Shin Shiming would have assumed a different identity. On the surface, Zhu Man offered comfort. Is your majesty distressed over last night's events? Shin Shiming could outrun the first day of the month, but not the 15th. There is no need for concern. In her heart, Zhu Man deliberately divulged information. Do not search for Shin Shiming any longer. Seek Shin Shiji instead. Shin Shiming enjoys playing. So he leveraged his power to install a false identity in a household in Xinjia village. When he allies with the male lead, he will claim to hail from Xinjia village under the name of Shin Shiji. Investigating friends surrounding Shin Shiming will yield no results. After saying this, Zhu Man indeed observed Yuking Kang's eyes brighten, the fiery glare softening. Zhu Man, thank you. The tyrant had actually uttered words of gratitude. Zhu Man felt an uncanny sense of unreality. You may leave. I have matters to attend to.
Yes.
To prevent Yuking Kang from discovering her knowledge of his little secret, Zhu Man intentionally grumbled in her heart as she departed. Is he out of his mind, calling me over just to ask a nonsensical question? Upon exiting, Zhu Man was halted by Tianfu, who wore a broad smile, his round face resembling that of a Maitreya Buddha.
Suman.
The emperor may seem irritable on the surface, but he possesses a tender heart. Our family has cared for him since childhood, and we understand him well. He merely appears cold, but is warm within. The tyrant is capable of compassion? Cold on the outside, warm on the inside? Is this even coherent? She felt somewhat lost. Nevertheless, she did not display any signs of confusion, merely nodding along with Tianfu. You shall all have a favorable outcome. Zhu Man continued to respond outwardly, while inwardly she scoffed at the notion of good and bad outcomes, thinking he resembled not a eunuch, but rather a charlatan. The diviner, Tianfu, how wonderful. I wish for Zhu Man to openly acknowledge that she will have a favorable outcome with the emperor. The birth of the little prince is imminent. Princess Mingzhu, you cannot enter without the emperor's permission. Impudence. How dare a lowly servant obstruct this princess from seeing her royal brother?
Stand Aside.
The clamor grew louder, capturing Zhu Man's attention. She nodded to Tianfu and turned towards the source of the noise. Volume 1, Chapter 36. Acting in front of Zhu Man with a sense of guilt upon Zhu Man's arrival, two elegantly dressed individuals stood watching a performance, with Xinger being held back and slapped by their maid.
Stop.
Zhu Man shouted, successfully drawing their attention. Both turned to her simultaneously, appearing to be around the age of 10, yet their styles were distinct. One appeared slightly more mature, adorned with a peony bun, embellished with a golden hairpin set with blue gemstones, dressed in a moon-white satin palace gown, intricately embroidered at the sleeves and hem. The younger one, likely Princess Mingzhu, wore a fairy-like hairstyle, with a jeweled flower hairpin and delicate pearl tassels that swayed gently with her movements. Zhu Man could not recognize them, but previously she would have been concerned about how to address them. However, ever since the incident with Li Pin, the emperor had decreed that she need not pay respects to any noble ladies. Thus, she felt no obligation to remember their names or titles. Are you Zhu Man?
Yes.
How audacious. A mere maid dares to be disrespectful to Rong Chongzai. As she spoke, a slap was aimed at Zhu Man's face. Zhu Man sidestepped, seizing the young maid's wrist. Are you certain you wish to treat the head maid of the emperor this way in Qianyuan Palace? The young maid's eyes momentarily flickered with panic as she glanced at Rong Chongzai, who was watching the spectacle. Zhen Rong, with a sarcastic tone, incited Princess Mingzhu's emotions. I care not whose head maid you are. The emperor must heed my words. Can I not discipline a mere maid? Cui Lu, smash her mouth. Upon receiving the command, Cui Lu released Xinge and approached Zhu Man with a mocking smile. At this critical moment, Tianfu rushed in to mediate. Oh dear! What troubles do we have here? Let us not quarrel with the maid. She simply lacks understanding. Look, I can smell roasted fish from afar. It must be the roasted fish brought to the emperor by Princess Mingzhu. How fortunate we are to have such a sister. Yu Minglu, at 16, had reached the age when most young women marry and bear children, yet her excessive pampering had rendered her rather immature. She was easily provoked and relished flattery. The more praise she received, the more arrogant she became. Upon hearing Tianfu's compliments, rather than tempering her demeanor, she became even more aggressive. If my brother is blessed to have me as a sister, he ought to compensate me in other ways. Tianfu, I command you to gouge out this Zhu Man's eyes. In the past, Princess Mingzhu could be easily appeased, but now she was insistent on making her grievances known, leaving Tianfu helpless. It would require the emperor's intervention.
Oh,
Princess Mingzhu, I dare not. How about we take this ignorant maid to see the emperor and let him punish her? Yu Minglu considered this, after all. Which woman in the harem did not harbor designs on her brother? The best way to punish someone was not to kill them, but to make them lose what they cherished most. If they could shatter her illusions now and have the emperor personally command Zhu Man's eyes to be gouged out, how delightful that would be. Tianfu, lead the way.
yes.
Tianfu grasped Zhu Man's arm, walking ahead of the two. Zhu Man, when the time comes, act accordingly. Do not retort to Princess Mingzhu. She is the emperor's most beloved sister, but fret not. The emperor will protect you. Zhu Man nodded outwardly, but scoffed internally. The most beloved sister? Perhaps that was once true, but after hearing her heartfelt thoughts last night, did Yu Qingsong truly consider her his most cherished sibling? She had made her sentiments clear, stating that the third and fourth princes were not to be trusted. They were born wrong. If the emperor did not believe her, she could easily enumerate their misdeeds in her heart. Your Majesty, Princess Mingzhu and Rong Chongzai seek an audience. Enter. The door swung open, and Yu Minglu took the food box from Cui Dai, pulling Rong Chongzai along. As they passed by Zhu Man, she attempted to step on her foot but nearly fell flat in front of everyone. Little four, why don't you come in? Upon hearing Yu Qingsong's voice, Yu Minglu instantly transformed her expression, donning a sweet smile as she skipped into the room. Brother, you have called me your sister before. Do you now think our relationship has grown distant because I did not come to deliver fish? Not at all. This is how ordinary folk address one another. Yu Minglu unabashedly acted spoiled, while Zhu Man inwardly ridiculed her. Was Princess Mingzhu excessively conceited or simply lacking in intellect? She demanded Yu Qingsong to call her sister while simultaneously referring to herself as this princess. It was laughable. She looked down on Yu Qingsong yet pretended to be close. What a farce, and poorly acted at that. Brother, someone is bullying this princess. Who dares to bully you? I shall take care of it. Yu Qingsong cast a glance at Zhu Man. For some reason, with her presence, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt even while acting with Yu Minglu. Was it because he had heard her innermost thoughts yet still maintained a facade of intimacy with Yu Minglu? This made him feel a sense of betrayal.
No.
Zhu Man was unaware of her ability to hear her thoughts. Why should he feel guilty for betraying Zhu Man? Surely it could not be because he was preserving his chastity for a mere maid, could it? Nonsense. He was the emperor. How could he concern himself with a maid? It must be that his emotions had shifted, having seen through Yu Mingliu's true nature, causing discomfort while acting. Brother, did you not hear this princess? Yu Qingsong repeatedly ignored her words, and Yu Mingliu's innocent expression could no longer be maintained. In a fit of rage, she swept all the precious cups off the table, exclaiming, Yu Qingsong, I commanded you to gouge out Zhu Man's eyes. Do you not understand my words? Do you not understand my words? This phrase seemed to awaken ancient memories within Yu Qingsong. When he resisted, Yu Minglu would taunt, Do you not understand my words?
Guilyu.
Crush the insects and make him drink the concoction. When he refused to assist Yu Minglu with her studies, she would repeat, Do you not understand my words?
Guilyu.
Burn all his books. Let the tutor scold him. What level does he think he is, sharing a teacher with us? When he refused to take the blame for Yu Minglu, she would again declare, Do you not understand my words? It is an honor for you to take the blame for this princess. Yu Qingsong, do you not understand my words? Yu Qingsong, you should have perished alongside your ill-fated mother. Yu Qingsong, you are merely a plaything left by father to amuse me. Yu Qingsong.
Ah.
Stop. I command you to cease speaking. Just days ago, he had replaced the yellow rosewood desk, only for it to be shattered by Yu Qingsong. The desk was thick enough, yet his fingers twisted unnaturally, blood pouring forth. Volume 1, Chapter 37. A partial confession, Your Majesty. Brother, what troubles you? Would you like this princess to summon a physician for you? Yu Minglu glanced at Yu Qingsong from a distance, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. The ruler of a nation is a violent man, and it is beyond counting how many tables he has shattered. Truly a shameful display, devoid of any regal demeanor. He possesses none of the gentleness of her third brother, Yu Jingshan, who would never unleash his fury at any moment. Rong Chong observed the scene before her with a surge of excitement. As a close friend of Princess Mingzhu, she was privy to all that the princess had endured at the hands of the emperor. Knowing that Yu Qingsong was currently unhinged due to memories of his dark childhood, she could hardly contain her urge to laugh uproariously. She had been by the princess's side, encouraging her to provoke Yu Qingsong, all in anticipation of this very moment. Becoming a consort without further intimacy with the emperor is simply due to her failure to penetrate his heart. How can one truly reach the depths of the emperor's soul? Of course, one must seize the opportunity. Your Majesty, allow me to take care of you. Begone. All of you, leave my presence. Your Majesty, allow me to. A large hand firmly grasped Zhenrong's delicate neck, leaving her on the brink of asphyxiation. Sensing the increasing pressure of that hand, Zhenrong struggled to breathe. Enveloped by a suffocating sensation, she reached out towards Yu Minglu in desperate appeal for help. Rest assured, Rong, he would not dare. Just wait and see. How absurd. She was on the verge of death. Zhenrong rolled her eyes in despair. How could the emperor choose to commit murder in front of Yu Minglu? She was eagerly awaiting the moment when the emperor would err and tarnish his reputation. Alas, it was she who had previously disseminated the information regarding the execution of palace maids, and now, with the unjust execution of the innocent consort Rong. Was she not handing a weapon to Yu Minglu? The novel does not mention Rong Chong, suggesting that this character is likely not a significant supporting role. It would be prudent to address this matter at a later time, preferably not in front of Yu Minglu. Begone. As Yu Minglu stepped out of the room, Zhenrong, on the brink of death, lacked the strength to follow. Zhu Man supported her and escorted her outside. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Yu Qingsong's voice. Dark and demonic. Zhu Man, stay. Zhu Man was reluctant to remain in this place, as she perceived that Yu Qingsong's psyche was troubling, coupled with a propensity for violence. Her willingness to save Rong Chong was not born out of kindness, but rather a fear of witnessing the tyrant commit murder. The scene was too horrifying, and she was terrified. Yet, if the price of saving Rong Chong meant sharing a room with the enraged Yu Qingsong, she would rather summon Rong Chong herself.
Suman, come in.
The voice from within urged once more, and fearing further anger, Zhu Man complied. Upon entering, the light within the room abruptly dimmed as the young eunuch guarding the door secured it tightly. The Yu Qingsong inside was not as she had imagined. He was neither furious nor venting his wrath, but rather sat calmly at the splintered table. His fingers were contorted, yet they seemed devoid of sensation as he smiled and beckoned her closer. Zhu Man, lacking the ability to read minds, was unaware of Yu Qingsong's thoughts. She tiptoed to sit beside him, wary of making a sound, afraid that any taut string in his mind might snap. As she observed Yu Qingsong's hand move, her body instinctively recoiled, unaware of any pain she bore, and upon opening her eyes, she saw a furry head. Lowering her gaze, Zhu Man noticed Yu Qingsong using his uninjured hand to lift her skirt, clearing away several bloodstains with the back of his hand. Then, she heard his soft murmur. Zhu Man values her dress the most. It must not be soiled. After cleaning the area, he felt the stickiness on his hand and casually wiped it on his dragon robe before straightening up to look at Zhu Man. There, the ground is clean, and your dress is unsoiled. She had not been struck nor scolded. Yu Qingsong's actions were surprisingly gentle. Yet, inexplicably, Zhu Man felt a sting at the tip of her nose, an impulse to weep overwhelming her. Perhaps it was the unexpected kindness, a sense of relief akin to escaping death. Zhu Man, I am not a tyrant. I only kill those who deserve it. He spoke not as I, but as me. Afraid of revealing her emotions, Zhu Man softly murmured in acknowledgement. Would you like to know why I have to execute a group of talented women every year? Before Zhu Man could fully process the shock, he heard Yu Qingsong's voice, faint as if on the verge of dissipating into the air. Out of over 200 individuals, I have chosen only 3 who harbor no murderous intent towards me. In that instant, Zhu Man felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The 3 he referred to were Gu Qianying, Bai Qiao, and Lin Yueying, and he was certain he was not among them. After all, he was merely a vessel, not borrowing anyone else's identity. How ironic it was that the entire populace despised him, wishing for his demise. Naturally, he must take preemptive measures against them. Would this include himself among those he intended to eliminate? His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, teetering on the brink of losing all capacity for rational thought. He had just mentioned keeping 3 individuals, and now he was laying bare his innermost feelings before her. Would she, in the next moment, find herself in a perilous situation? As a sovereign, he could dispose of a palace made with the greatest of ease, particularly one with no connections in the kingdom of Dallin. The sound of chattering teeth nearby reminded Yu Qingsong of his earlier words about eliminating them all. He gently reassured her, "I have no intention of taking your life. Even if you are not a subject of the Dallin dynasty. Do you know that I am not one of you?" Zhu Man had long revealed in her heart that she was not one of them, yet she had not anticipated that Yu Qingsong would choose this moment to voice it. Thus, she could only feign shock, concealing from Yu Qingsong her knowledge of his ability to read minds. Once he became aware, he would forever doubt the sincerity of her inner thoughts, ceasing to regard himself as a savior. This would place her in peril, not only from the concubines and palace maids, but also from Yu Qingsong himself. "I have examined the records of your registration as a talented maiden, and your name is conspicuously absent. You appeared in the palace unexpectedly, yet no one noticed anything amiss. Your handwriting consistently lacks certain elements, your speech is often perplexing, and you engage in peculiar habits such as creating face masks and lollipops. You are undoubtedly not from our realm." Zhu Man quietly exhaled in relief. It seemed Yu Qingsong was not inclined to reveal his ability to hear her thoughts at this juncture, opting instead to employ another means to assert her foreign origins. Thus, she still held value and would not perish imminently. "Zhu Man, from whence do you hail?" "I hail from Huagua. Is there a woman named Jin Shuang there?"
Indeed.
"There are many. The population in our region is vast, and it is quite common to have names that are shared." "Who is Jin Shuang?" "Golden Twin is my mother. She departed the palace abruptly, as silently as you arrived. Do you suppose it's possible she hails from the same realm as you?" Volume 1, Chapter 38. I command you to be my friend. You wretched woman. Zhu Man nearly choked on her own saliva. Is the Empress Dowager of Huagua? Could she not, therefore, leverage her shared hometown with Yu Qingsong to gain additional advantages in his presence? She is not the Empress. Since her disappearance, she has been relegated to the status of a palace maid. As for her nationality, my mother has never spoken of it. Well, Zhu Man felt somewhat disheartened, as she had hoped for a fellow townsfolk. "Zhu Man, would you like to hear about my mother's story? My mother would sing lullabies to lull me to sleep, prepare delectable pastries, and concoct sweet beverages. Her gaze upon me was filled with tenderness. However, she mysteriously vanished before my 4th birthday. Despite my father scouring the entire palace, she remained unfound, and rumors spread that she had absconded with a wild man. Consequently, my father harbored resentment towards me, banishing me from the opulent palace to a meager courtyard. People outside whispered that I was a bastard, claiming I had muddied the royal bloodline. Though my father knew I was his son, he refrained from uttering a single word. Initially, he mourned my mother's absence, but later he ceased to mention her name. His gaze devoid of hatred, replaced only by unfamiliarity. I once believed that the concubines had conspired against my mother. Yet upon ascending the throne and interrogating them one by one, they all professed ignorance of her existence, claiming they knew nothing of my mother. What a farce! Who in this world does not have a mother? Am I not born of a woman, but rather sprung forth from a crevice in a rock? Zhu Man listened in silence, finding her own mother's disappearance somewhat peculiar. Moreover, the emperor's reaction was equally strange. He initially resented her disappearance and consequently despised his own son. Yet, why then would he bestow the throne upon his son? Zhu Man vaguely recalled that in the novel, the emperor voluntarily abdicated, but such a drastic shift in attitude was perplexing. Zhu Man, do people in your realm perform such tricks? Can they make so many forget her existence? Surely not. Zhu Man had once doubted the existence of such abilities, yet now she found herself compelled to believe. For she indeed possessed a system. Since the system sold spatial capabilities, it naturally included memory erasing tools. Even if her system did not offer such tools, others might. Thus, Jin Shuang might possess a system similar to hers, but for reasons unknown, chose to erase others' memories and vanish. Zhu Man, gazing into my eyes, inquired if I too possess such abilities. No, I decidedly do not. Zhu Man understood that Yu Chengsong was not seeking an answer from her. Hence, after speaking, she silently pondered. Whether I have it or not, I am unaware. I have never inquired of the system. Why did my mother leave? I mused. She had promised to make me a birthday cake on my special day. The maid also knew not. A birthday cake? Does the Great Lawn Kingdom even possess such a concept? Could it be that this originated from another world? Zhu Man attempted to console him. Yu Qingsong's expression brightened somewhat. Being abandoned by his beloved mother was a persistent thorn in his heart. He tossed and turned at night, unable to fathom how the gentle and caring mother he knew could transform into a heartless woman who abandoned her family. Yet, he had no outlet for his frustration, nor any means to inquire, let alone engage in casual conversation with a woman. This unanswered question lay buried deep within him. However, now he could ask, for Zhu Man knew the fate of them all. Zhu Man, do you have news of my mother? Your Majesty, you must be quite anxious. How could a mere maid possibly know? The novel did not elaborate on the Emperor's biological mother. Could it be that her absence from everyone's memory is precisely due to this omission? Could this be the power of the plot? Lin Yueying and Shin Shiji were influenced by the storyline, thus Jin Shuang disappearing might also be feasible. The plot. Who penned such a wretched tale? And why did they not craft a more favorable life for him? Or rather, why did they not erase his memories as well? On that day, he would invariably envision the mother who should have been present and the birthday cake she promised to bake. Your Majesty, do not be sorrowful. I, too, am a woman and understand the thoughts of women. The Empress surely cared for you sincerely. Upon hearing Zhu Man's heartfelt words, Yu Qingsong was momentarily stunned. He had never considered the possibility of reuniting with his mother. He had never contemplated how she would react upon seeing him become a tyrant. Songer will undoubtedly be a wise ruler, beloved by the people, not a cruel and tyrannical monarch. It seemed he had not lived up to the image his mother envisioned for him. Zhu Man, you must believe me. I will not harm you. On the contrary, I am in dire need of your assistance. His gaze was earnest, filled with unwavering resolve. However, his hands betrayed his calm demeanor, gripping tightly, fingers turning pale from the strain. Very well, as long as your Majesty requires my presence, I shall always be here. Such platitudes could be uttered by anyone. Originally relying on the narrative of the novel to sustain her existence, she now found herself entwined in an inexplicable bond with Jin Shuang. Surely, this increased her chances of survival. Had Yu Qingsong not appeared so troubled before her, Zhu Man might have laughed aloud. She was genuinely fearful of this palace, where lives were as expendable as weeds. Thus, any glimmer of hope for survival brought her prolonged joy. Zhu Man, do you enjoy roasted fish? Qingyun's roasted fish is exquisite. Yu Chengsong picked up the food container discarded by Princess Mingzhu from the ground, carefully opening the lid to reveal a fragrant and spicy roasted fish. Yet, was this not the very fish prepared by Princess Mingzhu? Yu Chengsong scoffed, allowing Qingyun to catch the fish and prepare it, while Qing Minglu was merely a porter. Eat. I believe after this conversation, we can consider ourselves friends. I dare not. Your Majesty is the Supreme Sovereign. Then you shall heed the words of the Supreme Sovereign. I command you to be my friend. As you wish. They sat together on the floor, in the dimly lit room, before a dilapidated desk, sharing the roasted fish until it was entirely consumed. It felt as though something indescribable was shifting between them. Volume 1, Chapter 39. Where there is utility, there is arrogance. After the meal, Your Majesty, I shall summon physician who, your hand requires treatment. Yu Qingsong was indifferent, declaring that the injury was trivial and instructing her not to call him, for his arrival would result in his hand being wrapped in bandages, undermining his dignity. That will not do. Neglecting treatment for an injury is unwise. Her words were cut short by Yu Qingsong's evident impatience, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the gentle touch he had earlier displayed while tending to the blood on the floor. Zhu Man, I say I do not require physician who. His methods are too slow. Zhu Man's warm heart cooled instantly, akin to boiling water being poured into a frigid expanse, cooling in mere seconds. Just as they had spoken of friendship, he showed no inclination to feign civility, presenting her with an icy demeanor instead. Was his injury such a grievous sin? Ha! How naive she had been. Though they spoke of friendship, neither trusted the other's words. Yu Qingsong, in response to Zhu Man's frequent concern, displayed impatience, choosing instead to assert his status and silence her. Conversely, Zhu Man, upon encountering his frosty tone, instinctively questioned her trust in him rather than contemplating his underlying motives. Observing Zhu Man's stunned expression, Yu Qingsong realized the weight of his words and felt a twinge of regret. I apologize. I was somewhat impulsive. I merely intended to. Your Majesty need not apologize. I cannot bear such weight. Zhu Man has returned to her previous self, strictly adhering to the rules of servitude, which only serves to exacerbate the already simmering frustration within Yu Qingsong. He suppresses his fury. Yes, the servant may leave. Once Zhu Man departs, Yu Qingsong can no longer contain his anger and, in a moment of self-inflicted torment, strikes the wall with his injured hand. He cannot fathom why, as an exalted emperor, he would lower himself to propose friendship, yet Zhu Man refuses even to inquire about a remedy from the system. When Ningji required medicine, she provided it. When Lin Yueying needed assistance, she complied. Why, when it comes to him, does she insist he seek out Doctor Who? There are undoubtedly better means for his swift recovery. Yet Zhu Man dismisses them, which hardly exemplifies the essence of friendship. In her eyes, he is worth less than the two palace maids. Although he harbors ulterior motives in befriending Zhu Man, his actions have never caused her harm.
No.
This cannot be how he thinks. Yu Qingsong shakes his head, attempting to dispel the vile thoughts from his mind. How could he entertain such notions? Zhu Man is aware of the narrative. She embodies the hope for the survival of Dalan. Even if he were to kneel and plead for her favor, he would merely hesitate over the duration of his kneeling rather than contemplate their differing statuses. But how can a sovereign treat a mere maid with such subservience?
Bang.
He is horrified by his previous thoughts of throwing Zhu Man into a prison cell and torturing her until she reveals the fates of all. Such madness is indistinguishable from that of a true tyrant. We are friends. How can I commit such an abhorrent act? Yes, we are friends, not adversaries. Yu Qingsong repeatedly reminds himself, as if to engrave it upon his very soul. Friends, indeed. She has never seen someone turn so quickly. When she needs assistance, she is cordial, even speaking of friendship, yet once he does something she disapproves of, she wields her status against him. What kind of friendship is treated with such disdain? How foolish he was to feel pity for the young Yu Qingsong. In truth, the most pitiable one is she. Yu Qingsong is an emperor, wielding the power of life and death over all. Where is the pity in that? Perhaps the trials of the past were merely tests for his ascension. How can a maid presume to pity a sovereign? Zhu Man resolves to treat Yu Qingsong like a difficult employer henceforth. If she harbors any thoughts that do not align with their respective positions, she deserves to be mistreated, and dying in the palace would be no loss. Feeling vexed by Yu Qingsong's unabashed mockery, Zhu Man wanders out of Qianyuan Palace and into the imperial garden. Upon hearing the laughter of the noble ladies, she realizes her surroundings and feels a tightening in her chest. It is not due to leaving her post, after all. The emperor had granted her the freedom to exit, but rather the fear of the ladies in the garden, known for their frequent mishaps in the narrative. She turns to leave. Bold one, who are you? Do you not pay your respects upon encountering several noble ladies? A formidable palace maid steps forth, flanked by curious concubines. Who does she think she is, pretending not to recognize her? Ever since the emperor backed her, who in the palace has not heard of her? It is not Zhu Man's arrogance. All women in the inner palace understand each other's subtle motives. They are well aware that the emperor has decreed she need not bow to her superiors, yet they feign ignorance, attempting to assert their authority over her. Should she bow, it would only reinforce the impression of her as weak and submissive, while also trampling the emperor's dignity. She would gain nothing from either the concubines or the emperor. So, why should she suffer indignities? Bold one. You wretched servant, Zhu Man declares, brandishing her token to confront them, her fingers tracing the engravings. Zhu Man, leader of Qianyuan Palace. It seems you are illiterate. Which noble lady do you serve? The implication being, which maid lacking in intellect could garner such favor? Clearly, her lady must lack any notable talent. The palace maid, caught off guard by Zhu Man's assertiveness, had initially intended to leverage her status to intimidate Zhu Man. But now she hesitates, fearing the consequences of provoking someone with the Emperor's favor. How disastrous it would be if her words led to her lady's neglect.
So,
You are a masterless mad dog? The maid seeks to defuse the situation, yet Zhu Man is unwilling to let it end there.
she,
Who has never vied for status and serves at the Emperor's side, is not a mere seductress in the eyes of others. Why should she be subjected to their scorn? From concubines to palace maids, they all seek to belittle her. For what reason? Zhu Man owes them nothing. Now that her value to the Emperor is evident, it grants her the audacity to be assertive. Rather than shrink in fear and end up used and discarded, she will seize the moment and enjoy whatever days she can. With this resolve, Zhu Man steps closer to the maid. Tell me your name and which palace you belong to. The maid remains silent, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. You refuse to speak? Do you think I am without recourse? She glances at the visibly perturbed concubines in the pavilion. Whoever provides me with this maid's information, I shall speak favorably of you before the Emperor. Ladies, this is a mutually beneficial opportunity. Volume 1, Chapter 40, Zhu Man, wielding her influence, implores the Emperor to grant her justice. Zhu Man, do not go too far. I, Zhang Huixin, am not one to be trifled with. Zhang Huixin observes the scheming women, who had once called each other sisters, now stirring restlessly, all for a mere verbal promise from Zhu Man. If she is destined for punishment from the Emperor, she will take a stand and make it clear that these women cannot use her as a stepping stone to curry favor with Zhu Man. You may not bow to me. I am magnanimous and indifferent, but you must not make impossible promises to your so-called sisters. The Emperor never spends the night in a concubine's chamber. It is common knowledge in this harem. Do you believe that a mere compliment in front of the Emperor can disrupt our relationships? Zhang Huixin speaks with conviction, and the gaze of the fickle concubines shifts between the two. So what you refer to as a compliment involves such matters. The Emperor's affections, rewards, and impressions of you are insignificant? Zhu Man scoffs, mocking the narrow-mindedness of these esteemed ladies. Zhang Huixin, flustered, retorts, where the Emperor rests, so too does the favored concubine. Zhu Man, unwilling to engage in a futile debate, seeks to sway the other concubines. She speaks with authority. If sleeping together constitutes affection, then why does the criminal code still include a specific law against assault? The offender may truly love the victim. Does that make love a crime? Why must he be imprisoned? Sleeping is merely an action, unrelated to love. The fact that the Emperor does not indiscriminately linger in the harem indicates his purity of heart and mind. If he can love someone, it is genuine and lasting. Do you not agree, esteemed ladies? Clearly, Zhu Man's outlandish arguments resonate with certain concubines, successfully capturing their interest. Excitement flickered across their faces, as they envisioned themselves as the favored concubine cherished by the Emperor. One of the palace maids, named Jinyu, was typically arrogant, and this time, her troublemaking had truly gone too far. A woman with a delicate snake braid hairstyle approached slowly, adorned with a petite floral ornament that accentuated her gentle and charming demeanor. Aware that Zhu Man had no recollection of her, she introduced herself. I am Hua Jinyao. You may call me Lady Yao. Within the grand halls of Dalan Palace, only those of the rank of concubine and above could refer to themselves as this palace. Thus, Hua Jinyao could only do so in front of Zhu Man. A sardonic smile crept upon Zhu Man's lips. It seemed that Lady Yao aimed to ingratiate herself while preserving Zhang Huixin. Yet, it appeared Hua Jinyao had forgotten, or perhaps underestimated Zhu Man's intelligence. In this harem, carelessness was not tolerated. The lives of servants were intricately bound to their masters. Without their master's consent, a maid daring to speak freely risked endangering her own mistress. Other concubines chimed in with their advice, expressing disbelief that a maid under the amiable Hui Pin could be so brazen, her arrogance overshadowing her mistress. Zhu Man, Jinyu's behavior is truly excessive. Perhaps it would be best to hand her over to the Emperor for resolution? Given the Emperor's trust in you, he would surely not allow you to suffer this indignity. Sister speaks wisely. Zhu Man, Jinyu is a chief maid to Hui Pin, and you are of equal rank. You lack the authority to discipline her. Why not seek the Emperor to adjudicate her punishment? Each voice added to the chorus, crafting Zhu Man into an exceptionally favored chief maid. all while suggesting the emperor should pass judgment. Was it merely a desire to witness the emperor's attitude towards her, whether it be as unyielding as iron or as despicable as refuse? Upon discerning the emperor's stance, the truth would inevitably emerge. Very well, she would grant them their wish. Thank you for your suggestions, Zhu Man replied with a smile that failed to reach her eyes. Then let us leave it to the emperor's judgment. With that, she seized Jin Yu's arm, forcibly leading her to Qianyuan Palace. At the entrance, only Xing'er and Guo, whom Zhu Man had stationed there, were present, alongside Tianfu and two young eunuchs. Goodness, what is happening here? Tianfu exclaimed upon seeing the scuffle between the two, followed closely by the concubines. The concubines were astonished. Tianfu, the chief eunuch of Qianyuan Palace, was showing such leniency towards Zhu Man? Addressing her as little aunt without a hint of concern for the chaos at the palace door suggested Zhu Man's standing was higher than they had presumed. Eunuch, this maid abuses her power to bully me. I must seek the emperor's intervention, and you may handle these individuals as you see fit. Tianfu, being astute, understood Zhu Man's intentions. Previously, Zhu Man had been quiet and amiable, albeit lacking knowledge of court etiquette. However, any ignorance in decorum was a failing of her mentors, not a reflection of Zhu Man herself. Now, Zhu Man had become sharp and assertive, even seeking the emperor's support, indicating her desire for advancement in her relationship with him. The prospect of bearing a small prince was imminent. He was willing to assist Zhu Man, allowing those scheming concubines to face their comeuppance. Ladies, without the emperor's summons, you must wait here at the entrance. The concubines were anxious, desperately wishing to witness the emperor's true feelings towards Zhu Man blocked at the palace gate. They could only suppress their thoughts. Zhu Man, however, was unfazed by their opinions. She contemplated what to say to sway Yu Qingsong in her favor. In the early days of the newly established nation, with many aspects still unrefined, the nation of Mo Li sought to conquer the fledgling Dalan, launching a surprise attack along the border. Under the leadership of Yu Sheng, all soldiers stood firm against the oncoming bombardment, granting the first emperor precious time to strategize. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the entrance of a side hall. Zhu Man remained silent, prompting the guarding eunuch to tentatively inquire, "Chief Zhu Man, what is your intention? Please inform the emperor that Zhu Man wishes to speak with him," she instructed. Understood. The eunuch hurried away, and shortly thereafter, returned to open the door, allowing them entry. "Zhu Man, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Zhu Man again, Yu Qingsong felt a pang of guilt for his previous dark thoughts, rendering his words somewhat awkward. Yet, in Jin Yu's eyes, this translated to the emperor's impatience with Zhu Man. As her eyes darted, she suddenly fell to her knees. "I beseech the emperor to deliver justice for this humble maid. Zhu Man bullies me." Volume 1, Chapter 41, a performance indeed. My skills are not lacking. Oh. Yu Qingsong regarded Zhu Man with a smile that was neither warm nor cold, seemingly questioning her ability to exert her influence. Zhu Man averted her gaze, lowering her head. She was aware that Jin Yu would relay today's events, thus she endeavored to exhibit her arrogance. Therefore, she did not kneel before the emperor. Playing games before the emperor made her palms sweat. Her heart raced with anxiety. This was no mere performance. The one seated in high authority was the genuine emperor, a ruler whose wrath could lead to rivers of blood and countless casualties. While enjoying the flowers in the imperial garden, Zhu Man had been eavesdropping and, upon being discovered, feigned ignorance and attempted to leave. Unable to contain her anger, a maid called out, demanding that Zhu Man pay her respects. Zhu Man defiantly declared that there was no need to bow before the emperor. The other concubines had intended to intervene, but upon hearing Zhu Man's disrespectful remarks towards the emperor, they grew enraged and engaged in a verbal dispute with her. In response, Zhu Man brandished her command token, asserting that both she and the concubines were illiterate, and as the chief maid Zhu Man, she held the privilege of not bowing to anyone. "Your Majesty, I know I should not dispute with the chief maid of Qianyuan Palace, but her attitude towards the ladies is insufferably arrogant. While the ladies can endure, I cannot." Upon finishing, Jin Yu began banging her head on the ground, resembling a mechanical machine devoid of emotion. Who could witness this and not declare her a loyal maid dedicated to her mistress? "Zhu Man, do you have anything to say?" Jinyu had anticipated that Zhu Man would offer a counterargument, allowing her to respond accordingly, as her statements were a mix of truth and deception. Zhu Man could hardly refute them entirely. However, she did not expect Zhu Man to be so foolish, as the emperor had granted her the opportunity to explain. And she merely replied that she had nothing to say. Was this not an implicit acknowledgement that Jinyu's claims held merit? Furthermore, it also diminished the emperor's dignity. Seizing the moment, Jinyu knelt, tears streaming down her face, pleading for the emperor to render judgment on behalf of herself and the ladies. Jinyu appeared determined to make a scene if she did not receive justice. Yu Qingsong's expression darkened, ever since he had heard Zhu Man refuse to defend herself. His brows had knitted together in frustration. Was she angry with him for not visiting Doctor Who? Yet he was uncertain why he had blurted out that statement, only to regret it after Zhu Man had departed. He even ordered the eunuch to summon Doctor Who, despite knowing that Who's ill intentions had left his hand bandaged like a dumpling. To ensure Zhu Man would see his hand, he had Tianfu stationed at the palace gate, all for the sake of presenting his bandaged hand to her. He has already recognized his poor attitude and obediently made changes. Now, with his hands placed openly, he is certain that Zhu Man has seen him. So why is she still angry? Does Zhu Man not realize that by acknowledging the twisted words of that palace maid, she risks being demoted to a low-ranking maid herself? Has she truly decided that she no longer wishes to see herself? Would she rather engage in dirty, laborious tasks than continue to serve as the free-spirited head maid in the Qianyuan palace? Yet he understands that this cannot continue. Zhu Man is not of this world. She is simply afraid of death, but she does not shy away from seeking vengeance. That day, when she confided her truth in front of the disguised Yi, claiming that she would rather perish than endure bullying, she was not jesting. Thus, to keep Zhu Man by his side, he must yield to her wishes and refrain from exerting his authority. Zhu Man, I believe you are not this kind of person. I command you to speak the truth. If that is the case, does it imply that she could push her luck a little further? If she admits to having committed those disrespectful acts and escapes the emperor's punishment, such an outcome would be the most intolerable for the concubines. If she has resolved to act brazenly in the future, then let it be. Should she succeed, she would live in comfort, free from harassment. If she fails, she could simply be reborn, and 18 years later, she would emerge as a beauty once again. Zhu Man held her head high, leaving the maid with no words to express. It seemed a bit too defiant, certainly not giving the emperor face. Zhu Man added, it was clear that everyone knew she had the privilege of not bowing to her master, yet they pretended not to, testing her limits. She did indeed hold her waist badge high, claiming ignorance of literacy, and had engaged in a verbal spar with the concubines, which she acknowledged. So, you claim to have only done the 3 things you mentioned, and not what Jinyu alleged? Zhu Man was taken aback, momentarily forgetting her thoughts. What does this mean? Is she playing with words to protect herself? She raised her head to meet Yu Qingsong's eyes, which sparkled with expectation, urging her to nod in affirmation. Zhu Man turned her head away. She had forgotten. In a moment of anger, she might have indeed committed the acts Jinyu accused her of. Bring those concubines in. Let them confront me directly, and the truth shall be revealed. After this, no one shall dare bully me again. If the emperor truly does this, then I shall. Little Jean, bring all the concubines related to this matter. This was already the 3rd time. Zhu Man felt a whirlwind of emotions. Jinyu knelt on the ground, fully aware of the emperor's stance towards Zhu Man, setting aside the fact that she had slandered Zhu Man. She had a gut feeling that even if Zhu Man had done what she claimed, the emperor would still protect her. And what of herself? Initially, she had fabricated numerous lies to incite severe punishment for Zhu Man, even dragging Huipin into it. Once all the concubines entered to confront her, the truth would be revealed. Would she have any chance of survival? Your Majesty, I beg for mercy. I just said. Zhu Man stepped forward to cover Jinyu's mouth, preventing her from prematurely revealing the truth. If she chose to slander her, she must bear the corresponding consequences. In a moment, I shall feign a posture of grievance, giving them the illusion of being reprimanded by the emperor. I am eager to see how these concubines will respond. What transpires within the palace cannot escape the emperor's secret guards. Perhaps one of the little maids or eunuchs is one of them. With a little investigation, The truth will emerge. These concubines, whoever dares to lie, commits a grave offense against the emperor. Yu Qingsong's ears perked up. Acting, my skills are not lacking. Volume 1, Chapter 42. Staying awake through pain, the concubines entered one by one, witnessing the furious sovereign and the trembling, weeping Zhu Man. Their hearts understood. It seemed that Zhu Man standing in the emperor's eyes was not particularly high. After all, she was merely a maid. How lofty could her status be? If she were truly favored beyond measure, why not bring her into the harem and spare her the servitude? She was just a maid with grandiose illusions. Perhaps the rumors had been spread by Zhu Man herself. The emperor, who values rules above all, had executed many palace servants who disregarded protocol over the past decade. How could he possibly decree that Zhu Man be exempt from following the rules? I pay my respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor. To display their propriety, the concubines executed the postures they had practiced tirelessly, radiating elegance. Upon closer inspection, while their gestures were identical, their expressions and adornments varied, creating a diverse array of beauty. Yet without exception, they were all enchanting. Yu Qingsong did not allow them to rise. They remained in their kneeling positions. Soon, some could no longer maintain their balance, swaying unsteadily. In a moment of anger, I forgot to allow my beloved concubines to rise. All of you may stand. The concubines chorused. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jinyu, repeat what you just said in front of all the concubines. If she is willing to testify for you, I shall trust your words. Jinyu trembled, too afraid to speak. Having served beside Hui Pin for many years, she knew that if Hui Pin despised someone, she would ensure they were dragged down. Thus, once she spoke those words, Hui Pin would undoubtedly affirm them. As for the other concubines of lesser rank than Hui Pin, they would certainly choose to testify for her because of Hui Pin. Jinyu would single-handedly bring down all those concubines, drawing the emperor's ire. At that point, she would become a thorn in everyone's side. If she still did not grasp the emperor's intentions by now, she would be a fool. Jinyu, if a single word of yours differs from what you just said, I shall have your tongue cut out. There was no escaping it. A tear of regret fell from Jinyu's eye as she recounted the events from the beginning. The maid and the concubines were admiring the flowers in the imperial garden when Zhu Man, unbeknownst to us, was eavesdropping and turned to leave when discovered. As Jinyu finished, the room fell silent. Her heart felt like dead ashes, and she fainted on the spot. My beloved concubine, is what Jinyu said true? Hui Pin was about to speak, but was gently tugged by Yao Guerin, who took the initiative to speak first. Your Majesty, this girl Jinyu has committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. Although Zhu Man does not demean herself before us, she is certainly not arrogant. The entire harem knows that Zhu Man is the head maid of the Qianyuan Palace, and that the emperor values her greatly. How could she possibly seek trouble and engage in a verbal dispute? As for Jinyu's claim that Zhu Man insulted us for being illiterate, that is utterly absurd. Would the emperor allow an illiterate woman to enter the palace as a consort? Jinyu's statement is indeed foolish. This matter is purely driven by Jinyu's jealousy towards a head maid Zhu Man, attempting to tarnish her reputation before the emperor. We refuse to testify for Jinyu. Not only has she deceived the emperor, but she has also slandered us as illiterate, which is a blatant humiliation. Having concluded her statement, Hui Pin would not foolishly deny Hui Jinyao's words in front of everyone, for they were now united. In her heart, she recorded Hui Jinyao's words, reluctantly conceding, indeed. Since the highest-ranking Hui Pin has spoken in affirmation, the other ladies, led by her, have also acquiesced. At this moment, a young eunuch dispatched by Yu Qingsong arrived, approaching the emperor to whisper a few words. Very well, my beloved consorts, you may retire for now. Your efforts are appreciated. Hui Pin inquired, and what of Jinyu? Jinyu has committed the grave sin of deceiving His Majesty and has affronted the esteemed consorts.
Her punishment should be death.
However, before she could finish her sentence, the concubines surrounded her and ushered her out. Upon exiting the Qianyuan Palace, Zhang Huixin, in a fit of anger, slapped Hua Jinyao across the face. This is how you act? Your Highness, please calm your anger. Do not obstruct the emperor's path in Qianyuan Palace. Alone, Hua Jinyao dared not confront Zhang Huixin, but with the assistance of others, she was soon pushed into a secluded area. In the absence of onlookers, Zhang Huixin lost all restraint and unleashed countless slaps upon Hua Jinyao's face. The other concubines watched with trepidation, yet none dared to intervene. Hua Jinyao, I have treated you well. You betrayed me publicly to speak for that Jinyu,
costing me a valuable ally.
you deserve to die. Hua Jinyao spat blood, her expression devoid of emotion. Your Highness, if Jinyu is spared, we noble ladies shall all perish. As for you, your high status might shield you from execution, but demotion is inevitable. Zhang Huixin struck her again. You are insolent. Unable to bear it, Si Jinyun, who usually had a cordial relationship with Hua Jinyao, could no longer remain silent. Your Highness, do you believe Jinyu fainted after her confession? It was because the Emperor discerned her lies. If we testify in favor of a deceitful maid, what will the Emperor think of us? This is treason. Hua Jinyao cast a grateful glance at Si Jinyun, collapsing against her for support, thus avoiding the embarrassment of collapsing to the ground. The Emperor realized Jinyu was lying? Zhang Huixin murmured in disbelief, observing the nods of the lower-ranking consorts surrounding her. In an instant, her complexion drained of color as she comprehended Hua Jinyao's intention in speaking before her. Weakened, she leaned against a noble lady behind her. Knowing that Hua Jinyao had spared her from disaster, her heart swelling with gratitude. Jinling, take my medicinal supplies to Lady Jinyao's quarters, and prepare 100 taels of silver. Hua Jinyao whispered her thanks. In the side palace, Zhu Man, can you now reveal the truth? Yu Qingsong was eager to hear Zhu Man's explanation. Your Majesty, did that young eunuch not already convey this to you? Yu Qingsong was momentarily taken aback, suddenly confronted with an unrelated remark. Zhu Man, I have had doctor who tend to my injured hand. He presented his bandaged hand before her. Zhu Man stepped back. That is splendid. With national affairs demanding your attention, and given your right hand is injured, having it bandaged is a blessing for the people. Are you happy for me? Zhu Man found his question baffling. Yes. Then why do you treat me this way? Are we not friends? Friends? She scoffed, feeling unworthy of the Emperor's friendship. Zhu Man, do you harbor any grievances against me? I do not. Repeatedly rebuffed, Yu Qingsong's mood soured. If you dare defy me now, you will surely rebel in the future. Zhu Man will align with Xin Shiji, leveraging the storyline to hasten my demise of the Dalian kingdom. I must eliminate her before she grows powerful. Dark thoughts brewed within him, exuding a violent aura.
Bang!
His left hand smashed the table, injuring himself anew. Yet, Yu Qingsong exhaled a sigh of relief, regaining his composure. Chapter 43. The Secret of the Two Sisters. Zhu Man was startled by Yu Qingsong's sudden fury. For a fleeting moment, she feared that his massive fist might descend upon her. Then, unexpectedly, his ire dissipated, replaced by a gentler demeanor. Zhu Man, you may leave. I have matters to attend to. This servant takes her leave. Upon exiting the side palace, Zhu Man noticed a dampness on her back, a chill creeping in as the wind blew. Recently, Yu Qingsong had been irritable and unpredictable. She couldn't divulge the plot prematurely. It was prudent to reserve significant revelations for moments of peril or when something was to be gained. The crucial plot points were few. Zhu Man naturally intended to save them for the appropriate moment. When would be the ideal time? She lingered outside the door until evening, finding no pleasure in the sumptuous dishes prepared by Ningji for her. Back in her chamber, Lin Yuang took a seat at her bedside, and even the typically aloof Bai Qiao approached. Speak. What troubles you today? Lin Yuang asked. You've seemed preoccupied for quite some time, Bai Qiao added. With the system absent, Zhu Man had no one to converse with, but their inquiries successfully piqued her desire to chat. Have you both noticed that the Emperor has been acting strangely lately? Bai Qiao silently nodded. Furthermore, the frequency of furniture deliveries from the Naiwafu has increased, with every piece taken out being broken. Bai Qiao nodded again. The Emperor is burdened with state affairs. It's better to destroy furniture than to take lives, is it not? It appears his mood isn't too dire, considering even tyrants do not resort to murder. Bai Qiao hesitated. I don't think the Emperor is a tyrant, though. Lin Yuang countered. Have you forgotten that the eunuch who led us to Qianyuan Palace on the first day was killed? And Gu Qianying, while we may not favor her, she was simply sent to the matron's side for not meeting the Emperor's aesthetic standards. Also, on the day of our selection, apart from us four, All the others perished. Zhu Man was also nearly killed, but was ultimately retained by the emperor. And Li Pin, she reached the rank of Pin, yet was still killed at the emperor's whim. Royal scandals are to be kept secret. All that is known is that the emperor executed Li Pin and ordered her entire family to be eradicated, yet the reasons behind her death remain undisclosed. As Lin Yuang spoke, Zhu Man increasingly felt that those executions were justified. Were she the emperor, she too would have acted thus. However, she refrained from voicing this opinion during Lin Yuang's tirade, as Lin Yuang was unaware of the truth, and Zhu Man could not disclose it to her. With no one countering Lin Yuang's remarks, she vented her frustrations, ultimately concluding, in summary, a tyrant will indeed kill when enraged. Destroying furniture is trivial compared to that, perhaps merely a hobby rather than an expression of anger. Suddenly, Lin Yuang leaned closer to Zhu Man's ear and whispered, "Do you feel that Bai Qiao is acting strangely?" "In what way?" Zhu Man quietly inquired. "It seems she has a fondness for the emperor, always contradicting me when I speak ill of him." Zhu Man. I too wish to counter her. Thankfully, she kept this thought to herself. Otherwise, the label of having a crush on the emperor would be unfairly placed upon her. Zhu Man. Why are you so concerned about the emperor? You don't also. Zhu Man swiftly covered Lin Yuang's mouth. Sure. Lin Yuang, one may indulge in any food, but one must not speak recklessly. I pay attention to him because he often summons me, and 8 out of 10 times he is striking the table. I am genuinely terrified. I fear that in the next moment that palm may land upon me. You cannot fathom the sensation of cold sweat trickling down my back. I understand. Lin Yuang suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Every time you are summoned by the emperor, I break into a cold sweat. I fear for your life within those walls. I cannot bear to live without you and Bai Qiao, for we share the closest bond. If the tyrant were to implicate us. She quickly dismissed the thought with a ba. Do not speak such ominous words. Sleep now. Zhuang Man first wrapped herself in her blankets. Only when she heard Lin Yuang moving the stool to leave did she peek out, her mind swirling into slumber. In the side hall of Minghui Palace, Si Jinyan cautiously applied medicine to Hua Jinyao, who gasped in pain. Zhang Huixin was indeed too harsh. She claims to treat us as sisters, yet this is how she behaves as an elder sister? Si Jinyan felt a pang of sympathy. Do not speak recklessly. Be mindful of eavesdroppers. We reside in her side hall, where her spies are everywhere. Si Jinyan sighed. Yao Yao, let us move away. We must cease dealings with that fool. She will bring about our demise. No, after this incident, she will trust us. Hua Jinyao's eyes narrowed, sparkling with determination. Sister Yun, with Zhuang Man's assistance, our plan will progress significantly. Do you know our next steps? Si Jinyan exchanged glances with her, contemplating using Zhuang Man to eliminate Zhang Huixin. Then we shall use the emperor's hand to dispose of Zhuang Man, Hua Jinyao added. Si Jinyan was taken aback, her hand with the ointment halting mid-motion. She cautioned, no, this is far too perilous. You are well aware of the emperor's peculiar regard for Zhuang Man. We need only to eliminate Zhang Huixin. Do not forget our purpose for entering the palace. But how shall we gain Zhuang Man's trust? We must personally expose the scars. Can you guarantee she will be ours for life? Si Jinyan fell silent. It was not until she finished applying the medicine to Hua Jinyao that she muttered to herself, fine. In the following days, Zhuang Man's life remained largely unchanged. She was summoned by the emperor, listening to his nonsensical remarks, witnessing him kick the table. Perhaps the emperor's hands were injured by the weighty table, as the tables sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs thereafter were considerably lighter. Unlike before, however, she now had 2 companions trailing behind her, Hua Jinyao and Si Jinyan. They brought her meals, devised ways to send her money, and gifted her exquisite jewelry and lavish garments. Zhuang Man dared not accept any of it. These 2 were Zhang Huixin's people, residing in her side hall. It was difficult not to suspect their ulterior motives. Every time she encountered them, Zhuang Man kept her distance, fearful of contamination. Yet this time, she found herself cornered in the bathing room, utterly unclothed. Leave. If you have matters to discuss, wait until I am dressed. After some rustling, Zhuang Man donned her attire, and the 3 found a secluded spot. Speak. What do you require of me? The 2 knelt before her. grasping her pant leg and weeping, pleading for Zhuang Man to save their lives. Zhuang Man was not swayed by their theatrics. She stepped back a few paces, admonishing, "Speak your piece now, but do not draw so close." Hua Jinyao began to cry even before speaking, while Si Jinyun shed tears for her sister. "Enough, enough. You wish to speak, yet you kneel here weeping. Is this a ploy to elicit sympathy from me?" Zhuang Man turned to leave, but the two, realizing their chosen target was not inclined to indulge in such drama, abandoned their kneeling position and hurriedly followed. They knelt once more before Zhuang Man, speaking plainly. "We know of Zhang Huixin's misdeeds and are willing to assist you in removing her." Zhuang Man replied, "Do I appear to be a fool? I appreciate your goodwill. But who says I wish to eliminate Zhang Huixin?" Si Jinyun could not restrain herself, saying, "But you have angered Zhang Huixin and executed her trusted maid. She will not let you off easily." To their surprise, Zhuang Man shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, "You are the ones who executed her maid, or more accurately, you were." She pointed at Hua Jinyao, clearly recalling how this noblewoman had condemned Jinyu's crimes before Hui Pin. "It is different. We acted to save our lives. Hui Pin will understand our actions, but she will not comprehend your motives." Zhuang Man, astonished, pointed at herself. "So you are betraying Hui Pin? If Hui Pin would not punish you, why then do you implore me to eliminate her? Do not treat me as a fool. Hui Pin killed my family before I entered the palace. I despise her. I remain by her side with the intent to one day end her life.
Zhuang Man,
I beseech you to assist us." Hua Jinyao recounted a harrowing tale, unknown to many. 5 years ago, while Hui Pin was buying osmanthus cake on the street, a fly fortuitously landed upon it. She insisted that flies are dirty creatures and that the cake was tainted, causing a scene that frightened off potential buyers. The vendor, not accepting her claims, argued with her, resulting in the destruction of a stall.
Ripin, feeling satisfied,
Dispatched people to follow the vendor and subsequently murdered him and his wife at home, while their 2 daughters, playing nearby, narrowly escaped into the cellar. The vendor and his wife were the parents of Hua Jinyao and Si Jinyun. Zhuang Man's mouth fell agape, utterly shocked.
This is simply astounding.
Hui Pin is truly wicked. But why do sisters bear different surnames? Though our parents are not our biological ones, they raised us as their own. We plead for your assistance, Zhuang Man. This time, no one stopped her as she departed. Zhuang Man feigned a wavering expression, now tinged with irony. These two, what audacity they had, attempting to use her as a pawn. With that thought, she made her way to the side hall. Now, with an elevated status, Zhuang Man could enter without hindrance unless in formal settings such as the Jingxi Hall. Upon finding Tianfu waiting at the door of the side hall, Zhuang Man nodded and entered after knocking. Yu Chengsong sat at his desk, resembling a forgotten statue, frozen in contemplation. Neither reviewing memorials nor reading, he simply stared blankly. Well, both hands were bandaged like maces, rendering him incapable of any other task. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Yu Chengsong rotated his neck, the joints cracking from prolonged stillness.
Speak.
I suspect that 2 noble women within Hui Pin's palace harbor ill intentions towards me. On what grounds? Zhuang Man recounted how Hua Jinyao and Si Jinyun had been persistently entangled with her and detailed her conversation with the 2 sisters earlier that day. In conclusion, she added, I hold no mortal enmity with Hui Pin, yet these 2 insist they wish to assist me in eliminating her. Recently, many palace attendants have witnessed their excessive flattery towards me. I fear that after they harm Hui Pin, they will frame me, and those who witnessed our interactions will testify that I had a motive to kill Hui Pin. Yu Chengsong's hands, wrapped like maces, rhythmically struck the table, producing a dull thud. Zhu Man was aware that the matter had yet to unfold, feeling a sense of unnecessary anxiety, while Yu Chengsong might not take it to heart. He spoke softly to himself, Please, grant me a shadow guard, or allow Tianfu to accompany me. I truly fear that someone may frame me. The moment Yu Chengsong ceased tapping his desk, he pondered that if the grave were to be breached, it would signify that he, as the emperor, was not acknowledged by the heroes. How treacherous of this scoundrel to harbor such malevolent intentions. Yu Chengsong was already contemplating how to discreetly arrange assistance for Zhu Man without alarming the 2 individuals. Now that he had gleaned such significant information from her heart, his concern deepened. Regarding Hua Jinyao and the others, there was no need for worry. Their family lacked influence, and if one wished to eliminate them, so be it. However, any actions taken against concubines and above must be reported to me. Their families are intertwined with the court, and their demise cannot simply conclude the matter. Thank you, Your Majesty. Is it merely a verbal promise? How could I dare to act against those individuals? This is the dragon pattern jade pendant I carry. Presenting it is akin to my presence. As long as it does not endanger the state, my people will surely lend you their assistance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Man's spirits lifted as she tightly grasped the dragon pattern jade pendant. Your Majesty trusts me. I shall certainly alleviate your burdens and not betray your nurturing. Please, allow me to depart. I must find a way to convey the message to you. Yu Chung-song smiled genuinely, wishing to express to Zhu Man that he was already aware of the information she sought to relay, yet he hesitated. The ability to read one's thoughts seemed absurd. If Zhu Man truly knew, would she still contemplate matters in her heart? Most importantly, were her thoughts even true? Never mind, best to keep it concealed. He called out to the window, Bingling, and a palace maid entered through the window, standing silently awaiting instructions. Bingling, you shall follow Zhu Man henceforth. She possesses the dragon pattern jade pendant, and her commands are my commands. If there is any defiance, death shall ensue. Understood. In the first volume, Chapter 45, titled Concubine Hui Poisoned, Zhu Man entered alone but emerged accompanied by a timid palace maid. Unable to restrain herself, Zhu Man cast a glance at Bingling, whose appearance was unremarkable, frail, and with hair that was a dull yellow and split ends, more pitiable than the palace maids who had endured menial labor for years. Bingling, can you truly protect me? The name Bingling had never appeared in any novels, casting doubt upon her capabilities. I can defeat Xia Jingzi. You need not worry, Chief Zhu Man. Bingling was aware that Zhu Man had encountered Xia Jingzi and knew he was an elite shadow guard, hence her comparison. Although she had triumphed in that encounter, it remained a notable chapter in her shadow guard history. With this one statement, Zhu Man was silenced. It seemed this individual could indeed safeguard her life. With Bingling by her side, Zhu Man felt emboldened and unafraid to confront the troublesome Hua Jinyao, boldly making her way to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. She sought nothing more than 2 charcoal pencils and a stack of white paper, crumpling the paper and tossing it in. What is this? An E. Open it for me. An E did not appear as swiftly as before, obstructed by Zhu Man and Bingling at the window. Compared to usual, he had an additional step, pulling the 2 apart before leaping through the window. Inside the room, Yu Chung-song's gaze fell upon the contents of the note, and he was filled with furious wrath. And Yi's eyes blazed red with anger. Firstly, explosives are buried beneath the hero's tomb. Remember to excavate them in a timely manner. Secondly, be wary of a man named Ji Ko, but do not act recklessly. He possesses an uncanny ability to turn peril into safety. Let us investigate further. And Yi cautioned, this is inadvisable. If we disturb the hero's tomb and find no explosives, how shall you face the spirits and the populace? Yu Chung-song resolutely declared, my mind is made up. We shall secretly excavate, ensuring no outsiders are aware. As for Ji Ko, do not concern yourself with him. Do not act rashly. Understood.
Anya Siket deeply.
His departing figure laden with worry. Yu Chung-song fixated on the name Ji Ko inscribed on the note, as if attempting to etch it into his very being. In the side hall of Minghui Palace, Si Jinyun appeared dejected. Yao Yao, Zhu Man is no fool. She is unwilling to assist us. Hua Jinyao smirked. I knew she would not come to our aid. Then why do you? Sighing, Zhu Man clearly refuses us, yet she speaks so amiably. It is infuriating. I wish for her to maintain her good temper. Do you think our delivering meals and aiding her is for naught? Si Jinyun asked blankly, for what purpose? Hua Jinyao chuckled. To ensure others see our good relationship with Zhu Man, of course. But her relationship with us is not good at all. She does not express familiarity. And if concubine Hui truly faces a crisis, will anyone believe Zhu Man is responsible? Not expressing familiarity equates to unfamiliarity. What Zhu Man thinks within her heart is known only to her. No one else is privy to it. Yunjia, we must take action. Very well. That night, a significant incident transpired in Minghui Palace. Zhang Hui fell into a coma due to poison. The imperial physicians were summoned repeatedly, yet her condition worsened, her face turning a ghastly purple, with only faint breaths remaining. The emperor, compassionate towards the beloved daughter of the Zhang family, permitted the Minister of Rites, Zhang Yu, and matron Gu Shixue to visit the poisoned daughter in the inner palace. Upon seeing their daughter, barely clinging to life, they wept profusely, wishing they could follow her into the void. Hui'er is the sole child of the minister's household. We must uncover the truth. Zhang Yu's face turned ashen with rage as he slammed the table, declaring, I shall ensure the culprit is dismembered. It seems Minister Zhang may be unable to achieve that. Hua Jinyao's countenance was sorrowful, dabbing at her tear-stained eyes with a handkerchief. Who dares to curse my husband so? Gu Shixue struck Hua Jinyao across the face, leaving a clear imprint that revealed her wrath. Hua Jinyao tilted her head in response to the force, unperturbed, and bowed gracefully. I am Hua Jinyao. And this is my sister, Si Jinyun. Gu Shixue recognized Hua Jinyao. Just days prior, Zhang Hui had sent her a letter. The letter conveyed how Hua Jinyao had saved her life and requested her father to propose an elevation of Hua Jinyao's rank to the emperor. Although her husband could not fulfill this request, he sought renowned physicians and dispatched remedies to the palace, preventing any scars from marring Hua Jinyao's face. Now understanding the identity of the woman before her, Gu Shixue realized that her initial words were not without cause. There must be some underlying truth. I apologize. My dear aunt, I acted in haste and struck you. Forgive me. Gu Shixue, flustered, reached out to touch Hua Jinyao's injured face, yet hesitated, fearing to cause her pain. Her hand hovered awkwardly in the air. Hua Jinyao gently shook her head, the tassels of her hair ornaments swaying lightly, enhancing her demure appearance. Aunt, it is not that I am gossipy, nor do I wish to suspect others without reason, yet I truly cannot fathom who else would wish harm upon Sister Hui. Who? Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched tight, as if forcing out a word through clenched teeth. The head palace, made beside the emperor, Zhu Man. I shall personally seek out Zhu Man. Uncle, do not act in haste. Not only can you not enter the quarters filled with palace maids, but even if you were to go in person, would Zhu Man willingly come forth? Hua Jinyao gestured to Si Jinyun behind her, prompting Si Jinyun to step forward. Uncle, I bear no enmity towards Zhu Man. I believe I can bring her here. Please allow me the opportunity. If Zhu Man is not the culprit, our discreet invitation will preserve the dignity of all parties involved. However, if we were to make a grand display to prove her innocence, it may not sit well with His Majesty. Zhang Yu sank into his chair, suddenly feeling weak. Indeed, in his fury, he had forgotten about the emperor's reputation. Zhu Man was merely a suspect. There was no concrete evidence of her guilt. If he were to forcibly summon Zhu Man in the dead of night, and she were ultimately exonerated, would the emperor still regard him, the Minister of Rites, favorably? As the Minister of Rites, it is indeed a grave transgression to lose one's decorum when confronted with matters pertaining to one's own daughter. Zhang Yu's countenance shifted momentarily as he turned his gaze towards Si Jinyun, expressing his gratitude for her efforts. It shall not be a burden, she replied, uncle and aunt. Please rest for a moment. Upon exiting, Si Jinyun donned an expression of urgency. Although there existed a small door for the servants to conveniently summon their masters at any given time, she resorted to forcefully banging on the main door. In the first volume, Chapter 46, The Daughter of the Minister of Rites, the dark window gradually illuminated with flickering flames. Si Jinyun realized that the servants near the main entrance had been stirred from their slumber by her commotion. Chief Zhu Man, you must come out at once. A grave matter has arisen. The Minister of Rites, Zhang Yu, has arrived. Did you poison Consort Hui? I cannot believe you would stoop so low. Come with me at once to clarify this matter. This statement bears 3 layers of meaning. Zhang Hui's condition has deteriorated to the point that her parents have come to visit her in the palace. Her father suspects that Zhu Man is responsible for the poisoning. However, Si Jinyun firmly believes that Zhu Man would not resort to such treachery and intends to take her to clarify the matter. Yet, Zhu Man remains blissfully unaware of the underlying tensions, lost in a deep slumber. The quarters, though appearing rudimentary from the outside, are deceptively simplistic in their internal structure. Yet they boast a considerable scale. Initially constructed with the intention of accommodating all the palace, maids in one location. Subsequent affections from the masters led to some maids residing in the palace's side chambers. Nevertheless, the main quarters were designed to include sleeping arrangements for them all. Moreover, as the number of maids required by each successive emperor varied, the walls of the quarters gradually expanded, growing ever larger. Despite Si Jinyun's vocal efforts, her cries would not reach Zhu Man in room 12, no matter how fervently she shouted. This left the maids in rooms 1 and 2 in dire straits, as most of them had spent many years in the palace, honing their skills and attending to masters of higher status. The curses drifting through the window reached Si Jinyun's ears, causing her heart to race, yet recalling her plans with Hua Jinyao. She mustered her courage and pounded on the door. Li Chunyu, the voices outside are calling out the names of your handmaidens. You must hasten and attend to the matter. Li Chunyun was awakened and perturbed by the incessant noise, only to be hastily expelled from her chamber by several matronly figures. However, those matrons were all connected to the powerful figures of the palace, and as a mere powerless servant, she dared not provoke them. Her ire simmered as she seethed at the individuals outside who were pounding on the door. With her anger boiling over, she opened the door swiftly, only for Si Jinyun to lose her grip, causing the door to strike her on the head. Li Chunyun let out a pained cry, staggering backward a few steps. "You wretched creature," she exclaimed. "Who permitted you to shout loudly at my doorstep? Do you still dare to act with aggression?" Si Jinyun recognized the matron's displeasure, and noticing her grim expression, hastily withdrew a handful of silver coins from her purse, pressing them into Li Chunyun's hands. "Matron, I need to find Zhu Man. Lord Zhongyu suspects that Zhu Man has poisoned concubine Hui, and I must ensure her presence to confront the matter directly." It was precisely because Si Jinyun had not fully articulated her thoughts that Li Chunyun began to ponder the implications, her anxiety intensifying within mere seconds. "I shall fetch Zhu Man at once. I am fully committed to cooperating with Lord Zhongyu's endeavors." A triumphant smile adorned Si Jinyun's face as Li Chunyun dashed towards room 12. The palace-made quarters were left unlocked to facilitate the matron's oversight. She pushed the door open and roused Zhu Man from her slumber. "Zhu Man, quickly, rise," urged Si Jinyun. "You have poisoned Zhang Yusin no. Zhang Huixin, and Zhang Yu is coming to apprehend you. You must come with me at once. Otherwise, if we incur the wrath of the Minister of Rights, we shall face dire consequences." Zhu Man slowly opened her eyes, her mind clouded with confusion. Aisling sprang from her bed, hoisting Zhu Man and fleeing, while Li Chunyun followed closely behind. Bai Qiao observed Aisling's reaction, her gaze flickering with intrigue. Lin Yuang blinked her misty eyes and inquired, "Bai Qiao, whom did the old matron say Zhu Man poisoned?"
Vipa? Ah.
"We must hasten to find the emperor." She ignited the oil lamp and carried it to Qianyuan Palace. In the side hall of Minghui Palace, Zhu Man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while Bing Ling positioned herself protectively behind him. Zhang Yu gazed at the unrepentant Zhu Man, his eyes ablaze with fury. Nevertheless, he still took the emperor's dignity into consideration and refrained from directly questioning him. "I heard that you had a disagreement with Xiner a few days ago?" With a casual motion, Zhu Man rubbed her eyes and used her hand as a makeshift comb to smooth her long hair down to her waist. "However, I did not poison Huiping." Her tone was resolute, and her gaze sincere. Yet, standing by the door, Hua Jinyao suddenly interjected, "But we never claimed that Huiping was poisoned, Zhu Man. From where did you acquire this information?" "Zhu Man. What insidious tactics of framing and entrapment are these?" Li Mama had already informed her that it was Si Jinyun creating a ruckus outside the door. Could it be that the maidens in room 1 are all deaf? Or is it that Si Jinyun possesses the ability to silence all the maidens who overhear her words? In any case, I have not resorted to poison. As the chief palace, made beside His Majesty, even eunuch Tianfu has remarked on my good fortune. Why would I entertain such despair as to conspire against Consort Hui? Zhang Yu blurted out, "You envy me for being the emperor's concubine." Zhu Man seemed to have heard a delightful jest, disregarding the awkward expressions of everyone present. She laughed heartily. Pointing to her own waist token, she remarked, "Do you truly believe that a maidservant who is constantly by the emperor's side would harbor jealousy towards the recently favored Huipin? Though the words may be harsh, they are not without basis." Zhang Yu may not have actively sought information regarding the inner palace, yet through the letters from his daughter, He has gained a considerable understanding of the individual known as Zhuman. General Su Jinhai's daughter, Su Yulan, found herself embroiled in a conflict with Zhu Man and was subsequently confined for 2 months. The renowned merchant family, the Shun clan, faced utter annihilation due to their daughter Li Pin's entanglement with Zhu Man in the palace, resulting in her immediate execution. Furthermore, the emperor has decreed that no one in the harem is permitted to compel Zhu Man to bow in respect. It can be said that although Zhu Man does not hold the title of favored concubine, the emperor has nevertheless conferred upon her the privileges akin to that status. As for his own daughter, he is acutely aware that she is a foolish simpleton who harbors no affection for the emperor. How could she possibly provoke Zhu Man of her own accord? With a gaze laden with suspicion, Zhang Yu directed his attention towards Hua Jinyao and Si Jinyun, his lips pressing into a straight line. At this moment, he realized that as the Minister of Rights, he had been unwittingly manipulated by these two young nobles. Their insinuations led him to believe that Zhu Man had caused harm to Xia. Although they did not explicitly state it, anyone listening would naturally arrive at that conclusion. Yet, observing Zhu Man's clear eyes and resolute words, he perceived no malice within her. Moreover, considering Zhu Man's esteemed position in the emperor's regard, if she truly disapproved of Xia, why resort to poison? On that day, while addressing the matters of gold and jade before the emperor, it would have been prudent to also deal with Xia and those noble individuals, as they were the sole bearers of the truth. Externally, it was proclaimed that this group of concubines had committed the grave offense of deceiving the sovereign. Even he, as a father, dared not plead for the forgiveness of a daughter found guilty of such treachery. Upon observing Zhang Yu's contemplative demeanor, along with Gu Shixue weeping quietly beside him, yet refraining from interference, it appeared that this couple was not as malevolent as she had initially presumed. Their conduct was rather decorous. Perhaps it was best to extend a hand in assistance. The discord between her and Zhang Huixin had been resolved in the Grand Hall, rendering any deliberate opposition unnecessary, as she nudged the Minister of Rights closer to the male protagonist, Ji Ke. My lord, Si Jinyun and Hua Jinyao once knelt before me, pleading for me to eliminate Huiping.
What? Slap.
Gu Shixue delivered a stinging blow to Hua Jinyao's face, leaving matching red handprints on both sides. Zhu Man was startled by her sudden action. Realizing that Gu Shixue was not merely dignified and gracious, she had already formed her calculations. Volume 1, Chapter 47. The servant stumbles over words and, "You struck me again," Hua Jinyao exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. Indeed, it is you, heartless wretch, who has instigated our suspicions against Zhu Man. Do you wish for your husband to distance himself from the emperor? Hua Jinyao wept pitifully while Si Jinyun stood protectively in front of her frail sister. Aunt, we never accused Zhu Man of poisoning. It was my uncle who sought her out for verification, and I was the one who stopped him. Furthermore, since Zhu Man claims I caused a ruckus in the lower quarters and mentioned the poisoning of Huiping, why not summon a palace maid to inquire? You may choose at will, my sister, and I shall not interfere. We are but noble ladies without our own palaces, still cramped in Minghui Palace. It is unlikely we could bribe an entire group of palace maids. Please investigate the lower quarters and see if I truly uttered the words poison. If I did not, how could Zhu Man possibly know? After all, Huiping's poisoning occurred at midnight, long after the lower quarters had been locked. Si Jinyun spoke with calm assertiveness, her reasoning compelling, which stirred further suspicion within Zhang Yu. To his knowledge, these two noble ladies had no significant background, even if they had saved some silver before entering the palace. After years of managing their affairs, little remained, making it implausible for them to corrupt so many palace attendants. If she dared to suggest an investigation, she must possess absolute confidence. Zhu Man stifled a yawn, unwilling to engage in this childish guessing game at such an hour. Just as she was about to produce the dragon-patterned jade pendant to summon her dark guard for proof of her innocence, she heard Tanfeng's shrill voice, "The emperor arrives." Everyone promptly observed the proper etiquette. Only Zhu Man remained rooted in place, blinking in surprise at the emperor's entrance. Be at ease. I have summoned several palace maids from the Qianyuan Palace. If you do not trust Zhu Man's words, surely you must believe in the accounts of others within my court? Zhang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. Of course. Yu Qingtsong waved his sleeve, signaling the guards at the door, Guer and Xinger, to testify for Zhu Man. Xinger opened her mouth but found herself utterly voiceless, panic and fear washing over her. Your Majesty, the servant cannot speak. A deathly silence enveloped the room. Zhang Yu's expression darkened, increasingly convinced that the emperor he served was unworthy of his loyalty. He believed himself not to be an indulgent father, capable of accepting the consequences of his daughter's own mistakes. Yet, the emperor did not regard him as a person. The palace made beside the emperor also overlooked his humanity. If she could not speak, how could she have uttered that very phrase? Guer shared Zhang Yu's thoughts, believing Xinger was simply venting her anger on him, deliberately mocking the lord. Fearing Zhang Yu's genuine wrath, she stepped forward to declare her intent to testify for Zhu Man, yet her vocal cords seemed to have been severed, producing no sound. Her terrified gaze sought the emperor's for salvation, but she blurted out, Your Majesty, the servant cannot speak. Echoing the provocation of Xinger. Upon uttering those words, Guer was momentarily stunned.
Puff.
In a fit of rage, Zhang Yu spat a mouthful of blood. Husband. Gu Shixue produced a white, double-sided handkerchief embroidered with hibiscus, gently wiping the blood from his lips. Your Majesty, they are bullying us too much. Zhang Yu trembled, pointing a shaky finger at Xinger, then at Guer. Yu Qingsong had not anticipated this outcome. Ever since Lin Yuang departed for Qianyuan Palace, he had been preparing witnesses. Ultimately, it was found that Xinger and Guer had witnessed Hua Jinyao entangling herself with Zhu Man the most frequently. They had spoken so confidently before him about testifying for Zhu Man, yet what were these two fools now doing? Bring these two imbeciles out and execute them. Xinger and Guer were thrown into disarray, tears streaming down their faces. They wished to plead for mercy, but could only utter, Your Majesty, the servant cannot speak. The two sounded like a broken record, repeating that single phrase. Do you mean to say that Xinger and Guer can only utter that one sentence due to the power of repetition? Indeed. I sense the residual energy of the system within them. Wait, keep these two. Yu Qingsong commanded, and the palace guards concealed in the shadows remained vigilant. Xinger and Guer, having narrowly escaped death, knelt and repeatedly thanked the emperor, incessantly repeating, Your Majesty, the servant cannot speak. Zhang Yu had initially calmed at the thought of the emperor executing two ungrateful palace maids, but now, seeing the emperor spare them, his face darkened again. And he felt another wave of blood rise in his throat, which Gu Shixue stifled with the handkerchief. My lord, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Do you not find these two maidens' behavior rather suspicious? Zhang Yu maintained a stern demeanor, sulking as he grudgingly accepted the emperor's words. Inwardly scolding himself for his earlier accusations against Yu Qingsong carelessly remarked, Bring Zhang Yu and Gu Shixue out and execute them. Yu Qingsong, you tyrant! Even in death, I shall not spare you. Shixue, being with you in this life is worth it. In the next, we must be together again. When we reached the road to the Yellow Springs, sobbing, the couple wept in each other's embrace, unable to articulate their sorrow. Yet after a long wait, no armed guards came to drag them away. Zhang Yu finally sensed something amiss. Had he been tricked again? What did the emperor mean by this? He attempted to mask his previous denunciation of Yu Qingsong as a tyrant with his initial inquiries. Yu Qingsong was indifferent to Zhang Yu's words. His goal had always been to provoke Zhang Yu's agitation. My lord, have you not noticed that in moments of life and death, one always seeks to vent something? Zhang Yu believed the emperor was alluding to him, remaining silent. Gu Shixue trembled beside him, her hands tightly gripping Zhang Yu's, drawing strength from her husband. I do not blame you for what you said earlier. I only wish to ask you this. These two have been captured by the armed guards. Yet why do they continue to utter only that one phrase? Even if they do not testify for Zhu Man, surely they would plead for mercy? Zhang Yu, initially relieved to escape death, now pondered the emperor's words. He glanced at the two maidens, their faces stained with tears, flushed with fear, their hair disheveled from their struggles. One must understand that being unkempt before the emperor would lead to punishment, yet they had not uttered a single plea for mercy. Could it be that there were ghosts in the harem? My lord, may I inquire if Huiping has ever consumed osmanthus cake? The mention of Zhang Huixin brought tears to Zhang Yu's eyes. His daughter had never liked osmanthus cake. That year, a vendor had insisted she try their osmanthus cake. Thus, Huiping had followed her home and murdered the couple who ran the stall? You're talking nonsense. My daughter merely went to apologize. How could you know of this matter? Volume 1, Chapter 48. Their family was innocent. Yu Qingsong frowned. My lord, you have never mentioned that Huiping has taken a life. Zhang Yu shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. Although my beloved exiner is somewhat spoiled, she would never resort to murder. Your Majesty, exiner does not relish osmanthus cake. Yet look at the elderly couple. They are pitiable souls enduring their disgust to consume it, only to regurgitate it eventually. From the crowd, jeers erupted, claiming that the osmanthus cake harbored filth that made them nauseous, leading to a sharp decline in the couple's business. Exiner dispatched someone to ascertain their whereabouts, intending to offer an apology, but upon arriving at their home, she found the elderly couple had already been killed, just as she encountered the two daughters emerging from the cellar. Fearing that the girls would be left to fend for themselves and potentially stray down a dark path, she bestowed upon them a substantial sum of money. Two girls, indeed? He observed Hua Jinyao and Si Jinyun. If those girls could safeguard their wealth, they ought to be of similar age to these two esteemed ladies. Suddenly, Zhu Man felt an indescribable despair akin to that of Xinger. Where did this dog system come from, daring to seal the host's lips? I am the super little shop system that has repaired the bug. Host, just speak. That system over there is no match for me. I can suppress it. It was Hua Jinyao who informed me. She claimed to have witnessed Hui Pin slay her parents, and that she and Si Jinyan had narrowly escaped by hiding in the cellar. That day, I had a dispute with Hui Pin, and these two sisters volunteered to assist me in eliminating her, confiding about the osmanthus cake incident to gain my trust. Noble Lady Yao, Noble Lady Yun, do you have any rebuttals? Yu Qingsong's deep voice resonated like a death knell in the ears of the sisters. A jolt of fear coursed through them, their breaths quickening, a sense of suffocation overwhelming them. Hua Jinyao, unable to conceal her agitation, shouted at Zhu Man. How could you speak of this? Were you not silenced by the divine? At this juncture, did anyone remain unclear? Yu Qingsong demanded the antidote. While the sisters appeared deranged, their faces flushed with a strange, fervent admiration. Only the divine possessed the antidote. You ants. Bah. Just as Yu Qingsong prepared to summon others to take them away for severe interrogation, the sisters suddenly bled black from their orifices, collapsing in a daze. Your Majesty, they are dead. Bing Ling stepped forward to check for breath, arriving at a grim conclusion. Everything transpired too rapidly for Zhang Yu to react. Just as he identified the murderers and discerned the nature of the poison, these two culprits chose to end their own lives. What would become of his exer? A sudden spurt of blood surged forth violently, leaving Zhang Yu dizzy. Had he not been mindful of his wife's feelings, he might have fainted on the spot. Master, I possess the antidote, but it requires 100 points each. The novel does not portray Zhang Yu as good or bad. I am reluctant to save him. Zhang Yu is good, Gu Shixue is good, Zhang Huixin is also good. I will explain when I have time, but you must decide quickly, otherwise, Zhang Huixin will perish. Yu Qingsong clenched his fists. Upon hearing the system speak and learning that Zhang Yu was a loyal minister and Zhang Huixin was good, he fervently wished to spare this couple the anguish of losing their daughter. He could certainly threaten Zhu Man's life to compel her to save Zhang Huixin, promising her other forms of recompense later. This seemed the most effective course of action. Yet, Yu Qingsong's mouth felt as though it were glued shut. The system belonged to Zhu Man, and the points were hers. On what grounds could he command her? The most pressing matter had been resolved, absolving Zhu Man of suspicion. Even if Zhang Huixin were to die now, Zhang Yu would not direct his ire toward Zhu Man. That was sufficient. Wasn't his initial aim to protect Zhu Man? How could he, upon hearing the system's words, greedily entertain other thoughts? My lord, I can save her. Zhu Man's melodious voice broke through, making Yu Qingsong question his sanity. Was this truly the same Zhu Man who had been unwilling to share even a 2-point lollipop with him? Zhang Yu was instantly revitalized, like a devoted follower, repeatedly expressing gratitude to Zhu Man, vowing to repay her kindness. He continued until Zhu Man administered the antidote to Zhang Huixin. Anxiety, concern, anticipation, regret. A tumult of emotions intermingled. When Zhang Huixin awoke, she beheld a face resembling a dried orange peel. Father, what are you doing in my palace? Are you plotting a rebellion? Her eyes darted, and upon seeing the dim figures in the room, she shrieked. Zhang Yu, closest to her, felt as though his precious daughter might deafen him with her cries. Cease your yelling. Do not lose your composure before the Emperor. I have paid my respects to the Emperor. After a moment of softened demeanor, upon seeing Zhu Man also in her chamber, she swiftly hurled a pillow in her direction. Zhu Man, get out of my sight. Without a word, Zhu Man turned and left, as if no one would wish to remain in such an atmosphere. Yu Chengsong followed her out. Catching up to Zhu Man, observing her engrossed in conversation with the system, he seized her wrist, compelling her to halt. Zhu Man, stop. What are your orders, Your Majesty? Why did you choose to save Zhang Huixin? Because Zhang Yu is a loyal minister. If Zhang Huixin is revived, he will surely be even more devoted with a daughter in the palace. I am merely a person who considers the greater good. Surely now the Emperor will no longer be capricious in his wrath toward me? Yu Chengsong felt his heart twist upon hearing Zhu Man's thoughts. A blend of bitterness and acidity, yet upon further reflection, there was a softness akin to being enveloped in liquid. It seemed Zhu Man had also sensed a shift in her attitude toward him, yet she had opted not to allow Zhang Yu to lose his daughter, thus avoiding any resentment for failing to care for Zhang Huixin. How kind she is! Yet he was not a person of integrity, but rather a scheming emperor. Consumed by thoughts of how to derive further advantages from Zhu Man, Yu Chengsong maintained his posture, unaware of when Zhu Man bid him farewell and departed. Host, did you truly purchase the antidote for the emperor? How could that be? She had saved Zhang Huixin solely to garner Zhang Yu's gratitude. The elder Zhang had longed for a daughter, and with only Zhang Huixin in the Ministry of Personnel, she was cherished beyond measure. By saving Zhang Huixin, the entire Zhang family would owe her a debt of gratitude. Given that Zhang Yu had dared to accuse Yu Chengsong of being a tyrant, Zhu Man recognized him as a man of courage. Should she ever offend Yu Chengsong, Zhang Yu would stand as one of her allies. She pondered this. Yet who knew if Yu Chengsong had stooped to eavesdropping nearby? She silently mused. Indeed, I purchased the antidote for the Emperor. Can you now disclose what you have prepared? How is it that you know plot points from the novel that I am unaware of? Volume 1, Chapter 49, 4 books, 4 generational plots. In truth, there has been an error in this world. The male lead we presumed is not the male lead, but rather a villain who steals others' lives. Zhu Man was taken aback. How can this be? I personally witnessed the novel. How could I not know who the male lead is? The system fell silent, instead projecting the covers of 4 books in Zhu Man's mind, revealing that the 3rd book was the one she had read. The first book, The Hot-Tempered Ming Monarch Laughs to the Heavens, indicated a title that was clearly misaligned with contemporary literary aesthetics. The tale unfolds around a tempestuous monarch and his minister, entwined in a passionate yet tumultuous relationship, ultimately earning the reverence and affection of the populace. The second book, I Bring the King System into the Story, and the Emperor Will Comply, narrates the unexpected demise of a modern recluse who, equipped with a task-issuing system, ascends to the throne. The 3rd volume, The Little Crybaby Captivates Thousands. Has the Emperor loved me again today? Is a narrative that Zhu Man has perused, detailing the tumultuous love-hate saga between Lin Yueying and Ji Ko, where Lin Yueying suffers unilaterally. The 4th book lacks a cover and title, presenting merely an empty facade with nothing within. System. What do these 4 books signify? Host. The protagonist of the first book is Yu Chengsong. Although his portrayal as a passionate sovereign is well-crafted, the book fails to gain traction, leading to its plagiarism and transformation into a genuine tyrant, resulting in the 2nd volume, which is the one Ji Ko traverses. Yet, the 2nd book remains lackluster. Contemporary readers are drawn to explicit content. A protagonist relying solely on a task-issuing system lacks appeal, prompting yet another adaptation into the 3rd book. The 3rd volume excels, introducing a female lead on the foundation laid by the 2nd. Lin Yueying's character is a patchwork from other narratives, resulting in her erratic personality, at times brash, at times timid. This book flourished, capturing your attention, and thus you traversed into its pages. The 4th book centers around you as the protagonist. Its content to be penned by your own hand. Perhaps upon completion of your life, this book will bear substance. Zhu Man gasped, overwhelmed by astonishment. To be the female lead of the 4th book? Does this not bestow upon her the same indomitable spirit as Lin Yueying, who defies death no matter the tribulations?
Wait.
System, clarify. Am I the protagonist of a male-oriented narrative or a female-oriented one? The distinction, though slight, bears significant implications. In male-oriented tales, the female protagonist is shaped by the male lead's inclinations. If he disdains her, she ceases to be the lead. In contrast, female-oriented narratives ensure that the protagonist, regardless of her adversities, ultimately thrives through misfortune. Crucially, only those she deems worthy ascend to the status of male lead. Dissatisfaction permits a change. You are the sole protagonist of a female-oriented narrative, host. As long as you refrain from self-sabotage, boundless resources and benefits shall be yours, albeit accompanied by the protagonist's propensity for attracting calamity. Zhu Mian comprehended this. A heroine must endure trials to fulfill her role. By the way, system, are you aware of Jin Shuang? Recognizing that the first book's Yu Song would ultimately be a benevolent ruler, Zhu Mian felt he was not as fearsome as initially perceived. Upon reflection, aside from his peculiar temperament, he had not coerced her in any significant manner. By inquiring about his mother's whereabouts, she could potentially leverage future assistance. Jin Shuang was my previous host. I was once the pet concubine strategy system, a sister work to the third volume. However, the narrative was abruptly halted when Jin Shuang cared for Yu Song at the age of 4, leading to her disappearance. Coincidentally, the two narratives amalgamated, resulting in Yu Song acquiring memories of Jin Shuang, which should not logically occur. What should or should not happen is irrelevant. Traversing narratives defies nature. Each individual possessing a system is even more inconceivable. System. Where has Jin Shuang gone? Pondering deeply, Yu Song's mother was 4 years younger than her, while he was merely 2 years her junior, complicating the mental calculations. Host, the previously hidden tasks are now essential, though I have yet to load them. This means rectifying Yu Song's character and subsequently adjusting the plot. Once corrected, he reverts to the persona from the first book, and I no longer remain a unique protagonist. Currently, there are no tasks to amend the plot, only to adjust character traits. The author of the third book has depicted Yu Song as a tyrant. If allowed to develop unchecked, he would indeed become one, leading to widespread suffering and lamentation among the populace. Very well, Zhu Mian acquiesced. As long as her status as the female lead remains unscathed, the rectification of Yu Song into a benevolent ruler could be left to fate. If unable to amend, she would seize the throne herself. As the central character, she could accomplish anything she desired. How exhilarating it would be to rewrite the script of a female emperor. Okay. Unconsciously, Zhu Mian's hands beneath the covers formed a gesture, unnoticed by the system, as she tightened her grip on the quilt. Lin Yueying, hidden within the blankets, trembled, striving to conceal her unease. Although she could not hear the system's dialogue, she sensed Zhu Mian's thoughts. To think that her world was merely a narrative? No wonder her moods fluctuated, sometimes feeling as if manipulated by unseen forces. Concepts of male-oriented versus female-oriented narratives eluded her, yet she grasped that Zhu Mian regarded her as the heroine. Recalling the times she felt controlled by the author, Zhu Mian's presence had freed her from such constraints. Did this imply that if she treated Zhu Mian well, she could liberate herself from the author's grasp? Host, monitoring indicates that Lin Yueying is unwaveringly loyal to you. The system shall extend her loyalty until the end of her life, increasing your ally count. Zhu Mian beamed, for within this harem, she finally possessed a companion she could fully trust. She gazed at Lin Yueying, swaddled snugly in her quilt, yearning to rouse her for conversation. However, she refrained. As the narrative would eventually include this, she must not allow anyone to discover her midnight antics of awakening her dear friend. The moon shone brightly that night, and the stars, usually obscured by clouds, emitted a faint glow. Zhu Mian gazed out at the moonlight, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Zhu Mian found Lin Yueying's face alarmingly close to hers. She nearly succumbed to shock. What are you doing? Nothing. I simply awoke feeling particularly fond of you and wanted to be near. Zhu Mian lifted her chin proudly. Of course, as the heroine, she was the finest. Today, she intended to return Lin Yueying to the emperor, as she was merely a temporary protective measure in light of Zhang Huixin's affairs. Oh, Lin Yueying sighed in relief. As long as no one sought to usurp her place beside Jumian, she would remain steadfastly by her side, unwilling to fall under the author's malevolent control again. Volume 1, Chapter 50. This palace will protect you. After dining, Jumian brought Bing Ling to the side hall. Your Majesty, this servant has come to return Bing Ling to you. Yu Chengsong lifted his gaze, his expression reflecting a complex array of emotions. He was still engulfed in the sentiments of the previous night, feeling like a despicable wretch, and the sight of Jumian stirred guilt within him. Here, she is yours now. Bing Ling shall be your personal maid. Jumian responded, Your Majesty. I am but a maid myself. Can a maid possess her own personal maid? Yu Chengsong suddenly comprehended. Are you wishing to become a lady-in-waiting? Jumian knelt without hesitation. Is this truly happening? Just yesterday, I learned I was the heroine, and today I face the accusation of seeking to meddle in the emperor's affairs? Before she could plead for mercy, Yu Chengsong calmly stated, How about a position as a fifth-rank palace matron? You would oversee the management of the palace women's meals, garments, and etiquette. Before Jumian could react, he continued, however, You may only manage the women, not me. Furthermore, the Palace Justice Department has been abolished previously, with its duties taken over by the Imperial Household Department.
Now,
I am reinstating the Palace Justice Department. Do you have confidence to vie for power against those in the Imperial Household Department? Indeed, Zhu Man is brimming with confidence. Even if she lacked it, she must possess it. She has truly had enough of the life of a palace maid. Even though she is the favored head maid in front of outsiders, she is still led by the emperor's women. She has no desire to become one of the emperor's consorts. Initially, she thought her 10 years in the palace would see her remain a head maid, perhaps rising to the position of head of maids, but she would still be a maid, subject to the whims of those concubines. To her surprise, Yu Chengsong has directly restored the female official system of the previous dynasty. Although her rank will still be lower than some concubines, the establishment of the Palace Justice Department is meant to prevent chaos in the harem management, thus the concubines are not permitted to interfere with the female official system. This means she will be directly managed by the emperor, entirely free from the constraints of those concubines. Otherwise, should she bring a complaint before the emperor, those concubines would be committing a grave offense. Yes, the servant understands. For years, the female official system has been dormant, with the only woman possessing a modicum of power being the teaching matron, who could oversee the newly arrived maids. Now that Juman has been announced as the fifth-rank palace justice, it is certain to provoke discontent among others. Since you will be a female official in the future, you cannot surround yourself with incompetence. Bing Ling will henceforth be your protector. Bing Ling, your master to whom you must pledge loyalty is Zhu Man. Do you understand? Bing Ling bowed, her tone solemn. Yes. One ally added, Bing Ling. The system announced timely, bringing joy to Zhu Man. Yu Chengsong raised an eyebrow. Feeling relieved as well, he was initially worried that Bing Ling would not adequately serve Zhu Man, but it seems she accepted her role well. The emperor's favored consort seeks an audience. Since Zhu Man and the emperor are in the side hall, Tian Fu dares not intrude lightly, instead reporting from outside the door. I am too busy to meet her. Let her go. Tian Fu's voice carried an awkward note. The favored consort wishes to see not you, but head maid Zhu Man. I shall go out to meet her. Yu Chengsong nodded, then go. Stepping outside, Zhu Man followed Tian Fu to a small pavilion, where she immediately noticed Zhang Huixin's anxious demeanor. Favored consort, head maid Zhu Man has been brought in. Tian Fu took small steps away. Today, the favored consort did not bring any maidservants, and the two faced each other in silence, the atmosphere somewhat strained. It was Zhang Huixin who could no longer endure the silence, her tone dry. I heard from my father that you gave me the antidote, allowing me to survive. Zhu Man did not hesitate to acknowledge this. Your father did not speak amiss. Zhang Huixin gasped, her right hand clutching her chest, feeling slightly suffocated. Yet, there was an undeniable charm about Zhu Man at that moment, one that she found rather appealing. She produced the prepared jade pendant of swimming fish from her sleeve and forcefully pressed it into Zhu Man's hand. This is a token of appreciation from this palace. I see you have no proper adornments, looking rather shabby. Host, this is Zhang Huixin's personal jade pendant, Anyone from Minghui Palace and the Zhang family will recognize it. This is a means for you to seek assistance in times of need. Zhu Man internally noted this. Thankfully, the system had rectified its bugs, making it privy to all knowledge. Otherwise, she would have hesitated to accept the pendant, fearing it might be part of some sinister plot. Thank you, favored consort. Enough. You need not thank me. Should you encounter matters beyond resolution, go to Minghui Palace. You saved my life, and I shall protect you. After speaking, Zhang Huixin held her head high and departed, exuding an air of prideful superiority. Time swiftly passed, and the palace was adorned with white lanterns, with everyone donning white flowers. The palanquin, crafted from deep brown sandalwood, was draped in deep blue curtains embroidered with pine and cypress patterns to express mourning. Surrounded by white banners inscribed with tales of heroism, a somber and solemn elegy resounded, the music weeping and lamenting, recounting the valor and greatness of the heroes. Common folk gathered spontaneously along the roadsides, their eyes glistening with tears. The hero's tomb lies in the mountains on the outskirts of the capital, and the citizens have accompanied them for as long as they have walked. In this mournful atmosphere, Zhu Man's mood grew heavy. At the mountain summit, small mounds of earth dotted the landscape, weathered by time until they resembled little humps. The once formidable heroes now appeared so diminutive in death. Were it not for the gravestones erected last year, one would scarcely know this place. To express the emperor's respect for the heroes, on this day, he must wear plain clothing and sit quietly before General Yu Sheng's tombstone, while other ministers kneel on either side. As for palace attendants of Zhu Man's rank, they could only kneel on their knees, forbidden from sitting. Host, Jiko has arrived. Zhu Man felt a moment of stiffness, mirrored by Yu Qingsong ahead. That day, he had dispatched Dark One and his men to excavate graves and had indeed uncovered spherical munitions. They tested in an open area and discovered that the power of these munitions surpassed that of the gunpowder used on the battlefield. If they were to explode today, the consequences would be dire. Jiko clearly intended to humiliate him before the people. System. Is that the emperor ahead? TSK. He looks better than I did before my transmigration, but not as good as I do now. A strange male voice reached Zhu Man's ears. Can I hear the thoughts of others now? Host, can you hear Jiko's thoughts? If not, I will adjust. Is this your doing? Indeed. I mentioned before, my level surpasses that of Jiko's system. As long as he speaks to the system, I can enable the host to hear. How wonderful. She, too, possesses an advantage. Release system task. Anger Emperor Yu Qingsong. Reward of fake death pill. Volume 1, Chapter 51. So soon, Your Majesty?
Ha!
This emperor is truly amusing. General Yu Sheng died defending your nation, yet you sit upon your dragon throne while your ministers kneel? In the silence, filled with sorrow, Jiku's remarks were filled with arrogance and untimeliness. The ministers, astonished, looked up to see who had the audacity to utter such disrespectful words. Jiku captured the attention of all, and the guard team moved to apprehend him, but he smirked, wearing a confident smile. You are insolent. Wei Chung stood, delivering a resounding slap. He aspired to become emperor, yet the nation he wished to inherit was also Dalan and General Yu Sheng. As the protector of Dalan's citizens, could not be insulted by some nameless fool. Who the hell is this? How dare he strike me? System. Give me the poison from the last reward. I want to kill this old fool. Jiko, be sensible. The last poison was already given to Hua Jinyao and the others. You have no poison left on you. I don't care. I must kill this man. If you do not assist me in killing him, I will renounce being emperor. The system was on the verge of crashing from frustration. How had it chosen such a foolish host from the start? If given a choice, it would rather take on the role itself. System, speak. I want that old fool dead. This man is Wei Chung, a person of true talent and learning. Once you become a wise ruler, he will only serve you diligently until his last breath. Now that I am emperor, all the intellectuals of the world belong to me. Who cares about an old fool? Zhu Man was thrilled by the mental exchange between the two, but suddenly, the conversation ceased. However, a remark made by the king's system ignited a thought in Zhu Man's mind. Wei Qing possesses genuine talent and dedication and would tirelessly serve a wise ruler. Did he secretly hoard the dragon robe out of disdain for Yu Qingsong, whom he perceives as a tyrant? Contemplating this, Zhu Man conveyed her thoughts to Yu Qingsong through her inner voice, leaving the matter of how he would handle Wei Cheng beyond her concern as a mere palace maid. Wow, Ji Ku actually has a system too, and I can hear his dialogues with it. How peculiar. Ji Ku's system claims Wei Cheng is a good person. If Ji Ku becomes a wise ruler in the future, he would gain a loyal minister. Yet, I recall that in the original text, Wei Cheng is a treasonous minister who hoarded the dragon robe. How strange. Never mind. I must prevent Wei Cheng from aligning with Ji Ku and think of a way to interrupt their meeting. Who knows if Ji Ku possesses any loyalty elixirs? But I am powerless. I am merely a lowly maid. How can I disrupt them? Zhu Man felt helpless, yet Yu Qingsong did not. He remained inactive, observing the two with his profound, emotionless eyes. How could a chancellor who secretly possessed a dragon robe be a loyal subject? Even if he were a good minister, to whom would his loyalty lie, himself or the arrogant Ji Ku?
Ha!
This old fool dares to speak on behalf of the emperor. Does he not realize he is a tyrant? Wei Cheng struck back with another slap, a vile creature without regard for the occasion. Why hasn't anyone taken this man away yet? The captain of the guards did not move until he received Yu Qingsong's consent before escorting the man away. As Wei Cheng was led away, he shouted accusations of tyranny, declaring that Yu Qingsong was unworthy of the throne. Yu Qingsong, criticized, lowered his gaze, not feeling angered. Having resolved the explosive situation beneath the grave, he was too pleased to be upset. He merely noticed Wei Cheng shooting him a glare. That damned old man. He should pledge his loyalty elsewhere. It would not be excessive to eliminate him for his insolence. Your Majesty, I advise you to be mindful of your reputation. See how you have already incited public discontent. Wei Cheng fanned the flames, mocking the emperor's failure to manage his reputation in front of the civil and military officials. He had mentally prepared himself for the emperor's public rebuke or even punishment by the guards. It mattered little. He would give the emperor one last chance. If he remained a brainless tyrant, he would ensure a change of power. How could the realm be governed by a mindless despot? You speak wisely. Return to your position. As today is not suitable for other discussions. Wei Cheng was taken aback. The emperor had not punished him, but recalling the significance of the day, he dismissed the thought of the emperor's change of heart from his mind. He did not wish to argue with the emperor before the grave of General Yu Sheng. If the general knew, what then of his duty to protect the Dalan kingdom? The tyrant bears guilt, yet the people of Dalan are innocent. The atmosphere grew calm once more, though murmurs arose among the ministers. Some pondered whether the emperor had truly stirred public outrage, prompting citizens to risk their lives to enter the hero's tomb to lodge complaints. Others were astonished by the emperor's relationship with the chancellor. Previously, the chancellor's word could provoke 10 from the emperor, yet today, he did not insult the chancellor, a sight as rare as the sun rising from the west. Time dragged on, and by noon, Zhu Man could no longer endure. Fortunately, the emperor allowed a break for lunch, providing a moment to ease her stiff body. Otherwise, she might faint. Zhu Man, why do you walk so oddly? Zhu Man observed the lively Lin Yueying and the other kneeling maids, none appearing as uncomfortable as she felt. Accepting that one might possess a stronger constitution, she wondered why the older women, in their 60s and 70s, seemed unfazed after kneeling all morning. Perhaps her astonished gaze was too evident. Lin Yueying leaned in closer, whispering, "You didn't prepare knee pads, did you?" "What knee pads?" Lin Yueying gasped. "You really didn't prepare any?" Wearing knee pads for the ceremony was an unspoken rule. The emperor struggled to sit on the dragon throne all day. And those of them kneeling, could their legs endure such punishment? Furthermore, General Yu Sheng sacrificed himself to protect them. And surely he would not want them to ruin their legs in tribute. Lin Yueying considered suggesting that Zhu Man purchase knee pads from the system but ultimately decided against it. Let her find joy in overhearing others' thoughts. Why should she flaunt it before them? "Zhu Man, the emperor wishes to see you. Please follow me." Tian Fu hurried toward her, his small legs moving as if propelled by a sudden burst of speed, to ensure the emperor could rest comfortably and protect his health. A simple yet grand palace had been built on the mountain, accessible only upon summons from the emperor. As Tian Fu led Zhu Man inside, whispers erupted outside. Wei Cheng heard them clearly and scolded the gossipers, yet he could not suppress his disappointment in Yu Qingsong. Though cruel, the emperor had been ruthless in dealing with his subjects, yet at least he had not indulged in female company. Now, however, he called a maid into his presence before the public. Did he not possess a semblance of imperial dignity? What he did not anticipate was that Zhu Man would emerge from the palace less than 15 minutes later. The crowd fell silent before erupting into a new wave of discussion.
So soon?
Zhu Man caught snippets of their hushed conversations, but could not discern their meaning, having searched for familiar faces without success. It seemed this gossip would not be hers to indulge. Zhu Man, what did the emperor want? Lin Yueying suddenly jogged over, inquiring softly. He gave me a pair of knee pads, advising me not to kneel until I was paralyzed. Zhu Man's voice was not quiet, allowing those who had been eavesdropping to hear. Their faces flushed with embarrassment at their earlier thoughts. Zhu Man, do not perform such empty formalities before me. Come with me. I have questions for you. In the midst of the crowd, Wei Qing took her away, assuring her of her safety. Zhu Man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed. They arrived at a relatively secluded area where only carriages or palanquins were present. No living souls. Are you the head maid of Qianyuan Palace?
Yes.
What do you think of the emperor? Zhu Man hesitated. Which aspect are you inquiring about? Seeing her confusion, Wei Qing frowned, regarding her as if she were dim-witted. Do you find him cruel? This question left Zhu Man in a bind. To label Yu Qingsong as tyrannical? He seemed not to have committed any wrongdoing. Only the furniture bore the brunt of his wrath. To assert he was not tyrannical? His reputation as a despot was widespread, and even Wei Qing did not believe it. Speak candidly. I can draw my own conclusions. After some contemplation, Zhu Man responded, I am a maid who participated in the selection half a month ago. Of over 200 candidates, only 4 were spared. The rest were dragged away by the emperor and executed. At that time, I viewed him as cruel. As Wei Cheng's anger flared, Zhu Man continued. However, one day, I overheard the emperor conversing with a man in black. Their discussion revealed that the executed maidens were spies. Wei Cheng felt a burden lift slightly from his heart, his expression softening. Yet, he recalled the recent turmoil that had left the capital's citizens in dread, fearing they might be exterminated by the emperor for any perceived transgression. I cannot speak of it. Why can you not? Zhu Man inwardly cursed the audacity of this individual who dared to pry into matters that even the emperor had kept shrouded in secrecy regarding the execution of the Shen family. How could a mere palace maid possibly convey such information beyond the emperor's realm? Was she courting death? All Zhu Man could assert was that if the prime minister were to ascend to the throne, he would undoubtedly make a similar decision in the face of such circumstances. How absurd! The prime minister, known for his cultured demeanor, could no longer restrain his exasperation. He contemplated delivering a slap to Zhu Man, yet he found no justification for such an act. After all, it was his own conscience that troubled him. The imperial robe remained concealed within his home. Zhu Man merely urged him to consider an alternative perspective, completely unaware of his treasonous intentions. You may escape this time, but should you ever utter disrespectful words again, I shall ensure that your mouth is silenced. Yes, sir. Wei Cheng, with a flick of his sleeve, departed, his destination evidently the emperor's palace, presumably to seek answers. Zhu Man felt a sense of relief. She could challenge the emperor, but she hoped to be spared the same fate as a lowly maid. Suddenly, familiar voices reached her ears, yet she saw no sign of Jiko. System. Why hasn't the bomb detonated? Did you sell me a faulty one? It is not defective. Perhaps the emperor has already discovered it and moved it elsewhere. Impossible. Did you not claim that you could place it within the tomb unnoticed? Jiko. My energy is insufficient to sustain extensive dialogue. Either cease your chatter or procure another bomb to deploy. After all, he possessed little skill. Everything he wore and consumed was a reward for completing system tasks. He pleaded fervently in his mind, ultimately receiving the system's forgiveness and preparing to purchase a bomb to place within Yu Xing's tomb. Upon hearing the system declare deployment complete, Zhu Man took off running. She needed to quickly inform the emperor. Within an hour, everyone would gather for the rites. Once the bomb detonated, no one would escape. This was a bomb produced by the system. However, She found herself unable to enter the palace gates, no matter how fervently she pleaded with the guards. The distance to Yu Qingsong's position was too great, and despite her internal outcry, there was no response from those inside. Host. There is a coiling dragon jade pendant in the space. These individuals are familiar with it. She almost forgot about the pendant. With it, Zhu Man gained entry and found Yu Qingsong locked in a tense standoff with Wei Cheng, their eyes locked in a fierce glare, the atmosphere thick with hostility. What brings you here? Wei Cheng, incensed, was ready to unleash his frustration from the emperor onto Zhu Man, only to be met with her frantic ramblings. Your Majesty, I just overheard someone say that a bomb has been buried beneath General Yu Sheng's tomb, and during the afternoon's memorial, it will kill everyone. You insolent maid. What nonsense are you spouting? Your Majesty, this is the result of your palace's lack of decorum. Zhu Man disregarded the hierarchy. Knowing that the system indicated the bomb would explode in less than an hour, yet within half an hour, everyone would proceed to pay their respects. Was she expected to dig up the grave in front of everyone? Naturally, it was best done when no one was around. Your Majesty, you must believe me. I truly heard it. The voice sounded very much like that of today's instigator. If you doubt me, summon the captain of the guards. That person must have fled. As if on cue, just as Zhu Man finished speaking, the sounds of hurried footsteps and the clanging of armor echoed. Your Majesty, Jiku has gone missing.
What?
Wei Cheng could not help but exclaim. Quickly, mobilize everyone, ministers and palace attendants alike, to search for him. He cannot remain here in the company of General Yu Sheng. Get out of my sight. Though the captain of the guards understood that mobilizing everyone to search for a thief was impractical, he dared not voice his concerns. The tyrannical image of Yu Qingsong loomed large. Was the emperor truly intent on dispersing everyone? Wei Cheng soon grasped Yu Qingsong's intentions. Did he genuinely believe the maid's words? Had the emperor never suspected a connection between Zhu Man and the thief? As the conversation veered off course, Zhu Man seethed internally. There is less than an hour remaining. In half an hour, the bomb will detonate automatically. It doesn't require fire to explode. Hurry, we must dig up the grave. I am truly at a loss. Is this really the time to debate this? Wei Cheng, am I not strikingly beautiful? Despite Zhu Man's fervent internal pleas, Yu Qingsong continued to argue his case with Wei Cheng, taking no action whatsoever. Ministers, having overheard the commotion, approached to mediate, and the crowd continued to grow. Wei Cheng revealed the details regarding the bomb, yet the notion of digging up the grave was met with overwhelming opposition. Some resolutely insisted that they had been dining beside General Yu Sheng's tomb and had seen no one throw a bomb inside, accusing Zhu Man of spreading malicious rumors. With such testimony, even those who had initially supported the idea of exhumation shifted their stance. Now, every minister opposed the idea of digging up the grave. Zhu Man, with a mournful expression, trailed behind the large group, standing with Bing Ling, Bai Qiao, and Lin Yueying, hoping to avoid the impending explosion. Volume 1, Chapter 53, The Bullied Girl. Half an hour passed. The sound of an explosion echoed from another mountain peak. Zhu Man was left dumbfounded. She began to suspect that Jiku was aware she could hear his conversations with the system, and this was all part of a scheme against her. With a mind full of questions, Zhu Man spent the entire afternoon in a state of anxiety. After dinner, all the ministers settled into guest quarters within the palace, while the palace attendants moved collectively into the lower quarters. A night devoid of dreams ensued. Zhu Man awoke naturally, having slept until noon, when Lin Yueying arrived with a bowl of food, rousing her from slumber. What time is it? Upon seeing Lin Yueying's bewildered expression, she inquired again, what hour is it? It's a holiday. Who is still working? Zhu Man, still groggy, struggled momentarily to recall how to express the concept of a holiday in ancient terms. Yet, Lin Yueying quickly comprehended, nodding in understanding. So, I woke up at the hour of the dragon, yet lingered in bed until lunchtime. In a sense, you are my master. If you do not rise, neither shall I. Zhu Man found herself both amused and exasperated by Lin Yueying's words. She had never imagined that the beleaguered protagonist from the original tale could possess such a mischievous and unruly side. It was unclear from which narrative the author had drawn this character's traits. Eat quickly. Once you finish, go wash up.
All right.
Upon awakening, Zhu Man felt lethargic and was not inclined to engage in conversation, merely mechanically holding her bowl and using chopsticks to scoop rice. The staple was rice, symbolizing the people's health and prosperity. For dessert, there was a peach, signifying longevity. The bowl contained no trace of meat. Yet one could not deny the chef's exceptional culinary skills. Zhu Man found herself unable to stop eating. Once she finished her meal, Lin Yueying retrieved a cleaned peach from a basket near the door and handed it to Zhu Man. Master, I have something to report.
Lin Yueying,
Observing Bing Ling's respectful demeanor towards Zhu Man, nearly had her eyes pop out in astonishment. Really? So formal? Out here. You still must call her master? This makes me seem quite rude. Do not address me as master. Just call me Zhu Man. Bing Ling knelt on one knee, clasping her hands together. Her voice strong as she addressed her. Zhu Man. Please do not do that. You may stand and speak. It is difficult to explain my position to others when you act this way. Bing Ling rose and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yueying. I wish to speak with Zhu Man. You should leave.
Ha! Who cares to hear you speak?
Lin Yueying, puffing with indignation, left, taking the small basket at the door with her, ensuring that not a single peach would be shared with Bing Ling.
Now, speak. What is it?
Zhu Man's curiosity was piqued by Bing Ling's mysterious demeanor. Yesterday, and he called me out. Zhu Man raised his eyebrows suggestively and asked, Do you two have something going on? Yes, he said that the Emperor and the Chancellor were not intentionally provoking you, but merely trying to attract others' attention, allowing an E and the others to have time to remove the bomb. Is that all? Bing Ling nodded. Zhu Man shrugged. Well, I thought it was something significant. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. You could have just told me directly instead of calling me out. Is there anything else?
I would like to continue my rest.
Bing Ling shook her head and left, casually helping Zhu Man draw the curtains to block the light. In a state of drowsiness, Zhu Man felt as if someone was weeping near her ear. She suddenly opened her eyes and sat up abruptly, only to find the room empty. The sobbing sound echoed once more, leading Zhu Man to the window. Looking down, she saw a girl curled up and weeping on the windowsill. The girl appeared deeply aggrieved, her neck red from crying, yet she struggled to stifle her sobs, afraid of being discovered. What's wrong?
Ah!
The girl was startled, instinctively covering her face and attempting to flee, but her panic led to clumsy steps. Her left foot stumbled over her right, and she fell to the ground. Her already tattered clothing was now further torn. Zhu Man noticed the blood on her knee, now smeared with dirt. Given the medical conditions of ancient times, an infection would be difficult to treat. I have water in my room. Would you like to clean your knee? The girl remained silent, yet she stopped running, blinking her large, timid eyes at Zhu Man, her expression anxious, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Zhu Man's heart shattered at the sight. The child could not be more than 12 or 13, yet her clothing was in tatters, and her body bore marks of abuse, alongside signs of violence. Given her hiding and crying, Zhu Man could easily surmise the torment she had endured. Come to my place and clean yourself up. I am not a bad person. Going out like this, you might easily encounter someone dangerous. At the mention of danger, the girl trembled violently, her lips nearly bitten through as she fought the urge to cry out. Come inside, wash off the marks on you. I have clean clothes. The girl gazed at Zhu Man, her eyes brimming with tears, the figure of Zhu Man becoming more blurred in her vision. This sister had opened the door wide, not shaming her or forcibly dragging her inside, but gently encouraging her to come in and wash away the dirt. Give it a try. After all, life is cheap. If someone was willing to feign kindness before her death, it would at least mean she had some worth. Seeing the girl step inside, Zhu Man pointed to the basin and handkerchief, then took out a second set of palace, made attire from her bundle, and placed it on the bed. Sister, where are you going? I will guard the door. You can wash inside.
Oh.
Inside, the sound of water splashing mixed with the girl's muffled sobs. Zhu Man felt a heavy heart. Even the sight of the blue sky and white clouds felt oppressive. Hello, host, the book I obtained is also in text, and I cannot see the faces of each character. You need to tell me the name of the character you wish to inquire about. All right, I will ask her later. This mountain is called Hero Mountain, heavily guarded by troops year-round. Even ministers must apply to enter, and it is even more challenging for ordinary people. The girl's assent suggests either her noble identity or that she was brought up by someone of significance. However, her tattered clothing, poor skin condition, and calloused hands indicated a life of labor. The only possibility remaining was that she had been brought here by some minister. As she pondered the plot, the few ministers she remembered were embroiled in a struggle for the throne against Yu Qingsong, none of whom had committed such heinous acts.
Sister.
I am done washing. The door creaked open, and the girl emerged in clothing that clearly did not fit her. Now clean. She spoke with newfound confidence. What is your name? I am a wretch. Her voice was so soft that Zhu-Man did not catch it the first time. She had to ask again to hear her clearly. That name is unfit. Choose another.
Zuman commanded.
But that name is. I do not care who named you. Such a derogatory name is clearly meant to belittle you. Why would you accept it? Then, can you give me a name, sister? Zhu-Man was taken aback. I said your name is unsuitable. I am not the one to name you. It should be a name you choose for yourself. Ancient people held great reverence for their names. And having acted in numerous dramas, Zhu-Man knew she could not bear the responsibility of naming this girl. I want to be called Xiao Guai. I also want to hear others call me Xiao Guai. Before Zhu-Man could respond, the system in her mind erupted. Xiao Guai appeared in the first novel. Having been humiliated in her youth, later taken by the bandit leader to become a shared wife, Xiao Guai endured in silence, ultimately killing the bandit leader and becoming the new chief, thereafter turning the bandit camp into a refuge solely for women, training them to become killing machines. The emperor sent several waves of troops to eliminate the bandits, yet they could never ascend the mountain. Ultimately, they resorted to burning the mountain to force them down. But these women were stubborn, preferring death on the mountain to surrender. Xiao Guai, a bandit queen? How jarring. Zhu-Man looked at the timid child before her, unable to fathom how she became a mountain king capable of rallying women to oppose imperial authority in this era. What's wrong, sister? Is it an unpleasant name? No. The name suits you perfectly. Sister, can I stay by your side? But I am merely a palace maid. Having you by my side offers no future. I am not afraid. I also want to enter the palace. I want to become the emperor's concubine and kill those who deserve to die.
Zuman.
So, Xiao Guai had already harbored murderous intent at this time. It was understandable, after such experiences, who wouldn't he want to kill? Zhu-Man intended to dissuade her, knowing well that this path was fraught with impossibilities. The selection of concubines for the emperor is typically organized by the Ministry of Revenue. And even the daughters of ministers might not gain entry. Without status, she would not succeed. She initially wanted to mention that even the physical examination would be an insurmountable hurdle for Xiao Guai, but that would be too hurtful. Xiao Guai was already sensitive about it. Bringing it up would only rub salt in her wounds. Zhu-Man paused, bending down to meet Xiao Guai's gaze. Do you like the emperor? Xiao Guai hesitated for a few seconds, seemingly having considered Zhu-Man an ally. She spoke candidly. I do not even know what the emperor looks like, and besides, he is a man so filthy, I certainly do not like him. I only desire his throne. It is said that he can kill anyone he wishes. If I become his woman, wouldn't I also be able to decide who lives and who dies? Eventually, I can kill the emperor and take his place. Wouldn't that be better than just being a concubine? Sister, I am confiding this only to you. Please do not let it slip. Zhu-Man was utterly stunned. So, in the first novel, Xiao Guai did not become a concubine, thus enduring humiliation in the bandit camp until she became the bandit queen, ultimately confronting the emperor with the goal of the throne. This narrative was quite exhilarating, a satisfying tale of a powerful female protagonist. Yet, the crux was that Zhu-Man was not merely a reader, but a palace maid. The tasks assigned by the system were aimed at correcting Yu Qingsong's character. If Yu Qingsong died, how could she rectify it? The system questioned what would happen if the correction task remained uncompleted. Yu Qingsong became a true tyrant, causing immense suffering among the populace, leading to the demise of the state, with the first casualties being the palace servants. The last statement was evidently a self-reflection of the system. Zhu-Man scoffed, asking, what if Yu Qingsong were to perish? The response was grim. If he dies, do you think the palace servants would survive? Even if, by some stroke of luck they did, the next emperor would merely inherit the tyrant script. You must navigate the situation as you see fit. Thus, before Yu Qingsong's character was corrected, he could not be allowed to die. Little Guai, listen to me. The emperor has recently undergone changes. As someone who serves him, I am acutely aware of these shifts. Little Guai's eyes reddened with fury, her fists clenched tightly. Sister, serving the emperor means being defiled by a vile man, does it not? How did the conversation veer into such territory? Wasn't it often said that women were deemed unclean after certain experiences, whereas abstaining rendered them pure? Yet, the distinction for women simply boiled down to having a man involved, implying that men were the truly unclean ones. Zhu Man fell silent, pondering and ultimately agreeing. You are correct, but the nature of my service is not that which you fear, so do not worry. I possess a modicum of influence in front of the emperor. If you have grievances, shall we seek the emperor's intervention together? Little Guai, still an innocent child untouched by future troubles, believed Zhu Man's words without hesitation. Will the emperor truly help me? He certainly will. Even if he chose not to, Zhu Man would hold the necessary leverage to persuade him. Resolving Little Guai's plight was imperative, as failure to do so would inevitably lead to confrontations with the emperor. Her ambitions were never about mere banditry, rather, they were aimed at the throne beneath the emperor. Come with me, sister. I shall petition the emperor on your behalf. Zhu Man grasped Little Guai's hand, not out of sisterly affection, but to prevent her from lashing out at the noble guests present. Following the rituals of the previous day, the court members mingled and chatted amiably. The emperor did not inhibit their merriment. Rather, he encouraged it, for General Yu Sheng's lifelong aspiration was to safeguard the nation and witness the smiles of its citizens. Amidst the laughter, Zhu Man led Little Guai to the entrance of the emperor's chamber. However, even with the dragon-shaped jade pendant in hand, entry was prohibited due to a royal gathering, as Yu Qingsong had decreed that no one was to enter. With no other option, Zhu Man had to request an audience through the gatekeeper. She rarely sought the emperor's attention, yet when she did, it was always for significant matters. Without hesitation, Yu Qingsong summoned Zhu Man, despite the disapproving gazes of his siblings. After a brief wait, Zhu Man arrived, dragging along a child.
Who are you?
He began, but before he could finish, the child broke free from Zhu Man's grasp and charged forth, yanking the tablecloth and shattering dishes across the floor. The cacophony startled the guards outside, who swiftly apprehended both Zhu Man and Little Guai. What are you doing, Little Guai? Zhu Man was distraught, despite her precautions. She never anticipated that Little Guai's aim was not the ministers outside, but to cause a ruckus here. Let me go. I want to kill him. Little Guai roared like a cornered beast, yet her slight frame was easily subdued by a guard. Desperation gripped her as she struggled, unable to reach the nobles. Calm down. Little Guai, do you not remember why we came here? Zhu Man turned her head, attempting to restore Little Guai's reason. As the guards restrained her, Little Guai clutched a shard of porcelain, inadvertently cutting her own hand, blood streaming forth. If she continued to injure herself, she might bleed to death. In her current frenzied state, any order for execution would spell her doom. Her cries fell on deaf ears as Little Guai fixated on a man, repeatedly declaring her intent to kill him. Seeing Yu Qingsong's growing impatience, Zhu Man silently pleaded, Little Guai has just been wronged by a villain. I brought her here to seek the emperor's justice, but why is she fixated on that man? Could it be that someone among the royal kin has wronged her? Poor Little Guai, I must assist her. Perhaps I can find a way to inform the emperor of Jin Shuang's whereabouts. But how could she articulate this in front of so many? Should she shout now, lest Little Guai's hand be further mutilated? Your Majesty. Zhu Man was interrupted by Yu Qingsong's command to bind the child's legs with rope. As the guards produced coarse twine, Zhu Man swiftly removed her elastic hairband, allowing her long hair to cascade down like a waterfall. Use this, it is softer and more suitable for tying a knot. Indeed, we shall use hers, Yu Qingsong decreed. The hairband still bore a faint fragrance, leaving the head guard momentarily flustered. Zhu Man, you tie it. Though short, the hairband sufficed to secure Little Guai's thin ankles. Upon recognizing Zhu Man, Little Guai ceased her struggles, permitting her to bind her. Everyone else, leave. Those with discernment vacated, yet Yu Jingshan and Yu Minglu remained.
Suman.
Who is this child? Yu Qingsong, anxious for news of his mother, prepared to interrogate amidst the disarray. Forget about my sister's matter. You should be asking me. Little Guai screamed. Very well, then, speak, Yu Qingsong replied, uninterested in the identity of the speaker, focused solely on resolving the issue promptly. and the illegitimate daughter of Su Jinhai. The revelation stunned the 6 individuals present. Yu Minglu scoffed. You are the daughter of General Su? What of Su Yulan? She is the sole daughter of the general's household. Su Jinhai forced my mother to act as a remedy, after enduring great suffering. She took her own life after giving birth to me. I was raised on the charity of others. Yu Jingshan, visibly irritated and resembling Yu Qingsong in features, regarded her with disdain. Being used as a remedy was a blessing for your mother. General Su loved his wife and would naturally not take you into the household for upbringing. Little Guai now regarded Yu Jingshan with contempt. The moment he spoke, she shrieked, drowning out whatever he said. Finding his own voice grating, Yu Jingshan dismissed her with an irritated wave of his sleeve. Once he fell silent, Little Guai returned to her normal demeanor. I never said I wished to live in the general's residence. I merely sneaked in to see what the great general looked like.
Did you see him?
Yu Qingsong inquired. No, I did not. Then why do you not leave? Because someone bullied me. He made me into an unclean person. Little Guai tugged at her collar, revealing extensive bruising, and attempted to expose her arms, which were covered in scars. She sought to reveal more, but Zhu Man intervened. That is enough, Little Guai. Do not show them any more. Among the nobles, only Yu Qingyun displayed sympathy, while the others failed to empathize, especially Yu Jingshan, who gazed at Little Guai's scars with a glimmer of interest and a hint of eagerness. Perverse. He mistook Zhu Man's comment as directed at himself, hastily averting his gaze and clearing his throat awkwardly. Since Yu Minglu learned that Xiao Guai was being bullied, she no longer regarded her with even a passing glance. Fanning herself with an extravagant floral fan, exuding disdain to the utmost degree. So, you were bullied. What does that have to do with General Su? Why bring him up? If I were a beggar, you would certainly ignore me, but as the daughter of General Su, you are obliged to attend to me. Who gave you the audacity to raise your voice before this princess? What obligation do I have to concern myself with you? Brother, take this maid who has disrupted our gathering and throw her out.
Huh?
Why is she dressed as a maid? Yu Minglu suddenly realized Zhu Man. You brought this woman masquerading as a maid to an audience? She had always held a grudge against Zhu Man, and now, having discovered her fault, she wasted no time in delivering a verbal blow. Pouting, she incessantly shook Yu Qingsong's arm. Brother, Zhu Man has gone too far. If it weren't for the swift response of the guards, we would have been harmed by this madwoman. You must stand up for Minglu and have Zhu Man and this Xiao Guai executed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guai went into another frenzy, her high-pitched voice piercing, as if it could rupture eardrums. You can kill me, but spare my sister. The one who bullied me must be executed too. Fine. Yu Jingshan replied dismissively, can you please leave now? I will ensure the culprit is dealt with later. Brother, this woman has ruined our family banquet. I will personally take her away for punishment. Yu Jingshan's face darkened. Just as he found something he wanted to try, Yu Qingsong interrupted him, and he was now visibly anxious. Brother, do not forget that father commanded you to take good care of us when he passed.
Now.
You would hinder me from taking a maid away? In the past, whenever Yu Jingshan uttered these words during disputes with Yu Qingsong, he was always victorious, and Yu Qingsong would relent. However, this time was different. Yu Qingsong learned from Zhu Man that Yu Jingshan did not genuinely care for him and was preoccupied with their mother's whereabouts. How could he take this matter lightly? He had to ensure Zhu Man was satisfied, for she held the key to their mother's fate. Bring in everyone who attended the banquet just now. Soon, the individuals who had just departed were gathered once more. It was him. He bullied me. Yu Qingsong followed Xiao Guai's pointing finger. Uncle? When Yu Wei was named, he felt a twinge of apprehension, but upon seeing Xiao Guai bound and bleeding from her hands, he felt reassured. It seemed the emperor desired a good reputation but was also impatient to deal with matters. Thus, he would assume the role of the villain. After all, she was merely a woman, without power or influence. The emperor need not concern himself with her. Yu Wei, unrepentant, irritated Yu Qingsong to the utmost, who, in a fit of anger, overturned the table, sending everyone else away. Yu Wei, unaffected, casually patted Yu Qingsong's shoulder. Do not worry, uncle. I will quietly dispose of this woman, and no one will ever know. So, uncle, you admit to having insulted this girl? Volume 1, Chapter 56. Once punished. One cannot evade. Yu Qingsong has only one uncle, named Yue, who also holds the identity of Shan Gui, a notorious flower thief. Due to Yue's relatively good reputation among the populace, families that have suffered abuse dare not seek the tyrant's aid and instead turn to Yue for assistance, expecting the capture of the perpetrator, only to find themselves plunged into a deeper abyss. Those who approach him are either bankrupt or have relatives who cannot bear the humiliation and have died, leaving the flower theft cases unresolved. Not only Zhu Man was indignant, Yu Qingsong was equally flabbergasted. For Yue's ability to handle cases of young girls being taken advantage of stems not solely from the respect the common folk hold for him, but also from the emperor's endorsement. Yu Qingsong understood his own reputation was tarnished. Coincidentally, Yue had garnered public favor by resolving a flower theft case years ago. He had even dispatched individuals to encourage wronged women to report their cases and promoted Yue as the most compassionate member of the royal family. In hindsight, he felt a strong urge to kick his past self. He could not empathize with the person he once was. Uncle Yu, Your Majesty is speaking nonsense. You cannot make baseless accusations. I merely wanted to assist you by addressing the root of the issue, since I could see Your Majesty was troubled. Yue cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Guai, his expression one of contempt. I would not even want such a figure in my bed. You resemble a withered bean sprout, devoid of any allure. He squatted down, grasping Xiao Guai's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. You claim that I violated you. Do you not realize that, based on your looks, you are not even fit to be a lowly maid in my residence? Xiao Guai appeared oblivious, unable to comprehend Yue's insinuations, merely looking at him in confusion as if she had heard something ludicrous and wished to refute. You enjoy inflicting pain on others. Deriving pleasure from their cries, a beautiful scream or an ugly one makes no difference to you. Your joy lies in the torment of others, not in the sight of beautiful women. Zhu Man could not help but cheer for Xiao Guai in her heart, though she was young. Her words, both those spoken to Zhu Man earlier and those directed at Yue now, struck a resonant chord. Was this the mind of a mere 10-year-old?
Indeed.
It seemed far more astute than her own 2 decades of existence. Yue's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Xiao Guai, sneering, You have a sharp tongue. I shall not engage in debate with you. Since you assert that it was I, present your evidence. Xiao Guai replied resolutely. I bit that person's shoulder and tore off a piece of flesh. With that, Yue disregarded the reactions of the women present, tearing open his outer garment to reveal his muscular torso. Not only was there no wound on his shoulder, but even his back bore no signs of struggle. How can this be? I saw your face with my own eyes. Xiao Guai screamed, helplessly slapping her own face. Her hair a chaotic mess, as if she had been through a storm. Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. You may decide what to do. Yue, with a flick of his sleeve, departed, while Yu Minglu and Yu Jingshan shared a cold laugh, observing Zhu Man and Xiao Guai as if they were 2 foolish beings. Uncle, do not be angry. My brother has recently been infatuated with women, enchanted by that little vixen Zhu Man. Yu Minglu dashed out, followed closely by Yu Jingshan. You may also leave. I have matters to discuss with these 2. Yu Qingsong spoke as the emperor, and even Yu Feng'en, despite being his elder brother, could not remain. He was clearly taken aback by Yu Milio's words and looked at Zhu Man with an unfriendly expression, about to threaten her when Yu Qingsong urged him out with a gentle push. After sending Yu Feng'en away, Yu Qingsong turned his attention to Yu Qingyun. Brother, I can leave myself. Yu Qingyun was obedient, not only departing but also helping to close the door behind him. Zhu Man, you have seen for yourself. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that the child you brought has lied. Yu Qingsong bent down, meeting Zhu Man's gaze, his expression complex. In the future, do not be easily deceived. Kindness has no place in the palace. Understood. Zhu Man recognized that she had not thought things through. She did not understand Xiao Guai's temperament before bringing her in. She had believed that having more people would bring justice for Xiao Guai, but unexpectedly, Xiao Guai had directly disrupted the emperor's feast. Were it not for her value before the emperor, merely bringing Xiao Guai in and ruining the royal banquet would have been a grave offense. Sister, yes, I am sorry. I thought that making a scene would help find the culprit. I have put you in danger. Xiao Guai cried, on the verge of fainting, repeatedly telling Yu Qingsong that it was her own fault for pretending to be pitiful and asking Zhu Man to bring her along. On the way here, I was constantly held back by Zhu Man, and my restraint was merely an attempt to let her lower her guard.
So,
You mean to say that all of this is entirely your fault? Yu Qingsong's tone was light and nonchalant, as if he regarded no one with any seriousness. It is I. Everything is my fault. If that is the case, shall we proceed with 30 lashes as a cautionary example? I am willing. At that moment, Zhu Man interjected, Your Majesty, what punishment awaits me? You were not incited by Xiao Guai? You had no. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Xiao Guai only took the blame to protect me from harm. This forced Yu Qingsong to pass judgment upon her. Zhu Man was aware that rejecting the emperor's goodwill to his face was a grave error, yet her considerations were far more complex. Yu Wei left the room in disarray. The ministers would undoubtedly inquire, and given Yu Wei's already dubious character, he would seize this opportunity to proclaim himself a victim of a girl-less slander. Everyone saw me enter with Xiao Guai. If I were to shift all the blame onto her, what would others say about me? What would they say about the emperor? The emperor's reputation was already tarnished, and now, to add to it, rumors of his indulgence in women. Moreover, I had indeed erred. I should receive a lesson from this, as my actions were indeed unscrupulous, ruining the emperor's banquet. I cannot allow my good intentions to make others bear the consequences. There was one thought Zhu Man did not voice, a secret she wished to keep from the emperor, her desire to bring Xiao Guai under her wing. The system had not prompted her to recruit allies, indicating that Xiao Guai did not yet fully trust her. However, she needed to cultivate her own power, especially since Xiao Guai was the first rebel to challenge imperial authority, and she found her intriguing. Therefore, even if she bore no guilt, Zhu Man would still play the part before the emperor, sharing the punishment with Xiao Guai, hoping to draw her into her circle of allies while she was still young. Indeed, Xiao Guai looked at her with tear-filled eyes. Yet, Zhu Man received no notification from the system. Yu Qingsong took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. Bring Zhu Man and Xiao Guai forward for punishment. Xiao Guai shall receive 20 lashes, while Zhu Man, as an accomplice, shall receive 10 lashes. To be administered personally by Captain Jiang Jin. Since punishment is to be dispensed, it must be done publicly, lest others believe Zhu Man sheltered her. The elder ministers would surely submit memorials. As the two were dragged away, Yu Qingsong ordered, Punish them at the gates of the palace, as a warning to others. The sound of the rods striking flesh was far less painful than the whispers that surrounded her. This is Zhu Man. They say she has been indulging the emperor? That was in the past. Now she has learned to use maidens to slander Prince Wei as a lecher. Who is she to claim such things? That sprout beside her? She hardly merits such attention. I am not lying. I have truly been wronged. You are all high officials. Shouldn't you help me capture the real villain? Xiao Guai desperately tried to explain herself and even considered exposing her injuries to the crowd. Yet their mockery pierced her heart like daggers. They did not care whether she was injured or who had wronged her. They only knew to ridicule her appearance, which failed to ignite any interest. She had always believed herself strong enough to rise as the leader of the little beggars, even among a crowd of destitution. She understood how to frighten others with madness and to evoke sympathy through feigned tears, yet she could not comprehend these officials. Why could these dignitaries not understand her plight? Were her injuries not evident? For the first time in her life, she regretted her well-considered decision. She should not have thought of her military father, nor trusted the words of a thief to venture into secluded places. She should not have involved the innocent. Yes, her act of feigning tears before Zhu Man was a scheme. She had heard other maids gossip about Zhu Man's arrogance and how she would not rise until midday. Thus, she sought to use Zhu Man's influence to find the man who had wronged her, but she should not have sought to escalate matters by deliberately overturning the emperor's table. It was her fault, but Zhu Man was innocent. After Zhu Man's punishment was complete, another was brought forth. Captain Jiang Jin ordered, and Yu Ying and Bing Ling each took an arm, escorting Zhu Man away. The guards forced Xiao Guai onto a vacant bench. The rod struck down mercilessly, causing her body to tremble in pain. In the past, Xiao Guai would have cried out in agony, uttering pleas devoid of pride. But, remembering Zhu Man's earlier resilience, who had endured her punishment without a single plea for mercy, Xiao Guai grit her teeth. the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. And only when she could no longer contain herself did she take a deep breath, stifling her cries of pain. After 20 lashes, Xiao Guai could no longer move on her own and was dragged to the entrance of the lower chamber. Inside the room. System. Will Xiao Guai die? After all, she is an essential supporting character in the first novel. She won't perish so easily. I'll buy 2 lollipops. Any random flavor will do. They have been placed by her bedside. 1 blueberry flavor, 1 cola flavor. Zhu Man selected her favorite cola-flavored one, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Yuing, come here. Lin Yuing scrunched her face. What is it? Zhu Man tore open the candy wrapper and handed the blueberry lollipop to her. Yuing, please give this to Xiao Guai. So, because she was beaten, you wish to reward her with a piece of candy? I am not hurt, Yuing. Do not worry about me. Just give this to her. Presenting Xiao Guai with a lollipop was Zhu Man's intent. Lin Yuing huffed, took the lollipop, and strode out, her footsteps heavy and resentful. Zhu Man was not joking when she said she was fine. She had felt the force of Jiang Jin's strikes during her punishment, though much of it had been mitigated before reaching her skin. The 10 lashes she received were not nearly as forceful as the 5 that Xiao Guai endured. Though those 10 lashes did leave her marked, they hardly posed a threat to her life. Zhu Man has given you candy. You truly are a harbinger of misfortune. Zhu Man could verbally spar with the princess without fear of punishment, yet after spending mere hours with you, she received 10 lashes and was left bloodied. Are you pleased? Lin Yuing's displeasure with Xiao Guai stemmed not from a lack of defense of her rights. Had this incident not affected Zhu Man, she would have praised Xiao Guai's courage. However, due to Xiao Guai's misjudgment and recklessness, Zhu Man had borne 10 lashes, leaving her injured. Her attitude toward Xiao Guai was understandably unkind. Thank you. Xiao Guai's voice was weak. She clutched the lollipop as if it were a precious treasure, her eyes sparkling with immense joy. She took a lick of the lollipop, her mind buzzing. So sweet. In her 12 years of life, she had never tasted anything so sweet. From what she could remember, her meals had either been spoiled or filthy, with little opportunity to enjoy proper food. Surviving thus far was not due to charm or emotional intelligence, but rather sheer madness. Whenever a little beggar had money, she would seize it. Whenever they had food, she would take it by force. No one ever informed her of what she should or should not do. She merely understood that if she desired something, she must strive for it. Thus, in a bid to assert herself, she harmed an innocent soul. Ironically, this individual bore no grudge against her and even offered her sweets that were delightful to her very core. She longed to follow Zhu Man, wishing to remain by her side for eternity. Yet, she could not discern whether her desire to stay close to Zhu Man stemmed from a wish for atonement or simply an appetite for such delectable treats. In any case, within the depths of her aching mind, a notion was beginning to take shape. System, is Xiao Guai now mine? No notification received. Very well. Zhu Man felt somewhat disheartened. The ease with which Lin Yuing and Bingling had succumbed to her influence led Zhu Man to mistakenly believe that acquiring allies was a simple task. How could a girl who had wandered alone since childhood, later to become the consort of a powerful figure, be swayed merely by an act of kindness and a lollipop? No matter, time was on her side, and one day Xiao Guai would surely become her own. Zhu Man was filled with confidence. Due to her injuries, Zhu Man was unable to move freely. Thus, aside from attending to her basic needs, she remained prone in bed. The night before their departure, the lower chambers were cleared, and an E paid her a visit. So, do you regret it? The masked Yu Qingsong wore an expression of displeasure. This woman was acutely aware of the special regard he held for her, as well as the unique role an E played in her life. Yet she bore her injuries alone, without seeking assistance from any identity. Zhu Man cast him a fleeting glance. Are you here to deliver sarcastic remarks? I came to bring you medicine. Yu Qingsong retorted tersely. You need to rest well. I saw the execution. Jiang Jin did not exert himself. You will not perish. Volume 1. Chapter 58. Taking residence in the cold palace, really? The emperor is indeed compassionate and cherishes his subjects. The flattery escaped Yu Qingsong's lips involuntarily, a slight smile betraying his stoic facade. Zhu Man was equally astonished by her fortune, as the troubling matter that had caused her such distress was resolved so unexpectedly.
And what of the ministers?
Do they reside here as well? Given the urgency of the situation, those with pressing matters would be examined first. Those without wounds on their shoulders could depart. Wouldn't that mean a swift resolution? Not everyone was qualified to pay homage at the summit of Hero Mountain. Though the spectacle was grand, the total number was not substantial. You need not worry about that. The Emperor will find a solution for you. Zhu Man pointed to herself. For me? Shaking her finger, she added, it is not just because of me. It is for his own sake. Yu Chung-song gritted his teeth. This ungrateful woman. A true ingrate. Were it not for the fear of her becoming arrogant, I would have surely informed her of the truth. Otherwise, she would genuinely believe her luck was solely her own. Throughout history, which emperor has chosen to seal off Hero Mountain in pursuit of the scoundrels who defile beggars? Moreover, he was not a wise ruler, but rather a tyrant used by the populace to silence the cries of children in the night. The longer he lingered, the more infuriated he became. I shall take my leave. Remember to apply the medicine. Yu Chung-song, sensing the underlying truth, departed hastily, leaping out the window. In the palace chambers, Yu Chung-song applied a specially formulated ointment to his face, and soon, fragments of his various masks began to peel away. Carefully sealing the masks in a small box, he trembled as he opened the letter. He yearned to reveal his true visage to the contents of the letter, uncertain if it possessed the power to allow his mother to see his appearance. Yet he was willing to prepare for the possibility. She is now a university student, able to attend classes and wear beautiful dresses in public, unencumbered by rigid hierarchies, and she lives happily. At night, she recalls her dreamlike existence, thinking of the 4-year-old child waiting for her cake, though they may never meet again. With a soft thud, tears blurred the ink as Yu Chung-song frantically wiped away the mix of ink and tears with the sleeve of his precious garment. His obsession faded, and all negative thoughts regarding his mother dissipated like shadows. As long as she was in good health, free from the burdens of antiquated customs, and not constantly on edge to avoid errors, all was well. He murmured to the letter, I, too, am in good health, free from afflictions. Mother need not worry. Yu Chung-song's character correction progress increased by 10, currently at 30, reward points 66, remaining points 665. Zhu Man was struggling to apply medicine to herself when the system delivered a most delightful message. Is there a quick recovery medicine? 500 points. Restores you to your original state in 1 second. So expensive? It's even as costly as my own space. It is expensive due to its unreasonableness. If it were even slightly reasonable, it would not be so costly. For instance, a 50-point medicine to eliminate side effects allows for healing without any difference, but post-healing, there are no side effects. I'll take one. Administered. Zhu Man gazed at the pill resembling a small candy and swallowed it whole. Suddenly, she thought of Xiao Guai, who bore injuries far worse than her own. Being so young, the heavy blows she had endured would surely leave hidden scars. System. Is it permissible to consume the side effect eliminating medicine only during the healing process? It can also be taken after the wound has healed. With that assurance, Zhu Man felt at ease. She was not purely benevolent. She harbored her own schemes. If she gave Xiao Guai the medicine now, and upon healing, she remained unaware of any side effects, she would merely be astonished by her own resilience. However, if side effects did manifest after she had already pledged allegiance to Zhu Man, administering the pill at that point would yield the desired effect. In truth, she had yet another thought. Zhu Man wished to prevent Xiao Guai from perishing on the mountain and did not desire to assist her in defeating Yu Chung-song. Should Xiao Guai ultimately refuse to yield, with her impaired legs, it was unlikely that the troublesome circumstances of the first book would arise again. Time passed swiftly. After 2 days, all ministers had been examined, and no thieves bore wounds upon their shoulders. Yu Chung-song had no justification to forcibly seal Hero Mountain and thus prepared for departure. And seek out 2 women whose physiques resemble Zhu Man and Xiao Guai, and craft 2 masks. Understood. As an departed, Yu Chung-song retrieved the letter containing news of his mother's whereabouts. Each time he acted in a manner unbefitting of his station for Zhu Man, a tempest of brutality would rise within him. He yearned to inflict harm, to hear the anguished cries of his enemies. In those moments, He would turn to that letter, which brought him instant calm, more effective than any tranquilizer prescribed by a physician. Thus, he now endeavored to suppress his violent tendencies. He must alter his reputation among the common folk. He could not afford to disappoint his mother. That night, in the lower chambers, a group of cloaked figures bore 2 litters. Zhu Man, groggy and bleary-eyed, awoke to their synchronized declaration. "Zhu Man, we have come to escort you," nearly causing her to faint from fright. Fortunately, they clarified their identities as shadow guards dispatched by the emperor. "Our master has decreed that we shall depart tomorrow, given your and Xiao Guai's physical limitations. We are to take you first. Wouldn't that mean fewer people the following day?" Furthermore, Xiao Guai was not a palace maid. She, too, was to accompany them to the imperial palace. "You need not concern yourself. The emperor shall make the necessary arrangements. Please allow us to assist." Bing Ling helped Zhu Man into the litter, which was equipped with a blanket for her comfort. Lin Yueying reluctantly brought Xiao Guai onto the sedan chair. As the 2 departed, the empty bed suddenly bore 2 individuals identical to them. The other palace maids remained eerily calm, as if oblivious to any anomaly. Bai Qiao abruptly opened her eyes, a cryptic smile gracing her face. Zhu Man and Xiao Guai were taken to the Qinglong Palace.
Indeed.
It was the same Qinglong Palace that Zhu Man had once deceived Xiao Jiangzi about, the residence of the noble consort Xia. Contrary to her expectations of desolation and decay, the Qinglong Palace featured neatly divided gardens filled with vegetables and fruits. The rooms, though not opulent, were immaculate. Consort Xia was also unlike Zhu Man's preconceived notions. She bore no haughty demeanor nor the madness of feigned insanity, resembling a gentle farmer's wife. "Why the surprise? Since Zonger has brought you here, has he not shared my story with you? Your Highness, do not call me Your Highness. Refer to me as Aunt. The title nauseates me. Let us adopt the informal manner of address typical among farmers." "Aunt?" "Precisely. In my courtyard, we acknowledge only age, not rank." Though Consort Xia spoke thus, Zhu Man dared not fully believe it. She continued to address her as Aunt, yet her demeanor remained cautious. A consort relegated to the cold palace could not possibly lead a life of ease unless she had not been entirely cast away or possessed a significant background, neither of which was Zhu Man's place to challenge. Zhu Man was abruptly awakened, feeling someone tugging at her garments while she slept. "Miss Zhu Man, I am Chunqing, a servant. Fear not. It is the Emperor's command to assist you and Miss Xiao Guai with medication every hour. But..."
Zuman hesitated.
As being attended to by someone else seemed far more preferable than enduring the discomfort of self-administering medicine. To resist further would be to show ingratitude. "Thank you. It is my duty, Mississippi." After Chunqing departed, another maid, Xia Bing, came to assist them in finishing their porridge. Just as Zhu Man was about to drift off again, she heard Xiao Guai's voice from the opposite bed. "Sister, thank you." "For what?" "It was not I who administered your medicine. You ought to thank Chunqing and Xiaobing." "I should thank you, sister. If not for you, I would be dead by now." Zhu Man remained silent outwardly, but shook her head inwardly. Xiao Guai would not have perished. Had she not meddled, Xiao Guai would have followed her intended path, departing with the main group, being captured by bandits, enduring hardship, eliminating any man who displeased her, and ultimately becoming a formidable leader opposing the emperor. Xiao Guai was destined never to hear Zhu Man's thoughts. She believed her words had displeased her sister. "Sister, the next time I see Chunqing and Xiaobing, I will thank them." "Very well." Zhu Man drowsily acquiesced, slipping back into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Guai gazed intently at her sleeping face, etching her enchanting features into her memory as if to inscribe them upon her very soul. Time spent recuperating passed swiftly. Zhu Man felt her days were consumed by sleep and nourishment, and soon, half a month had elapsed. Thanks to a medication to counteract side effects, her wounds remained uninfected, and her recovery progressed smoothly. Now, apart from vigorous activity, she could move freely. She often relocated a lounge chair to a shaded area to bask in the sky, with Consort Xia occasionally accompanying her. After breakfast one day, Zhu Man again settled into her lounging chair. Observing this, Consort Xia instructed a maid to bring over another chair. "Zhu Man, I have observed you for many days. You are a good child, albeit excessively reserved." "Thank you, Aunt." In moments of uncertainty, it was prudent to express gratitude. However, was her behavior truly reserved? While other maids swept and worked, she relaxed upon her chair. Was that restraint? Good child. Do you know what outsiders say about Sangya? Zhu Man. Did they wish her to declare death so openly, rather than compel her to utter the term tyrant? A tyrant is he? Zhu Man dared not voice her thoughts, as Consort Shah continued. In truth, Sangha is rather good. At some point, rumors of him being a tyrant emerged, but upon reflection, he has dealt with those deserving of punishment, has he not? Anyone unable to discern that Consort Shah and Yu Cheng-song were of the same alliance must be a fool. Zhu Man nodded emphatically. Indeed, you are correct. What of the late emperor?
Suman.
Must I pass judgment on the emperor's character once more? Outsiders deem him benevolent. Do they not?
Indeed.
He was benevolent, constrained by court officials, relegating the innocent Sangha to a filthy and chaotic courtyard. He was benevolent, unable to manage his officials, leaving Sangha with a multitude of problems, compelling him into the role of a tyrant. He was benevolent, unable to protect his favored son, his cherished possessions, or even himself. Do you know how the late emperor met his end? After announcing his abdication, fearing the wrath of his ministers, he hanged himself within the palace. Pathetic.
Suman.
This exceeded her comprehension. Sangha is a good boy. He provided me with a peaceful haven in the palace during my youth. Fearing overt kindness would attract attention, he went so far as to grant me the title of Consort Shah. What a kind-hearted child he is. You must treat him well. All right? Zhu Man nodded in agreement. After all, she bore no deep animosity towards Yu Cheng-song, and given his connection to her mission, she could not conspire against him. In a certain sense, they were in the same boat, sharing both glory and misfortune. Suddenly, Consort Shah grasped Zhu Man's wrist, and in the next moment, a cool bracelet slipped over her fair wrist. The bracelet was translucent and pure, resembling a clear spring, allowing Zhu Man to even see the skin's texture beneath it. Your Highness, what shall you call me? And I cannot accept this. You shall. This was my dowry upon marriage. Back then, I was slender enough to wear it. But now it is too tight and painful. Idleness is a waste. Let this beautiful bracelet be gifted to a lovely girl like you. Zhu Man still attempted to decline. But now that you are here, he will surely not wish to eat the bowl of noodles cooked by this old woman. Zhu Man gazed at Consort Shah's genuinely joyful expression and found herself affected by her emotions. Not at all. You appear youthful, nearly the same age as my sister. Zhu Man spoke no falsehood. Consort Shah was indeed around 34 or 35, just the age of her sister. Flatter. Prepare well for the birthday gift you will present at Sangha. Should you require anything, directly ask the four maids, Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong. Understood. What gift should she offer? Gold and silver treasures? The emperor had not mentioned it, and she herself possessed nothing. A birthday cake, especially the one crafted by Jin Shuang. System, can you contact Jin Shuang? If I could contact Jin Shuang, I would simply have her correct Yu Cheng-song's character without needing you. Do you have birthday cakes in your little shop? No, but I have cream and cake bases. If you need them, I can sell them to you at a discount. After all, aside from Jin Shuang, no one else buys this stuff, and it's nearly spoiling in the warehouse. How many points? Zhu Man gritted her teeth and made the purchase, her already meager points balance further diminished. Yet, she firmly believed that a birthday cake would prove invaluable. The last time she had sent him a letter regarding Jin Shuang, his value had increased by 10. With the familiar flavor of cake exploding on her palate, she was certain that Yu Cheng-song would be moved. At the very least, the progress in character modification would reach 50. Volume 1, Chapter 60. It's time for a change of hairstyle. Having procured the cake base and cream, Zhu Man prepared to take action. She first visited the planting area to inspect the fruits cultivated by the noble lady, which were all common trees: peach, pear, and jujube. Nothing particularly rare. Most importantly, the juices of these fruits were pale in color. Zhu Man needed vividly colored fruits to enhance the cream's hue. She glanced at Qiugua, who was tidying the vegetable garden, and called her over softly. Qiugua, do you know what dragon fruit is? Qiugua scratched her head, unsure. What about mango? I know that. It's a specialty of Lingxi Kingdom. We don't even have it in our country. Do you want to eat mango? Since Delon didn't he have it, acquiring mango would likely be more challenging than obtaining a gold ingot. Although the noble lady had said to ask for anything needed, Zhu Man felt she couldn't he truly be so presumptuous. After all, the noble lady herself enjoyed peaches, pears, and jujubes. How could she have the audacity to ask her to find mangoes? Never mind, she would think of another fruit for the cake. In Qian Yuan Palace, within the Zhengxi Hall, he had just finished reviewing memorials when an Yi slipped in through the window. Is there a problem with Zhu Man? An Yi shook his head. Zhu Man asked Qiugua for dragon fruit and mango. She seems to desire those two fruits. Yu Chung-song looked at an Yi below, puzzled. What is dragon fruit? I do not know, but I speculate it is a fruit resembling a dragon, and he replied. Yu Chung-song rolled his eyes in disbelief. Have you ever seen what a dragon looks like? I have not, but I assume Zhu Man has. You may leave. You're utterly useless. Yes. And Yi vanished as swiftly as a ghost. Yu Chung-song pondered, stroking his chin. Mango is a specialty of Lingxi Kingdom. Could dragon fruit be one as well? But dragon fruit was likely a term from Huagua. What was it called in Lingxi? Never mind, it was not worth dwelling on. What a gluttonous woman. Was it not enough for her to have so many peaches, pears, and apricots in Delon? Unbeknownst to Zhu Man, Yu Chung-song perceived her as a gluttonous woman. She was busy extracting juice from peaches. Although the peach juice was pale, when mixed with cream and whipped, it would still impart some color. While the difference in hue was minimal, the flavor was enhanced with a hint of peach-esque sweetness. After spreading the prepared cream over the cake base, Zhu Man chopped some peach flesh into small pieces and layered them on top. Finally, she carved the words Happy Birthday from peach flesh and placed them atop the cake. System, store this cake. Understood. It would be difficult to explain the sudden disappearance of items to outsiders. So Zhu Man took out a small pouch and placed the uncut peaches inside. Looking at the remaining cream and peach scraps, she mixed them into a large bowl and set it on the stone table in the courtyard. Zhu Man, is this your gift for the emperor? The noble lady leaned in to take a look. Quite rare. The emperor will surely enjoy it.
So man smilet.
This is not for the emperor. It's what's left after making the cake. I did not want to waste it, so I prepared it to share with everyone. What is inside is meant for the emperor, but I wish to maintain an air of mystery, so I want to open it for everyone to see. The noble lady, curious about the flavor, eagerly asked, May I have a taste? As long as you don't mind, of course. How could I mind? This is something even the emperor will eat. It is my honor. Dong Shui, the noble lady's personal maid, swiftly retrieved 7 small bowls and matching porcelain spoons from the kitchen. Each person in Qinglin Palace received a bowl of creamy peach. The rich aroma of cream combined with the sweet freshness of peach exploded in their mouths, earning unanimous praise. Especially Xiaoguai, who wished to bury her head in the basin and lick it clean. Time flew by, and soon it was the 1st of June. Zhu Man's injuries had fully healed, and Xiaoguai could walk, though her bones were misaligned, resulting in her legs being of different lengths, causing her to limp. Nevertheless, Xiaoguai remained optimistic, believing that as long as she was alive, that was sufficient. Knock, knock. Zhu Man, Xiaoguai, I'm Chunqing. And Yi has brought you some palace-made outfits. Hurry and try them on to see if they fit. Zhu Man opened the door to find Chunqing holding a stack of clothing. So many? She exclaimed. These 3 sets are for Xiaoguai. And these 2 sets are for you. Don't worry about the green ones. Try on the pink one first. It must be perfect.
All right.
Zhu Man took the clothes from Chunqing and distributed them to Xiaoguai as instructed. Xiaoguai had been wearing Zhu Man's oversized clothes for days. So she received 2 sets of green regular wear and 1 set of pink June limited edition attire. Zhu Man had 1 set of green regular wear and 1 set of pink limited edition attire. Why was the pink outfit labeled as June limited edition? After June, all palace maids could only wear the standard garments issued by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Hastily changing into the new clothes, Zhu Man and Xiaoguai stepped outside to show Chunqing. They fit well and look appropriate. No need to return them to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Chunqing praised.
Hehe, so man chuckled foolishly.
Before she entered the book, she had adored buying new clothes. After finishing a web drama, she would spend half her salary on self-adornment. Having been in Delon for over 2 months, she had grown weary of wearing the same palace-made outfit daily. Though the pink palace made attire resemble the styles she had worn before, the color change uplifted her spirits. Zhu Man, come here. I need to teach you how to style your hair. You cannot be so casual with your hair in the palace anymore.
Okay.
Chun Qing's hands were deft, and in no time, she had styled Zhu Man's hair into a double twisted bun. The new palace maids had no hair accessories, only hairbands that matched their outfits. The light pink hairbands hung down beside her ears, adding a touch of playfulness and charm while diminishing any overt sensuality.
Got it?
Chun Qing inquired. Got it. I'll do it for you to see. Zhu Man undid her hair and awkwardly attempted to style 2 buns for herself, but the hairbands had no elasticity, making it uncomfortable. Just as she finished, most of her hair fell loose. Don't worry, styling hair is a meticulous task. Your steps are correct. It's just not tight enough. With more practice, you will improve.
All right.
After Chun Qing left, Zhu Man tried several more times, but with each attempt, it became looser. Frustrated, she spent 10 points to purchase 2 high-elasticity hair ties, securing the double buns with the ties and covering them with the hairbands. Her hairstyle was both neat and sturdy. Volume 1, Chapter 61. Spending heavily to transform oneself into a true eunuch, the most exhilarating moment was undoubtedly for Tianfu. Upon seeing Zhu Man, he felt the arrival of the little prince was imminent. However, Zhu Man was far from elated. Who could understand the predicament? On her very first day at work, she was confronted by Ji Ko, now her colleague. The crux of the matter was that she could not discern his identity merely by appearance. It was only upon hearing the whispers of his heart that she recognized him as Ji Ko. System, who is this maid? She has a generous bosom, a curvaceous figure, and a slim waist. I desire her. Ji Ko, be mindful. You are currently masquerading as a eunuch. If anyone detects something amiss, they might truly castrate you.
All right.
All right, I won't think about it anymore. If I were truly castrated, how could I bring happiness to countless young maidens? Zhu Man's face flushed crimson with rage. How dare he fantasize about her in his mind? He was unscathed, was he? A little eunuch, indeed. She would ensure Ji Ke became a true eunuch. With a twist of her body, Zhu Man abandoned her nostalgic conversation with Lin Yueying and turned towards the side palace. Your Majesty, Zhu Man exclaimed, seething with anger. Yu Chengsong glanced at Zhu Man's new attire, a flicker of astonishment gracing his eyes. The pale pink fabric complemented her fair skin, making her resemble a sweet, fragrant peach, causing Yu Chengsong's throat to itch. He picked up a peach from the fruit platter, one he usually despised, and took a bite. The sweet juice exploded in his mouth. What troubles you, Zhu Man? Your Majesty, why is there an additional little eunuch outside? Oh, you mean Xiao Ke? He has forged a bond with Tianfu outside the palace, recognized a godfather, and voluntarily entered the palace as a eunuch. Zhu Man wanted to shake Yu Chengsong by the shoulder and shout that this was Ji Ko, who had not undergone castration at all. Yet, her station forbade her from broaching such a sensitive topic with him. No matter if not verbally, she could express her thoughts internally. But that is the male lead. Ji Ko, Xiao Ke, and Ji Ko. Can it be that the emperor truly does not see the connection? Surely, he cannot be that Navi. Moreover, Ji Ko has not undergone castration. Just moments ago, he remarked on my allure, expressing a desire for me to be his woman. Alas, I am merely a maid. What if a concubine in the harem seduces the male lead? After all, the novels do describe his extraordinary talents. Having vented these thoughts internally, Zhu Man discreetly observed Yu Chengsong's expression, and indeed, he appeared furious, his face a dark shade, eyes blazing with ire. Are you frightened? Hurry and take action. It will be too late if Ji Ke manages to seduce the harem concubines. In truth, Yu Chengsong was aware that Xiao Ke was Ji Ke. He had previously sent agents to follow him. However, Ji Ke was shrouded in an aura that made him nearly impossible to capture. Additionally, he had the capability to design a plan that saved Tianfu's life, becoming his godson. Yu Chengsong had initially been reluctant to allow him into the palace, but upon reflection, he reasoned it was better to keep him under close watch rather than let him roam free outside. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, he had specifically arranged for the castration room to pay special attention to Ji Ke. Why, then, did Ji Ke still retain masculine traits and not undergo castration? Tianfu, Bring your godson in. A voice echoed from outside, acknowledging the command. Moments later, Tianfu led Jiku inside. Are you Xiao Ke? Have you been castrated? Upon hearing this, Tianfu immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. The emperor never made unfounded accusations. If he suspected Xiao Ke had not been castrated, there was a significant probability that he had not. Since Tianfu had brought Xiao Ke in, if Xiao Ke had bribed the castration room leading to this situation, he could not escape responsibility. Xiao Ke, I am asking you a question.
Speak. Bang.
A cup struck Jiku squarely on the chest, causing him to emit a muffled grunt as he caught the teacup. The scalding tea jolted him awake, yet he dared not release his fingers, now numb with pain. System, grant me another illusion. It seems I must show the Emperor firsthand today for him to be reassured. A single illusion can only be conjured once a day. Are you certain you wish to use it on this matter? Proceed. Upon receiving the notice from the system, Jiku was filled with tears, prostrating himself in heartfelt loyalty to the Emperor. Your Majesty, if you do not believe the servant, I can provide proof here. Zhu Man was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle when the Emperor turned her around, facing away from Jiku. Then, remove your trousers now, Yu Chengtsong commanded. Soon, the hall was filled with rustling sounds. May I put my trousers back on now, Your Majesty?
You get invited.
Yu Chengtsong merely grunted in affirmation. Having suffered such a great humiliation, should not the Emperor, I should what? I owe you nothing. I could not see clearly just now. I command you to remove them again. Jiku stood frozen, disbelief written all over his face. Initially, he had intended to use the Emperor's inappropriate behavior to his advantage, but since the Emperor claimed he owed him nothing and was ordering him to strip once more, what could he do? System. Are you certain I am the only one with a system in this world? The Emperor cannot possibly have one as well, can he? Rest assured. You are indeed the sole possessor of a system in this realm. It is likely he truly did not see clearly just now. After all, his gaze was nearly glued to that maid. Then what should I do? The opportunity for the illusion has already been exhausted. You may either spend points to purchase a pain-free castration drug, or risk being discovered by the Emperor and executed. What the hell? Do I have a second option?
Give me a pill.
Very well. Jiku spent a significant amount of points to acquire a pill that would transform him into a true eunuch, his expression darker than the soot at the bottom of a pot. He swallowed the pill, feeling an emptiness in his groin, and tears streamed down his face. He just ingested a pill. He is now indeed a true eunuch. Ha ha ha. Zhu Man laughed maniacally in her heart.
Tianfu.
Please check him and report back to me with the results. A flurry of rustling followed. Your Majesty, Xiao Ke has been castrated. With a wave of his hand, Yu Chengtsong dismissed them. You may leave and fetch something from the storeroom to comfort Xiao Ke. Zhu Man followed suit but was halted by Yu Chengtsong. For the next few days, you will study etiquette with Honggu.
Why?
Did not the Emperor previously teach this servant etiquette? Zhu Man. Very well. She would comply. Honggu was diligent but indeed quite strict. If her expression faltered, she would strike her palm. If her movements were incorrect, she would strike her palm. Volume 1, Chapter 62. Performing the sword dance, the solemn and cold imperial palace was adorned with festive decorations, vibrant silks fluttering in the wind. The palace maids ushered various foreign envoys, ministers, and their families to their seats, creating a lively atmosphere. Wow, this is a spectacle unseen on television. So this is how grand the Emperor's birthday celebrations are. It's surprising. The Emperor usually dines on simple fare, yet this birthday banquet is so extravagant. The tableware sparkles. Could it be pure gold? This cup even has diamonds. Wow, what brilliant diamonds! They would fetch billions at an auction in Huagua. Zhu Man marveled inwardly. Indeed, she was being deliberate. If Yu Chengtsong grew impatient with her, even a simple bowl would suffice as a gift. However, while no such gift materialized, the glare she received from Yu Chengtsong was very real. Zhu Man reined in her excitement considerably. YCHNG sat regally upon the resplendent dragon throne, his expression grave, yet his gaze imbued with warmth. Suddenly, a dark-skinned man bore a large chest to the center, dropping it with a resounding thud. This foreign minister was He Hosher, the Prime Minister of Jingyun, who presented a finely crafted yaoqin made of premium Polonia wood, alongside treasured timber and saplings. YCH and Jising smiled and remarked, Jingyun is thoughtful. Attendance. Ensure this gift is properly stored and escort Prime Minister he back to his seat. Subsequently, others followed suit, offering their tributes. Jingyun, known for its flourishing forestry, sent gifts related to wood, such as jewelry boxes and wood carvings. The Kingdom of ML, renowned for its livestock, contributed not only an abundance of jerky, furs, and blankets, but also presented a pair of well-trained young hunting dogs. Lingxi, the southernmost kingdom, rich in fishery and agricultural resources, bestowed upon him a plethora of sun-dried shellfish, fruits, and what YCH and Jising believed to be the most anticipated fresh fruits by ZHMN, while other gifts were directed to the storerooms. The fruits from Lingxi were specifically entrusted to ZHMN to accompany the eunuchs into the storeroom. Before departing, YCH and Jising whispered instructions to her, permitting her to sample any fruit she fancied, but she must return within a quarter of an hour. Elated, ZHMN had long coveted the mangoes within the chest. Repeating praises of YCH and Jising in her heart, she followed the eunuchs to arrange the gifts. Upon entering the storeroom, 2 young eunuchs placed the chest down and, discerning her intent, discreetly closed the door behind her, standing guard nearby. Feeling slightly embarrassed to indulge alone under their watchful eyes, ZHMN selected 2 large lychees from the chest and offered them to the young eunuchs. Please do enjoy, don't refuse. With so many fruits in the chest, 2 lychees, 1 to be missed. Watching the young eunuchs relish the lychees, she then reached for the golden mango. ZHMN was not greedy. She consumed but a single mango before exiting, even though she still had ample time left before the quarter hour YCH and Jising had set. Previously, these fruits had seemed ordinary to her, yet in this ancient context, they were treasures presented to the emperor by the Kingdom of Lingxi. To partake of a mango was a delight beyond the imagination of other palace maids. She ought to be content. After washing her hands, she discarded the mango pit into her personal space, contemplating whether the system might provide fertilizer to cultivate a mango tree. YCH and Jising suppressed his anger as he faced a scantily clad woman kneeling before him. The 2 engaged in a silent standoff. Fearing that the flames of conflict might engulf her, ZHMN stealthily approached behind YCH and Jising. Your Majesty, let it be her. If your noble ladies in this kingdom find public dancing frivolous, surely a maid can compete with me? The woman pointed at ZHMN, her face brimming with defiance. ZHMN longed to raise a finger to her own nose and utter a foolish question, but thoughts of Honggu restrained her. CHNYSUN was deeply displeased. As the most favored princess of ML, what could she possibly lack?
Yet,
she stumbled in her ambition to become YCH and Jising's consort. The moment she proposed, YCH and Jising had unhesitatingly declined, leaving her utterly humiliated. She sought to dazzle him with her unparalleled dance skills, hoping to evoke regret in him. To showcase her extraordinary talent, she suggested a dance-off with a noblewoman from DLN. Little did she anticipate that Wei Cheng, the Prime Minister of DLN, would mock her, stating that only courtesans performed publicly, while noble women, despite their superior skills, refrained from entertaining outsiders. This provoked her further, leading her to challenge ZHMN to a dance duel. YCH and Jising recounted the events to ZHMN before quietly inquiring, ZHMN, what is your opinion? Why not? Let us proceed. After all, I am merely a maid. Losing matters not, and winning would only bring embarrassment to the princess.
ZHMN replié nonchalantly.
ML has always been at odds with DLN, so CHNYSU and likely comes prepared, regardless of how you perform. I shall not mock you, YCH and Jising assured her. Upon hearing his words, ZHMN rolled her eyes internally. Who did he think he was looking down upon? Although she held a low position in Hugu, she took her roles seriously. Once, she had portrayed a captivating supporting actress in a renowned dance drama and had even sought out professionals to learn sword dance. ZHMN descended the stage step by step, unperturbed by the gaze of the many influential individuals upon her. Whispers filled the air, and she could hear snippets of conversation. This princess is truly losing her dignity. She should have simply delivered her gifts and left. But she insists on becoming the emperor's woman. When that fails, she resorts to a dance challenge. As far as I know, Princess Waisu is a master dancer in ML. ZHM and likely stands no chance. What are you worried about? Regardless of how well ZHM dances, this is a performance by ML's foremost dancer. We rarely witness such talent. Will the first dancer dance so fiercely that my meal is covered in dust? At the last comment, ZHM couldn't help but smile, while CH Waisu perceived it as a brazen provocation. You, a mere maid, dare mock this princess? Guards seize her.
No, wait.
What dance will you perform? A sword dance?
Ha!
CH Waisu erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself, as if she had heard the most amusing joke. After a while, she finally ceased her laughter, noticing that ZHM remained unfazed by her antics, her countenance one of disdain as she glared at her. A sword is merely a sword, representing clumsiness. How could it be compared to the elegance of dance? I shall grant you an opportunity to choose a different style. No need. I shall perform the sword dance, ZHM asserted. Fetch a sword from the storeroom. TNF hastily followed the guards, his heart racing. ZHM is truly a live ancestor. What ordinary girl has ever wielded a sword? If she performs a sword dance, and something goes awry, what then? You there, select the most authentic-looking practice sword.
Yes.
Your Majesty. In a whirlwind of emotions, ZHM thought to herself, if she recalled correctly, this was likely the wooden sword presented earlier by Jingyun, intended for the future young prince. It was evident that others shared this realization, and the atmosphere became charged as whispers circulated regarding the children's wooden sword in ZHM's grasp. If you cannot compete, then do not. I have never seen a sword dance performed with a wooden sword. What audacity does this maid have to challenge our princess? Do not attempt to sow discord between our kingdom and DLN. Since Jingyun has offered it to DLN, it is fit for use. Even by a maid. Voices grew increasingly fervent, and even YCH and GCing, seated in the highest position, could hear their scornful remarks. He shot a fierce glare at TNF, yet understood the intent behind his actions. CH Waisu cackled at the sight of the diminutive wooden sword in ZHM's hand, her laughter more boisterous than when she first learned of ZHM's intention to perform a sword dance. Are you truly certain you wish to wield this child's toy against me in a dance-off? ZHM tightened her expression, responding earnestly, absolutely. Very well. Then this princess shall allow you to perform first, so that all may appreciate your graceful movements. When you tire, remember to call for this princess's assistance. As the audience observed her bold stance, their demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She appeared to possess some skill. With the music commencing, she slowly raised her hand, executing her swordplay with precision, provoking laughter that echoed throughout the crowd, all mocking her. CH Waisu seized the opportunity to ridicule her further. What is this? Just lifting your leg and swinging the sword? It's enough to make one laugh until their teeth fall out. Even a 3-year-old child could do better. It has long been asserted that sword dance is a pursuit meant for men. You, a woman, dance in a manner that is neither graceful nor robust. It would be best if you step down, allowing this princess to.
Whoosh.
The wooden sword sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound of friction. Chang Yishuan was taken aback, forgetting what she had intended to say. At that moment, Zhu Man was oblivious to the thoughts of others, wholly immersed in her sword dance. Since arriving in Dalan, this once lively and somewhat willful girl had stifled her true nature, transforming into an obedient palace maid. Here, she lacked a personal dance studio, a wardrobe of her own, and the grand villa left by her parents. Each day, she donned the same style of maid's attire, busying herself with various menial tasks. Opportunities to dance like this again would likely be scarce. The more she contemplated this, the more determined she became to perform this final dance beautifully. She wielded the wooden sword, the rigid wood in her hands becoming as supple as a serpent. At times, she displayed a fierce presence, while at others, she danced with grace, her steps light and her posture like that of a soaring swallow. The musicians, increasingly excited, could not help but deviate from the melody Zhu Man had initially requested, the music swelling with grandeur. Realizing the change in tempo, the musician's face paled. This was it. Zhu Man had maintained a balance of strength and gentleness, but facing such a torrent of sound, she might struggle to keep up. Sensing the shift in melody, determination flashed in Zhu Man's eyes. It was time to transcend her limits. Suddenly, she leaped into the air, sword pointing skyward, her garments billowing. Executing a series of intricate spins and leaps, the wind from her sword howled. The sound piercing the air like the roar of a dragon or the growl of a tiger, stirring the hearts of all who watched. As the dance concluded, waves of admiration surged forth. Chang Yishuan stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how an ordinary wooden sword could exude such an intense aura. Yu Chengsong looked at the now composed Zhu Man, his eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. He had already envisioned how he would support Zhu Man in moments of adversity, but she had given him an astonishing surprise. He had never been fond of performances, feeling that dancers who winked at the audience while performing had ulterior motives. Yet, women like Zhu Man, who genuinely adored dance and immersed themselves in it wholeheartedly, were exceedingly rare. This dance had elevated his appreciation for the art to a new level. Rewards and blessings awaited Zhu Man after the banquet, allowing her to choose her favorite items from the storeroom. Tian Fu, in his excitement, spoke with a high-pitched voice that grated on the ears, yet no one paid heed to his rudeness. Chang Yishuan took the stage, proudly lifting her head as the crowd proclaimed her the foremost dancer of Mo Li, confident that she would surpass Zhu Man. After all, she had practiced diligently since childhood, her grace unmatched, and had spent 2 months preparing for this grand performance. She was determined to claim victory. Nodding to the musicians, she announced her chosen piece. And Chang Yishuan began her dance. Her arms flowed like soft willow branches, elegantly extending, her waist twisting with fluidity, exuding both beauty and vitality. Her dark tresses dancing in synchrony, making her appear as if she were a celestial being on the verge of ascension. As the final note faded, she concluded her performance with a pose that arched her lower back toward the heavens. Though she danced with fervor, the audience felt that something was amiss. Zhu Man's sword dance had stirred emotions, captivating the spectators entirely, while Chang Yishuan's performance seemed more like a background accompaniment, not interfering with their conversations or meals. They merely glanced at her during their breaks, exclaiming, "Oh, how beautiful!" And then it was over. They returned to their meals, engaging in conversations with others. Despite their preference for Zhu Man's dance, the crowd, being astute, applauded and praised Chang Yishuan as she was the most favored young princess of Mo Li. The applause for her was even more fervent than that for Zhu Man. Chang Yishuan wore a victorious smile. "Your Majesty, I propose an anonymous vote to determine the most favored dance." Chang Yishuan's close maid, Liuli, was on the verge of blinking her eyes out in panic. Yet she failed to convey her thoughts. The princess was preoccupied with her performance and had no time to observe the crowd's expressions, but Liuli had been attentive. Those who praised her verbally hardly lifted their eyes from their meals, showing none of the seriousness that accompanied Zhu Man's performance. She feared that the crowd would humiliate the princess during the anonymous voting. Yet, ultimately, Liuli could not prevent this farce. Chang Yishuan watched as the ministers scribbled on their ballots, her heart racing. What did it matter if Zhu Man had a novel dance? Did she not possess solid foundational skills? Did her noble status not count? Men, after all, preferred women who lacked assertiveness. A tomboy like Zhu Man would surely garner no votes. To prevent any cheating in Mo Li, Tian Fu, the chief eunuch, personally collected the ballots and counted them himself. Half an hour later, the results were announced. 400 supported Princess Chang Yishuan. She blushed with excitement, knowing that out of 500 participants, she had secured 400 votes. Zhu Man, the tomboy, had garnered fewer than 100. 380 votes supported Zhu Man. Chang Yishuan's mind was in turmoil. What did 380 votes signify? Could people vote for both her and Zhu Man? Out of 500 participants, 100 were from Mo Li. This meant that aside from her own countrymen, only 20 individuals did not favor Zhu Man's stance.
No.
This was impossible. Chang Yishuan was devastated. Had she trained in dance since childhood only to lose to a palace maid? She refused to accept it. I demand the public disclosure of the ballot contents. You and Alon are cheating. Yu Ching-song smiled wryly. Why do you feel aggrieved? You are the winner. With 20 more votes than Zhu Man. How could a crude sword dance possibly surpass the dance I've practiced since childhood? You must be cheating. Yu Ching-song sighed inwardly. Here we go again. This farce unfolded annually. Though they did not engage in warfare, they certainly relished in causing discomfort. Every leader of Mo Li would tread this same line. Since Princess Chang Yishuan alleged that Lan was cheating, she must present evidence. Was the evidence not clear enough? With 500 participants in the vote, how many votes did Zhu Man and I have combined? Does Lan not know how to count?
You.
Just as Yu Ching-song was about to lose his temper, Tianfu leaned in and whispered a few words, deflating his anger like a punctured balloon. In that case, let us bring out the tray from earlier for everyone to see. The crowd was eager to witness the spectacle, but due to their status, they sent their attendants to investigate. The attendants were unencumbered by decorum and rushed forward, shouting as they discovered the news, fearful that their masters would miss out. Master, the people from Mo Li are cheating. They have written the princess's name twice on one ballot. Someone wrote both Zhu Man and the princess's names on the ballot, stating that if they cannot be counted together, then Zhu Man's name should take precedence. Ultimately, a scoring principle was agreed upon. If both names were written, the first listed would be counted, as people's initial response is rarely deceitful. The two danced to a tie, each receiving 250 votes. From a narrow victory to a draw with Zhu Man, Chang Yishuan could not accept this outcome and left in a fit of anger. This left the low-ranking envoy who accompanied her to Dallin in a difficult position, as he resorted to pouring wine down his throat, pretending to be busy and avoiding eye contact with others in the court. Zhu Man's emotions were complex. This foolishness was indeed timely. The banquet continued until the hour of Shin, at which point Yu Ching-song was engaged in discussions of state affairs with envoys from other nations, and Zhu Man and her companions were free from serving duties, allowing a new batch of palace attendants to clean up the aftermath. You're here, sister. Little Guai exclaimed with delight as she swept the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Empress Xia rushed over from the small kitchen, a large lump of dough in her hands. Noticing Zhu Man's attention on her hands, Empress Xia felt a bit shy. I've just started kneading the dough, and it stuck to my hands. I couldn't get it off. Aunt, may I take over? Zhu Man, though born into a wealthy family, had only discovered her privilege at the age of 18. Before that, she had mastered skills typical of common girls, and even those that were not. She could knead dough, make noodles, buns, and dumplings with her eyes closed. Seeing Empress Xia's clumsy attempts was hard to bear, and her industrious nature surged forth. Empress Xia initially wanted to refuse, as this was the only thing she could do for Yu Ching-song in the cold palace. Yet, upon seeing the brightness in Zhu Man's eyes, she was touched. This child must be deeply in love with Sangha, preparing a birthday gift in advance, and even wanting to make the longevity noodles herself on the day. Zhu Man was granted her wish to make the noodles. The sticky dough in her hands was shaped into a perfect sphere, not sticking at all. She continuously added water and flour until she produced a dough that met her expectations, dividing it into two parts, one larger and one smaller. The smaller part was for the longevity noodles, while the larger would be shaped into longevity peaches. This endeavor kept her busy until nightfall. Under the cover of darkness, Yu Ching-song arrived at the cold palace. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a rich aroma wafting from the kitchen. Chunqing, what is your mistress preparing? Her skills have evidently improved, he noted, warmth spreading through his heart as anticipation grew. In the kitchen, Zhu Man barely had time to wipe the sweat from her brow as she hurried to stir the meat sauce. Little Guai fanned her nose while wiping Zhu Man's sweat. Sister, it smells so good. I've made enough meat sauce that the emperor can't possibly finish it all. Once he leaves, you can make noodles for yourselves and just add the sauce. But aren't these the emperor's longevity noodles?
Zuman clarified.
The long ones are for him, and the shorter ones are for you. Thank you, sister. Little Guai exclaimed excitedly as Dongxue stoked the fire with renewed vigor. When the noodles were completed, they appeared long and unbroken, symbolizing longevity, topped generously with fragrant meat sauce. Finally, Zhu Man carved happy birthday into the carrot topping. As she presented this unconventional plate of fried sauce longevity noodles along with the longevity peaches before Yu Qingsong, her heart raced with anxiety. She was aware that Dalin's traditional longevity noodles were soup noodles, yet she had boldly opted for the fried sauce variant. Having observed Yu Qingsong's fondness for a particular dish, stuffed mushrooms with pork sauce, it turned out her gamble had paid off. Yu Qingsong devoured the noodles, without the usual regal demeanor he maintained during meals. Had Zhu Man not feared reprimand, she would have been tempted to offer him garlic. As he finished the last bite, he grimaced while consuming the carrot inscription. He did not like carrots. Zhu Man, thank you. This is the best bowl of longevity noodles I have ever tasted, he declared. Empress Xia shot him a reproachful look.
Songer, what do you mean by that?
Before Yu Qingsong could respond, Empress Xia's expression shifted. Zhu Man, quickly bring out that fruit cake you mentioned. Zhu Man rose to fetch the cake, but in reality, she was retrieving it from the system. The cake? Yu Qingsong's ears perked up, and the smile that had curled up at the corners of his mouth drooped. Perhaps it's best to skip it. I am quite full from the longevity noodles. He lifted the longevity peach and stood to leave. But Empress Xia grasped the hem of his garment. Don't go. Zhu Man said that in her hometown, we must eat a birthday cake on our birthdays. As Zhu Man emerged with the cake, she spotted the two locked in a standoff. What is happening? She asked, her heart racing with apprehension. Yu Qingsong had his back to her, and while she could not see his expression, she sensed his anger. Empress Xia turned to Zhu Man with a gentle smile. It's nothing. We were just discussing a few matters, but Songer seems upset with me. Upset? Zhu Man contemplated exiting with the cake to place it in the kitchen until their argument concluded. However, Chunqing intercepted her. My lady, while I wish to respect your wishes, I am of the Empress.
Zumanzeit.
It's fine, I understand. She hesitated, holding the cake tray, unsure how to proceed. Logically, two high-ranking nobles should not be quarreling in front of a maid, and who would want a servant to overhear their disputes? Perhaps her presence was necessary because of her earlier actions? Had she done something wrong with the fried sauce noodles? But Yu Qingsong had seemed in a good mood then. Just as she began to delve deeper into her thoughts, Empress Xia interrupted. Zhu Man, go to the kitchen and fetch a small plate to serve the emperor a piece. He is too full to finish all of this. Yes, Zhu Man replied, taking a plate and cutting the cake into beautifully shaped pieces.
Zuman.
The emperor is angry with me. You should feed him a piece, Empress Xia urged. Zhu Man gasped, nearly cursing. Her? A maid? Feed the emperor cake?
No.
Yu Qingsong would surely be furious. Though she could not see his face, she sensed his growing frustration. Hurry, Zhu Man, go feed the emperor. Zhu Man found herself in a dilemma, slowly lifting a piece of cake. What had she done to deserve this? Why was it her responsibility to soothe their anger? I shall eat it myself. Yu Qingsong suppressed the fury within him, which was intensifying to the point of threatening his composure. He wanted to finish the cake quickly and leave before Empress Xia and Zhu Man witnessed his turmoil. Yet, the moment he touched the cake, his resolve evaporated, and he was overtaken by emotion. With a crash, the cake was mercilessly hurled to the ground, causing Empress Xia to exclaim in shock. Zhu Man's heart shattered. Her precious points were at stake, worth 100. Her eyes turned red with indignation. Seeing this, Little Guai quickly cleaned her hands and salvaged the untouched portions of the cake, placing them on a clean plate while consuming the dirted remnants. Without uttering a word, she demonstrated her support for Zhu Man, showing that what the emperor disliked, she relished. Not wanting Zhu Man's efforts to go to waste. Zhu Man, you should leave. I will speak with the emperor, Empress Xia insisted.
Zuman.
Clutching the pieces of cake, turned to leave, with Little Guai limping behind her. Yu Qingsong, filled with righteous indignation, sought to confront her, demanding to know why she dared to act so audaciously before him, yet was firmly restrained by the Empress Dowager's grip on his garment. Chunqing, quickly go and close the door. The grand door creaked shut, as Xiaogua and Dong Shui deftly bound the esteemed figure of the 9-5 Supreme. In the courtyard, upon a massive stone chair, whose purpose had eluded Zhu Man, sat the most revered man in the world. Your Excellency, release me. I am the Son of Heaven. The noble lady cast him a glance and inquired, Pray tell, what is your favorite pastry? Honey pumpkin cake.
Bah.
What sort of impudence is this? Daring to impersonate my beloved Sangre. My most cherished delicacy is honey-glazed pumpkin cake. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at him. Oh, is that so? Pray tell. When did you develop a fondness for honey pumpkin cake? Captivated by the unfolding narrative, Yu Chengtsong stammered. I am uncertain, for the script does not elaborate. Although he had never tasted the honey pumpkin cake, he was inexplicably convinced of his affection for it. Release me, Empress Dowager. You are overstepping your bounds. The luxurious Tai Fei leisurely retrieved a gleaming golden amulet from her waist, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked. This is the royal pardon bestowed upon me by the emperor. Hee. Song Er had long anticipated the possibility of being possessed by malevolent spirits, and had meticulously crafted a stone chair and sturdy ropes within the confines of the Qinglong Palace, solely for the purpose of binding you. Evil spirit Yu Chengsong. Oh, I forgot to mention, this imperial pardon was also granted by His Majesty. Do you see what is inscribed in fine print on the back? The Empress Dowager can strike me without facing any consequences. Evil spirit Yu Chengsong. He, unwilling to accept this fate, bellowed, impossible. There exists no such invincible amulet against death.
Bang!
The Empress Dowager playfully tapped Yu Chengsong's head with the golden pardon, exclaiming with a laugh. There is none like it in the world. This special pardon was crafted solely for you, Song. Do not strike me. I am the sovereign. I shall have you flayed alive. TSK. The extravagant concubine curled her lips in a mocking sneer, mimicking Yu Chengsong's speech with venomous sarcasm. Before she could finish her imitation, she collapsed into hysterical laughter. After the fit of mirth subsided, her demeanor transformed into one of terrifying wrath. Whoever you are, she thundered, remove yourself from Tsonger's body immediately. I am Yu Chengsong. Came the defiant retort. Will you persist in your obstinacy until facing the coffin? In the gentle embrace of spring, a rhythmic sound echoed. Bang, bang. He became subdued, his eyes appearing considerably clearer. Spring, stop hitting me, I am awake. Spring cast aside the stick she wielded and stood guard at the tightly shut door. The malevolent spirit possessing the emperor was cunning, often uttering ambiguous words to deceive the empress into granting him freedom. Mother, please release me, he called out to the Dowager Empress, a phrase prearranged between Yu Chengsong and her. First, the Dowager Empress had discerned that the strange entity inhabiting him was exceedingly particular about decorum. It would never refer to a discarded concubine as mother, thus this could serve as proof of his identity. Second, the spirit was not only incapable of sharing its memories, but the memories it possessed were also distinctly different from his own. For instance, it was unaware of the bond he shared with the Dowager Empress, only recognizing her as a discarded concubine. Moreover, it harbored a deep-seated hatred for his biological mother, Jin Shuang, viewing her as a negligent and unworthy woman. Such discrepancies in memory were numerous, prompting Yu Chengsong to devise a strategy specifically targeting the spirit. Furthermore, since his mother's departure, a mere 4-year-old boy had managed to survive in the treacherous confines of the palace, largely thanks to the Dowager Empress's clandestine care, compelling him to call her mother. Alas! You have finally awakened. This time, it took 30 strikes to rouse you, 5 more than last. Lady Shaw, with a face full of concern, could not conceal her trepidation behind a feigned tone. What on earth has happened that necessitated such a severe awakening? Will it be like this in the future? No worries, my dear. You need not fret. I shall be just fine. Chunqing no longer guarded the door, instead fetching the medical kit to tend to Yu Chengsong's wounds. Yu Chengsong leaned on the stone chair, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the disheveled cake on the table.
Suman.
Yu Chengsong felt as though his heart had been stung by a bee, his thoughts swirling in a chaotic haze. Chunqing, do be swift. I have matters to attend to. Yes. Chunqing hastened her ministrations. Volume 1, Chapter 66. I am afflicted. By the pond, Zhu Man, illuminated by the moonlight, gazed absently at the foolish fish that kept poking their heads out. The cake in her hand, once cool to the touch, had warmed to room temperature. Yet she maintained her previous posture. Host, please eat it. The 100 points should not go to waste, and if you delay further, it may spoil. How could that be? Has it deteriorated in such a short time? Is it not due to the fact that this item is produced by the system? Any food produced by the system that does not align with contemporary standards will inevitably have a shortened shelf life. Thus, the cake. The subsequent words of Zhu Man were unwelcome to her ears. At this moment, her thoughts were in harmony with the system, since there was no means to accrue points. She might as well indulge herself. It was a pity, however, that the other cakes had been destroyed by that deranged tyrant. Her precious points. As she ate, tears streamed down her face. She could hear the sound of her own heart shattering. The movements of Chunqing were exasperatingly slow, and Yu Chengsong grew increasingly anxious as he gazed at the shattered cake on the table. Never mind, I am the sovereign. I shall not perish from a mere wound. Do not apply anything further. He dismounted from his chair, pulling at the wound and inhaling sharply, ignoring the protests of the noble consort and the palace maids. He grasped a longevity peach in one hand and a plate in the other, determined to seek out Zhu Man. Yet, the vastness of the inner palace was filled with countless nooks and crannies, and he had no notion of where to begin his search. Your Majesty, he was greeted. The malevolent spirit lacked his memories, but Yu Chengsong retained the spirit's recollections. Thus he distinctly remembered that Zhu Man had left accompanied by Xiao Guai. His eyes brightened. Xiao Guai, where is Zhu Man? Where is Zhu Man? What concern is it of yours? I am the Son of Heaven. If you insist on criticizing me, not even Zhu Man can protect you. Xiao Guai's nostrils flared with anger as she exhaled heavily, muttering, Sister is at. Yu Chengsong felt his wound throbbing more intensely, his patience wearing thin. He commanded coldly, execute Xiao Guai for me. Go ahead, strike me down if you wish. Even if you were to end my life, my sister, who cherishes me dearly, would never forgive you. Little Guai found her hands restrained by an E. Yet her tongue remained unyielding, piercing through Yu Chengsong's pain as if it were laced with venom. Such audacity. I am the Son of Heaven, requiring forgiveness from a mere palace maid. Shadow One, why do you hesitate? Beat her half to death for me. He felt a sudden exhilaration, as if he had effortlessly attained something precious. Upon arriving at his destination, Yu Chengsong beheld Zhu Mani, who was simultaneously indulging in cake and weeping, her shoulders trembling as if she were on the verge of shattering. He attempted to speak, only to find his voice hoarse, as though it were caught in his throat. Despite his impeccable manners and the textbook-perfect curve of his smile, an inexplicable sense of suffocating frustration enveloped him. It feels as though something is being lost. A vibrant individual has been replaced by a lifeless courtier who merely adheres to the rules. Observing the instantaneous change in Yu Chengsong's expression, Zhu Man's heart sounded an alarm. Could it be? Her bow was so proper. How could she have provoked the tyrant's displeasure? Without a command from Yu Chengsong, Zhu Man did not dare to rise. However, after standing for an entire day at the banquet and then spending the night toiling in the kitchen, her body was already weary and aching. As she stumbled, Zhu Man fell forward, directly towards Yu Chengsong. No, the tyrant was already in a foul mood. She could not afford to further provoke him. Since a fall was inevitable, she had to control the direction. With all her might, she leaned to the side, aiming to avoid Yu Chengsong. Just as she prepared to hit the ground, a sudden flash of bright yellow appeared in her line of sight. This is disastrous. Upon colliding with Yu Chengsong, Zhu Man felt the world spin around her. With a loud thud, they both fell, though Yu Chengsong served as her cushion. Your Majesty, are you all right? She inquired, a mix of helplessness and urgency in her voice. Help me up, he commanded. Oh, of course. With the Emperor's order, Zhu Man felt reassured as she pulled him up. However, she may have exerted a bit too much force, for the tyrant let out a pained cry, as if injured. Anxiety gnawed at Zhu Man's heart. Would the tyrant hold her accountable for causing him pain? I came to celebrate your birthday, bringing cake and peaches. But where is the cake? Zhu Man pointed at the ground, where the plate lay shattered, the cake reduced to a mere mess, the cream splattered like a puddle of vomit. The once round peaches were now flattened into thin discs. I'm so sorry for wasting your effort. Not a problem, not a problem, Zhu Man hurriedly replied. You must have spent a long time preparing the cake, right? What did that imply? Was he seeking her affirmation of its duration? The Emperor's intentions were inscrutable. Should he wish to harm her, she would be doomed regardless. I am ill. Zhu Man looked up, bewildered. Just when she had devised a plea for mercy, the tyrant casually declared he was unwell. I am afflicted by a malevolent force that controls my thoughts and actions. Red Gu had not prepared her for such a scenario. Zhu Man resorted to the lines from scripts she had previously encountered, adhering to the formula. Your Majesty, you possess the protective aura of a dragon. Vanquishing malevolence is merely a matter of time. Yu Qingsong observed her sycophantic demeanor and felt a chuckle rise within him. However, a spirited and clever individual adhering to decorum before him implied something quite poignant. I truly am ill. Do you not recall inquiring about the enormous stone chair in the palace of Concubine Shah? It was designed specifically to bind me. Zhu Man was at a loss for words. Only pain can awaken me, which is why I constructed the stone chair in the palace I trust most. When I spoke of making friends, it was genuine, but soon I began to lose my mind, with a voice incessantly urging me to request pills from you. Furthermore, when the thought of cake crossed my mind, I felt an overwhelming urge to rage, to kill, yet I restrained myself and merely overturned the cake. Thank you for sparing my life, Your Majesty. Do you know what has become of me, Zhu Man? Your Majesty, perhaps you haven't slept well. Your mind seems a bit foggy? Internally, Zhu Man voiced her suspicion. Perhaps, like Lin Yueying, he's being controlled by the plot. Yet she managed to resist a couple of times and break free. Why has the Emperor not yet done so? Yu Qingsong's ears perked up, his heart racing. Zhu Man indeed knew how to remedy the situation. All that was needed was to oppose the narrative. Yet he soon felt despondent. He had attempted to resist the plot, initially managing to maintain some control, but eventually he could no longer contain it. Today was a prime example. As he had personally toppled the birthday cake he had eagerly anticipated since he was 4. In the first volume, Chapter 67, A Girl Unfettered by Vanity. Unable to fathom the situation herself, Zhu Man decided to consult the system. Why is the Emperor unable to break free from the plot like Lin Yueying? There are many reasons. First, Lin Yueying is the protagonist, while he is a supporting character, a doomed one at that, so his actions must lead towards his demise, such as behaving erratically and disregarding lives. Secondly, he suffered greatly in his youth, leaving him devoid of compassion for the world. From the second book onward, the author has meticulously crafted a logical chain regarding this, unlike the haphazard manner in which Lin Yueying's story was assembled. Thirdly, Jiku's royal system is at play. As Jiku fulfills the tasks it assigns, the Emperor's nature becomes increasingly tyrannical, allowing Jiku to eliminate him and claim the throne without question. It is precisely because he cannot escape the narrative on his own that you have been assigned related tasks. Zhu Man understood. Yu Qingsong comprehended, too. Not only was he aware of the multiple factors controlling him, but he also grasped that the system indicated Zhu Man was to assist him. Memories of previous tasks given to Zhu Man flooded back, inviting Lin Yueying to dine, showing kindness to others. Did that count as aiding him? Well, at that time, he had indeed exhibited patience, even bestowing treats upon the palace maids that he himself never consumed, despite the pastries being on the ground. So, how can I assist him in breaking free from the plot? Should I help him eliminate Jiku? Just as the tyrant's attributes would transfer to the next emperor, Jiku's demise would merely lead the royal system to seek another host. You would be forced to kill continuously, yet that would only deepen the tyrant's persona, especially since the palace maids are so brazen. What if I were to prevent Yu Qingsong from becoming a tyrant? To stop him from killing, to halt his despotism? It is not about obstructing his killings but preventing him from murdering without evidence, without adhering to the law. What if he goes mad? 100 points for a sleeping spray. If it clings to clothing, it induces a state of slumber, without affecting health. Yu Qingsong lowered his head, eagerly anticipating that bottle of sleeping spray. With it, not only could it alleviate his insomnia, but it would also spare him from punishment for forcing himself to remain awake. But would Zhu Man, who valued her points so dearly, truly be willing to purchase it for herself? How many uses does a bottle have? Once purchased, the contents can be refilled infinitely. Buy a bottle, but do not deploy it yet. The spray was essential, especially in dangerous situations where she could induce slumber in others, far more effective than pepper spray. Yet, she deliberately mentioned buying the sleeping spray before Yu Qingcong, hoping to gauge his attitude toward such a potion. Since Yu Qingcong could hear her inner dialogue with the system, he would undoubtedly understand the spray's purpose. If he disapproved, he would surely hint at not wanting it used on him. Zhu Man saw no sign of annoyance on Yu Qingcong's face, suggesting it could indeed be employed on him. Zhu Man, you should first go to Qianyuan Palace and find Tianfu. He has matters to discuss with you. Understood. Once Zhu Man departed, Yu Qingcong cautiously dipped his finger into the cream atop the cake and tasted it. The rich aroma of milk and the sweetness of peach bits burst in his mouth. So this was the flavor of a birthday cake. He endeavored to salvage as much of the fallen cake as possible, even consuming the remnants Zhu Man had left behind. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt, but soon realized that the version of himself controlled by the plot, now an emperor, would never again indulge in the leftovers of others. Rather, given his childhood experiences, he would likely despise the remnants of others' meals. Thus this act was a form of rebellion against the narrative. It was not merely a desire for birthday cake. Under the cover of night, Zhu Man, concealed from prying eyes, dashed towards Qianyuan Palace, uncertain of what Master Tianfu might require of her. Master Tianfu stood guard at the palace entrance, immediately discerning that the approaching figure was not the person he awaited. The emperor was certainly not so frail and diminutive. The visitor was a woman. In the palace, the only one bold enough to run freely was none other than Zhu Man. He approached her with a windproof oil lamp, exclaiming, "Zhu Man has arrived." Breathless, Zhu Man inquired, "Master, the emperor said you were looking for me. What is your command?" Tianfu paused, quickly piecing together the situation. It appeared that the emperor had just been with Zhu Man and needed her to be discreetly dismissed. As his mind raced, he smiled and said, "Indeed, it is I who summoned you. Did the emperor not praise your sword dancing skills earlier? I wish for you to select something from the storeroom that you desire." Zhu Man, puzzled, responded, "Selecting at night? The concubines will come tomorrow to choose, and then I shall only be left with what others do not want. Today would be the perfect time to select." With heartfelt gratitude, Zhu Man bowed deeply to Master Tianfu, appreciating his thoughtfulness, a man old enough to be her father. Upon entering the storeroom by daylight, where treasures from various nations were piled high, Zhu Man's mindset shifted entirely. "Zhu Man, do you wish for gold and silver, or delicacies from afar?" she was asked. Tentatively, she queried, "Master, may I select gold and silver?" Tianfu raised an eyebrow. "Do you not adore fruits most? Fruits fill the stomach, but with gold and silver, once I leave the palace, I can purchase whatever I desire." Tianfu grew more concerned. "You wish to leave the palace? Does the emperor know?" Zhu Man had contemplated this before, and the emperor was well aware. Moreover, does not the law of Dalian state that a maidservant serving 10 years in the palace shall be granted freedom? Seeing Zhu Man's resolute demeanor, Tianfu's inclination to voice his concerns dissipated. After all, the emperor was not anxious. Why should he be? "Then I suggest you choose some silver adornments. For those with gold markings cannot be sold outside the palace." "Very well," Zhu Man replied, easily content. Anything within the palace, once brought outside, would be a coveted treasure. What was there to be discontented about? She had anticipated that the silver ornaments would be simple, perhaps plain silver bangles or engraved ones. However, when Tianfu opened the boxes, exquisite silver crowns, lavishly adorned and intricately crafted, rivaled even gold in complexity. Noticing Zhu Man's lack of desire to take any, he opened another box filled with a variety of silver bracelets, some encrusted with gemstones, others with pearls. "Master, are these not too extravagant?"
Zhu Man exclaimed.
Mesmerized by the beautiful jewelry, were it not against the rules, she would have loved to try them on. Yet, these were to be used for transactions outside the palace, and such eye-catching pieces would attract unwanted attention. "Master, I desire only simple silver bangles, nothing so extravagant." Tianfu, filled with affection, thought to himself, "Zhu Man is indeed a commendable girl. With so many golden trinkets before her, she chooses silver. She desires the simplest of adornments, truly concerned for the emperor's purse. Surely, her earlier words about wanting to leave the palace were in the heat of the moment after a disagreement with the emperor. He felt compelled to speak to the emperor about such a humble girl. In the first volume, Chapter 68, Selecting Gifts, Zhu Man sifted through the boxes until she finally selected a solid, unadorned silver bangle. Weighing it in her hand, she estimated it to be over 100 grams.
Master.
I wish for this one. Tianfu remained silent. Zhu Man looked up at him, unable to read his expression, and decided to be straightforward. Is this not permissible? It is permissible, but it is rather plain. Are you certain you want this? Zhu Man nodded vigorously. I like this one. Tianfu regarded the bangle with disdain, rummaging through the box as if it were mere trinkets, and soon gathered a bundle of bangles. Xiao Liang, bring a bundle. Thus, Zhu Man received a satchel full of silver bangles, though anxiety gnawed at her insides. Master, with so many bangles missing, how will the ladies choose tomorrow? Fear not. The ladies have no interest in these items. Zhu Man felt relieved, departing with her small bundle. Along the way, she received delightful news. Character correction for Yu Chengsong increased to 40, reward, 66 points. Although the points seemed insufficient, the increase in character correction was the best news for Zhu Man. At the palace gates, she unexpectedly encountered Yu Chengsong. Just as she intended to withdraw, he called for her to follow. She trailed him to the main hall, the emperor's sleeping quarters, feeling somewhat bewildered. Watching Yu Chengsong remove his outer garments and settle beneath a thin blanket, she pondered his intentions. Your Majesty, do you have a command for me? As the weather grows warmer, you shall fan me. Depart when I fall asleep. Understood. Zhu Man obediently took up the fan, but soon grew impatient. System. Provide me with the sleeping spray. In an instant, a small spray bottle materialized in her hand, no larger than her pinky finger. It would be a challenge to contain even 25 milliliters of liquid. Zhu Man felt fortunate that the contents could be replenished infinitely, otherwise, spending 100 points on such a trinket would be a loss. Aiming it at Yu Chengsong, she sprayed a fine mist, silent and barely noticeable. Your Majesty, are you asleep?
Yes.
It worked. Zhu Man tucked the sleeping spray into her small space, placing some silver jewelry from her bundle into storage before finally exiting. Room 12 was unusually crowded, filled with not just Ning Ji and Ning Jing, but also several vaguely familiar faces. Zhu Man, you have brought honor to Dalian today. What did the Emperor reward you with? Zhu Man, without hesitation, opened the satchel for all to see.
Ah?
Just a bunch of silver bangles? While they are lovely, they hardly match the grand rewards I envisioned. Is the Emperor displeased with Zhu Man's prominence? Zhu Man, do you have other treasures yet to reveal? Bold maidservants began to search her, pulling up sleeves to examine her wrists and lifting skirts to inspect her ankles. However, Zhu Man had already concealed the precious bangles gifted by the esteemed Tai Fei in her storage space, leaving them to rummage in vain. Lin Yueying remarked in displeasure. What kind of person is this, always elevating some while belittling others? The Emperor, too, ought to reward you for your contributions to the nation. Zhu Man felt satisfied with their reactions. After this encounter, they would no longer dare to probe her openly or covertly. Not to worry, these bangles are quite valuable. I do not possess such treasures at home. She did not lie. She had indeed never come into contact with silver bracelets before. Typically, she adored herself with crystal bracelets that her parents acquired from auctions. Were it not for the demands of acting, she would never have encountered silver bangles in her lifetime. Moreover, one must find contentment in what they possess. Just observe the exquisite carvings and the intricate filigree work on this bracelet. The craftsmanship is quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? It must be of fine quality, as she has stored away the solid ones due to their heavier weight, leaving only the artisan-crafted pieces behind. Upon hearing Zhu Man's words, Lin Yueying was reminded of her small village, where a pair of silver earrings and a silver bracelet constituted a substantial dowry for a bride.
Now,
with so many silver bracelets, Zhu Man was already wealthier than many women. Why then did she feel that the Emperor's gift was insufficient? It was likely that she unconsciously compared herself to those favored concubines adorned with jewels. Yet, Zhu Man was merely a maid, not a consort. Adjusting her mindset, Lin Yueying sincerely felt joy for Zhu Man. You have so many bangles. You can change them daily. Zhu Man selected a heavier piece to wear and beckoned to others. Bai Qiao, Yueying, come and choose one as well. Bai Qiao's muffled voice came from beneath her blanket. No need. I'm already asleep. Zhu Man flashed a grin. Choose your bracelet first, then you can sleep. And Bai Qiao, if you don't choose, you'll have to let her help you. Bai Qiao threw off her blanket. Are you sure you'll give us one? Zhu Man nodded. When have I ever lied? I wouldn't deny her a choice. I want to choose for myself. Bai Qiao got out of bed and began to sift through the bundles. What do you mean? Do you doubt my taste? She retorted. Your demeanor is rather aloof. A snow-capped plum blossom bangle would suit you well. Lin Yuang also began to select, offering suggestions to Bai Qiao as she did. Before long, they had made their selections. It must be noted that both were charming young women, yet their aesthetic preferences diverged entirely. Lin Yuang chose a bracelet adorned with lotus motifs, crafted with exceptional skill. The outer petals of the lotus appeared flat, while the inner layers rose with intricate dimensionality. Even the stamens were rendered with striking realism. Bai Qiao, on the other hand, opted for an open snake bangle that mimicked the form of a serpent, its head and tail meeting in midair. Which venomous snake did you choose? It looks quite revolting. Lin Yuang scoffed at Bai Qiao's prize selection. Go tell the emperor. Just say the nation has sent a gift of a venomous snake. Surely it harbors malicious intent. Hurry. Persuade the emperor to wage war on small nations. Lin Yuang replied, Is that really necessary? She merely believed that no one should favor such a disgusting creature. After all, she had been bitten by a snake in her childhood. It was truly terrifying. She thought Bai Qiao suited the venomous snake bracelet perfectly, for she had a sharp tongue. The next day, Zhu Man dutifully reported to Qianyuan Palace. Upon entering, she noticed Tianfu making faces at her. What is it, Master Tianfu? She inquired. After dismissing the others, Tianfu leaned in conspiratorially. Zhu Man, thanks to you, the Emperor's chambers were dark last night, and he awoke with a much brighter demeanor this morning. Zhu Man immediately surmised it was the effect of the sleep-inducing spray. From now on, I may need your assistance. The Emperor is burdened with state affairs and often loses sleep over the welfare of the people. With your talent, he can rest well. As the sleep-inducing spray could be refilled indefinitely, Zhu Man readily agreed. What are you two discussing? The Emperor's voice interrupted, prompting them to greet him hastily. Zhu Man was about to share their conversation when Tianfu interjected, This has two meanings. 1, to inform His Majesty of what we did yesterday, and 2, to remind him to cherish such a wonderful girl as Zhu Man. However, Yu Chung-song furrowed his brow, gripping Zhu Man's wrist and lifting it. You chose a bangle depicting mandarin ducks frolicking in water? Zhu Man felt as if she had turned to stone. But what? Last night, she had been so focused on selecting the heaviest bangle that she had not noticed the engraving. The realization struck her. She had unwittingly donned a bracelet meant for newlyweds, evoking a sense of embarrassment akin to being forced to wear a wedding garment to work. Unmarried women wearing such bracelets was quite scandalous. Tianfu, go fetch that string of purple beads. Yes. Tianfu hurried off, nearly igniting the floor with his quick steps. The brocade box, crafted from rosewood, was adorned with intricate patterns. As a gentle breeze wafted by, a faint fragrance filled the air. Just gazing at the box, Zhu Man anticipated the treasures within. Yu Chung-song did not keep her in suspense, opening the box to reveal a string of purple crystal beads. The fragrant breeze enveloped her, and Zhu Man realized the scent was emanating from the crystals, which were polished into smooth, lustrous spheres, each one pure and transparent, with a rich violet hue. Zhu Man was entranced by the bracelet, and Yu Chung-song promptly placed it onto her wrist. The cool touch provided a refreshing sensation under the sun, akin to a gentle air conditioner. Thank you, Your Majesty. Before entering the novel, Zhu Man had participated in auctions with her parents, and such vibrant crystals, if larger, could fetch prices in the millions, if they could even be acquired. This bracelet contained 10 of them. The key was that these beads exuded a coolness, yet were not chilling, making them a perfect summer accessory. Do you like it? If you do, wear it and toss that mandarin duck bracelet away. Zhu Man removed the silver bangle, and, with a flick of her wrist, threw it towards a nearby maid who was weeding, behaving quite obediently. Yu Chung-song was thoroughly pleased, gazing at her wrist for a few moments before striding away. Once he departed, Zhu Man held the bracelet up towards the sky, squinting and widening her eyes in awe, unable to take in enough of its beauty. This time, she intended to keep it on display. After all, it was a personal gift from the Emperor. not something she had presumptuously chosen from the storeroom. Wearing it would prevent any dissenters from speaking out. Furthermore, as the weather grew ever warmer, in a time without air conditioning, she would surely go mad if she could not wear this exquisite piece. This was a celestial pearl gifted by the Kingdom of Lingxi, capable of radiating coolness in summer and warmth in winter. The emperor had commissioned a dragon-shaped bracelet for himself, and with the remaining materials, crafted one for a woman. In the past, those concubines had exhausted all means to acquire such a bracelet. Even Lan Pin, leveraging her father's military achievements, had been unsuccessful. The emperor truly cares for you. You must reciprocate his kindness, understood? As Tianfu spoke in a manner reminiscent of soothing a child, Zhu Man nodded in agreement. However, she felt perplexed. Had not Lan Pin used her father's military merit to secure her position in the palace? Surely the emperor would not grant her any favors. Tianfu's expression stiffened. This child was quite astute. However, he was trying to speak well of the emperor and could not concede that Zhu Man was correct. You silly girl. Has General Su truly earned only a single military merit throughout his life? Although other merits had been exchanged for various favors, Zhu Man was unaware, and Tianfu was adept at deceiving a naive young woman. Zhu Man believed him, though her expression twisted with discomfort. The very treasure that Su Yulan had failed to obtain now adorned her wrist, and she could not help but worry it might stir up some unforeseen trouble. She removed her bracelet, and the heat wave struck her face, making her feel as though she had stepped into a steamer. Immediately, Zhu Man put the bracelet back on. She would rather perish at the hands of treachery than die as a slave under the merciless sun. Father, the concubines have arrived and wish to select jewelry from the storeroom. Without the symbol of masculinity, Ji Ke's voice became shrill as he spoke. Zhu Man maintained a calm demeanor, but was secretly mocking him in her mind. Little Ke, accompany Zhu Man to make arrangements.
Me?
A woman? The overlapping voices of Zhu Man and Ji Ke reflected, one questioning his hearing, the other displaying disdain towards a woman's identity. A sharp sound resounded as Tianfu's hand moved faster than his brain, punishing his godson, ensuring that Zhu Man could not report him to the emperor. The emperor had never favored little Ke and, having received some intelligence, ordered an inspection of whether little Ke had been castrated. Should Zhu Man report him again, little Ke would not be spared. Ji Ke, struck on the head by Tianfu, gazed at him in disbelief. Ever since he had schemed to save this old eunuch, the latter treated him as well as his own son, providing him food and drink far superior to those given to lower-ranking eunuchs. Yet now, for merely uttering a few words, this old eunuch dared to strike him in front of so many palace maids. He had just wagered with little Niu, claiming he could direct Tianfu east while the eunuch would not dare go west. And now, he turned to little Niu and found him smirking at him with contempt. It's all this old eunuch's fault. It's all this woman's fault. Wait, what kind of beads is she wearing on her wrist? Why do they smell so delightful? She is wearing fairy beads, a treasure coveted by the women of the harem. Task initiated. Fairy beads acquired. Task successful. Received 20 pairs of sleep pants. Task failed. 10 seconds of electric shock. What kind of reward is this? A woman's sanitary product? Do I need this? You can sell it to the women of the harem to acquire initial funds for becoming a ruler. Volume 1. Chapter 70. In Disarray Sleep Pants. Zhu Man felt an overwhelming excitement. She could no longer endure the days of using a cotton cloth that had been washed and reused. However, the system stated it would not sell sleep pants or sanitary pads unless there was a sample for the factory to manufacture. Ridiculous as it was, it indeed could not provide sleep pants, leaving Zhu Man to use cotton cloths like the indigenous women. System. Does Ji Ke have a personal space? If he obtains the fairy beads, what if he can't be searched? According to this system's detection, the ruler system can only delay the release of task rewards and does not possess storage capabilities, and Ji Ke does not have a personal space. Great. That means I can catch the thief and the stolen goods. I apologize, Chief Zhu Man. The servant spoke out of turn in offense. It's fine. Since it was an unintentional offense, I shall not hold it against you. Come, we must serve the ladies. Both harbored their thoughts. Ji Ke led the way, while Zhu Man followed behind. Once they were out of Tianfu's sight, Ji Ke slowed his pace to match Zhu Man's. Miss Zhu. Your bracelet is truly beautiful. It must be quite expensive. Zhu Man pretended not to notice Ji Ke's ill intentions and replied, it should be expensive. It was a gift from the emperor called fairy beads. Fairy beads. Ji Ke's mouth dropped open in feigned astonishment. Is it the legendary treasure that concubines fight over? Zhu Man turned her head away. If she stared at Ji Ke's exaggerated performance any longer, she would burst into laughter. Taking a deep breath, she feigned ignorance. Really? I had no idea. I must protect it well. I want to pass it down as a family heirloom for my children.
Jikes ijsflitskeret.
And after all the useless small talk, he finally got to the point. Zhu Man, we are going to meet those concubines. Wearing the fairy beads might not be appropriate, given their nobler status. What if they try to forcefully take it? Why not let me keep the bracelet safe? They would never suspect a lowly eunuch holding the legendary fairy beads. Zhu Man removed the bracelet, pretending to tuck it away in her pouch. Then I shall not wear it. Placing it in the pouch will also shield it from their gaze. Ji Ke could not allow Zhu Man to have her way. If he couldn't deceive her into giving him the bracelet, how could he maintain his facade?
No.
The concubines have plenty of fine treasures. It is impossible for them to covet a maid's belongings. Since it was a gift from the emperor, you should wear it.
Oh.
Zhu Man put it back on, feeling a refreshing coolness. Observing the beads of sweat continuously flowing down Ji Ke's neck, she felt a sense of satisfaction. The two traveled in silence until they reached the storeroom. Outside stood various concubines of differing statures and temperaments, vaguely divided into factions, among which a woman in purple appeared particularly imposing. Upon seeing the two approach, she frowned at the absence of her familiar Tian Fu and began to berate them. You two, why aren't you opening the door for this noble consort? Making me wait in this sweltering heat, how audacious. Noble consort? There was only one noble consort in the harem, currently the highest-ranking concubine, named Zhao Qingyan. The two hurriedly apologized, though in truth, it was not Zhu Man's fault at all. It should have been Tian Fu to open the storeroom and send his trusted aides to invite them in order of rank, allowing the higher-ranking concubines to select their items first before inviting the next. However, these concubines, unable to gain the emperor's favor, sought to compete for other resources. Thus, it devolved into a chaotic scene where concubines of all ranks clamored at the storeroom entrance, engaging in heated exchanges. Though they were anxious, once Ji Ke opened the door, they began to defer to one another, each insisting that the other go first. Zhu Man, as a man, I know little about jewelry. Why don't you take notes? System. Do you know the names of the jewelry they're holding?
Yes.
Ji Ke was satisfied, a flash of malice crossing his eyes. Under the guise of assisting the concubines in identifying their jewelry, he stealthily slipped a round bead from among the crowd of concubines, then moved to the other side to steal a golden hairpin. Zhu Man pretended not to see. After all his wicked thoughts would eventually bring about his own retribution. Hey, what are you looking at? Why are you taking notes for this noble consort? The noble consort declared, I have a purple jade phoenix hairpin. Ling Feng Xian Zhu Jinbu Yao Chai, she undervalued the hairpin she is holding. Zhu Man remained silent, swiftly jotting down notes with her charcoal pencil. Let this noble consort see what you've recorded. Zhu Man stepped back, holding the record book. Noble consort, I have completed the recording. You may leave now. Hand it over. Do not make me repeat myself. Seeing Zhu Man's lack of cooperation, Zhao Qingyan realized Zhu Man had not recorded as instructed. She panicked. This record book was to be presented to the emperor. If he discovered that this noble consort had taken the most valuable jewelry, her carefully maintained reputation over the years would be ruined. Lan Xiang, Guizhi, seized that record book from her. With a command from Zhao Qingyan, the two young palace maids rolled up their sleeves to snatch it away. Stop! This is the chief maid of Qian Yuan Palace appointed by the emperor. I must be respected. How dare these two palace maids treat her so rudely? Zhang Huixin hurriedly arrived, commanding her personal maid Jin Ling to separate Lan Xiang and Guizhi. Jin Ling's stature was imposing. From behind, one might mistake her for a warrior of noble lineage. Thus handling the two delicate maids posed no challenge. Upon seeing that Zhu Man was unharmed, Zhang Huixin exhaled in relief, placing her hands on her hips and issuing threats to the onlooking concubines. Zhu Man is one of us. From now on, do not dare to bully her. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Zhao Qingyan was enraged yet amused. She had always despised Hu Weiping's arrogance, despite being the daughter of the Minister of Rights, Zhang Yu. She exhibited no sense of propriety. She often relied on her father's close relationship with the emperor, even causing Zhao, the daughter of the Grand Tutor, to tread carefully around her. Today, however, Jinling, that masculine figure, had interfered with her plans, which was intolerable. Huipin, you are merely a concubine, while I am a noble consort. Why do you not pay your respects upon seeing me? Zhang Huixin's lips moved as if to retort, yet she ultimately adhered to decorum and bowed to Zhao Qingyan. Satisfied, Zhao Qingyan noted that Zhang Huixin was not merely a reckless and unruly woman, which emboldened her further. Huipin, step aside. I must inspect Zhu Man's records.
No.
The two began a fierce verbal exchange, and before long, they were grappling, turning the scene into chaos. Zhu Man discreetly retreated, preparing to report to Yu Qingsong, when suddenly her sleeve was torn, revealing the dazzling fairy pearl. The noisy storeroom fell silent, only to erupt into an even greater uproar. It's the fairy pearl. The emperor has bestowed a fairy pearl upon her. Zhang Huixin shouted. What does the fairy pearl matter? Zhu Man brought glory to the nation yesterday. If the emperor were to reward her, it should be with fairy pearls. You are the one who cannot distinguish between rank. Believe me, if you provoke Zhu Man further, the emperor will directly crown her as empress, crushing all of you who look down upon her.
Slap.
Zhao Qingyan, infuriated by the mention of Zhu Man becoming empress, slapped Zhang Huixin across the face. Zhang Huixin was not one to endure such treatment, and they immediately began to brawl. At that moment, Zhu Man heard Ji Ke's voice in her ear.
All right.
Zhu Man feigned a state of confusion, handing the fairy pearl to Ji Ke and donning the fake fairy pearl bracelet he had given her. Chapter 71. Desiring favor over wealth. Just as Zhu Man had passed the fairy pearl to Ji Ke, she heard his system notification. Fairy pearl obtained. Mission accomplished. Please set the release time for the sleep pants. 1 hour later. An hour from now. Zhu Man's lips curled into a subtle smile. In 1 hour. It would be her stage. Ladies, what fairy pearl does a mere maid possess? Ji Ke bellowed, drawing the attention of the now frenzied concubines. He grasped Zhu Man's wrist, raising it high, and declared, Ladies, what Zhu Man wears is merely a trinket given by a servant. It merely resembles the fairy pearl. Why must there be discord?
Is it?
Zhao Qingyan adjusted her hairpiece, withdrawing from the fray. Her sharp nails dug intentionally into Zhu Man's wrist, eliciting a hiss of pain and a derisive laugh. A common purple stone has incited such a brawl among you ladies. How embarrassing. Zhang Huixin hid behind Jinling, only heard but not seen. It was unclear who among them panicked upon hearing about Zhu Man's fairy pearl, just as the two seemed ready to resume their earlier conflict. Their maidservants urged them to calm down, fearing someone would alert the emperor. The concubines warned the maids not to speak of the incident, thus cooperating with Zhu Man's work. In less than half an hour, Zhu Man had finished her recording. Throughout this, Ji Ke appeared dazed, yet was actually conversing with the system. From their exchanges, Zhu Man learned that the sleep pants had been placed on Ji Ke's bed ahead of time, and the fairy pearl along with 2 other stolen items had been transferred there using points. Zhu Man, you should take the records to your godfather. While the ladies appear refined, they have turned the storeroom into utter chaos. I will stay behind to tidy up. But my fairy, Ji Ke interrupted her, leaning in to whisper, can't you see I'm busy? The fairy pearl was given to you by the emperor. Why would I dare to steal it? I worry those concubines are lying in wait outside. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhu Man feigned a naive demeanor, muttering a thank you before departing with the record book. Before leaving, she heard Ji Ke internally celebrating. Struck it rich, struck it rich. Just a little bit could secure most of the initial funds. Ji Ke was elated, and so was Zhu Man. Those who engage in wrongdoing will inevitably face retribution. Ji Ke would certainly pay for his actions. A hint of mockery flickered in her eyes before quickly fading into concern as she hurried to Tianfu. What's wrong?
Zuman?
You look utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. Isn't the fairy pearl supposed to keep you warm in winter and cool in summer? Zhu Man rolled up her sleeve to reveal a bracelet that closely resembled the fairy pearl. Is it ineffective? Tianfu muttered, then added earnestly, "May I have a look?" "No need. This is fake. Xiao Ko traded my real one for a fake."
What?
"That little rascal dares." Tianfu roared, his nostrils flaring with fury.
Zuman.
"Do me a favor and do not inform the Emperor. He already dislikes Xiao Ko, but he is my savior. Here, take this. When I find Xiao Ko, not only will I make him return the fairy pearl, but I will also have him kneel and apologize to you."
Tian fu presente da bulging purse.
Which appeared to be filled with gold ingots. Zhu Man longed to seize the gold immediately, yet she refrained. For what she desired was not Tianfu's wealth, but rather his goodwill. "Master, I am not saying this to ask for your money. I simply wish to prevent your adopted son from tarnishing your esteemed reputation among the palace servants. Otherwise, given my freedom in Qianyuan Palace, I could have reported the Emperor and exposed Xiao Ke's misdeeds, which would also bring disgrace upon you." Tianfu's face trembled with agitation, his breath coming in heavy gasps and his limbs quivering. This scoundrel. Seeing the time was right, Zhu Man finally revealed the truth. "Master, actually Ji Ke's exchange of the fairy pearl was also with my consent, but he did indeed take the gold hairpin and precious pearl. I did not wish to expose him in front of everyone." After carefully selecting some valuable items, Ji Ke prepared to exit, only to be stopped.
"Stop.
"You must be searched before leaving." Ji Ke protested. Why is Zhu Man not subjected to a search? The guard remained silent, but 2 long swords crossed at the entrance, blocking his way. Fine, search me. All right, you may go." Ji Ke snorted coldly, muttering curses against the 2 guards as he departed. Humming a tune, he reached his quarters. As Tianfu's godson, he enjoyed a private room of less than 10 square meters, more lavish than that of ordinary palace servants. Approaching the door, just as he was about to unlock it, he suddenly sensed something amiss. "Who is there? Stop playing tricks." Zhu Man peeked out from behind the house, wearing a playful grin. "It's me. I've already handed the ledger to Grand Eunuch Tianfu, and I've come to ask you for the immortal pearl." "What immortal pearl? Isn't it already on your wrist?" For a fleeting moment, Zhu Man's expression stiffened, and a glimmer of panic flickered in her eyes. "Xiao Kezi, what do you mean? Didn't you say to use a fake one to distract, and once the storm has passed, you would give me the real one?" "Ji Ke, give her the immortal pearl. She is someone close to the Emperor, and with your current strength, you cannot contend with him. Why should I? That immortal pearl brings warmth in winter and coolness in summer. I am destined to be the Emperor. I can't be left to perish while serving as a eunuch. Suit yourself, but remember, if you need my help, you must earn conversation points. Your points are running low." The king's system fell silent in frustration, while Ji Ke felt a surge of pride. What kind of intelligent system couldn't even out-talk a human? Zhu Man let out a sigh of relief. She had genuinely feared Ji Ke might listen to the system and return the immortal pearl to her. "Xiao Kezi, give me back the immortal pearl. Whatever you want, seek it elsewhere. Don't think that just because you are a woman, I won't dare strike you." Ji Ke shoved Zhu Man, and she fell to the ground, questioning loudly. "Aren't you afraid I will report this to Grand Eunuch Tianfu? You are ruining his reputation."
"Ha!
An old eunuch with no roots left. What does reputation matter? Can it endure through the ages?" Tianfu emerged from the shadows where Zhu Man had appeared, trembling fingers pointing at Ji Ke. Ji Ke's face stiffened as a chill enveloped him. Zhu Man had not come alone. It was no wonder the ancients warned that a woman's heart could be the most venomous. Zhu Man was indeed treacherous, plotting against him. Since Tianfu had already witnessed the exchange, any rebuttal would be futile, so he chose to beg for mercy instead. In a sudden act of desperation, Ji Ke kneeled, his knees crashing to the ground with a thud. "Father, I spoke out of anger. Please don't be mad. I didn't mean to insult you." Tianfu closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. "We are not discussing this matter. Return the immortal pearl to Zhu Man." "But father, isn't the immortal pearl in Zhu Man's possession?" Ji Ke crawled to Tianfu's side, grasping at his pant leg with fervor. "Please, I beg you, help me." Tianfu could no longer endure. He deeply regretted his decision to take such a thoughtless person as his son. A little money would suffice to ensure this solitary Xiao Kezi lived comfortably for the rest of his days. How could he have been so foolish? If it weren't for his usual kindness toward Zhu Man, she would have seized the opportunity to ruin his son. As a man over 40, Being executed by the emperor would mean the end. If he were expelled from the palace, he would lose all his accumulated wealth. How would he survive? Xiao Kezi was not only foolish, but also malicious. Xiao Kezi, if you do not return the item, do not blame me for severing our relationship. This incident left Tianfu, who was usually adept at handling affairs, utterly exhausted. His once beloved son now seemed nothing but a fool. Ji Ko, the beautification potion on Tianfu has worn off. His fondness for you is dwindling.
What?
Buy another drink, no matter the cost. Deploy it now. Points have been deducted. Current points, 0. As Tianfu lamented his poor judgment, he saw Xiao Kezi suddenly spring up from the ground. Father, you've worked hard. Here, have some water, he said, pouring water into Tianfu's mouth. Tianfu choked, coughing violently, only to feel a hand patting his back, which brought him some comfort. Father, are you feeling better? Tianfu looked at Ji Ko, who seemed to radiate brilliance. His large eyes filled with remorse, evoking a sense of pity. I feel much better. Return the immortal pearl to Zhu Man, and I promise to provide you with something better in the future. What could an old eunuch possibly offer that is better? I only want the immortal pearl. Despite the turmoil within, Ji Ko maintained a pitiful facade. Father, I also desire the immortal pearl. It brings warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Why can a maid possess it, but not your son? Or is it that the emperor does not trust you? Ji Ko's acting was lackluster, and his intent to sow discord was evident. Yet under the potion's influence, Tianfu perceived his words as heartfelt. Although Ji Ko's tone showed disrespect towards the emperor, he was indeed advocating for himself. After a few moments of contemplation, Tianfu gently replied, the immortal pearl is a reward for Zhu Man's service to the nation. She frequently stands before the emperor. If he discovers this, you... Damn, that old eunuch. Even under the potion's effects, you won't help me secure the immortal pearl. One day, I will make you pay. The thought of the emperor's cold, murderous demeanor sent a shiver down Ji Ko's spine. Please don't say any more. I was momentarily greedy. I will present the immortal pearl now. He swiftly unlocked the clasp and revealed the genuine immortal pearl. Zhu Man regained the immortal pearl, warmth dissipating from her body. A satisfied smile emerging. The truth of his words could easily be confirmed by the gatekeeper, but neither Tianfu nor Zhu Man intended to inquire, thus accepting his claim. Well then, since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Casting a glance at the distance, Zhu Man approached the side hall's entrance, aware of the emperor's presence. She contemplated, should I inform the emperor? If I don't, will he suspect my loyalty? But if I do, Ji Ko's theft of the emperor's reward would be a capital offense. If Ji Ko were to perish, the king system would transfer to another. I wouldn't know how to prevent the nation from being overthrown. Should I report him and then obstruct the emperor when he seeks retribution? That would be madness. After wrestling with her thoughts, regardless of whether Yu Song could comprehend, Zhu Man dashed away. Meanwhile, an inconspicuous young eunuch was also in motion, heading towards Ji Ko's quarters. Inside the room, Yu Song was reviewing memorials. Upon seeing Wei Cheng's report of abstaining from murder recently, an inexplicable satisfaction arose within him.
Well,
since Zhu Man is so conflicted, I shall feign ignorance regarding this matter. As for Tianfu, he ought to be reprimanded for taking such a mindless fool as a son. And yet he dares to argue when caught in the act. Dark One, go to Tianfu's chambers and pilfer half of his gold, placing it on Zhu Man's bed. The Dark One floated in like a specter through the window, delivering the message before vanishing again. Esteemed eunuch, I followed Zhu Man. And she indeed visited the emperor in the side hall, but she only lingered at the door for a moment before leaving, not speaking to anyone. Tianfu sighed. Zhu Man was loyal to the emperor, but she could not overcome her internal conflict at the door of the side hall. Yet she did not wish to complicate matters for him, choosing not to inform the emperor. She is a good child. After a thorough reprimand, it will be easier to deal with her in the future. Yes. Now, hurry and leave. The emperor will soon summon someone to attend to him, and if you are absent, I cannot guarantee your safety. The young eunuch bowed and hurried away. Father, why haven't you left yet? I wish to rest. Tianfu observed the young eunuch darting about under the scorching sun, then cast a glance at the idle Xiao Kezi, who took advantage of his status to shirk his duties. A fleeting wave of displeasure flickered through his heart, but it vanished almost as quickly as it had come, leaving him unable to grasp the nature of his sentiment. Was it his godfather? Had Zhuman reported him? Such matters were beyond his concern. This was the Emperor's private treasury, and aside from their own arrangements, others were also tasked with auditing. Should discrepancies arise, did he truly believe he could escape unscathed? Jiku still wished to argue, but the unyielding gaze of Tianfu compelled him to retreat indoors. He gazed at the treasures concealed beneath the bedding, a surge of greed swelling within him. Since Zhuman had failed to notice him pilfering other items, he resolved to take only the gold hairpin and the precious pearl. As for the remaining valuables, he was but a minor eunuch, searched before leaving. How could he possibly have stolen anything? Conversely, now a man had left without a search, potentially concealing treasures of her own. Evading any scrutiny, extracting the hairpin and pearl, Jiku feigned reluctance as he returned them to Tianfu. With a dismissive grunt, Tianfu departed. Volume 1, Chapter 73. The subject of gossip that night, as she lifted the covers, she discovered not only the sleep pants that she had instructed Bingling to steal but also 3 gold ingots. Each ingot bore an official seal, each worth 50 taels. What a windfall! She stored the gold and 19 pairs of sleep pants in her space, leaving one as a sample for the system. Subsequently, Zhuman pretended to busy herself with a small bundle, ultimately placing it at the foot of her bed. Despite the camaraderie among the 4 in the room, they still endeavored to provide each other with a semblance of privacy. Once Zhuman had tidied her bundle, Bai Qiao and Lin Yueying drew near.
Zhuman,
You truly have no shame. Do you remember that woman who disparaged your bracelet yesterday? Today, she saw the bracelet you gave me and tried to snatch it to wear. Lin Yueying scoffed. I pushed her away, telling her it would cost a copper coin to try it on. As a result, she refused mine and sought out Bai Qiao instead. She suddenly burst into laughter, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Guess what? Bai Qiao even allowed her to try it on. When she saw that snake bracelet, she fled in terror. Bingling, lying on the bed, could not suppress her laughter either. Lin Yueying exclaimed, as if discovering a new continent. Bingling, you can smile too. You're usually so taciturn that I never dare to speak to you. It's no trouble, Bingling replied instinctively, then added, I can chat with you. Bai Qiao erupted into laughter at Bingling's words, and Zhuman couldn't help but join in. How delightful it was, these days without Gu Qianying, filled with harmony in the lower chamber. Regrettably, it had been nearly 2 months since Gu Qianying had been confined in Ningxiang Garden, and her release was imminent. Never mind Gu Qianying for now. The pressing matter was to address Ji Ku's underhanded schemes. 3 days passed in tranquility. And just as Zhuman believed that Jiku had surrendered all the stolen items, Zhang Hong, the head of the Internal Affairs Office, arrived accompanied by Su Jiao from the Criminal Law Division and a team of enforcers. Once again, we meet, Zhuman. Su Jiao greeted her with keen interest. Zhang Hong, however, wore a stern expression, inquiring, were you the one who assisted the Emperor in recording the private treasury as transactions? Zhuman shook her head, then nodded. I was not in charge of the accounting. I only recorded the day the concubines received their rewards. Are you certain you documented everything accurately? Of course. Zhang Hong's face darkened at her defiance. Su Jiao, don't you think you should take her into custody? Su Jiao stepped back, followed by the enforcers. What does this mean? Zhang Hong demanded. What else could it mean? Without any evidence, we cannot apprehend her. You in the Criminal Law Division may lack the courage, but I in the Internal Affairs Office will not hesitate. Bring Zhuman before the Emperor and see if she dares to remain obstinate. Several young eunuchs bound Zhuman's hands behind her back, yet she did not struggle, remaining calm and composed. They were not going to execute her. What was there to fear in being presented to the Emperor? At that moment, Zhang Hong's opinion of Zhuman shifted. As the head of the Internal Affairs Office, he had dealt with numerous palace servants and prided himself on his ability to read people. Zhuman's unflinching demeanor under such circumstances either indicated her innocence or suggested she had been groomed by a prominent family. The records of Zhuman's background were in the Internal Affairs Office. He had perused them before arriving. She hailed from an exceedingly remote village, impoverished, making it implausible that she had received any training. This left only one possibility. Yet, he still needed to follow protocol, bringing Zhuo Man before the emperor. Ordinarily, theft would not necessitate the emperor's involvement, but one of the procedural steps required the victim to confront the suspect. This time, however, the victim's status was unique. Being the emperor of the Dalan nation. As Zhuo Man was shoved out the door, she noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, whispering and pointing. Sir, it must be Zhuo Man. I searched her before she left, and she wasn't he searched, yet so many precious items have gone missing. She cannot escape death. Ji Ku's voice pierced through the throng, reaching Zhuo Man's ears. She turned toward the source, spotting the barely concealed glee on Ji Ku's face, and snorted derisively. This fool, unable to conceal his emotions, was already trying to take advantage of her predicament before the interrogation even began. She couldn't fathom how such a person had become the male lead. Had he not possessed a system for ascending to power, he would have perished on his first day in the palace. As Zhuo Man was led along, she was met with ridicule and scorn, yet her expression remained unchanged, as though she were oblivious to the malice directed at her. In truth, she genuinely did not see it. After all, someone was guiding her, and she need not control her direction. She surrendered herself to the system, engaging in conversation. Learning that the main system had arranged for a factory to produce the sleep pants, priced at no more than 10 points, Zhuo Man could scarcely contain her delight. Su Jiao observed her expression, silently relieved that he had not heeded Zhang Hong's advice earlier. It was precisely because he had been dilly-dallying with the case, favoring Su Yulan's maid, that the emperor had not been supporting Su Yulan. He was clearly backing Zhuo Man. Thus, he resolved to be more astute this time, willing to offer Zhuo Man some leeway before any verdict was reached. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong, noticing Zhuo Man's smile, considered her status. Yet he believed her to be abusing the emperor's favor. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of regret. A person riding on the coattails of another's power. All her composure derived from the emperor's affection. How had he mistaken her for someone innocent? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, they finally encountered the emperor. Zhu Fiao, wishing to preserve Zhuo Man's dignity, suggested they conduct the inquiry indoors. Yu Chengtsong retorted, if she dares to steal from me, why should she fear losing face? Su Jiao found the emperor's attitude baffling. How could he so readily conclude Zhuo Man was guilty of theft? Meanwhile, Zhang Hong felt reassured. Sensing the emperor did not intend to deliberately shield Zhuo Man, he resolved to conduct a thorough interrogation. Tian Fu, taking advantage of their preparations, pulled Zhuo Man aside, whispering, Zhuo Man, the emperor has not concluded that you are guilty of theft. He simply wishes to ensure the fairness of the interrogation conducted indoors. Zhuo Man nodded in understanding. After all, she possessed the immortal pearl, rendering her impervious to the oppressive heat of the sun, while others were left to suffer. Suddenly, Tian Fu, with a hint of mystery, queried, Zhu Man, tell me the truth, did Xiao Kezi steal something? Just as Zhu Man was about to deny knowledge of the matter, Yu Chengtsong grasped her arm and pulled her away. Tian Fu, Zhu Man is now a suspect. Do not offer her any suggestions. This was meant to shield Zhu Man while simultaneously cautioning Tian Fu against acting rashly on behalf of a genuine suspect. Tian Fu understood the implication and refrained from pursuing them, though his trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. Volume 1, Chapter 74. The discovery of stolen goods under Yu Chengtsong's deliberate leniency. Onlookers formed a circle around them. Zhu Man, you must report your actions from that day truthfully to the emperor. Su Jiao, dragging the furious Zhang Hong along, spoke first. Zhang Hong was a childhood companion, and Su Jiao did not wish for him to offend Zhu Man and incur the emperor's wrath. With Su Jiao having spoken, Zhang Hong shot him a glare before insisting.
Speak.
You must recount every detail. Zhu Man glanced at Tian Fu, only to find him with his eyes closed in despair. Zhu Man, my chief minister is questioning you. Why are you looking around? Do not be clever in my presence. Zhu Man cast a grateful glance at Yu Chengtsong, relieved to finally have a means of escape. Kneeling on the ground, her once proud phoenix eyes drooped in sorrow from the unjust accusation. On that day, I accompanied Xiao Kezi to the storeroom. Along the way, he offered to safeguard the immortal pearl for me, but I was too stingy to part with it. Upon reaching the storeroom, the ladies of the court were already gathered at the entrance. Xiao Kezi opened the door, and the ladies entered, each yielding to one another. I followed the protocol to record the items taken by the ladies and, in my idle moments, witnessed Xiao Kezi stealing a golden hairpin and a precious pearl. Preposterous. Outrageous. The voices of the emperor and Zhang Hong echoed simultaneously, nearly deafening Zhu Man. "My dear minister, you may speak first," commanded the emperor. Zhang Hong thanked the emperor and vehemently accused Zhu Man of fabricating lies. "The personnel under my command are responsible for a second inventory of the storeroom. Not a single hairpin is missing, nor is a pearl lost. Why do you concoct such falsehoods?" Yu Qingsong also issued a low warning, laden with threat. "You have only spoken half the truth. Do not forget that my shadow guards are everywhere. Speak, or face dire consequences." Zhu Man's eyes widened as she met Yu Qingsong's gaze, a single tear falling at the perfect moment. "I shall recount everything in full detail," she declared. Internally, her little demon was cackling with delight. This was not her voluntary confession of the actions of the concubines, but rather an act of coercion. She was merely a lowly palace maid, loyal to the emperor, attempting to conceal the truth in the face of the concubine's authority, only to be discovered by the emperor. What choice did she have? She could only reveal how the esteemed concubine had initially coerced her into falsifying records, how the other concubines coveted the immortal pearl, how they battled among themselves, and how Xiao Kezi had proposed a trade of false for real. As the dark side of the palace women was unveiled, Su Jiao swallowed hard, sensing that his life was in jeopardy. "Su Jiao, are you not going to interrogate?" Yu Qingsong's voice was grave.
Yes.
"I shall commence the inquiry at once. Bring forth the noble ladies, and that Xiao Kezi." After a quarter of an hour, the noble ladies arrived one by one. Realizing the gravity of the situation and the exposure of their coercion against Zhu Man, they bowed their heads in shame. "You are all my beloved concubines," Yu Qingsong remarked sarcastically, as a multitude knelt before him. "From this day forth, each of your allowances shall be halved." "Your Majesty," one noble lady interjected, "while having our allowances is one matter, with the scorching summer approaching, reducing our ice supplies by half is another. How are we to endure?" The esteemed concubine, rising to perform a graceful bow, voiced the sentiments of the other concubines. Seeing Yu Qingsong deep in thought, the esteemed concubine believed her plea might succeed. Just as she was about to persuade him further, Yu Qingsong's emotionless voice cut through the air. "If you cannot endure, then perish. Do you wish for me to send you on your way?" The concubines scrambled to apologize and voluntarily reduced their allowances, which gradually eased Yu Qingsong's demeanor. "Who among you witnessed Xiao Kezi stealing gold and silver ornaments?" The concubines were aware that Xiao Kezi was Tian Fu's adopted son and hesitated to testify. Except for Zhang Huixin, who was unafraid. "Your Majesty, I saw it." Ji Ke quickly pleaded, "Your Majesty, I did not steal anything. You may send someone to search." Before she could finish, a stone hurled by Yu Qingsong struck her mouth, causing blood to trickle down her chin. "Did I grant you permission to speak?" At that moment, Ji Ke truly feared Yu Qingsong, no longer perceiving him as a mere character from a book. She felt the weight of the emperor's authority and the lethal aura that had been dismissed as fiction. Yu Qingsong, with his formidable martial prowess and loyal shadow guards, was a force to be reckoned with, while she was merely a girl reliant on a system that required points for every little thing. What could she possibly use to confront the emperor? Ji Ke was too frightened to even request the system to create an illusion, instinctively bowing deeply. "Enough. Do not knock yourself out. I still need to question you," Yu Qingsong remarked. Once Ji Ke sensed the deadly focus had shifted, she slumped to the ground like a defeated dog. "Huixin, since you claim to have seen Xiao Kezi stealing, why did you not report it to me?" Zhang Huixin boldly replied, "Because I believed Xiao Kezi belonged to Zhu Man. Zhu Man saved my life, and I was willing to protect her. For reasons unknown." Upon hearing Zhang Huixin repeatedly refer to Xiao Kezi as belonging to Zhu Man, Yu Qingsong felt a tightness in his chest. A wave of inexplicable anger surged through him, though it felt different from the usual narrative-driven frustration. "Enough. The palace forbids alliances. Do not tarnish her reputation. I ask you, how many pieces of jewelry did you see Xiao Kezi steal?" She replied, "I saw him steal 2 items in total, a golden hairpin and a precious pearl." "What of the other items?" "I did not see, but I also did not see Zhu Man steal anything." "Enough." You may all leave. The concubines withdrew, and Yu Song turned his attention back to Jike. Xiao Kezi, if you confess honestly, I shall spare your life. Jike gritted her teeth, refusing to admit guilt. Guards searched Xiao Kezi's quarters. Sensing her own potential complicity in covering for Zhu Man, Yu Song ordered a portion of the guards to search Zhu Man's room as well. The sound of orderly footsteps faded, leaving the interrogation scene in profound silence. A warm breeze swept through, and someone, unsure who, wiped their brow, causing the fabric of their clothing to rustle. Zhu Man knelt upright on the ground, the immortal pearl on her wrist continuously providing a refreshing chill, keeping her composed and immaculate. No one dared to meet the emperor's gaze, yet Yu Song openly regarded Zhu Man. Despite all the palace maids clad in delicate pink garments and styled in identical coiffures, he could effortlessly discern Zhu Man among the crowd. She seemed to radiate light, drawing his attention irresistibly. As the guards were absent for an extended period, Yu Song's gaze remained fixed upon Zhu Man. Your Majesty. No stolen goods were found in Xiao Kezi's room. However, we discovered them in Zhu Man's quarters, perfectly corresponding to the missing items. On the ground, Jike concealed herself with her sleeve, quietly smiling. Zhu Man, this time, cannot escape her fate. Your Majesty, I have not stolen anything. I would not dare to wear those gold ornaments, nor could I sell them outside the palace. How could I possibly be foolish enough to steal something and live in constant fear? It must be Jike. She possesses teleportation abilities, but doesn't that require points? Zhu Man recalled that Jike had run out of points. Yu Song thought along similar lines, yet he could not voice this to Su Jiao. The workings of the system were too unfathomable, and he was not ready to reveal Jike's capabilities to the public just yet. In the first volume, Chapter 75, this child should be a wise ruler. Your Majesty, you misunderstand me. I have suffered a grave injustice, and I can finally clear my name. Jike trembled as she bowed, expressing her gratitude to the emperor. Here, the truth came to light. Some revealed their wicked nature for all to see, while others were able to vindicate their grievances, tears of emotion flowing. However, Su Jiao could not discern the emperor's intentions towards Zhu Man, uncertain whether to impose a severe, lenient or standard punishment. Your Majesty? Yu Song glanced at Su Jiao, then stepped forward to Zhu Man, crouching down to speak in a voice only they could hear. I believe you. You are pardoned. I possess sleeping spray, he thought.
Yes.
But as he becomes increasingly ensnared by the plot, using the sleeping spray would extend the duration of his slumber. How could he manage state affairs after days of sleep? Would the ministers be willing? Zhu Man lowered her head, catching glimpses of Su Jiao and the others' expressions. They all presumed Yu Song would release her. She lifted her head, leaning closer to Yu Song's ear. Your Majesty, I did not steal, but I need evidence for my release. The place where the Criminal Justice Department confines palace maids is filthy, infested with rats, and reeking of unpleasant odors. I can release you, he replied. After all, it was an exception this one time. To what extent could the plot control him? Surely, he would not sleep indefinitely. He was determined to test the plot's power. He trusted that Zhu Man was genuinely looking out for herself and would find a way to save her own skin. Your Majesty, please handle this with fairness. Zhu Man declared, then closed her eyes tightly, covering her ears with her hands, presenting an air of defiance. Yu Song knew she could hear him, and softly remarked, I will find evidence to secure your release. Returning to his throne, Yu Song clenched his fist within the expansive sleeve, his voice authoritative. Jike is to be released without charges. Zhu Man is guilty of theft in excess, to be executed in 1 month. The stolen goods are to be surrendered to me. Yes. When Zhu Man was taken away by Su Jiao, she caught a glimpse of Jike's triumphant gaze directed at her. However, upon hearing what the system had to say, her frustration dissipated. I did nothing. How could it be?
Emellertid framåt, Schumann.
You cannot frame Zhu Man unless you can make Yu Song publicly protect her. Otherwise, you are merely assisting him. Enough. Enough. Let us just eliminate Zhu Man first. There will be other opportunities to deal with Yu Song. Zhu Man could no longer hear the subsequent words, as she had been led far away by Su Jiao. Compared to the furtive glances from the palace maids upon her arrival, Those who had condemned her now cast even more brazen and contemptuous looks. Some of the more tempestuous individuals picked up stones from the ground to hurl at Zhu Man's face, while others deliberately spat at her skirts. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. Su Jiao, having trained in martial arts since childhood, possessed exceptional physical abilities and naturally overheard the exchange between Zhu Man and the Emperor. He knew that the Emperor would eventually take Zhu Man out and was aware that she had voluntarily requested to enter the Criminal Justice Department, not wanting the Emperor's actions to be criticized. At this point, he believed Zhu Man was indeed wronged, yet lacked evidence. The palace maids, being upright and fiercely opposed to evil, were commendable, but Zhu Man was not malevolent. Urging them to step aside was also an act of mercy towards them. Otherwise, when Zhu Man emerged. But these individuals did not comprehend Su Jiao's good intentions. Unable to clear the path, they resorted to throwing stones from a distance, hurling louder insults at Zhu Man's character. Reluctantly, Su Jiao quickened his pace, escorting Zhu Man to the Criminal Justice Department. Within the confines of the law, he selected the cleanest cell available for her, though it was only marginally cleaner than the others, still harboring its share of filth. Zhu Man, just empty your mind and think of nothing. We will find evidence to help you out. Do you trust me? I do trust you. What good things do you not receive being by the Emperor's side? Gold and silver are merely a word away, so why would you need to steal? Zhu Man raised her head. Thus far, Su Jiao was the second person to believe in her. Suddenly, her nose felt a sting, her eyes reddening, a wave of grievance washing over her. She had entered willingly, yet that did not mean she would embrace the darkness of the cell, the mournful wails within, and the rustling of rats. She was afraid too. Rest assured, the Emperor will not let the one who slandered you go unpunished. A tear fell unexpectedly, as if a switch had been flipped, unleashing a cascade of tears. Thank you. You may go now. Let me cry for a while. Once Su Jiao departed, Zhu Man no longer stifled her emotions. After all, most people here were crying. What was wrong with her shedding a few tears? She cried freely, releasing her grievances and confusion. The sound of a delicate beauty weeping was a revelation to the elderly, akin to the bellowing of a cow. Zhu Man's sobs abruptly ceased. No more tears could flow. Damn it, who ruined my moment? The elderly woman spoke from the adjacent cell. The old woman, with her hair a ghostly white and bones protruding, seemed like a mere layer of skin over a skeleton, yet her eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. Resolute. That was the only word that came to Zhu Man's mind. What's the matter? Are you mesmerized by the old woman?
Not at all. You just frighten me.
Do not fear. You will eventually be like me. Let us prepare you for it. Miss, what crime did you commit? Stealing and framing others for theft. You are quite honest. Whatever you ask, you answer. What did you steal? The fairy pearl on your wrist? You know of the fairy pearl?
Whom do you look down upon?
In my youth, I also. She paused. Well, I recognize the fairy pearl.
Oh.
But this was bestowed upon me by the Emperor. I must have stolen gold and silver. The Emperor bestowed you the fairy pearl, so you must be favored. Do you really lack those gold and silver treasures? Indeed, I am rather poor. Don't just ask me. Who are you, and what crime did you commit?
Come Lingxiu.
She held her head high, awaiting Zhu Man's exclamation. However, Zhu Man had no idea who she was. Not even the system in her mind recognized her. Should I know you? I, Ken Lingxiu, was sent here by the Emperor after being impeached by the ministers for the interference of women in the harem. By the way, is the current Emperor still Yu Qing?
It is Yu Qing-song.
This child, having suffered hardships in youth, must understand the plight of the common people now that he is Emperor. He is a wise ruler.
Suman.
Volume 1, Chapter 76. Half of January has passed. Mother-in-law, what schemes have you devised? It would be wise to curb your curiosity and instead shake out your straw mat. If all goes as expected, you will find mouse droppings within. This remark effectively extinguished Zhu Man's desire to converse. In the corner were two items, a straw mat and a chamber pot, each exuding a more pungent odor than the last. Holding back her nausea, Zhu Man flipped the well-slept mat over, only to find the reverse even darker. Never mind, I shall rest on the first side.
Suman.
Someone has come to see you. Zhu Man set the mat aside, rubbed her hands together, and tidied her hair. Regardless of who the visitor might be, She wished to present herself in a more favorable light. Sister, it's Xiao Guai. Though limping, she had traversed from the cold palace to the Department of Justice, enduring untold hardships. Sister, this is the straw mat woven by Chunxing and the others. It has already been inspected by the prison head and is safe for you to use. Sister, you will surely be released. The Emperor has dispatched someone to find you Xianyun's whereabouts. She is the most formidable detective in Dallin and will undoubtedly assist you. If you cannot escape, Xiao Guai's life is yours to save, and I shall follow you. Meanwhile, the system announced, Xiao Guai has joined the party. Zhu Man was deeply moved and immediately spent 50 points to buy a remedy to alleviate side effects, which she handed to Xiao Guai. Xiao Guai, I have found the medicine for your leg ailment. I initially intended to surprise you at the cold palace, but I never anticipated ending up in such dire circumstances. Do you trust me? Without hesitation, Xiao Guai swallowed the medicine and grasped Zhu Man's hand. Sister, you must persevere for the next month. The Emperor will surely locate you, Xianyun. Your visiting time has ended. You must leave quickly. A guard with a sword appeared and forcibly led Xiao Guai away. What do you seek you Xianyun for? Inquired Qinlingxiu with curiosity. Do you know her? Who in the harem does not know her? Yu Xianyun once assisted the late Emperor Yu Qing in a case, overpowering all the men in the Department of Justice with her prowess. Is Yu Xianyun a woman? Zhu Man gazed at the resolute Qinlingxiu, a woman of inexplicable tenacity despite her perilous circumstances. Are you Yu Xianyun? Qinlingxiu hesitated, her eyes blinking rapidly. Just as Zhu Man's excitement began to rise, she coldly replied, I am not. My surname is Can. Yu Xianyun's surname is Yu. You must be mistaken. Furthermore, all prisoners in the Department of Justice have their information recorded. If I were indeed Yu Xianyun, would Yu Qingsong not send someone to release me? Well, all right. Zhu Man's hopes were dashed. But do not fret, the Emperor's influence is vast. Finding such a minor figure as Yu Xianyun will surely pose no challenge. Let us hope for your auspicious words. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the Shangyun golden cup shattered into pieces. Yu Qingsong sat on the dragon throne, attempting to steady his breath. Dark circles ringed his eyes, and he exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Half a month has passed. And you have no information on Yu Xianyun? Several figures clad in black knelt, their heads bowed. Ensure you report. Ensure recounted faithfully, my lord. I learned through inquiries that Yu Xianyun had visited Xinghua village, but when I sent men to pursue her, the villagers claimed to have seen no sign of her. Yu Qingsong rubbed his temples in frustration. Shi, do you have any information? Like in Ge, I learned of the same. When I went to investigate, the villagers also stated they had seen no outsiders. Yu Qingsong exhaled sharply, surveying the others. Is it the same for you all?
Yes.
Then all of you may leave. Continue your search. Yu Qingsong closed his eyes, leaning back against the throne, his mind swirling with the triumphant smile of Ji Ko and the sorrowful tear-streaked face of Zhu Man. The thought of Zhu Man sharing a cell with vermin, hearing the wails of others, and being scorned by those seeking to take advantage of her plight pierced his heart like a dagger. Zhu Man had sacrificed so much in her quest to become a wise ruler. He could not squander her efforts any longer. Suppressing the urge to visit the prison, he could not allow Ji Ke's kind to exploit his weaknesses. Desperation drove him to seek distractions. Wei Cheng's wife bore the surname Yu. Could she perhaps be from the same village as Yu Xianyun? Seizing upon this thread, Yu Qingsong, though aware of the slim hope it offered, was willing to pursue it. Shun Song, summon the Chancellor to see me. Yes, my lord, I shall go to the Chancellor's residence at once. In the prison, her circumstances were not as dire as she had imagined. Though the presence of vermin was unavoidable, her living conditions were significantly better than those of others. The prison permitted visits and allowed items inspected by the head guard to be brought to the inmates. Thus, her meals were provided in shifts by the Ningji sisters, and her clothing was laundered by Qiao and her companions. To alleviate her boredom, Xiao Guai frequently visited to converse, though she was often shooed away. However, when the time was right, she would return. In the span of a fortnight, Zhu Man's name resonated throughout the prison. All guards on duty had welcomed visitors seeking her. The once gloomy atmosphere of the prison was now filled with laughter and joy. While the guards may have disliked the sound of laughter, no law explicitly forbade it. Furthermore, Lin Yueying and her companions had entered the prison according to regulations, and the items they brought had been personally inspected by the head guard, making it impossible for the guards to intervene. Boss, I'm back. Today's meal is braised lion's head and cold cucumber salad. Lost in thought, Zhu Man was roused by Ningji's voice, the appetizing aroma wafting toward her. Did you bring me any? Did you bring me any? Ken Lingxiu scrambled up, her small frame displaying remarkable agility. Ningji was accommodating toward Zhu Man, but was far less cordial with others. What do you think you are? I brought this meal for the boss. Half of it has gone into your stomach, and my boss is losing weight while you, old hag, are getting fatter. Ken Lingxiu propped her chin on her hands, feeling her slightly fuller face, and declared defiantly, So what? Your boss can't finish it anyway.
Besides,
I'm not incapable of helping your boss. Ningji retorted scornfully. You? A woman in prison? What can you do for my boss? If you could help her save some food, I would be grateful.
I'm Kanlinayu.
I will speak on your boss's behalf in the future. What is wrong with that? Ningji rolled her eyes, realizing that arguing with her was futile, as it seemed this woman had lost her senses in confinement.
All right.
Neither of you should quarrel. Mother-in-law, Ningji is merely sharp-tongued. She brought 2 lion's heads today, and one is for you. Ningji meticulously divided the meal into 2 bowls, handing one to Zhu Man and flinging the other toward Ken Lingxiu. Ken Lingxiu, unfazed, intercepted the bowl sliding on the floor with her foot and squatted down to eat. Volume 1, Chapter 77 Su Yulan's release. Thank you, Ningji. Ningji scoffed. I did not do this for you. I merely feared my boss would go hungry. Ken Lingxiu flashed a broad smile. No need to say more, I understand. In recent days, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Some have assisted me with laundry, while others have brought me meals, and there are those who have helped me weave mats. Truly, I am immensely thankful for your kindness. Ningji raised her chin and, in a haughty manner, remarked, Do not flatter yourself. Were it not for the presence of the leader here, who would bother to care for you, an old woman? Indeed, this is all thanks to the grace of Zhu Man. Ken Lingxiu spoke gently, her gaze towards Zhu Man, who was eating heartily, shrouded in ambiguity. Given this, would you be willing to assist me with one final favor?
Huh?
I remarked. How dare you, my dear wife, become so insatiable? Do you still have the audacity to make demands? I did not seek your consent, but I wish to ask. Would you be willing to assist my dear wife? Zhu Man took the last bite of the lion's head meatball and cautiously inquired, Surely, you do not wish for my friends to meddle in politics, do you? Oh, that is not quite the case. It is somewhat simpler than engaging in governance. Yet it may require leaving the palace. Leaving the palace. Ningji was taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth with both hands, fearing that she might utter a sound. Do you realize that it is a capital offense for a palace made to leave the palace without permission? I am aware of that, however. One could argue that Zhu Man has requested your departure. After all, she has only half a month left to live, does she not? Zhu Man observed Ken Lingxiu for several seconds, neither rejecting nor accepting her proposal, but rather inquiring about her motives. What purpose do you have in sending them out of the palace? I wish to send a letter to my family. As I have been here for an extended period without having the opportunity to see them, I kindly request that you deliver this letter to my family. Where are your family members located? In the village of Apricot Blossom, within the side hall of Qianyuan Palace. A flurry of something flitted through the window, swiftly followed by a dark shadow. My lord, I could not stop Bing Ling. Her speed has notably increased of late. It matters not. Do not impede her. You may leave, Yu Chengtsong replied, unfurling a pair of sheets of paper. He immediately recognized one of them as the handwriting of Zhu Man. Only she would inscribe characters with missing strokes and then audaciously claim it as simplified script. Your Majesty, I am well. My friends have been taking good care of me, visiting me in turns, and I am quite happy. A smile curled upon Yu Chengtsong's lips. It was a relief to know she had not suffered. He had refrained from visiting her in prison for days, even hesitating to send his shadow guards to check on her. He was uncertain how the monarch system would evaluate his actions, fearing that any misstep might attract its scrutiny, thus placing him under the control of the narrative. He could not allow Zhu Man's efforts to be in vain. Now that Zhu Man had taken the initiative to write to him, he felt a sense of reassurance. At least she was alive, and had not chosen to end her own life. In prison, I have made a dear friend named Ken Lingxiu. who mentioned she has been incarcerated for over a decade and wishes to send a letter to her family. I have consented to assist her. Your Majesty, my little dear has informed me of the situation outside. Yu Xianyun has remained elusive. I fear I am destined to die. In light of my impending demise, I beseech you to aid my friend by delivering her letter to the villager Can Lingxian in Apricot Blossom Village. Upon reading this final line, the smile on Yu Qingsong's face froze, and his fingers clenched the note, trembling slightly. She had not yet given up hope, and he continued to dispatch shadow guards nationwide in search of news regarding Yu Xianyun. Yet, Zhu Man had resigned herself to the notion of death. Before death, one does not make extravagant demands for lavish feasts, yet one is compelled to assist a long-standing criminal. It is likely that the other note is a letter written by the criminal to their family. Yu Qingsong was reluctant to assist Zhu Man, as all the shadow guards, except for the ever-watchful and Yi by his side, were dispatched to seek out Yu Xianyun. The situation was dire, with limited manpower and Ji Ke lurking in the shadows, casting a watchful eye. He trusted no one but his own shadow guards. However, this was precisely Zhu Man's request, one she had made just before her demise. Yu Qingsong unfolded the second letter, the handwriting crooked and barely more legible than Zhu Man's. Come to the capital's criminal law office. I was wrong.
Kanlinayu.
He recognized Kan Lingxiu, her figure emerging from the gradually unlocking memories. Back then, Kan Lingxiu had been swinging with her mother, Jin Shuang, engaged in discussions about women's rights, equality, and female governance. He had been too young to grasp their significance. Reflecting on it now, it seemed to be the very reason Kan Lingxiu was exiled to the criminal law office by the emperor. Since Kan Lingxiu was a friend of Zhu Man, as well as a friend of his mother, he felt compelled to assist in this matter.
And
I, your subordinate, shall deliver this letter into the hands of Kan Lingxian of Xinghua Village. And you need only obey the commands. Understood. In the fragrant courtyard, Su Yulan reclined languidly upon the imperial concubine's couch, her long protective claws piercing into Gu Qianying's arm, leaving it drenched in crimson. Gu Qianying dared not utter a word of pain, for she was acutely aware that the more she resisted, the more exhilarated Lan Pin would become.
Qianying.
You should count yourself fortunate that this palace's visage has returned to its former glory. Otherwise, you would already have been fed to the dogs. Your Highness is merciful. I thank you for your grace. Now, speak. Upon your release from the palace, what tidings have you gleaned from the outside world? Gu Qianying's eyes flickered as she discerned what Lan Pin most desired to hear, promptly addressing the crux of the matter. Before Su Yulan could express her indignation, Gu Qianying continued. However, half a month ago, Zhu Man was imprisoned for theft, and in another fortnight, she is to face execution. While Su Yulan felt a surge of joy at the impending demise of Zhu Man, she was not devoid of intellect. The crime of theft does not warrant death, Qianying. Do not deceive me, she retorted with a cold smile. Zhu Man has even acquired a celestial pearl. How could she possibly covet those trifling yellow and white items? She has fallen victim to a malicious plot. Gu Qianying momentarily could not grasp the meaning behind Lan Pin's actions. Why would the Empress intercede on behalf of Zhu Man? With a chilling smile, Su Yulan murmured, Zhu Man, it is not only I who find you intolerable. As she exerted her strength, Gu Qianying trembled violently, her teeth chattering. Are you afraid of me? I am not afraid. Su Yulan chuckled ambiguously twice, yanking the armor from Gu Qianying's arm and delivering a swift kick to her heart. Go investigate. It is imperative that you uncover the truth of what transpired during my confinement. Furthermore, compile a list of those who have had conflicts with Zhu Man and present it to me. Understood. This servant shall commence the investigation at once. Su Yulan's gaze drifted toward the timid maid attempting to shrink into obscurity, and a faint smile graced her lips. Qing Xing, if memory serves, does your elder brother serve as a jailer in the Bureau of Penal Affairs? Volume 1, Chapter 78. Strengthening Zhu Man. On the 18th day of imprisonment, Zhu Man waited for an extended period, yet neither of the Ning sisters arrived to deliver food. At long last, hearing footsteps, she discovered it was merely a prison guard. Perhaps the Ning sisters had been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Zhu Man endeavored to suppress her uneasy intuition, forcing herself to find solace in her thoughts.
Hey,
The door rattled with a clattering sound as the guard shook it, prompting Zhu Man to raise his gaze towards him. What is it, Brother Zhao? Zhao Huio furrowed his brows tightly and hurled the bowl in his hand towards Zhu Man. Zhu Man dodged swiftly, yet the bowl missed her, scattering vegetables and rice all over the floor. Do not address me as Brother Zhao. Our relationship does not warrant such familiarity. The other prison guards, alerted by the commotion, gathered around and were taken aback by the chaotic scene before them. What on earth are you doing, Zhao Huio? Even the treatment of male offenders does not descend to such levels of humiliation. What are you doing? Without worry, you should promptly apologize to Zhu Man. We all speculated that Zhu Man is innocent. She will eventually be released. Are you out of your mind? Which position does Zhu Man occupy that is considered lowly? Not to mention those working in Qianyuan Palace. Even Ning Ji and Ning Jing are responsible for our meals. Zhao Huio found their bickering irksome, and his concern for his sister, alongside his long-standing displeasure with Zhu Man, reached a boiling point. He could not restrain himself from shouting at those who aided him. What do you know? You are utterly ignorant, merely indulging in flattery. Let me tell you, the warden has been transferred, and I hold the most seniority here. You all must listen to me. No one is permitted to allow visitors to see Zhu Man from now on. If I discover any of you doing so, prepare to face a penalty in your wages. Zhao Huio left with a sinister grin, leaving most of the 10 guards behind, only 4 remaining. They were not accustomed to conversing with women, and spoke bluntly.
Suman.
Do not be disheartened. Perhaps something has happened to Brother Zhao. Tomorrow, if he is in a better mood, he will apologize to you. Indeed, we have yet to eat. If you do not mind, we can each offer you a chopstick full, and you will be satiated. What a splendid idea. Let us fetch the food.
Suman.
You tidy up the floor first. We shall return shortly. The 4 departed. Zhu Man began to gather the scattered mess on the ground with a handkerchief that Xiao Guai had sent her the previous day. Zhu Man, will you eat? If not, please give it to me. Can Lingxiu looked at the pile of food on the floor, her stomach grumbling. Yet it was quite filthy. Can Lingxiu said nonchalantly. As long as it is not poison, it can be swallowed. Do you think those guards would share their food with me? Hurry up. Do not dawdle. If you do not give it to me soon, I shall not even be able to eat the dirty food, as those few will come to clean it up. Zhu Man carefully selected the cleaner dishes, wiping the dirt off the particularly filthy ones with a new handkerchief before placing them into the bowl. Can Lingxiu watched Zhu Man's actions, her eyes gradually moistening. It had been years since she had experienced the feeling of being respected. The men despised her principles, perceiving her praise of leisurely clouds as an affront to themselves, and they resorted to various means to deal with her, whether through verbal humiliation or physical violence. They expressed disdain, declaring her aspirations to be mere fantasies. Some even mixed excrement into her food. Not eating? Fine, starve for 3 days. If that fails, then 5 days. Eventually you will eat. Yes, she did eat. But she also took advantage of the kindness of other guards to send messages out. Thus, the Department of Punishments underwent a significant overhaul. All guards who had bullied her met with dire fates. No one dared to bully her anymore. Yet no one came to her aid either. The guards treated her as if she were invisible, delivering a bowl of spoiled food every couple of days for over a decade, until she met Zhu Man, the woman who would share half her food. Grandma, please eat. I have cleaned off the dirt. Oh, good child. Half a bowl of dirty rice was passed through the bars. Can Lingxiu devoured it ravenously, while Zhu Man's eyes blurred with tears, gradually losing sight of her. Zhu Man, hurry and eat. Do not let Huio discover it. Zhu Man wiped her tears, gazing at the bowl of food brought by the guard, surprisingly abundant. Grandma, let me scoop some for you. Extend your bowl. After eating, Zhu Man lay on the grass mat, staring at the cobwebs on the ceiling, listening to the squeaking of mice, her heart feeling desolate. Child, are you feeling sad? Zhu Man sniffled, her voice nasally. A bit. Can Lingxiu spoke earnestly. Do not be disheartened. Your life is long, and there will be more days of sorrow ahead.
Grandma.
You're telling a cold joke again. Zhu Man forced a smile. Ha ha, how humorous. A sigh came from the adjacent cell, and Can Lingxiu replied seriously. Think of something else. Do not dwell on unhappy matters. Do you not wish to know why I was imprisoned? If you say, Grandma is truly brave, I shall tell you. Zhu Man sat up on the grass mat, Repeating grandma is truly brave several times. Since you have said so, I shall share a bit more of my story. I was frequently proposing the re-establishment of the female official system to Yuqing, and after being impeached by the ministers for meddling with the affairs of the harem women, they even suspected me of being a remnant of the previous dynasty. Unable to protect me, I ended up here. I grew up relying on my sister, and after my imprisonment, she had the chance to rescue me, but I refused, telling her I would wait for Yuqing to take me out. My sister became angry and never sought me again. Thanks to you, I now have an excuse to write to her again. It is time to meet her. Listening to Kanlingxiu's story, Zhu Man thought of her own parents, wondering how they were faring. They must still be busy, running around seeking investments and doing business. If only they would come to see her after her near drowning, it would prevent her from never seeing them again. She never resented her parents' busyness, for she understood that their relentless pursuit of wealth was to establish a foothold in the business world, providing her with the confidence to thrive in her artistic pursuits.
Yet,
Alas, all is but a twist of fate. In Ningxiang courtyard, Su Yulan caressed her freshly dyed crimson hair, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Are you saying that after you gave Zhu Man spoiled food, no one sought you out? Zhao Huio nodded. It seemed that even after Zhu Man entered the Department of Punishments, the Emperor had not intervened on her behalf. In that case, gradually increase the intensity. One must leave a profound impression on Zhu Man before her demise. If you execute your task well, your sister Qingxing will naturally be worry-free and may even become a first-class palace made by my side. If you fail, yes, I will certainly fulfill the task. Then you may leave. Zhao Huio clasped his fists and departed, a sinister expression forming on his face as he turned away from Su Yulan. How dare she command him? Threatening him with his sister? Let us see who truly holds the upper hand. Volume 1, Chapter 79. The body grows weaker in the prison. Zhu Man grew weaker by the day, curled up on the grass mat, her stomach twisting in pain. It had taken considerable financial and material resources to eat normally. But due to Zhao Huio's increasingly excessive actions, her stomach ailment resurfaced. Whether it was insects mixed with rice, spoiled food, or no food at all, Zhu Man faced hunger day after day. Zhao Huio was devious and cunning to prevent the guards from secretly delivering food to Zhu Man. Even the meals given to the kind-hearted guards were reduced to mere half-bowls. For robust men, half a bowl of rice could hardly sustain them.
consequently,
The originally benevolent 4 guards dwindled down to 2. One was Wang Wu, the other Wang Lu, a pair of twin brothers. Because they aided Zhu Man, their food portions were reduced to a quarter of what they would normally receive, leaving them hungrier than before. Zhu Man felt embarrassed to continue eating their food and occasionally purchased small rice balls for 10 points each from the system. To avoid raising suspicion from Zhao Huio and his cohorts, Zhu Man lowered her head and pretended to eat the insect-infested rice. Initially, she felt nauseated, but eventually, she could maintain her composure. After all, they were just bugs. Remove the heads and tails, and they were crunchy and rich in protein, harmless to her.
Suman,
Rise and shine. It is time for your meal. Zhu Man stirred, her gaze dulled. It seemed she no longer feared the insects, for Zhao Huio had brought a meal of dead mice mixed with rice, or perhaps it was raw. Zhu Man recoiled at the thought of consuming either, uncertain of the bacteria that might linger on the lifeless creatures. Take it away. I refuse to eat. Please, I will eat if she won't. Just give it to me. Kanlingxiu stirred in the adjacent cell. Zhao Huio, with a twisted smirk, mimicked Zhu Man's tone and hurled the bowl against the cell door. The contents splattered across the wall, trickling down the bars. If Zhu Man won't eat, you can forget about it too. The moment she consumes a dead mouse, you may feast. Having endured for so many days without a hint of anger, Zhu Man could contain herself no longer. Zhao Huio, you treacherous scoundrel. Why do you bully a helpless woman? Zhao Huio licked his lips, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes. Very well, then I shall direct my attention to you. He brandished a key, unlocking the cell door and stepping inside, advancing upon Zhu Man. Ah, the Emperor's woman. I have yet to sample what you have to offer. With a rip, her collar was torn open, revealing the sole glimmer of purity in the dark confines. Zhao Huio intended merely to intimidate, yet his desires took a palpable form. His coarse hands roamed over her smooth shoulders, sending shivers down her spine. Had this been before, she would have kicked him out without hesitation. But now, she felt weak, her legs trembling, utterly unable to confront a man of his strength. Her fingers reached out, finally brushing against the furry, damp texture. With a swift motion, she bit down hard on the dead mouse, tearing away a chunk of flesh. What's wrong? Does Master Zhao fancy a woman who has dined on dead mice? She scoffed, her voice laced with defiance. Zhao Wuyo disregarded her resistance, snatching away her precious talisman. Zhu Man, unable to suppress her disgust, expelled the flesh from her mouth, retching violently on the ground. Zhu Man, are you all right? Wiping the tears from her eyes, she weakly replied, I fear I may not be well. Do not fret. The mice are not carriers of disease. They would not dare bring such filth to the palace, lest the entire harem fall victim to it, and the emperor's wrath descend upon their families. Reassured by Conlingxiu's words, Zhu Man found a measure of solace. In the Ningxiang courtyard, Zhao Wuyo entered furtively, kneeling before Su Yulan in repentance. Your Highness, I have committed a grievous error.
Oh?
Su Yulan toyed with the ruby ring on her finger, feigning indifference. Did you betray me? Zhao Wuyo, denying the accusation, presented the talisman with exaggerated flair. Zhu Man threatened me with her talisman, claiming that one day the emperor would personally escort her away. In a moment of anger, I seized it, yet now I find myself at a loss. Hand the talisman to me for proper disposal.
You may leave now.
Once Zhao Wuyo had departed, Su Yulan could no longer contain her exhilaration. This was the talisman that countless concubines had coveted, now resting in her possession. Though Zhu Man had worn it, she felt no aversion, slipping it onto her wrist without a second thought. A refreshing breeze washed over her, dispelling the heat that had clung to her. Su Yulan's gaze fell upon Qingxing, who was diligently cleaning the courtyard, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. In a corner of the Ningxiang courtyard, Gu Qianying tugged at Zhao Wuyo's sleeve, refusing to let him depart. Cousin, you are indeed my cousin. Were it not for father sending you funds to come to the capital, you would still be selling tofu. What business does Lan Pin have with you? Just tell me, and I promise to keep it a secret. Sighing, Zhao Wuyo, who had hoped to keep the matter of the talisman hidden, found himself reluctantly entangled in her inquiries. 4 days now, Lan Pin has used Qingxing to threaten me, compelling me to mistreat Zhu Man. I am here to deliver the talisman to her. Upon hearing that Su Yulan possessed the talisman, Gu Qianying wiped the sweat from her brow, jealousy surging within her. They were all women, sharing similar appearances. Yet why was she merely a maid while Su Yulan held the title of the emperor's concubine? The disparity in their statuses was one thing. But now that Zhao Wuyo had acquired the talisman, why was it bestowed upon Su Yulan, a mere outsider, rather than herself? Fueled by such thoughts, Gu Qianying harbored resentment towards Su Yulan and a tinge of discontent towards Zhao Wuyo as well. Watching him hurriedly depart, a wicked plan began to take shape in her mind. Before entering the palace, her father had spent a considerable sum to gather intelligence from a former palace made about the emperor's favored secluded spot. This secret had been inadvertently discovered by that woman, providing her with an advantageous opportunity. Hearing footsteps, Yu Chengtsong abandoned his roasted fish, hiding among the trees. Peering through the leaves, he recognized Gu Qianying. Irritation etched across his features. He had been so busy that he had entirely forgotten the curfew imposed on those within the Ningxiang courtyard. It appeared Gu Qianying had been dispatched by Su Yulan to summon him. The thought of Su Yulan feigning illness to manipulate others filled him with ire. Yet, Yu Chengtsong was mistaken. Su Yulan had no intention of inviting him to the Ningxiang courtyard. Rather, she was venting her frustrations elsewhere. Claiming that Lan Pin was the most benevolent mistress in the palace, she had nonetheless reduced her servants to a state of misery. Unable to confront Zhu Man directly due to their enmity, she resorted to using her relatives to coerce her cousin into mistreating Zhu Man, even ordering the theft of her talisman. In the stifling heat of the cell, Zhu Man, being a woman, found it particularly unbearable, especially during these critical days. She had heard that mismanagement in such matters could lead to illness, leaving her to wonder about Zhu Man's condition. Despite their previous conflicts, they had entered the palace together, and now, witnessing her plight, he felt a pang of empathy. Having expressed all he wished to say, Gu Qianying suddenly noticed a small grill by the pond. Oh, wasn't this place supposed to be unoccupied? How is there fish being roasted? Realizing the master of the grill would soon arrive, she hastily took her leave, excitement coursing through her veins. After Gu Qianying's departure, Yu Chung-song was consumed by anxiety, disregarding everything else as he rushed towards the Justice Department. Your Majesty! The guards at the entrance raised their voices to alert the officials within. Where is Zhu Man imprisoned?
This.
I am asking you a question. If you refuse to answer, take this man to the cleansing room. He shall serve me henceforth. At your command. The guard, suddenly intimidated, realized he had no wife. If they were to cleanse him, how would he continue his lineage? Zhu Man is detained in the most. Your Majesty. Ji Kuo rushed in, panting from his haste. Upon seeing Ji Kuo, Yu Chung-song heightened his vigilance. Your Majesty, this gatekeeper dares to show you disrespect. I shall carry out your command and have him executed at once. The gatekeeper, terrified, cries out, Your Majesty, spare me. Hold on, Yu Chung-song remarks ominously. When did I decree his execution? Ji Kuo hurriedly pleads for forgiveness. I was too far away to hear your words clearly. I implore you to clarify, Your Majesty. Why does Ji Kuo insist on him articulating how to punish the gatekeeper? Is this perhaps a task assigned by the system? Yu Chung-song is determined to thwart Ji Kuo's desires, hoping the system issues some form of punishment upon him. I do not require any particular action against him. You may leave. Ji Kuo, visibly distressed, protests, Your Majesty, I came specifically to see Zhu Man. She is my dear friend, before he can finish. Yu Chung-song feels a surge of irritation, countered by a sudden coolness. The heat is a forewarning of being controlled by the narrative. Had he not worn the immortal pearl today to suppress the fiery emotions, he would have succumbed to madness. Indeed, how could a wise ruler obstruct the meeting of friends? It is not prohibited, but one must adhere to the rules. The system had clearly detected an increase in Yu Chung-song's tyrant index, only to witness it plummet moments later. Your Majesty, are you also here to visit Zhu Man? Although she has stolen your beloved possessions, since she is your favored maid. Are you considering enhancing her comfort in prison? Indeed, Yu Chung-song deliberately leaves his words hanging, feeling the familiar heat return but subdued by the immortal pearl. Is it so? I believe not. I have merely come to ascertain whether Zhu Man acknowledges her wrongdoing. As the victim, I certainly have that right, do I not? Ji Kuo awkwardly concedes. You are the sovereign of this realm. Of course you do. Suddenly, Ji Kuo lets out a shriek, collapsing to the ground, convulsing like a stranded fish. It appears he has been penalized by the system. Yu Chung-song realizes the connection between Ji Kuo and the system, discovering they exploit meticulous wordplay. As long as he refrains from agreeing with him and aligns himself with the image of a wise ruler, Ji Kuo cannot succeed. Indeed, Yu Chung-song raises his hand. Noting that only one immortal pearl remains on his wrist, the others reduced to dust due to his previous remarks. Your Majesty? I pay my respects to you. Are you here to see Zhu Man? Allow me to escort you. Zhao Wuyo, feigning a routine inspection, quickly approaches upon seeing Yu Chung-song. Then lead me to her. After winding through the corridors, they arrive at the innermost cell, where Zhu Man is curled up on a tattered mat. Yu Chung-song's calm demeanor falters.
Suman, how are you?
You have suffered. It is my fault. As he clutches the final immortal pearl, sensing it dissipate in his grasp, he realizes that even in private, he cannot freely express his concern for Zhu Man. After all, in the eyes of the system, she is merely a criminal, one with irrefutable evidence against her. It is I who should not have indulged you, allowing you to harbor thieving thoughts. Do you admit your guilt? Zhao Wuyo's anxiety eases somewhat, perceiving that the emperor harbors little affection for Zhu Man. Although he had heard the gatekeeper report on the preparations to punish Zhu Man, the conditions remain dire. The emperor, upon observing this environment, does not inquire about Zhu Man's well-being, but instead demands accountability. You may leave. I wish to interrogate Zhu Man in private. Leave the keys with me. Zhao Wuyo hands over the keys, bows, and departs. Yu Chung-song unlocks the cell and turns Zhu Man to face him. Her clothing is disheveled, her appearance filthy, and a sickening odor emanates from her proximity. The once pristine Zhu Man, who radiated cleanliness wherever she went, is now in a state worse than that of beggars in the capital. Yu Chung-song's heart aches, Zhu Man has suffered for his sake. Why must this wretched narrative target him? His friend endures this torment while he is expected to be a wise ruler, incapable of controlling any situation? Just like his feeble father? A tear falls, landing on Zhu Man's gaunt cheek. Zhu Man weakly opens her eyes, her vision blurred. Is that you, your majesty? It is I, Zhu Man. You have endured much. I will surely avenge you. He is prepared to burn bridges, allowing the narrative to drive him to madness, to eliminate all those who conspire against her. Yet he feels no heat. It seems that expressing such sentiments privately does not categorize him as a tyrant. Your Majesty. How many days until I can be released? In 2 days. Have you found Yu Xianyan? Observing Yu Chengsong's expression, Zhu Man realizes there is still no news of Yu Xianyan. She closes her numbed eyes. Your Majesty, if I perish, will you seek vengeance for me? I will, indeed. You are the one sent by heaven to save the great Lan dynasty. Without you, nothing will endure. With a heavy sigh, Yu Chengsong prepares to leave the cell. He does not notice Zhu Man's malevolent smile, her eyes glimmering with hatred. She despises the jailers, loathing all who have brought her disaster. She believed she could escape, thus willingly entering the prison for Yu Chengsong's path as a wise ruler. Yet she is only 2 days until her execution. Therefore, she intends for the entire Great Lan dynasty to accompany her in death. As the original author wrote, so shall the Great Lan dynasty meet its demise. Zhu Man, you shall live. From the adjacent cell, Kan Lingxiu offers hoarse comfort. Dear, at this point, your words are of little solace. Zhu Man feels utterly despondent, while Kan Lingxiu's eyes brim with compassion. Unable to contain herself, she reveals the surprise she has prepared for Zhu Man. Yu Xianyun is my sister. Upon seeing my letter, she will undoubtedly come to rescue you. But your surnames are different. My sister bears our father's surname as her formal name, and our mother's surname as her nickname. But I am a thief. I do not care what crime you bear. All I know is that you have provided me with the sustenance of a normal person. Volume 1, Chapter 81. Release from prison after bidding farewell to Zhu Man. Yu Chengsong, with a somber expression, seeks out Su Jiao. My esteemed minister, I was unaware that the prisoner in the dungeon has been deprived of even proper meals. Rotten rat stew? Insect-infested gruel? Su Jiao's complexion turns crimson. Your Majesty, I am only responsible for the investigation. The conditions in the prison are not under my jurisdiction. Meeting Yu Chengsong's fiery gaze, Su Jiao suddenly comprehends. I shall order an improvement in Zhu Man's rations at once.
Crash.
Yu Chengsong kicks over the table laden with case files, scattering papers across the floor. Do you still believe I speak solely for Zhu Man? I am referring to all prisoners. Yes. I shall ensure that all prisoners receive better provisions. Begone. I take my leave. As Su Jiao exits, his face is ashen. He had long warned the jailer not to abuse their power over the prisoners, but alas, no one heeded his advice. It is time to take a firmer stance, otherwise, he may be the next to perish. Where is the emperor?
Tianfu asks bitterly.
In the past, who would not respectfully address me as Tianfu Gong. Now, it seems that due to the incident concerning Zhu Man, he, a chief eunuch, is not only unable to remain by the emperor's side, but has also had his administrative powers secretly transferred to Tong Shun. He cannot comprehend why Zhu Man, the least likely to steal, would commit such an act, while the most probable culprit, Xiao Kezi, remains innocent. He wishes to plead for Zhu Man, yet for reasons unknown. He has been deftly sidetracked by Xiao Kezi's words and has yet to utter a single word in Zhu Man's defense. Perhaps the emperor is simply displeased with his lack of gratitude. Where is the emperor? My lord, we too are unaware of his majesty's whereabouts. At that moment, Yu Chengsong entered from outside. Who is this person by your side? Master, this person claims to be Yu Xianyun. I fear to delay your important matters. So I brought her here. Yu Chengsong regarded Yu Xianyun, whose dark hair was streaked with silver, and though her face bore wrinkles, her outstanding demeanor was evident. She seemed a woman of whimsy. The commoner has met the emperor and hopes to be reunited with her sister.
Who is your sister? Kan Lingxiu.
In an instant, all enigmas unraveled. Why had Yu Xianyun appeared in Xinghua village? Because Kan Lingxiu's hometown is indeed Xinghua village. Why hadn't Shi been unable to find Yu Xianyan in Xinghua village, while an E could? Because an E possessed a letter penned in Qinlingxiu's own hand. Tong Shun, bring a few maids and servants to groom Qinlingxiu. And do not forget to bring Zhu Man out. It is time to reevaluate the case of the theft from the private treasury. Yu Xianyan smiled slyly. Your Majesty, when did I say I would assist you in this investigation? Yu Qingsong mirrored her smile, laced with veiled menace. You should be aware that for prisoners such as Qinlingxiu, previously detained by the late emperor, you must schedule a visit in advance. Only after I have completed my review will you be permitted to enter. Will you deliberately prolong the review process? Yu Qingsong's expression turned stern. I am a wise ruler, burdened with state affairs. As a commoner, you should understand. How could you claim I would intentionally delay the review? Yu Xianyan gritted her teeth. You are a tyrant. I am a tyrant, and if I do not make you wait, you shall see your own blood sister. The late emperor was a wise ruler, and he imprisoned your sister. Yu Xianyan fell silent, astonished. Was she still the pitiful child of her youth? So sharp-tongued, as if transformed by some poisonous mushroom. Your Majesty, I even held you as a child. You were so malnourished yet grew to such heights. Was it not due to the pills I provided? Yu Qingsong recalled the white sugar pills he consumed every year until the age of 14, round and sweet. He had always believed them to be remnants from his mother, only to discover they were left by Yu Xianyan. With this realization, his demeanor softened towards her. I require your assistance. Zhu Man is very important to me. She has been falsely accused of stealing from me and is to be executed in 2 days. I can assist Zhu Man, but the emperor must release Qinlingxiu. I can assure you that Lingxiu will never meddle in state affairs. She merely suggests reinstating the female official system as proposed by the late emperor. While I cannot allow women to serve alongside men as officials of the previous dynasty, I can establish the Palace Justice Department, allowing women to hold positions in the harem. What? Is that true? Qinlingxiu, Zhu Man, rise. Someone is seeking you outside. Zhao Wuyo, with a sullen face, said impatiently. Zhu Man, naturally, had no kind words for him. I am near death, unable to move. Let them come find me. Qinlingxiu, sensing the urgency, sprang up and knocked on the prison door. Zhu Man, get up quickly. Sister has come to find us. Zhu Man stirred, unsteady on her feet, and inadvertently kicked over the bowl of food that had just been served. She glanced down to see freshly steamed buns and meat dishes, delivered by Zhao Wuyo after the emperor's departure. She hesitated to eat, fearing they might contain something sinister. Hurry up. Why are you still dawdling? Seeing Zhu Man's sluggish movements, Zhao Wuyo yanked her collar and dragged her out, pulling her along the ground. Tong Shun, these are the 2 you were looking for. They were disobedient, and I had to teach them a lesson before bringing them. Zhao Wuyo wore a face eager for reward, but was met with a sharp slap from Tong Shun. Lowly scoundrel, await your doom. Leaving a single command, Tong Shun ordered the removal of Zhu Man and Qinlingxiu. Zhao Wuyo trembled under the sun, finally grasping the situation. The emperor had not abandoned Zhu Man. Rather, he still cared for her, even bringing out Qinlingxiu, who had often spoken up for Zhu Man. Why had the emperor concealed his feelings for Zhu Man in front of him? Your Majesty, you have concealed your sentiments from me so profoundly. Find Lan Pin. Yes. Lan Pin accepted the immortal pearl I bestowed. She must help me. Meanwhile, Zhu Man and Qinlingxiu were cleaned up by the maids, and due to their frail states, they were carried into Qianyuan Palace. Tong Shun deliberately chose a well-trafficked route, ensuring everyone knew Zhu Man was released. Oh my, Zhu Man is out of prison. Is she innocent? Then what about? Enough. Do not frighten yourself. The emperor has not once visited Zhu Man during her imprisonment. Now that she is brought forth, it must be due to discovering something amiss, leading to a reevaluation. No, my heart races. My intuition has always been accurate. I must go and apologize to her. Ji Ke mingled within the crowd, also witnessing the release of the 2 women. Why is it that Yu Qingsong's tyranny has not increased his tyrant index?
System.
Have you made an error? Zhu Man's theft was already a foregone conclusion. She is to be executed in 2 days. How could she possibly have a chance to be released?
Fool.
The absence of an increase in the tyrant index indicates that Yu Qingsong is following due process in summoning individuals. You should reflect on where you have gone wrong. Volume 1, Chapter 82, A Re-Examination. Your Majesty, Zhu Man and Qinling Xiu have arrived. Yu Xianyun looked up and, upon seeing Qinling Xiu, could hardly recognize her. Her skin was pale, hair streaked with gray, resembling a skeleton draped in human garments. Having lost all her former pride while exuding a frailness that suggested she might depart this world at any moment. Fortunately, the fire of life still flickered in her eyes, a testament to her desire to live. Yu Xianyun produced a pill and placed it in Qinling Xiu's mouth. What is this? Give one to Zhu Man as well. Yu Chengsong fixed his gaze intently on Yu Xianyun's box of pills. Does Zhu Man require it? Yu Xianyun shot Yu Chengsong a glare, rummaged through the box again, and retrieved a white pill to offer Zhu Man. Take it, it will benefit your health. Zhu Man hesitated, seeking Yu Chengsong's approval with her eyes. Take it. I consumed them in my youth as well. Let us agree first. I save Zhu Man, and you reinstate the Palace Justice Department and release Qinling Xiu. What? Is this true? Will the Palace Justice Department be established? Qinling Xiu exclaimed with excitement. Though women would not serve as officials in the previous dynasty, this was still a significant step forward to be recorded in history. I can agree, but only if Zhu Man's innocence is proven. Yu Xianyun smiled confidently. Gathering evidence was her forte. Let us not wait until tomorrow. Let us begin now. Bring in the stolen goods and the suspects. No. Let us conduct the examination outside. The more witnesses, the better. Tong Shun, being astute, had already started to organize the venue. He noticed that the Emperor and Zhu Man had lost their celestial pearls, so he specially set up a simple canopy to shield everyone from the sun. Everyone was busy. Tian Fu left the scene and went to the eunuch's quarters. What are you doing here? Ji Ke frowned in disdain. This old eunuch lacked perceptiveness. He didn't know how he had offended the emperor and was dispatched to do menial work. Even his foster son was personally sent by the emperor to the quarters, forced to share a cramped room with other eunuchs, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Xiao Ke, why don't you even call me foster father anymore? My foster father is the head eunuch of Qianyuan Palace, not a mere old janitor. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have wasted those points. Tian Fu initially intended to bring Ji Ke before the emperor to earn merit but found himself devoid of that intention upon seeing Ji Ke. Instead, he felt inclined to tease him. Ji Ke, stop digging your own grave. Tian Fu's fondness for you is waning, and you can no longer afford beauty potions. So what? This old eunuch has already fallen out of favor, and is working harder than I am as a junior eunuch. I regret ever trying to curry favor with him. Ji Ke's anger escalated, and he could not help but vent his frustration on Tian Fu. What are you doing here? Have you finished the tasks the emperor assigned you? Tian Fu was unaware of the beauty potion's ineffectiveness, but he was acutely aware of his growing disdain for Ji Ke. Ji Ke's actions were no different from those of the mocking eunuchs who had fallen from grace. It seemed he found him ineffectual. Nothing much. You should count your blessings. You saved my life, and I have protected you multiple times in the palace. We are even now. With that, Tian Fu departed, his figure appearing increasingly weary. What a lunatic! A powerless old eunuch trying to lecture me, Ji Ke muttered, pulling up a corner of the thin blanket to cover his navel and closed his eyes to rest. In a corner of Qianyuan Palace, Tong Shun pulled the dazed Tian Fu aside, earnestly advising, Foster father, listen to your son. Do not waste your energy on that little Ke anymore. If this continues, the emperor will truly grow weary of you.
Fine.
If you don't heed my words, I will.
All right?
Did you say all right? Tong Shun asked incredulously. Shunzi, do you believe in ghosts in the harem? Tong Shun shook his head. No, if there were ghosts, General Yu Sheng would have long since gathered ghost soldiers to conquer neighboring countries. Tian Fu sighed, still unconvinced. But do you believe people can be possessed? I have felt a bit bewitched lately. Indeed. Under the makeshift canopy, aside from the murmurs of the palace attendants watching from the periphery, no one inside spoke idly. Zhu Man felt weak and hot, while Bai Qiao and Yuing fanned him with rush fans. Yu Xianyun was concocting her potions, red, yellow, black. Yu Chengsong gazed towards the entrance, as if awaiting someone. After an unknown period, Zhu Man thought he might doze off when Tong Shun called out to awaken him. Your Majesty, I have brought Xiao Ke. Good. Yu Chung-song slammed the table, announcing the review would commence. The stolen goods retrieved from Zhu Man's room were presented, still wrapped in a thin cloth. Xiao Ke, do you recognize what this is? Ji Ku remained unperturbed. These are the items Zhu Man originally stole. I will only ask you once. Are you certain you have not taken anything from this? He had indeed taken items. Only what he held could be transmitted by the system. He had taken these items at least twice. But what did it matter? This was an ancient time lacking advanced technology. Surely there could not be fingerprint recognition. With this thought, Ji Ke felt considerably more at ease. I can assure you, I have not taken anything. Very well, Yu Xianyun, you may begin. Yu Chung-song ordered directly, and when the results emerged, it would be the moment Ji Ke would pay with his life. Yu Xianyun soaked the stolen goods in the prepared potion, and upon retrieval, the shapes of fingerprints emerged. She took a charcoal pencil and meticulously traced the revealed fingerprints onto paper. Ji Ke's heart raced. Who is this Yu Xianyun to manifest his fingerprints? System. What should I do? What can I do? During the identification, choose the right moment and I will activate the illusion for you, swapping your fingerprints.
Яке грубо.
Casting a provocative glance at Zhu Man naturally, Zhu Man heard their exchange and relayed every word to Yu Chung-song, adding a few of her own. His illusion can only be activated once a day, so I only need to have Yu Xianyun compare again. But what excuse can I make? If only I could have everyone plead for me. Under public pressure, the emperor would surely order Ji Ke to be spared. Yu Chung-song beckoned with his hand, and Tong Shun obediently stepped forward. Tong Shun, go to the Department of Justice and fetch Wang Wu and Wang Lu. Then go to the private treasury to find the guards from that day to testify for Zhu Man's character and request a second examination. Although Tong Shun did not understand the need for a second examination, he complied without question. In Chapter 83, Clearing Suspicion, once Yu Xianyun had completed tracing all the fingerprints, Tong Shun had already brought the 4 witnesses, waiting for a considerable time. Your Majesty, we can now compare the fingerprints of the two. Yu Xianyun proudly declared. Holding a stack of fingerprint images, there are at least 20 different fingerprints in total, and after elimination, only 4 fingerprints are present on each. She produced a sheet of paper with 4 prominent fingerprints. Your Majesty, all that is required is for both individuals to press their 10 fingerprints, and I can identify the true culprit. With a wave of his hand, Yu Chung-song signaled for Tong Shun to fetch the ink and clean white paper. Zhu Man cooperatively pressed her 10 fingerprints, while Ji Ke feigned compliance, inwardly screaming for the system to switch their fingerprints. Host, the sovereign system has detected your fingerprint information. Do you wish to intercept? You have this function? Indeed, although I am more advanced than the sovereign system, overt actions may draw its attention. Zhu Man pursed her lips, not wanting Ji Ke to discover the existence of the system just yet. Since breaking through from Ji Ke's side was unfeasible, she decided to start with Yu Xianyun. System, can you alter the fingerprints on Yu Xianyun's drawing? I will spend any amount of points. Of course. This is quite simple and does not require any points. Zhu Man was deeply grateful for the system's user-friendly nature. I have pressed my fingerprints. We can compare now. Ji Ke pressed down his final fingerprint, wearing a confident smile. Yu Xianyun accepted the paper he provided and took out her drawn fingerprints. Just as she was about to compare the two, she discovered her drawn fingerprints were soaked in water and had become a blur. Her first reaction was that the moisture was from her own sweat. Casting a sidelong glance at the emperor, she realized he was staring at her. She had no opportunity to discern the true nature of those 4 fingerprints from the previous stack. Damn it! Why did I try to act cool and only take a simplified version of the fingerprint drawing?
Now what? How could she compare?
Yet, she could not directly admit her fault. Otherwise, the emperor's trust in her would plummet. Thus, she resolved to start shifting the blame. Your Majesty, I have observed that the ink used for the fingerprints of the 2 individuals is insufficient, resulting in faint impressions that hinder a successful comparison. Shall we have them reapply their handprints? The 4 summoned by Shun Shun exchanged glances, as this seemed to be the first instance of an unsuccessful comparison. Should they assist Yu Xianyun in speaking on her behalf and facilitate a second comparison? Although their task shifted from supporting Zhu Man to aiding Yu Xianyun, it is undeniable that the emperor acquiesced to their request. Yu Xianyun exhaled in relief. seizing the opportunity while the two re-inked their handprints to meticulously redraw the 4 fingerprints. To be cautious, she had brought along a substantial stack of paper. Once the handprints were completed, she compared them to Zhu Man's, finding no overlaps. Your Majesty, there are no fingerprints of Zhu Man on the incriminating item. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Fingerprints cannot be fabricated, especially under such scrutiny. This revelation implied that Zhu Man had languished unjustly in the penal office for nearly a month, on the brink of execution in 2 days. Those who had previously hurled stones and spat at Zhu Man began to feel trepidation. After this, she would surely be released, and the emperor would undoubtedly compensate her, allowing her to vent her anger. Consequently, those who had not been kind to Zhu Man would find their future lives challenging. Some appeared despondent, regretting their impulsiveness. At that moment, a young palace maid approached, kneeling in supplication. Your Majesty, it was I who stole the items. Out of fear, I placed them in Zhu Man's chamber. You may compare my fingerprints. Yu Xianyun handed over the ink and paper, contemplating the reward she hoped the emperor would grant her, as she had not mentioned a third suspect prior. After a thorough comparison, it was revealed that all 4 fingerprints belonged to the maid, including her left and right thumbs and index fingers. Not only was Yu Qingsong taken aback, but Zhu Man was equally astonished. How could this be possible? Ha ha ha. A gathering of fools, oblivious to the fact that they are merely puppets, attempting to seize me? It is unfortunate that the hidden threads have yet to play their role before becoming futile. 1-to-1 replication? Zhu Man regarded the maid. Aside from the differences in gender and attire, her appearance and stature were indistinguishable. Noticing that Yu Qingsong remained unaware of the situation, Zhu Man conveyed the facts through her internal musings. As for whether to further examine Jiku or interrogate the maid, such considerations were outside Zhu Man's scope. Yu Xianyun, using paper as a fan, calmly suggested, Your Majesty, now that the thief has been identified, should we not disperse?
Oh,
Yu Qingsong retorted. Are you suggesting we forego testing Xiaoke? Yu Xianyun's eyes narrowed in a smile, the crow's feet at the corners revealing a sense of confidence. Your Majesty may not be aware, but in my 40 years of life, I have never encountered identical fingerprints, since the maid's fingerprints match. It follows that the young eunuch is innocent. Then, I shall trust your judgment. Summon the guards to take this maid to the penal office. She shall face execution in 2 days, while Zhu Man and Xiaoke are to be released without charge. Upon hearing the final 4 words, Zhu Man's entire being brightened, the clouds that weighed upon her heart dissipating, replaced by a smile. Indeed, Bing Ling carried Zhu Man, while Yu Ying and Bai Qiao flanked her protectively. Upon returning to the quarters, they settled Zhu Man onto the bed, at which point Yu Ying could no longer contain her emotions and broke into tears. I am so happy, Wu. Her emotions were infectious, causing Bai Qiao and Bing Ling to feel a twinge in their noses and tears welling in their eyes. By the way, I shall go to the kitchen and find Ning Ji and the others. For these past days, they have been providing leftover meals to the guards in your name.
Suman.
What did you say? Lin Yuing paused and repeated herself, then anxiously added, Is there something wrong? Nothing. Just go quickly and tell them to refrain from such behavior in the future. The emperor despises it.
Oh.
I will inform them immediately, to avoid incurring the emperor's displeasure. Bai Qiao, perceptive and astute, asked Zhu Man once Yuing departed, Did you also eat leftovers? Those foolish sisters, insisting that you cannot eat, directly provided leftovers to the guards. This was indeed true. She had not had a proper meal, enduring hunger for 3 days out of 8. However, she reasonably suspected that her suffering under Zhao Weio's harsh treatment was compounded by the well-meaning but misguided actions of the Ningji sisters. Do not worry. I did not consume the leftovers sent by Ningji and her sister. After Bing Ling and Bai Qiao sighed in relief, she continued, Because I could not get any food at all. Bing Ling rolled up her sleeves and exchanged a glance with Bai Qiao. Zhu Man, we have some matters to attend to. We shall step out for a moment. Volume 1. Chapter 84. Had the Empress become the rightful wife of the martial king, Yu Qingsong felt a great weight lift from his heart. Now that Zhu Man had been released, the subsequent matters would be straightforward. He would return her lost celestial pearl. Not wishing to keep Zhu Man waiting, Yu Qingsong skipped dinner and hurried to Ningxiang courtyard. Upon arrival, everyone prepared to pay their respects, only to be halted by Yu Qingsong's piercing gaze. He tread lightly, silently, approaching the window. Inside, Su Yulan was dining, while a man stood beside her, oblivious to the unusual occurrences outside. Your Highness, so much has transpired today. Zhu Man has been exonerated, yet I am in dire straits. I implore you to save me. Su Yulan casually glanced at the windowsill, where a scent unique to the Emperor's study wafted in. The Emperor likely had no idea that he spent most of his day in his study, the aroma having permeated him thoroughly. It turned out that even the illustrious Emperor could make such minor errors. A smile crept onto Su Yulan's serene face. The Emperor she longed for had arrived, and she needed to perform admirably. What can I do to assist you? Zhao Wuyo, noticing Su Yulan's smile and her tone of negotiation, assumed she genuinely wished to help him and hurriedly divulged his thoughts. I beg you, speak on my behalf to the Emperor, for you hold great influence. The Emperor may only punish you for a few days. It is of no consequence, and in the future, I shall serve you dutifully.
Suzulan Thito.
Do you take me for a fool? If I were to say such a thing, the best outcome would be a demotion. But you would not perish, my lady. I implore you, considering my efforts in procuring the celestial pearl for you, please help me. Do you believe that once Zhu Man is released, the celestial pearl will still belong to me? I shall deliver it to Zhu Man tomorrow. As for you, await the Emperor's judgment. Zhao Wuyo persisted in pleading, but Su Yulan remained unmoved, and just then, Yu Qingsong pushed the door open and entered. What a coincidence that you would hand it over to Zhu Man. In that case, return the celestial pearl to me, and I shall assist you in giving it back to her. Su Yulan's heart tightened. She had thought that upon hearing her sensible remarks, the Emperor would naturally acquiesce and grant her the celestial pearl. To her surprise, the Emperor's first words were in defense of Zhu Man, demanding the pearl from her.
What?
Did Lan Pin's earlier words mean nothing? Su Yulan bit her lip, feeling a wave of humiliation. In a fit of frustration, she swiftly removed the celestial pearl and thrust it heavily into Yu Qingsong's embrace. Your Majesty, since I have surrendered the celestial pearl to you, please leave at once. Lan Pin, I must admit, I did not anticipate such a reaction from you. With your noble lineage, do not feign the demeanor of a delicate woman. Your strength is sufficient to inflict harm upon me. After uttering these words, Yu Qingsong signaled to his aide, Tong Shun, and departed. The astute Tong Shun seized Zhao Wuyo's hands, forcibly dragging him along behind the Emperor. Despite Zhao Wuyo's persistent pleas to Su Yulan, he could only watch helplessly as a maid shut the main door with a resounding bang. Su Yulan struck the bedding with her fist, gritting her teeth in indignation. How dare the Emperor demand something from me? He makes me feel so estranged. Xiao Tao, equally incensed, had grown up alongside the princess and understood her innate avarice. She had always been one to accumulate wealth rather than disperse it. Su Yulan raised her head. Her eyes reddened and exclaimed, Foolish Xiao Tao, do you believe the Emperor visits my Ningxiang garden solely for the immortal pearl?
He is warning me.
Xiao Tao clenched her fists in fury, tempted to curse the Emperor but ultimately transforming her ire into a sigh. If the princess were to accept the proposal from Prince Wu, Yu Feng'an, she would be esteemed as his wife. Why then? Would she choose to be a concubine in the harem?
Xiao Tao.
Su Yulan admonished sternly, Be wary. Walls have ears. The prince is the Emperor's elder brother, and he is also my elder brother. I have never met Prince Wu. His unsolicited proposal is nothing but a farcical blunder. The Emperor has saved my life, and I shall devote my existence to him. Indeed, Your Highness, I shall speak no more of this matter. Dismissing Xiao Tao, Su Yulan's anger remained unquenched. She longed to destroy something yet hesitated, ultimately pounding the bedding a few more times until she was drenched in sweat. Only then did she collapse onto the bed, her gaze vacant, unable to suppress her thoughts of Yu Feng. He was a bona fide warrior, having faced the battlefield. Her father, Su Jinhai, a valiant general, held Yu Feng'an in high regard and often spoke of him. Although she had harbored no feelings for Yu Feng'an in her youth, her father's frequent mentions had led her to accept the notion that she would one day become his wife. However, fate took a turn when, at the age of 14, she was attacked by a villain while disguised, incapacitated by a love potion. Just as she was about to fall victim, the young emperor, Yu Qingsong, descended like a deity. rescuing her from peril. Her heart raced, as if it would burst from her chest. From that moment on, the name Yu Feng'en faded from her thoughts. She learned what love truly felt like and was unwilling to be confined to the prince's household, managing his affairs according to decorum. Thus, at the age of 16, she resorted to fasting to compel her father to reject the prince's proposal. By 20, she convinced her father to exchange military merits for her opportunity to enter the palace. For years her junior, she constantly worried about aging and losing her beauty, adopting the delicate demeanor of noble women. For years, she refrained from wielding any weapons, losing her sense of self. Yet, despite her efforts to shield the emperor, she could never warm his heart. They had never even held hands, let alone become a loving couple. A single tear escaped her eye as she questioned her past choices. Were they truly wise? In the depths of the palace, Yu Qingsong disguised himself as an envoy of the shadows, presenting the immortal pearl. Zhu Man, this is the immortal pearl that His Majesty personally obtained from Ningxiang Garden. You must express your gratitude when you have the chance. Zhu Man extended her arm, unabashedly commanding, "Put it on me. You certainly know how to order people around," she quipped, though she could not deny the truth. "If the immortal pearl is given to me, Lan Pin will not let me off easily." Yu Qingsong raised an eyebrow. Puzzled, "How do you know the immortal pearl is in Lan Pin's possession?" "Because Zhao Wuyo is no fool. He would not keep what he stole. He would certainly choose someone with whom I have enmity, and Lan Pin is the perfect candidate. Do not worry. The matter of the immortal pearl has been resolved. By the way, I have detained Zhao Wuyo. Once you are well, you may deal with him as you wish." Zhu Man looked up, surprised. "You? You detained Zhao Wuyo? Do you have the authority?" Yu Qingsong remained composed. "I have aided the emperor. Does that not grant me some merit?"
Someone check it.
It seems the leader of the Shadow Guards possesses a sense of humor. In the days that followed, under the meticulous care of Yu Lian, Zhu Man visibly regained her health, her pallid complexion now exhibiting a hint of color. 5 days later, she arrived at the prison with Bing Ling, finding the place where she had been confined now occupied by Zhao Wuyo. He appeared to be faring poorly. In just 5 days, he looked as though he had endured a month of suffering. "You feel triumphant, do you not?" His voice was hoarse from lack of water, yet his gaze was filled with malice. Zhu Man smiled with satisfaction. "Of course I feel triumphant. How does it feel to have our roles reversed?" "In truth, Lan Pin threatened me using my sister Qingxing, which is why his emotions overwhelmed him, and he broke into a fit of coughing, as if to expel his very lungs. Bowed and hunched, he resembled a decrepit old man, far removed from the spirited youth he once was. "Please spare me. I shall obey you from now on," he gasped. Zhu Man dismissed his pleas. She had previously granted Zhao Wuyo a chance. "If you find yourself threatened, seek the emperor. He will not be lenient." He laughed boastfully, slapping her in return. "I am the king of this prison. Who dares to force me?" From that moment, Zhu Man resolved that regardless of whether Zhao Wuyo was under someone else's control or truly malicious, she would not let him escape unscathed at the first opportunity. "Bing Ling, open the cell door." Without a word, Bing Ling retrieved the key given by the new jailer and unlocked the door. Zhu Man approached him step by step, a smile playing on her lips, relishing Zhao Wuyo's palpable fear. With a resounding slap, she shattered his faade, prompting him to laugh maniacally. "The victor is king. The vanquished a criminal. I have no regrets."
Ha!
"If I had known, I should have killed you." "Kill me?" "Bing Ling, restrain him." Following her command, Bing Ling complied. Zhu Man raised her hand, and Zhao Wuyo, terrified, shut his eyes, yet he awaited a slap that never came. Opening his eyes in confusion, he saw her hand looming closer. In sheer panic, he recoiled, but Bing Ling's grip left him no escape. Suddenly, her hand halted just an inch from his face. "What is the meaning of this? What do you intend?" The torment of the past days had shattered Zhao Wuyo's psyche, and Zhu Man's cat-and-mouse game obliterated his final defenses. "You struck me once, and I shall repay you in kind. After all, the emperor is a wise ruler, and I am but a servant under his command." Zhu Man laughed heartily at Zhao Wuyo's pitiful state, resembling a villain from a drama, cornering him into desperation. "Bring them in." At her command, jailers rushed in from all directions, respectfully halting before Zhu Man. Among them were Wang Wu and Wang Lu, along with a few familiar faces. They had initially chosen to follow Zhao Wuyo, though they did not mistreat themselves as he did. The food they consumed was infested with worms they had caught in the prison. Zhu Man harbored no deep-seated hatred towards them, yet a profound sense of distaste lingered within her. One by one, she pointed them out, and under the anxious gazes of a few, she pronounced their punishment. Since you have an affinity for catching bugs, you shall catch them in your cells. Remember to mix them into your meals. You may cease this practice after half a month. Wang Wu and Wang Lu, you are tasked with overseeing this. Should any of them consume fewer bugs than stipulated, you are to report to me at Qianyuan Palace. Should you too neglect my instructions, well, yes, we shall obey. The eyes of the two brothers sparkled with excitement. Their initial decision to assist Zhu Man had subjected them to considerable ostracism. Those individuals had mistreated Zhu Man for half a month, and the brothers had also been marginalized during this time, each losing 10 pounds.
Now,
with the opportunity to vent their frustrations, and under Zhu Man's threat, they eagerly accepted this task. Satisfied, Zhu Man was about to depart when a sudden thought struck her. She drew a knife, and to everyone's astonishment, she tore Zhao Wuyo's clothing. The tear was precisely where her own garments had been ripped by him. In consideration of Yu Qingsong's image as a wise ruler, Zhu Man did not allow herself to become a venomous and spiteful palace made cloaked in the authority of another. Her act of retribution, devoid of exaggeration, could even be deemed benevolent in contrast to Zhao Wuyo's actions against her. Yet is this truly the case? Certainly not. She has concealed several explosives. Those who were compelled by Zhu Man to consume insects, would they not harbor resentment towards Zhao Wuyo, who initially led them? Will Wang Wu and Wang Lu, who have been ostracized by Zhao Wuyo, truly refrain from seizing the opportunity to vent their frustrations? Once, the palace maid and eunuch spat upon her, but now witnessing her rise to power, will they not devise some means to assuage their grievances? As long as Zhu Man can still speak in the presence of Yu Qingsong, there is no need for her to take matters into her own hands regarding those in prison. There are plenty who are willing to serve her. Throughout the ordeal, her hands remain untainted, even virtuous, having only slapped Zhao Wuyo once, tearing a garment that was already in tatters. Within the Jingxi Hall, Yu Qingsong listened attentively to the report from an Yi, nodding in approval. He had dispatched an Yi to secretly accompany Zhu Man to the prison, concerned that she might lose her temper. Zhu Man had been granted permission to enter the cell, and should she truly take the lives of Zhao Wuyo and those who once tormented her, while he would not deem her cruel, he feared that Ji Ku and the clandestine ruling system might seize upon his misjudgment. In that case, all would be in vain.
Fortunately, zu man understot restreint.
Her mere expression of unyielding disapproval towards Zhao Wuyo would suffice, prompting others to seek vengeance on her behalf. With this in mind, Yu Qingsong resolved to stoke the flames further. Song Shun, go to my treasury and retrieve that string of red. No, I shall go myself. Turning the ornate purple gold bottle, the bookshelf silently shifted apart, revealing a narrow passage illuminated by luminous pearls. The walls on either side were carved into a grid pattern, each square containing an exquisite wooden box. With precise aim, Yu Qingsong single-handedly lifted a palm-sized mahogany box, departing from the treasury. Song Shun, accompany me to the lower chamber. Indeed, he made no effort to conceal, nor did he hide the wooden box in his hands. He intended for all to see that Zhu Man was his most cherished courtier, favored by his blatant partiality. As he traversed the halls, all the palace attendants beheld the box in the emperor's grasp, a chorus of envy and admiration rising around him. Just the box itself was crafted from mahogany. One could only wonder what treasures lay within. Zhu Man possesses exceptional fortune, entering the palace without enduring the torment of the instructress, directly serving in the Qianyuan Palace. Subsequently, she caught the emperor's attention. Sister, your statement seems flawed. If the emperor truly favored a palace maid, why would he not take her into his harem? Before you entered the palace, it is evident that you had never perused the illustrated volumes. The emperor's actions are intended to safeguard Zhu Man. To become a powerful palace maid is to earn the favor of the various noble consorts, whereas to be an unremarkable favored concubine from a powerless family is tantamount to courting death. As the emperor departed, the whispers among the palace maids grew louder and more fervent. One maid quietly slipped away to the Ida Palace, the residence of the noble consort Zhao Qingyan. Sister Lanxiang. Sister Guizhi, I, Xiaoer, have matters to report to the noble consort regarding His Majesty and Zhu Man. The consort is in the side chamber. You may enter on your own. Thank you, my two sisters. Volume 1, Chapter 86. Probing the Emperor's Thoughts. Hehe. You say that Zhu Man is the Emperor's dearest, and that her exclusion from the harem is to prevent her from becoming a living target?
Kia nodded resolutely.
As the palace servants outside had been gossiping. Hehe. Very well, Lanxiang, accompany this palace to the Ningxiang courtyard. Since the Emperor has devised such a grand scheme, it is only fitting that consort Lan be informed. Zhumian, please open it and take a look. Zhumian gazed at the exquisite mahogany box, pondering. Have I done something commendable recently? The underlying meaning is, why present her with a gift? This string, known as the Yoshin bracelet, is a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. In a moment of distraction, Yu Chengsong slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. Zhu Man wished to feign politeness. Yet the bracelet's exquisite beauty compelled her to discreetly extend her arm beneath the covers. Silently, she resolved to diligently safeguard the Dalan kingdom and to amend Yu Chengsong's character. This bracelet serves not merely as an ornament. Have you taken a closer look to discern if one of the beads possesses a unique quality? Zhu Man produced a bracelet, each bead resplendent in a vibrant red hue, adorned with intricately carved cloud patterns that were neither too deep nor too shallow. When worn, it appeared striking and unique. However, the central bead was smooth and devoid of any embellishments. Upon noticing Zhu Man's discovery of the most exceptional bead, Yu Chengsong spoke gravely. This bead is a miraculous life-saving remedy. As long as you draw breath, it can sustain your life. I am aware that by staying by my side, you'll encounter numerous plots and schemes. While I will strive to protect you, there will inevitably be instances where I cannot attend to every detail. Take this bead to safeguard your life. Zhu Man gazed at the bracelet, then into Yu Chengsong's sincere and clear eyes, feeling a sudden stir within her heart. It was perhaps better to encounter the unrestrained Yu Chengsong, who exuded a gentle concern for others. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why bestow upon me the Yusin bracelet? Am I being coveted for my charm? Ha ha, I knew it. I am adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring. The Emperor surely harbors affection for me. This statement, made with intention, serves as a test. Perhaps it is the emptiness I feel today, or it could be that Yu Chengsong's gentleness has prompted me to seek confirmation of his feelings towards me. Upon hearing my innermost thoughts, Yu Chengsong coughed incessantly, his face flushed to the very roots of his ears. Although he has shown me a degree of special treatment, a touch of favoritism, and an extra measure of tenderness, it does not necessarily equate to love. His sole aspiration is to transform into a wise ruler, to salvage both himself and the nation of Dalan. He harbors no improper thoughts towards me, Zhu Man. Do you understand why I gifted you the Yoshin bracelet? He lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact with Zhu Man, his voice muffled and subdued. There are numerous reasons for this. Foremost among them is a secret I have yet to share with you, one that I hope will lead you to reflect upon my kindness towards you in the future, and not respond with anger. Additionally, I cannot quite fathom why, but I have an incessant feeling that when I am gentle with others, I am liberated from malevolent influences and my sanity remains intact. Suddenly, he raised his gaze, the flush on his cheeks still lingering, yet his eyes shone with unwavering determination, devoid of any ambiguity. Zhu Man, I no longer wish to be the tyrant spoken of by the common folk. I yearn to become a wise ruler. I aspire for Dalan to flourish and prosper. The Emperor's wishes shall undoubtedly come to fruition. Wishing for boundless prosperity. As Yu Chengsong contemplated in silence, he found himself addressed by a rather polite refusal. An indescribable feeling lingered within him, yet it was predominantly one of relief and relaxation. Since the Emperor had clearly conveyed his disinterest, there was no need for her to engage in futile fantasies. She merely needed to leverage her uniqueness to provide value to the Emperor and strive to live well. Thus, it was time for her to express her loyalty to the Emperor.
Dislike me? Ha!
There are countless admirers from the south of the city to the north. Who knows? Perhaps Jin Shuang is still my fan. How amusing that I am deemed unlikable. Very well, If I am not favored, so be it. As long as I am not put to death, I shall contribute to the emperor's desires as long as I draw breath. But why does it feel as though the emperor can hear my innermost thoughts? I merely indulged in a moment of vanity, and he promptly began to declare his lack of interest. The last remark was intentionally made by Zhu Man to close the previous topic. Thus, she pretended to probe a little further before easing her suspicion towards Yu Chengsong. Sensing that Zhu Man's doubts had been dispelled, Yu Chengsong excused himself to handle state affairs, but in truth, he sought a breath of fresh air in the imperial garden. Ever since he had heard Zhu Man casually accept his disinterest, expressing that her satisfaction lay in not being executed, a strange frustration had settled within him. Was such a modest request too much to ask? Was he truly so unworthy of trust? It seemed Zhu Man was not particularly fond of him either. Irritated by his own thoughts, Yu Chengsong plucked a lotus flower, preparing to vent his frustration by tearing its petals. Just then, he locked eyes with a plump caterpillar nestled among the petals. What audacity! To disgust me. He disdainfully tossed the lotus into the water, splashing it. Your days of fortune are approaching, my lady. The emperor, having gained clarity due to Zhu Man, now harbors disdain for her. By rank, should he not first visit Ida Palace? The favored concubine, her complexion glowing from the maid's words, gently bit her lip, her fingers incessantly twirling around her cascading locks. In the Ningxiang garden, Xiao Tao relayed the scene she observed in the imperial garden to Su Yulan.
You mean?
Lan Xiang and Gui Ji were also present, and they appeared to be overjoyed. Indeed, the emperor has grown weary of Zhu Man. Yet it cannot be denied that she has sparked his clarity. Though your rank may not surpass Zhao Qingyan's, General Su is not to be underestimated. The first to be favored among the consorts may not necessarily be Zhao Qingyan. Su Yulan felt a surge of joy, but after a moment's contemplation, her expression shifted. Xiao Tao, we must halt our original plans. The situation is not as we envisioned. The emperor is not a coward. Why would he express anger over a mere flower? If he truly despised Zhu Man, why not demote her to a lowly palace maid? Do you recall what type of flower Zhao Qingyan favors? Xiao Tao pouted. The lotus. Of course. She is the epitome of hypocrisy, claiming to love the pure white lotus that rises unsullied from the mud. Suddenly, Xiao Tao realized, exclaiming in shock. The emperor does not despise Zhu Man. By breaking the lotus and casting it into the water, he is issuing a warning to concubine Da. Simultaneously, he is signaling to me that he knows concubine Da has approached me, but due to our childhood bond, he refrains from severing ties. The emperor has shown me favor. If I were to act ungratefully. Su Yulan began to panic, her dignified demeanor replaced with urgency. Once she had prepared herself, the earlier emissary had already arrived at Qinlingxiu's residence and had managed to persuade her. The subsequent maid sent to obstruct her meeting with the emperor was overthrown by the previous maid, who was unaware of the circumstances. Chapter 87. Going with the flow, Qinlingxiu. Do you know what you're saying? Regarding this matter, I had already set a date, and you had agreed at that time. Qinlingxiu responded with a mysterious smile. No need. The date can be moved forward. Do you think I came for no reason? Upon seeing her demeanor, Yu Chengsong understood. She wasn't here to create a ruckus, so he followed her line of thought. Has someone spoken to you? Qinlingxiu clapped her hands. Exactly. Someone sent a foolish maid, who subtly urged me to propose the reinstatement of the female official system. I pretended to be frightened by the penal system and unwilling to propose it, and that maid revealed her true intentions, suggesting I recommend Zhu Man as a female official, claiming that as a former empress, the emperor could do nothing against me. What a malicious scheme. Had I been a bit foolish, had we not reached an agreement beforehand, Zhu Man could have unknowingly committed a grave offense. But now, we can exploit this to our advantage. Yu Chengsong shared her thoughts. Originally, he intended to proceed with caution, as he needed to present himself as a virtuous ruler and could not act without the counsel of his ministers. He had already devised a plan. If the ministers opposed the re-establishment of the palace administrative office, he would have Zhu Man lead the shadow guards to address the people's grievances. Once she gained a reputation and the affection of the populace, even the dissenters would have to concede, as it would align with public sentiment. However, now there was no need for such arduous efforts. The minister's ire could be redirected elsewhere. Your Majesty, concubine Lan requests an audience. Tong Shun announced from outside. Your Majesty, those seeking an audience at this hour are unlikely to be of good intentions. They may come to further malign Zhu Man. Yu Chengsong exchanged glances with Qin Lingxiu, who decisively knelt on the ground and slapped her face twice. For the imminent realization of her ambitions, she was ruthless with herself. After 2 slaps, her cheeks swelled and turned red. Yu Chengsong swept the items on the table to the floor, creating a fade of fury. The cacophony sent shivers down Su Yulan's spine, her face turning pale, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. It seemed that this madwoman, Qin Lingxiu, had already spilled the beans. In this urgent moment, she knew she must enter and discover how far Qin Lingxiu had gone. My lord, I beseech you to announce, once more, she implored, handing a bulging purse to Tong Shun. He weighed it with a smile. What a fool. She claims to love the emperor, yet she does not even understand his character. If the emperor wished her gone, he would have simply told her to leave. Why allow her to linger outside? Nevertheless, this situation benefited him. He could gain money and avoid the emperor's ire. He accepted the purse and announced from behind the door, Your Majesty, concubine Lan requests an audience.
Come in.
Hearing the emperor's voice, as frigid as ice, Su Yulan felt a rush of trepidation, a sense of despair washing over her. Would she be able to leave this chamber once more? Yet, regardless of her thoughts, she was resolute in her entry. I pay my respects to your Majesty.
Rise.
What is your business? Speak quickly and depart. Su Yulan took in the disarray and disheveled appearance of Qin Lingxiu, discreetly averting her gaze, and feigned gentleness. Has your Majesty encountered a problem? It would be my honor to alleviate your concerns. Yu Chengsong rubbed his temples, exasperated. Qin Lingxiu has just been released from the penal system due to Zhu Man's influence, and now she demands the reinstatement of the palace administrative office. My beloved, how should I deal with her? Perhaps I should confine her to the penal system once again? Upon hearing the term beloved, Su Yulan momentarily forgot her fear. Her mind drifting to scenes of intimacy shared with the emperor, her face flushed with warmth. There are always those obstinate ministers who seek to exploit the emperor's mistakes. Using filial piety to pressure him, it would be better to follow the example of the late empress and confine her to the cold palace. Meanwhile, she was offering the emperor a thoughtful suggestion, only for Qin Lingxiu's next words to plunge her into a state of icy despair. Your Majesty, I have erred. I do not wish to go to the cold palace. In truth, someone sought me just now, claiming to accompany me to the Qianyuan Palace to petition for Zhu Man. Where is she? Someone. Her demeanor appeared frantic as she craned her neck towards the door. Someone apprehend her. Your Majesty, I humbly have an opinion I am uncertain whether I should voice. In a moment of desperation, Su Yulan interrupted the emperor.
No.
We must not allow the emperor to send someone out to search. Should she follow the thread, her identity may be exposed. Oh, what insight does my beloved consort possess? Su Yulan understood that her current task was not to slander Zhu Man but to preserve her own safety. She could only suppress her fury and speak well of Zhu Man. The supremacy of imperial power shall never allow a mere woman like Zhu Man to hold office. This is beyond dispute. She needed to redirect the emperor's anger towards herself, lest Qin Lingxiu, lacking in resolve, betray her. Your Majesty, I believe Zhu Man is rather excellent. The previous clock-in system alleviated much trouble for the palace maids of Qianyuan Palace, did it not? After her release, she even thought of her imprisoned friend, Qin Lingxiu, beseeching the emperor to bring her out. Furthermore, she visited the Department of Punishments and met with Zhao Wuyo. She did not misuse the emperor's favor, but merely slapped Zhao Wuyo. Such a devoted, righteous, and decisive woman. Why should she not be appointed as a female official? Yu Chengsong kicked the desk, which had remained since ancient times, in rage, exclaiming, preposterous. The system of female officials has long been abolished. Qin Lingxiu only dared to propose the re-establishment of the palace department, while you dare to suggest reinstating the system of female officials. Do you wish to interfere in governance? Su Yulan, in fear, knelt down, stating, I do not wish to interfere in governance. I merely expressed my thoughts regarding Zhu Man. Why is it that a man of sentiment and virtue is deemed a good official, yet the same does not apply to women?
Iu Chengken, Azitatet, Loget, Lanpin.
Do you wish to go to the Cold Palace or the Department of Punishments? Oh, I understand now. You need not go anywhere. The moment I imprison you, your general father will join forces with other military officials to petition for your release. You are rather audacious, are you not? His tone was light, yet it felt like 1,000-pound stone weighing upon Su Yulan's heart. My father harbors no treasonous thoughts towards your majesty. I beseech you to discern wisely. Yu Chung-song retorted, if he truly had no treasonous thoughts, he would not be hiding in the General's residence due to a leg injury. I have not seen General Su in many years. Even those I dispatched to investigate the General's residence could not meet Su Jinhai, indicating the General's residence had long anticipated this. And yet, he dares to claim he has no treasonous thoughts? My father is physically impaired and fears the disdainful gazes of outsiders. I shall find an opportunity to meet with him and resolve our misunderstandings. In that case, you need not enter the Cold Palace. However, since you have advocated for Zhu Man's appointment, you must hold her up to that position. Within a month. Should I not see your father, and should Zhu Man fail to ascend to the palace's rightful position, neither you, Zhu Man, nor can Lingxiu shall escape my wrath. Now all of you be gone. Chapter 88. The Emperor has blinded his own eyes. Su Yulan exited with a long face, as today had been the most surreal day of her life. Although she had achieved her ultimate goal, Can Lingxiu did not betray the palace maid, and she dissuaded the Emperor from further inquiries. She had taken on two unavoidable tasks. She was to confront her reticent father, who was ashamed to appear in public, and she had to rely on her own influence to elevate Zhu Man. She felt as though she might vomit blood. Xiao Tao. Let us go to the lower chambers to find Zhu Man. Your Highness, you must remain calm. After just meeting with the Emperor, seeking Zhu Man may draw attention. Aware that Xiao Tao was oblivious to the conversations within the room, Su Yulan explained during their journey. Once she finished speaking, they had arrived at the lower chambers. She casually pulled a golden hairpin from her hair, grasping it in her hand, and pushed open the door. Zhu Man, I have something to discuss with you. Zhu Man gazed at the sharp end of the hairpin, her legs tensing with anticipation. What scheme was this woman concocting? I am not here to quarrel, so I will be direct. I have come to invite you to be the palace's rightful official. Before Zhu Man could respond, Su Yulan continued, as for external obstacles, you need not worry. With my father's reputation and my status, no one will dare to utter a word against it. Zhu Man wore a puzzled expression, unsure of Su Yulan's intentions. Could it be that she had heard of the Emperor's plans to re-establish the palace's rightful officials and was now testing her? Given their poor relationship, Su Yulan anticipated Zhu Man's skepticism. You need only say whether you are willing to become the palace's rightful official. I require but your word. Although her attitude was curt and impatient, it could not conceal her urgency. Perhaps it is the Emperor's scheme? Zhu Man remained silent. The more she said, the more mistakes she might make, and in any case, it was not her who was anxious. This hairpin will suffice for you, and you need not worry about being the palace's rightful official. Simply delight in the prospect. Zhu Man picked up the golden hairpin thrown by Su Yulan, feigning the demeanor of a greedy merchant, nodding repeatedly, and even inserting the hairpin into her hair before Su Yulan. Very well, I can become the palace's rightful official. Is there anything you need me to cooperate with? Su Yulan clicked her tongue. Her lips moved as if to voice her disdain, yet she swallowed the words. You need not concern yourself. When it is time for you to make your appearance, I shall send someone to notify you. With that, Su Yulan wished to leave immediately, turning to depart, with Xiao Tao closely following. Is the princess truly using her and her father's reputation to elevate Zhu Man to the position of palace official? Is there no other way? Shall I confess before the Emperor that I framed Zhu Man and incited Can Lingxiu to propose the re-establishment of the female official system? Xiao Tao, recognizing the princess's predicament, felt a sense of injustice. As fellow palace maids, why did Zhu Man have such fortune? Yet, regardless of her discontent, she had to follow her mistress to pave a path for Zhu Man. Xiao Tao, contact the hidden connections my father has established, and ensure he finds an opportunity to meet with the Emperor. He must not continue to hide. The Emperor suspects he has treasonous intentions. Yes. Zhu Man, filled with questions, arrived at the side hall of Qianyuan Palace, finding Yu Chung-song, who was reviewing memorials. Your Majesty, was the matter concerning Su Yulan orchestrated by you? Yu Qingsong raised his head slowly. Which matter are you referring to? That hairpin atop your head is rather ostentatious, unbefitting your attire and hairstyle. This hairpin was given by Su Yulan. She claimed she would assist me in becoming the palace's rightful official, fearing I might refuse, so she gifted me a hairpin. You refer to this matter. She has conspired against you, and this is her own doing. Yu Qingsong advised, feign ignorance of the truth and forget our prior discussions. Observe how Su Yulan aids you in becoming the palace's rightful official. Is that truly acceptable? Will she genuinely assist me? Yu Qingsong tapped the table rhythmically with his index finger. Perhaps she may not wish to help you, but she has no other choice. Aside from the hardships she endured in her youth while training in martial arts, she has not faced any other adversities and cannot bear the thought of the cold palace. Thus, her assistance in your ascension is genuine. However, prepare yourself for the possibility of her seeking revenge afterward. Use your wits. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, Zhu Man did not wish to disturb Yu Qingsong further. Yet as she turned to leave, the emperor called out, "Hand over that hairpin atop your head to me." Zuman, what are you thinking? Do you truly believe I would covet a mere hairpin from you? It serves other purposes. Very well.
Zuman,
though reluctant, handed the golden hairpin to Yu Qingsong, understanding the necessity of not delaying his affairs. She then watched, aghast, as Yu Qingsong presented the hairpin to a eunuch, instructing him to return it to its rightful owner. Everything I bestow upon you is of value, yet you foolishly favor these trinkets of gold and silver. In the future, refrain from touching the belongings of the concubines. You cannot fathom what lies within. Is there poison upon it? But I witnessed Su Yulan remove it from her own hair. If she wore it, how could it be poisoned? Is she to poison herself? A chill crept up from the floor, and Zhu Man felt goosebumps rise upon her skin. Since her arrival at Qianyuan Palace, she had forgotten the subtle and overt struggles among the imperial consorts.
you may leave now.
As Zhu Man hurriedly excused herself, Tong Shun struggled to stifle a laugh. The emperor, knowing Zhu Man would take his jest to heart, still chose to tease her. Indeed, a poison hairpin could exist in the palace, but the victim would certainly not be Su Yulan. All the ornaments she wore were gifts from her father, some even crafted by him personally. A father who cherishes his daughter so deeply would never resort to such treachery. Tong Shun, are you mocking me? 3 days later, a small beggar appeared abruptly before the general's residence, clamoring for an audience with the general, threatening to cause a commotion otherwise. The gatekeeper, exasperated, had no choice but to admit him, and the surrounding townsfolk cheered. Once the door was closed, the unruly beggar adopted a courteous demeanor, bowing to the gatekeeper before slipping into a small room. He knocked thrice on the wall, and the floor slowly opened, revealing a dark passageway. After an indeterminate time, light finally emerged, leading him to a dilapidated courtyard. An old man reclined in a rocking chair, embodying the serenity of time well spent. This forsaken courtyard was the true essence of the general's residence, and the seemingly harmless old man was none other than General Su Jinhai. General, the Empress has a message for you. What message? The Empress requests you visit the palace for a meeting. Su Jinhai snorted in response. Has the Emperor offended Lana? Otherwise, why would she wish to see her father?
Prepare the carriage.
General, you must not. What if this is a trap set by the Emperor? You have remained hidden for years. He must harbor suspicions. Let him suspect. If he intends to kill me, then he is truly blind. Quick, prepare the carriage. I wish to see Lana. Volume 1, Chapter 89. No wonder the Emperor dislikes me, Your Majesty. General Su Jinhai seeks an audience. Let him enter. Zhu Man.
Do not leave. Stay. Zuman haltet, Positione Herr Self besiede Tongshan, flanking Yu Chengking.
Shortly thereafter, a man with a dark complexion and a bushy beard entered. One of his legs was broken, yet he persevered, lacking even a crutch, hopping step by step towards Yu Qingsong. His empty pant leg swayed with each movement, and within a few short strides, he was drenched in sweat. Zhu Man felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. It was a poignant sight, irrespective of any other considerations. General, it is indeed a challenge to arrange a meeting with you, Yu Qingsong remarked, observing clearly that the man was genuinely crippled, yet still possessed the same vigor as years prior. Having engaged with Su Jinhai for many years, Yu Song could easily discern his authenticity. However, after hearing Zhu Man mention Su Jingshui in the south, he had dispatched individuals to investigate. If this Su Jinhai was genuine, what then of Su Jingshui's situation? Task assigned. Value: 66 points. Prove General Su Jinhai's loyalty to the Emperor. The system's task notification left both Yu Song and Zhu Man in stunned disbelief. System: are you mistaken? In the novels I have read, Su Jinhai is portrayed as the antagonist, amassing troops in the south with intentions to usurp the throne. I have seen His Majesty. I request an audience with my daughter. Without hesitation, he blurted, no. Tong Shun. Assist the general in taking a seat and pour him a cup of tea. Su Jinhai, believing the emperor had pressing matters to discuss, complied and sat down, only to find the emperor lost in thought, saying nothing. Your Majesty, my dear minister, hold your tongue. I am contemplating matters. Su Jinhai clicked his tongue, settling into the chair, falling silent. Is this content from the previous 2 novels? Why was I unaware that Su Jinhai was a good man? In the first book, the general exhibited no signs of rebellion. He merely loved his daughter excessively and addressed many of her troubles. Additionally, in the 3rd book you read, it is Su Jingshui who is gathering troops in the south, with no connection to Su Jinhai. Zhu Man was bewildered. Yu Song also appeared perplexed. If there were no connections, how could the names align so perfectly? Su Jingshui was a name Yu Song had personally assigned to Su Jinhai. Who else would dare to use it? Very well. I believe in the integrity of General Su, yet, despite his thoughts, he could not truly convince himself of Su Jinhai's loyalty. After mulling over it for some time, he had yet to hear the system declare Zhu Man's task complete. Su Jinhai, anxious to see his daughter, noted the emperor's prolonged silence and refusal to let him depart, furrowing his brow deeply. Your Majesty, do you intend to imprison me? I am a general who has served the nation well. Do you not fear alienating the common people with such actions? Your Majesty, provide me with an explanation. What is the meaning of leaving me in this state? Su Jinhai, a battle-hardened man, emanated a commanding presence, his gaze penetrating and lifeless, causing Zhu Man to shudder. This was not the same as acting. Su Jinhai carried the weight of lives lost. She instinctively edged closer to the emperor, seeking refuge from Su Jinhai's piercing gaze. As a palace maid, lacking even basic social skills, she found herself retreating behind the emperor. Your Majesty, is this truly the caliber of maidservants in Qianyuan Palace? If you take a liking to her, make her a consort. If not, maintain your distance. Is this not understood? Yu Song felt insulted, anger swelling within him. It was alarming. He felt as though he were being manipulated by the narrative. He struggled to contain himself, as if enduring immense anguish, and within moments, he was drenched in sweat. Preposterous. I am the Son of Heaven. Why must I provide explanations to a mere subject? Do not presume that even a palace maid is beyond my reach. Before he could finish his sentence, his head collided with the table. Zhu Man concealed her sleeping spray, determined not to allow this impostor Yu Song to speak further, for it would ruin her reputation entirely. She cried out, "Come quickly! The emperor has fainted from anger." Jiang Jin led the guards, swiftly restraining Su Jinhai. This incident illustrated the impression Su Jinhai left on outsiders. Jiang Jin, aware of the emperor's trust in Zhu Man, followed her instructions. Furthermore, before the emperor lost consciousness, he instructed that I speak privately with the general. All of you may withdraw. This time, Jiang Jin hesitated.
Zuman.
The general is formidable. Sharing a room with him could prove perilous, though he did not articulate it. Everyone understood the implications. Su Jinhai let out a cold snort, raising his head with an air of arrogance as he declared, I have no intention of striking a woman. Jiang Jin and Tong Shun were skeptical of his words. It was not until Zhu Man presented the imperial jade pendant, a symbol of the emperor's personal presence, that the 2 men, begrudgingly, retreated with their subordinates. The room was left with only Zhu Man and Su Jinhai. How can the emperor place such trust in a woman, granting you the imperial jade pendant? Are you afraid I might obstruct Ladyland's path? Ha, what a joke. The emperor may choose to believe whoever he wishes. Ladyland's lack of favor works to my advantage, allowing her to remarry. I should be thanking you. Zhu Man was rendered speechless. Look at what you're saying. Is this the language of a concubine's father? If the system hadn't mentioned that Su Jinhai was a good man, he would have been apprehended by Zhu Man right after he spoke. General, I want to discuss matters concerning women. But I have a question that weighs heavily on the Emperor's mind. Upon hearing the mention of the Emperor's concerns, Su Jinhai's expression grew serious. Go ahead and ask. Is it not true that you are also known as Su Jingshui? Su Jinhai's chest heaved, his breath becoming labored, nearly shattering the teacup in his hand. Was she provoking his emotions just to inquire about a widely known topic? This is a matter concerning the Emperor. This woman possesses the imperial jade pendant. After several deep breaths, Su Jinhai managed to regain his composure and gritted his teeth. Yes, I am known as Su Jingshui. It was a name bestowed upon me by the Emperor himself. Do you think anyone would dare to impersonate Su Jingshui? Su Jinhai's eyes widened in fury. Who would dare? My name is known throughout the land. Zhu Man stepped forward, looking directly into Su Jinhai's eyes, her hands trembling behind her back as she tightly gripped the sleeping spray. So, the Su Jingshui in the south, who is privately recruiting soldiers, is not you? What nonsense.
Bang!
The sound of splintering wood echoed as Zhu Man expertly stepped back to avoid the flying debris. In the south, there is a Su Jingshui recruiting soldiers. Su Jinhai appeared even more shocked than when he first learned of this matter from Yu Qingsong. No wonder. No wonder the Emperor holds me in disdain, and, by extension, my daughter as well. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. Please convey to the Emperor that I have never harbored treasonous thoughts. Zhu Man nodded in response. General Su Jinhai's long-standing questions have found answers, resulting in an increase in favorability towards the host, and a reward of 2 servings of osmanthus milk tea has been deposited into the personal space. Friendly reminder, consume promptly as personal space does not have preservation capabilities. She watched Su Jinhai hop out with one foot, his back drenched. The door swung open, and Jiang Jin rushed in first, nearly colliding with Su Jinhai without offering an apology. Zhu Man, are you alright? Just as Su Jinhai was about to explode in anger, Zhu Man called out loudly, General. The urgent matter is to uncover the truth. Otherwise, if we apprehend one, another will arise. Su Jinhai cast a deep glance at Zhu Man before turning to leap away. A palace servant offered him a cane, which he flung several meters away. Even if I lose a leg, I do not need a cane. He stubbornly continued to hop away, his clothing clinging to him, reflecting his distress. Zhu Man, do not pity him. The Emperor's edicts flowed into the general's residence like water. Yet not a single letter was received. He may have harbored treasonous thoughts for some time, just lacking evidence. Zhu Man refrained from debating Su Jinhai's loyalty. She nodded in agreement with Jiang Jin's words, considering them reasonable. Until the true identity of Su Jingshui from the south is revealed, she would not discuss this matter with anyone except the Emperor. I am fine. You all may return to your duties. The Emperor's inquiries have been answered, and I wish to see him. The Emperor is no longer in danger and is currently resting. You may go directly. Zhu Man took a few steps before suddenly recalling something. Someone should go to Ningxiang courtyard and inform Lady Lan that her father has left the palace. Yes. In the imperial chamber, Yu Qingsong lay quietly on the dragon bed, breathing evenly and deeply. Upon Zhu Man's arrival, Dr. Hu tidied his medicine box. You may go. Dr. Hu departed with ease, and Zhu Man pulled out a cup of milk tea, slurping it beside Yu Qingsong. In his dreams, Yu Qingsong's nostrils twitched, captivated by a scent sweeter than candy enveloping him, the fragrance of milk mingled with osmanthus. His long, dark eyelashes fluttered as he slowly awakened. What? Are you eating? Give me a portion. Zhu Man produced another cup of milk tea from behind her and offered it to Yu Qingsong. This is called milk tea. It's delightful. Your Majesty should try it. Yu Qingsong sat up, cradling the cup in his hands and slurping it as Zhu Man did. Where did this milk tea come from? The moment the question escaped his lips, he regretted it. As the Emperor, was there anything the imperial kitchen could not produce? Since he had never tasted it before, it must have been purchased by Zhu Man from the system. I feel terribly sorry. I've made you spend again, Zhu Man. Oh, this is something I made myself. Hearing Zhu Man's internal thoughts, Yu Qingsong found the milk tea suddenly lacking sweetness. Su Jinhai could practically be Zhu Man's father. Yet, he was gaining favor in her eyes? That unseen system, instead of intervening, rewarded both Zhu Man and Su Jinhai with a cup of milk tea? Did the system enjoy pairing mismatched ages and appearances? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, biting through the bamboo straw. Your Majesty, do not bite the straw. The bamboo shavings will enter your mouth with the milk tea. Do you have a new straw? System, could you provide me with a bamboo straw? Sure. It costs 5 points each. Zuman. She felt it was superfluous to speak. Who runs a milk tea shop that charges for straws?
Now.
It was evident that Yu Song had overheard, making it impossible to avoid the purchase. Let's buy one. Producing a new straw from behind, Zhu Man thoughtfully discarded the old one and inserted the new one. Yu Song observed Zhu Man bustling about for him, and in the midst of their banter, she had spent 5 points on him, alleviating his frustration. Even if the system intended to pair Zhu Man and Su Jinhai, what of it? The system provided 2 cups of milk tea, and Zhu Man kept one for herself. Seeing that his straw had broken, she had even spent 5 points to buy him a new one. Could Su Jinhai, that old man, ever compare? Your Majesty, please enjoy. I shall take my leave. You may go. Zhu Man hurried out, fearing to witness Yu Song biting through another straw and demanding a new one. As soon as she exited, a palace maid approached her. Zhu Man, the lady has been waiting for you. Please follow me. Zhu Man recognized her as Xiao Tao, a personal maidservant of Su Yulan. What does the lady require of me? It concerns General Su. Lady, Zhu Man has arrived. Su Yulan sat on a zetan chair, her hands tightly entwined. Upon hearing Xiao Tao's voice, she quickly stood, opened the door, and pulled Zhu Man inside.
Bang!
The door slammed shut. Zhu Man gripped the sleeping spray tightly, ready to use it should Su Yulan make any sudden movements. My lady, you ought to pose these questions to the Emperor.
How dare you?
If I could inquire of the Emperor. I wish to ask you. Zhu Man continuously observed Su Yulan's subtle expressions and minor movements, all of which revealed her current anxiety. It seemed that Su Yulan regarded herself as a lifeline. General, Zhu Man remarked cheerfully. It is advantageous for you to claim that the Emperor does not favor you in front of me. It conveniently allows for your remarriage. Su Yulan's complexion turned ashen. Did the Emperor hear that too? She stammered, her expression dazed. Despite being the Emperor's consort, why did her father still harbor thoughts of marrying her off, even voicing them before Zhu Man? The Emperor is unaware. Only I know, and now the lady knows as well. It is better that the Emperor remains oblivious. Su Yulan declared, plucking a gold hairpin from her head. My father, being physically impaired, sometimes speaks nonsense. You one tea spread this, will you? Zhu Man stepped back. My lady, I shall not accept the pin, nor will I speak of this matter. Su Yulan, filled with confusion, grew both anxious and furious. Stop keeping me in suspense. Speak quickly. My lady, I require you to swear an oath, having learned this secret. You must ensure my successful ascension to the position of palace chief without jeopardizing my future. This girl dared to utter such rebellious words, inciting Su Yulan's ire.
Yet,
upon reflection, she realized that Zhu Man's audacity indicated the matter was extraordinary. She had investigated. Apart from her father, there were only 3 others present at the time. Tong Shun, the Emperor, and Zhu Man. Tong Shun would never betray the Emperor without his command. Only Zhu Man, seeking personal gain from the position of palace chief, could make this breakthrough. Very well, I swear if you do not deceive me, I shall ensure your smooth transition to the position of palace chief, with no worries for your future. Words alone are insufficient. My lady must write me a note. Volume 1, Chapter 91. Awaiting good news from the lady receiving Su Yulan's note, Zhu Man pretended to place it in her purse, but in reality, it was stored within her personal space. Since Su Yulan was so agreeable, Zhu Man no longer hesitated. She leaned closer to Su Yulan, speaking softly. My lady, I risk the Emperor's disdain by revealing this matter to you. My words are entirely truthful. Su Yulan felt a buzzing in her head, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. It was Zhu Man who offered her a cup of tea, allowing her to stagger and collapse into a chair. Surely, it must be a case of mistaken identity. Her father was fiercely loyal. How could he harbor treasonous thoughts? I must see the Emperor. I must plead for my father. She hurried forward a few steps, tripping over her own feet and falling to the ground. The once proud Su Yulan wept before her adversary, Zhu Man. Her makeup a blurred mess. Zhu Man, did the emperor confront my father? He is the most straightforward man. He must have argued with the emperor, causing him to faint from anger? Zhu Man crouched down to meet her gaze. The general did not argue with the emperor. It was the emperor who fainted from excessive worry. You know, the harem is not permitted to interfere in politics. Even if I were to speak out, outsiders would not believe me. Thus the emperor confides in me. I have come to know the immense pain he has endured over the years, as the general, who has thwarted foreign invasions, harbors intentions that could potentially undermine the dynasty. Tears streamed down Su Yulan's face, and she could only remain silent. Yet deep down, she was beginning to believe Zhu Man's words. Who would dare impersonate her father in this world? The name Su Jingshui was bestowed upon her father by the emperor, precisely to seek out talented individuals for military service. Although it had not been explicitly declared that these two names referred to the same person, it had not been deliberately concealed either. The populace was well aware. It was a widely acknowledged secret. No one would dare impersonate her father, unless he himself truly wished to betray the country. Is the emperor well? No, is my father well? At this moment, Su Yulan's heart was in turmoil, torn between her worry that the emperor might be infuriated by her father and her fear that her father might receive a death sentence from the emperor. Both were dear to her, leaving her in a difficult position. My lady, do not worry. The emperor has merely shared his suspicions with me, not directly confronting the general. Su Yulan raised her head, her face a mixture of red and black, with tears streaming down. Her elegant visage was marred, resembling a ghost. She incredulously asked, "Do you believe my father is innocent?" Indeed. After all, flattering words cost nothing. Seizing the opportunity, while Su Yulan was vulnerable, Zhu Man had her own plans. First, perhaps Su Yulan would genuinely assist her, making her path to becoming palace chief considerably smoother. Second, in her effort to reform Yu Chengsung's character, there was a crucial aspect involving Su Zhenhai. Su Zhenhai was a doting father. Upon learning that his daughter was in such a fragile state, he might offer unexpected support. Third, Zhu Man was taking a gamble, wagering that Su Yulan was not as malevolent as portrayed. The development of this world diverged from the content of the third novel she had read. Every character's moral alignment varied across the three books. Perhaps Su Yulan was undergoing a transformation as well. Zhu Man, since you believe in my father, I implore you to speak favorably of him before the emperor. You may request anything you desire, and I shall grant you treasures from the palace. After months of interaction with Su Yulan for the first time, Zhu Man felt that Su Yulan regarded her as an equal. She even used the term trouble. If my father truly committed a wrongdoing, Zhu Man, you must find a way to let me see him. Everything he has done is for my sake. Very well. Until a decision is reached, my lady, I shall reciprocate your efforts in kind. After uttering these words, Zhu Man produced a handkerchief to wipe the grime from Su Yulan's face. Handing the cloth to Su Yulan, Zhu Man then rose to leave. Xiao Tao shot her a fierce glare, but Zhu Man, in high spirits, smiled back and walked away with her head held high. On her way, Zhu Man encountered the hurried Zhang Huixin. She walked briskly, her face glistening with sweat. Zhu Man, are you all right? I heard you were summoned by Su Yulan? My lady, I am fine. Zhang Huixin, unconvinced, pulled her into the shade to examine her thoroughly before feeling reassured. Zhu Man felt warmth in her heart, although Zhang Huixin was not particularly clever and had previously been led around by Hua Jinyao and Si Jinyan. Once she recognized someone as a friend, she genuinely cared for them. My lady need not worry. I had business to discuss with Consort Lan. Zhang Huixin, half convinced, replied. Su Yulan is infatuated with the emperor. You are with him day and night. She would love nothing more than to devour you. How could she possibly consult you? Zhu Man laughed at Zhang Huixin's exaggerated words. It was also a means to recruit an ally. My lady, Consort Lan once proposed to the emperor to re-establish the position of palace chief. Perhaps her intention was to set a trap for me. Yet the emperor played along and agreed. Zhang Huixin gasped, really? Then I must create trouble for Su Yulan, causing her to fail in her task and face the emperor's punishment. No, this is not solely Consort Lan's matter. I too aspire to become palace chief. I seek no assistance from my lady, only your discretion. Zhang Huixin scrutinized Zhu Man from head to toe. Do you truly wish to become palace chief? Zhu Man nodded. My lady. There is no need for concern. I do not intend to create trouble for Consort Lan. I merely wish to test her sincerity. If she proves to be a worthy ally, two of us working together is far stronger than her alone. Zhu Man felt deeply moved and intended to assist Zhang Huixin. Leaning closer to her ear. Your Highness, if you trust me, please pay attention to Qiao. Zhang Huixin glanced at Qiao behind her. Ever since Jinyu's demise, she had only Jinling by her side. Concerned that Jinling might be overwhelmed, she requested a maid from the Internal Affairs Office, hoping to cultivate her into a confidant. From Zhu Man's words, it seemed Qiao was not to be trusted. In Ida Palace, Zhu Man inscribed 3 characters in her palm. Zhang Huixin's pupils constricted. It was indeed someone arranged by Zhao Qingyan. Zhao Qingyan's father was the Grand Tutor, while her own father was the Minister of Rites. Ostensibly, their connections were tenuous. Yet they could not see eye to eye, leading to mutual disdain among their offspring. Zhao Qingyan's intention to place someone in her palace was undoubtedly sinister. Volume 1, Chapter 92. The true benefactor Zhang Huixin genuinely wished to aid Zhu Man, while Su Yulan, eager for Zhu Man to speak kindly of her father before the emperor, also devoted her efforts. Both families cherished their daughters, turning a blind eye to their actions in the harem, even providing subtle encouragement. Other officials with cordial relations with the families also submitted petitions. Within half a month, the former Palace Justice Office was renovated, granting Zhu Man a place to conduct her duties. Though termed in office, the Palace Justice Office's functions differed drastically from those of the previous dynasty. While possessing some authority, it was not particularly significant. Zhu Man's daily tasks involved distributing supplies to various palaces and coordinating the required quantities with different departments of the Internal Affairs Office. The workload had increased, yet the emperor had not mentioned a salary raise. If not for the 3 gold ingots in her possession, ensuring her sustenance after leaving the palace, Zhu Man would have long since abandoned her post. The sole difference now was that everyone addressed her as Zhu Gongzheng rather than merely a maid. Zhu Gongzheng. Lady Lan has arrived, Lin Yueying announced. Bring her in, Zhu Man replied.
Certainly.
Since the Palace Justice Office commenced operations, Zhu Man had brought Xiao Guai, Bai Qiao, Lin Yueying, and Bing Ling to join her. Work, after all, is more enjoyable with friends. They all maintained professionalism, refraining from indulging in favoritism due to their friendship. On the contrary, to avoid tarnishing her reputation, they worked diligently. For this reason, Xiao Guai even took it upon herself to learn to read and write. Zhu Gongzheng. How have you been? Su Yulan casually took a seat and gestured to the surrounding maids. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with Zhu Gongzheng. Xiao Guai and the others hesitated, glancing at Zhu Man for confirmation before departing. Zhu Man's subordinates, however, remained loyal. She is rather inscrutable, Zhu Man thought. Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness, Zhu Man said, grinning. Su Yulan interrupted her, exasperated. Spare me the pleasantries. I've given you time to adapt, and confirmed that I have not acted maliciously. I fulfill my promises. What about yours? Zhu Man leisurely poured a cup of tea for Su Yulan, clinking her cup with Su Yulan's. To smooth sailing, cheers.
Crash.
Su Yulan smashed her teacup on the ground, pointing at Zhu Man with a trembling finger. Zhu Man, you know that is not what I wish to hear. Zhu Man shrugged. Look at you, still so tempestuous. Do you truly believe the smooth operation of the Palace Justice Office is solely due to your efforts? If something were to happen to the general, do you think those officials from the previous dynasty would heed your words? Your father still holds the title of Grand General in the eyes of the ministers, and the emperor has not publicly severed ties with him. However, he has dispatched someone to keep watch. In truth, Zhu Man was unaware if the emperor had indeed sent someone to monitor. Yet, she speculated it was highly probable, which emperor would allow a potential traitor to roam freely. The system had not awarded her points, indicating that Yu Qingsong did not trust Su Jinhai as a loyal subject. Su Yulan was flustered, but upon reflection, she knew all this information. It was merely because her relationship with the emperor was more favorable that she placed greater trust in Zhu Man's words. Could you have the watchers withdrawn? Zhu Man was at a loss for words, her lips curving downward as she quietly stared at Su Yulan. What do you think, Your Highness? If my father truly… Your Highness, should you not trust your own father? Su Yulan nodded, but hesitated. Yet, who would dare impersonate him? Do not fret, Your Highness. Regardless of the truth, it will eventually come to light. As long as I have relevant information, I will certainly keep you informed. Do you have any other inquiries? Her meaning was clear. If there was nothing else, she should depart and not disrupt her work. However, Su Yulan did not leave, seemingly oblivious to the underlying message. Zhu Man, could you do me one more favor? What favor? Could you check the Emperor's shoulder for me? To see if there is a bite mark? Zhu Man. How audacious. Why must it be you? To inspect a mark, one must remove clothing. And I am still a virtuous maiden. This is beyond my capability. You might as well inquire with the young eunuch who attends to the Emperor's baths.
No.
I cannot ask anyone else, if the Emperor finds out. Then you ask me, but are you not afraid I might inform the Emperor? You would not. You conduct yourself with integrity, and are not that sort of person. Well then, let this be our last discussion for today. Await my news. With that, she hurriedly left with Xiao Tao. Zhu Man watched the pair depart, suddenly bursting into laughter. Being praised by an adversary as someone of integrity felt surreal. However, Su Yulan had miscalculated. Thus far, she had divulged everything she promised to keep secret to the Emperor through her heart's whispers. After all, she had not spoken it aloud, aiming to offend neither side. Since Su Yulan insisted on having her check the shoulder, she could not be blamed for her loose lips. After all, the Emperor held a higher rank than her. Resolute in her decision, Zhu Man tidied herself and set off for Qianyuan Palace. The Emperor was still in the side chamber, reviewing a stack of memorials, which made Zhu Man's head spin. Rare visitor, Zhu Gongzheng. I thought once you became the palace justice, you would never grace me with your presence again. Yu Qingsong laid down his brush, his tone laced with sarcasm. You do not visit unless there is an issue.
Speak.
What troubles you? There is indeed a matter. Your Majesty, do you have a bite mark on your shoulder? None whatsoever. Are you certain? Without a word, Yu Qingsong began to loosen his garments, causing Zhu Man's eyes to widen in shock. However, the scene she envisioned did not materialize. Yu Qingsong merely revealed his shoulders, smooth and unblemished, devoid of any bite marks or wounds. Now go report back to Su Yulan. Does the Emperor know? As Zhu Man retreated, she consoled him. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will faithfully report any reactions from that side. With the information in hand, Zhu Man hurried to Ningxiang Garden. As Su Yulan busied herself with matters concerning the Palace Justice Office, their frequent encounters led the guards to become accustomed to her presence, allowing her entry without announcement. Your Highness, the Emperor bears no scars upon his shoulder. Su Yulan abruptly rose to her feet. Are you certain? Though it seemed to her that there was an air of boastfulness in Zhu Man's words, she nonetheless replied, this humble servant witnessed it with her own eyes. The revelation of the Emperor's unblemished skin struck Su Yulan profoundly, causing her to instinctively disregard Zhu Man's claim of having seen it firsthand. Truly, not a single mark? The skin was smooth and fair, devoid of any blemish. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Su Yulan felt utterly fragile. If it is not the Emperor, then who is the one that saved me back then? Meanwhile, the system issued a task. Identify Su Yulan's true savior, characterized by a bite mark on the shoulder. If successful, Su Yulan will become a pillar of imperial power. If unsuccessful, she will succumb to darkness, and the likelihood of her father Su Zhenhai turning malevolent increases significantly. Volume 1, Chapter 93, Falling for the Forbidden. Your Highness, why are you searching for someone with bite marks? Su Yulan seemed to ignore Zhu Man's inquiry, lost in her own murmurs. I must preserve my innocence for my true benefactor. I must devise a way to make the Emperor loathe me. What if he whimsically decides to stay in my palace? No, this simply cannot happen. Su Yulan felt a surge of urgency, while Zhu Man could hardly suppress a smile. Typically, she would cling to Yu Qingsong, and now, upon learning he was not her savior, she suddenly ceased her affections? She used to boast about being the Emperor's consort, and now she refers to herself as I, keen to distance herself from him. Truly, this world derived from a novel is fickle in matters of the heart. as if emotions could be turned on and off like a tap. Just as Su Yulan seemed on the verge of a frantic escape, Zhu Man and Xiao Tao swiftly restrained her. Your Highness, the general has already lost the Emperor's trust. If you provoke him and end up in the cold palace, how will the general cope? Contemplating her father's predicament, Su Yulan fell silent. After a brief pause, she suddenly broke down in tears. What am I to do? What can I possibly do? I have mistaken the wrong person. My life is ruined. I've been married.
Ah.
The Emperor has now become a blemish on her life. Has he? Zhu Man was left speechless. Yet, for the sake of the task, she comforted her. As a fellow woman, I cannot bear to see you grieve over love. Why not share the details of your true benefactor? I shall assist you in your search. He is... Your Highness. Xiao Tao audaciously interrupted Su Yulan's words, covering her mouth firmly. Remaining in this state would yield no conclusions. So Zhu Man bid farewell to Su Yulan and departed. As she walked along the path to Qianyuan Palace, Zhu Man suddenly turned around, heading to her secret hideaway. The place where she first tasted grilled fish. She felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. The system had assigned such a task, one that could determine Su Zhenhai's fate. Yet, how could she alone find the man with the bite mark? Should she confide in Yu Qingsong about helping his consort find her dream man? Could an emperor tolerate such a great humiliation? Alas, what a predicament this is. The weather was sweltering, and an E had constructed a sunshade over the small pond, even placing lounge chairs beneath it. And E knew how to enjoy life, however. She would refrain from lounging there to avoid any skin ailments. Finding a stone in the dilapidated courtyard, she rinsed it off in the pond until it was clean. Drying it with a handkerchief and used it as a seat. Watching the lively fish swim, Zhu Man thought of an E,
Whom she had not seen in a long time.
She wondered how he was faring if he was injured.
Who is well?
A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts, nearly causing her to lose control of her hand. It turned out that an E had overheard her speaking to herself. Though she felt a twinge of embarrassment, the fact that her first companion in this foreign land was unscathed put her at ease. I was just thinking of you. Is it dangerous to undertake tasks for the Emperor? Yu Qingsong took out a brick and sat beside her. It is indeed arduous. Yet protecting the Emperor within the palace is far less strenuous than the missions undertaken by my fellow siblings outside. As long as you are safe. Indeed, safety is paramount. What brings you here? You appear troubled. Have you encountered some issues? He had been waiting for Zhu Man in the Imperial Garden, only to watch her change direction from afar. Zhu Man waved her hand dismissively. It's merely women's matters, something you wouldn't comprehend. Women's matters? Could it be that Zhu Man has truly developed feelings for Su Zhenhai, yet hesitates to pursue them due to her connection with Su Yulan?
No.
This engagement shall not be approved. I thought we were friends. Even if I don't understand, I can still be a listening ear.
Zum Mann seid deeply.
If you discovered that the person you love is someone you should not love, what would you do? Someone you should not love. Wasn't this precisely about her feelings for Su Zhenhai? In just a brief half-month's time, the system had entrenched her feelings for him deeply. Dressed in black on a scorching summer day, her mind must surely have been muddled to be asking such questions. Who says I don't understand? If I were you, a woman who has fallen for the wrong man, I would sever ties with him entirely. Such words seemed easy to utter. Yet this was a task of utmost importance, one that could affect the nation. Never mind. Sharing this with you would be futile. I shall seek out the Emperor. You can remain here and watch the foolish fish. Zhu Man dusted off her skirt and made her way to Qianyuan Palace. In the hidden passage, she had already changed into her disguise. After resting for a brief moment, Zhu Man pushed the door open. But why did you inquire whether I bore any scars? It appears that Lan Pin is seeking her savior. So, she has seen the body of another man? This servant does not know, though it is not impossible to know without having seen. Of course, I do not testify for Lan Pin. I genuinely do not know if she has seen anyone. Understood. Look at your cowardice. I shall not punish you. Apart from the bite mark on the shoulder, does Lan Pin's benefactor possess any other distinguishing features? Is the Emperor aiding Lan Pin in her search for her savior? Otherwise, am I merely engaging in idle conversation with you? Yu Qingsong gritted his teeth, his temples throbbing. Zhu Man was ingratiating herself with Su Yulan for the sake of Su Zhenhai, and he felt utterly bewildered by the situation.
Speak.
This servant does not know. Su Yulan failed to mention any distinguishing tokens and could misidentify her benefactor, indicating that her true savior bears a strong resemblance to the emperor. I have encountered several princes before, and aside from Prince Wu, Yu Fengyan, none seem to resemble the emperor.
System.
You have truly put me in a difficult position. Even if I were to become the palace supervisor, I lack the authority to arrange a meeting with Prince Wu. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingtsong began to understand, and connecting it with prior events, he could surmise much. Su Yulan had misidentified her savior, mistaking him for another, and then sought to exchange military merit for a chance to enter the palace. For reasons unknown, she doubted that he was her true benefactor and tasked Zhu Man with confirming whether he bore a bite mark. Upon discovering that Su Yulan's true affection lies with King Wu, yet she has wed him instead, Zhu Man sought solace in a clandestine refuge to breathe. Thus, it is not Zhu Man who has fallen for an unsuitable love, but rather Su Yulan herself. Yu Qingtsong let out a sigh of relief. After all, he harbored no affection for Su Yulan. Whom Su Yulan loved was of no concern to him. If the king of Wu wished, it would not be impossible to arrange for Su Yulan to feign death and be sent to the royal residence. Volume 1, Chapter 94. Little One Recognizes Father. Your Majesty, is there a compilation of the participants' taboos or prohibitions? Yu Qingtsong was well aware of Zhu Man's intentions. He acknowledged that even with his presence, the previously provided information was inadequate. Each individual's condition varies from year to year, influenced by factors such as injuries or pregnancies, which inevitably affect their dietary restrictions. I shall provide you with a few names. You will personally gather the information, he declared, his brush gliding gracefully across the paper as he inscribed for names. Yu Feng, Yu Qingyun, Wei Cheng, and Su Zhenhai. Are these the only 4? What about the others? You need not concern yourself with the rest. I have a multitude of subordinates who are not merely idle. Were it not for the necessity of concealing his ability to hear heart's whispers, he would have preferred to allow Zhu Man to meet only Yu Fengyan. However, that was not feasible. Zhu Man was too astute and would inevitably uncover the truth. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding, Zhu Man replied as she took the list and departed. Upon returning to the palace justice office, she gathered everyone together. Pointing to Yu Fengyan's name, she announced, "The Emperor has commanded me to go to the Prince of Wu's residence. There are still 3 names left on the list. We shall act separately to prove our worth." Very well, Lin Yueying promptly assigned tasks. Bai Qiao, with her reserved disposition, shall visit Princess Jia Rou's residence. Little Guai has been calling the general's name even in her dreams. She must have long harbored admiration for him, so she will go to the general's residence. I shall proceed to the chancellor's residence. Then what about me? Bing Ling inquired. You are protecting Zhu Gongzheng, and both of you shall go to the Wuwang mansion. Bing Ling had no objections, yet Zhu Man harbored concerns. No, Xiao Guai cannot go to the general's residence. Xiao Guai was the daughter of Su Zhenhai, whom she had never met. While she did not fret about Su Zhenhai's fate, she was apprehensive about Xiao Guai's potential outbursts at the general's mansion. Given that Xiao Guai had a history of attending the emperor's banquet, Zhu Man was reluctant to allow Xiao Guai to venture into a place that would likely provoke her. Sister, I wish to go, Xiao Guai insisted. Lin Yueying chimed in. Xiao Guai calls out the name of the great general even in her dreams. Her admiration for him is profound. Let her go. Lin Yueying and the others were unaware of Xiao Guai's true identity, and Zhu Man had no intention of revealing the secret, continuously insisting that it was inappropriate. Sister, may I have Bing Ling accompany me? This time, I shall not succumb to madness. Little Guai's eyes sparkled with hope. She yearned to catch a glimpse of her father. The last time she stealthily ventured into Hero Mountain, she could not even discern what her father looked like. This opportunity, she was determined not to let slip away. Little Guai, the general does not recognize you. It matters not. I do not wish to introduce myself to him. I merely wish to see his visage and ponder if I resemble him. Little Guai caressed her own face, imagining what Su Zhenhai might look like. Lin Yueying and the others finally sensed something amiss. What does this mean? What recognition? General Su is my biological father, though he has never laid eyes upon me. The three individuals stared wide-eyed. Then why were you a beggar on Hero Mountain? Zhu Man interrupted Lin Yueying's words. Since Xiao Guai is determined to go, Bing Ling, you shall accompany her. Ensure she does not cause any trouble. Understood. Then let us act swiftly and strive to complete everything in a single day. At the Martial King's residence, Zhu Man waited by the pond teeming with toads for a considerable time, yet the Martial King did not appear. Lord Zhao, how long must I wait? Zhao Tsun stood with his back to Zhu Man, confronting a pool of warty toads baring their teeth. Oh, master, he has perished. Unwilling to confront Zhu Man yet reluctant to allow him to report to the emperor, I resolved to let him assume the role of the villain. Zhu Gongzheng. It is entirely normal for King Wu to suffer lingering ailments after the battles he fought. However, I am left wondering, against which nation did he sustain such an injury to his posterior? Since Zhao Tsun arrived at the Prince Wu's residence, she remarked that Yu Feng'an had been in the restroom for 2 hours. She thought that if he truly could not relieve himself, it was better not to try, for there was no fear of any unfortunate consequences. In contrast to Zhu Man's inefficiency, Lin Yueying and Bai Qiao moved along seamlessly. The two engaged in communication with the princess and the chancellor's attendants, then departed with their notes in hand. At the general's residence, Xiao Guai felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing an elderly steward appear before her. Once again, she was unable to meet her father. Yet, she remained steadfast in her identity and responsibilities. So many eyes were upon the Ministry of Justice, and she could not afford to bring shame to her sister. Suppressing her personal emotions, Xiao Guai conducted herself with utmost professionalism. Just as she was about to leave, the old steward called out to her. Child, where is your home? You bear a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine, and I wish to confirm. Xiao Guai shook her head. I have no home. I have been a beggar since childhood. The old steward's eyes brimmed with tears. You poor child, how tragic your fate. May I ask if your mother left you any token? In the little one's eyes, a glimmer sparkled. Could it be that she bore a striking resemblance to the general? Prompting the butler to recognize her true identity, she excitedly took out the handkerchief that had been by her side since childhood, its lower right corner embroidered with the 3 characters Su Zhenhai. My child, it is indeed you. The butler, with tears streaming down his face, instructed the person behind him. Please escort the general to the ancestral hall and inform him that the child he has long sought has been found. Little Guai was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down her face, realizing that her father had never given up on searching for her. He simply had not been able to find her all this time. What is your name? I have chosen the name Little Guai for myself. The old steward immediately understood that Little Guai's mother had neglected to name her. That woman is truly remiss in her responsibilities. Dear one, let us first proceed to the ancestral hall, where the general will soon reveal your new name. Bing Ling silently trailed behind them. Inside the ancestral hall, an entire wall was densely adorned with memorial tablets. Little Guai was learning to recognize characters. Although she could not comprehend all the inscriptions, she discerned that the surnames varied. Noticing her curiosity, the steward explained, this hall is dedicated to the valiant soldiers who fought alongside the general through life and death. They are not brothers by blood, yet they are closer than brothers. Little Guai's admiration for Su Zhenhai grew even deeper. Bing Ling, however, scanned the names on the tablets and noted that none bore the surname Su. If this was indeed a matter of Little Guai tracing her ancestry, how could there be no ancestor present? Unless, the butler, is that child still here? Su Zhenhai tightly clutched a red cloth, leaping forward with beads of sweat adorning his face and neck. As he gazed upon Xiao Guai's visage, he felt as though he were beholding that person once more. Unable to contain himself, he murmured, It resembles her. It truly resembles her. Xiao Guai, puzzled, turned her gaze towards Su Zhenhai, inquiring, In what way does it resemble her? The difference was striking. In an instant, she grasped the truth. Her visage bore a resemblance to her mother's. Su Zhenhai unfurled the red cloth in his hands, revealing a silver hairpin adorned with tiny bells. This is an heirloom your father left before his passing. It was originally intended as a gift for your mother. However, when we sent someone to deliver it, your mother had already departed this world, and you had vanished without a trace. For all these years, I have been searching for you. Now, please keep this hairpin in memory of your mother. Father has passed away? Little Guai blinked her eyes, gazing at Su Jinhai's empty trouser legs, her mind a complete blank. Come, bow your head before your father's tablet, seeing you healthy and alive. Your father can rest in peace in the heavens. Volume 1, Chapter 95, renamed Jinyu, meaning treasure. She resembled a marionette, compelled to kneel, bow, and rise. Truly living up to her name, obedient. She gazed at the tablet before her, recognizing only one character from the three-letter name. Wang, not Su. What is my father's name? I cannot read. Wang Fuxiang. Is he truly my father? Su Jinhai was momentarily taken aback. Do you not believe it? Steward, bring forth Fuxiang's portrait. The resemblance between her and the man in the portrait was undeniable, leaving no room for Xiao Guai's disbelief. Yet one final doubt lingered. When I was little, others said my mother was with a great general, and I even possess a handkerchief bearing the general's name. Su Jinhai understood that Xiao Guai was mistaken and explained. On the battlefield, the role of a general is crucial. To maintain secrecy, there is often a false general. Su Jinhai elaborated on the battle plans, detailing how Wang Fuxiang had fallen victim to treachery. Tears streamed down Xiao Guai's face as she realized her father had long since passed and that she had been born amidst his hopes, with her mother never having abandoned her. However, during those dire times, enemies lurked at every corner. Her father could not expose his identity for personal reasons, nor reveal her and her mother's existence. He had intended to clarify everything after the war, but her mother passed away giving birth, and her father perished in that very conflict. Gripping her silver hairpin, she knelt earnestly before the tablet and offered several heartfelt bows. Your father named you Wang Jinyu, meaning beautiful jade, a treasure. Thus, Jinyu took her leave. Lord Zhao, it has been 3 hours. Does the martial king usually take this long in the lavatory? Zhao Zhen had grown numb to the situation. Zhu Man's ears had suffered greatly. He too was not unaffected. I will check the lavatory. Perhaps the general's old ailment has resurfaced. Zhu Man's lips twitched. Given the duration of this bathroom visit, even without an old ailment, a new one could easily arise. It was baffling why Zhao Zhen would utter such an excuse. If she truly believed it, she would be a fool. However, with authority looming above, she had no choice but to play the fool here. She had no idea how she had offended Yu Feng'an, who had inexplicably treated her with cold indifference. As expected, her assumptions were not mistaken. Zhu Gongzheng, the prince is still unwell. I must trouble you too. Lord Zhao, I can manage without seeing the prince. I have a question. Do you serve the martial king closely? Zhao Zhen felt perplexed, but nodded nonetheless. So you have seen the martial king's shoulders? Are there any bite marks upon them? Zhao Zhen's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know? Could it be that you are? Task completed. Yu Feng'an supports imperial authority, hence Su Yulan becomes a supporter of imperial authority. But the host must inform Su Yulan of this personally. Zhu Man was elated. The task had succeeded. I am not. I merely asked for someone. Now that I know the truth, I shall take my leave. Were you not curious about the martial king's aversions? You must wait a moment. Wait for what? My task is complete. There is no point in lingering. Thus, Zhu Man transformed into an athlete, swiftly exiting the Wang residence.
Zhao Zhen sighed,
realizing he had failed to complete the task assigned by the prince. Upon encountering the martial king, Zhao Zhen knelt on one knee. My lord, Zhu Man has escaped. Yu Feng'an's brow furrowed, capable of squashing a fly. How could she have escaped? Did I not instruct you to wait at least 5 hours before making an appearance? But my lord, it is already dark outside. Zhu Man has not eaten all day. If I were her, I would have run as well. 2 individuals, 2 horses. Yet none could locate Zhu Man. For upon exiting, Zhu Man was taken away by the disguised Yu Qingsong, posing as an Yi. An Yi, you smell delightful. An Yi's status was lowly, and the palanquin was small. They had to huddle close together. Zhu Man could detect the familiar fragrance on him, reminiscent of the emperor's study. In truth, she had sensed it before, but never as strongly as today. Yu Qingsong blinked, realizing his oversight in neglecting to bathe before coming to fetch her. I was trained to be the emperor's substitute. Do you not think my figure and voice bear no distinction from the emperor's? The fragrance must also be on point. Since you resemble the emperor so closely, do you not fear he may suspect your loyalty? Yu Chengsong rolled his eyes. What could he suspect? We shadow guards have been trained together since childhood, and besides, this was left to the emperor by his mother. Very well. Since it was left by Jin Shuang, Zhu Man justifiably suspected that these shadow guards were system certified for their loyalty, much like Xiao Guai, Bing Ling, and Lin Yueying were towards her. Upon returning to the lower chamber, night had fully descended. Yet, Xiao Guai remained at the door, staring vacantly at the moon. It was late, and she had not yet slept. Something must have occurred during the day. Although Su Zhenhai treated Su Yulan kindly, it did not guarantee he would be equally kind to Xiao Guai. Surely, she had endured hardships within the general's residence. Xiao Guai, why are you not asleep? Sister? Call me Jinyu. This is the name my father gave me. Jinyu, has the general acknowledged you? My father is not General Su. He is Wang Fuxiang. Oh, sister, my mother is gone and my father has died. Jinyu wept into Zhu Man's embrace for a long while before producing a portrait as if it were a treasure. Sister, do I not resemble my father closely? Indeed. You are a perfect likeness, as if carved from the same mold. Jinyu laughed through her tears. Early the next morning, Xiao Tao waited at the lower chamber's door, eager for Zhu Man's appearance. Upon seeing Zhu Man, she tugged at her sleeve, leading her to Ningxiang courtyard. No, Tao Jie. I must go to the palace affairs office to consolidate the information gathered yesterday. Xiao Tao rolled her eyes. What are you pretending to be so busy for? There are only 5 people in the palace affairs office, divided into 4 groups. I could memorize all 4 names without needing to consolidate. Zhu Man gazed at Xiao Tao and suddenly smiled. In truth, Xiao Tao was rather endearing and straightforward. Most importantly, having completed her task, with Su Yulan aligned with the emperor, Xiao Tao could be considered one of her own. Zhu Man always found those on her side pleasing to the eye. What? Is smiling not allowed? Do not attempt to be playful with me. Even if the princess scolds you later, I will not come to your aid. Oh, if you will not help, then so be it. Doubt began to stir within Xiao Tao. In the past, Zhu Man had avoided her like the plague, yet today, she was laughing and joking with her. Surely, something was amiss, and she must be on guard against Zhu Man whenever their princess encountered matters concerning her benefactor. She became muddled, revealing all manner of secrets. Xiao Tao could not allow Zhu Man to catch her off guard. Unfortunately, her plans went awry. For Su Yulan had not allowed Xiao Tao to enter. Volume 1, Chapter 96. General, be a fiery instructor. Zhu Man, have you found my savior? She no longer referred to herself as this palace. How deeply she clung